The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
When you're feeling lonesome, strictly on your lonesome, where there's life, remember there is still Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, middle of the winter Hope, telling you if you've got preserves in the cellar, use Pepsodent and you'll preserve what's under your smeller. Or, this is the Pepsodent Kid, Bob Hope, telling you to always use our product because it's better to have a sweet toot than to have them all go toot sweet. I'm a little tired tonight. I went down to get my license plates yesterday. I just got back. I must have been standing in the wrong line. When I got to the window, they handed me a uniform and a gun. You know what a license plate is? That's the last thing that whizzes over your head when you try to get across Hollywood Boulevard. I wouldn't say the line waiting for license plates was long. All I know is, when I finally got to the end of the line, I had to buy Colorado plates. One guy there always got his license plates in 15 minutes, but his gun jammed. No prompting from the audience now. No, at least I had a good idea. Did that line move slowly? I didn't realize how slow it was moving until I went up to one old guy in line and said, "Have you been waiting long?" He said, "Long. Look, I can tuck my beard inside my diaper." I stood in line 3 days getting my license plates, and it wasn't worth all the trouble, I thought, as I shoved them under the door of the finance company. Yes, sir. You know, California automobile rules are very silly. The drivers have to put a license plate on the front of their cars and a license plate on the back, then they run over you sideways. And this year, California has something new in license plates. Besides the numbers on them, they're adding kings, queens, and jacks. So pedestrians can play solitaire while waiting for the ambulance. And, of course, the Chamber of Commerce insists that every license plate has a feather on it. That's so when you hit a pedestrian, he dies with a tickled expression. And, I must tell you, Bing Crosby, the mutter, is putting license plates on his horses. That way, when he enters a horse in a race, he'll know what year he sent him out. But isn't it wonderful to have every car numbered and cataloged? Now, if you get hit on the street, you just take down the license number, give it to a cop, he gives it to the sergeant, he gives it to the Motor Vehicle Bureau, they send it to the state capitol, they look all through their records, and 2 months later they send you back the information that you were run over by your own wife. But you really have to be in condition to cross Hollywood Boulevard. No kidding. I'm a little flabby lately. I crossed the street this morning, and when I looked back, the rest of me was waiting for the light to change. But I always go for long walks along Hollywood Boulevard. Yesterday I hiked 26 blocks, but she wouldn't look back once. And there's... You don't get that at first, but after a while it grows on you. Then you hate yourself for it. But, And there's nothing like taking a long hike up into the mountains around here. If you go up high enough, you can see all the snow that's sitting there, waiting until it can melt so it can visit your house and take your whole family out to the beach. Hello, Hope Lost and Found Service. If we find it, brother, you've lost it.
Hello, Mr. Hope. Have you found a beautiful set of girls' teeth all gleaming and white and sparkling?
Uppers or lowers, Goodman, or can we sell you a compartment? Look, I'll let Art Baker handle that. He's in charge of our Finding Bright Teeth department. Hey, Baker, teeth, kid, teeth.
Oh, teeth. Okay, Bob. Thousands of pretty girls are prettier because they've found Pepsodent tooth powder. And thousands of smiles are brighter because they use it. Now, if you've lost a pretty smile, then here's an easy way to find it again. Just use new high-polish Pepsodent tooth powder. For not only does it contain irium, Pepsodent's patented super cleanser, but now Pepsodent tooth powder contains a new polishing agent called composite metaphosphate, also patented by Pepsodent and available only in Pepsodent. You see, it's not enough to just wash your teeth. You can get a lot of powders to do that. But if you want a bright, gleaming smile, you have to polish teeth, too. And that's no job for any halfway tooth powder. It takes one that's made for the job. It takes Pepsodent. For now, with its new polishing ingredient, Pepsodent has the power to produce a 32% greater luster on teeth than any other leading tooth powder. Actually, twice as bright as the average of all other brands. Just try Pepsodent tooth powder starting tonight, and in just a few days, you'll begin to see what we mean by more luster. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, to find that smile you thought was lost, just go to your druggist and say, Pepsodent tooth powder, please.
Ding dong, 4 bells for baby, and I do mean you. You're a new sensation, a revelation, you're like a glorious view. You're a soft white cloud in the blue, and I do mean you. You're an April shower, a scented flower, a lovely story that's new. You're the tops, and I do mean you. Can't find words to tell you how grand you are.
You're everything to me, you're my favorite star. You're a
4-bell feature, a gorgeous creature, you're the reason I fell. Babe, you're really swell, and I do mean you. Listen, here's a scoop that'll knock you for a loop.
promise not to breathe a word. I don't know, I only heard what you call it at SRO, the scene with the Honorable so-and-so.
Ding dong, 4 bells for so-and-so. Can't find words to tell you how grand you are. You're everything to me, my favorite star. Whoa, 4-bell feature, gorgeous creature. You're the reason I fell. Babe, you're really swell, and I do mean you.
Yes, sir. That was our 6 hits in a miss singing Jimmy Fiddler's song, I Do Mean You. Jimmy 4-beller, yes, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present one of Hollywood's leading actors, soon to be seen in the Paramount picture The Mad Doctor, and familiar to all of you on the air as that super detective, Sherlock Holmes, Mr. Basil Rathbone.
Thank you, Bob.
Well, I'm really glad to welcome you here tonight, Basil. I've certainly enjoyed you as Sherlock Holmes. The part fits you to a T.
Well, thank you again, Bob.
You know, I wish I could find my niche in the radio world.
What was that?
Niche.
Well, scratch it, old boy.
But tell me, Basil, how does my program compare with yours?
Oh, it's very different. For instance, we don't have a studio audience at all.
Oh, then you mean you go through an entire program without any laughs?
Yes, but you see, we have an excuse.
I've got one, too. I forgot to run through the audience with my feather tonight. But I will say, though, Sherlock Holmes mysteries are really exciting, and I love that Dr. Watson.
Yes, he's wonderful. Nigel Bruce plays the part, you know.
Oh, he does a grand job. He makes an ideal partner for you.
Indeed he does. I realize it more than ever tonight.
Practically, I'm alone. Look, I appreciate you dropping in tonight, Basil. After all, we both work at Paramount. In fact, I have the dressing room right next to yours.
Oh, are you the one that has the dressing room right next to mine?
Yes, why?
Must you cook?
Well, I've got to do something with these eggs, but I couldn't resist it. I had to do it. But I like my new dressing room. You know, the last star who had it was a very distinguished actor.
Yes, too bad Rin Tin Tin died. You're still getting his MASH notes, aren't you?
That's a lie. Pauline, you ruined my straight line. I am not getting Rin Tin Tin's MASH notes. It's a lie.
Is that so? What about that note you got yesterday? Honey, meet me at the corner of Hollywood and Vine in half an hour. If that's okay, wag your tail out of the window.
Well, you know, one gets all kinds of fan mail. It's tough being a celebrity, isn't it, Basil?
It certainly is, Bob. You're not missing a thing.
Wait. You're razzmatazz tonight, Baz. Wait a minute. I'm well thought of at Paramount. You know that.
Yes, everybody on the lot has a good word for you.
They certainly do.
Yes, it's a good word. Too bad we can't use it on the air.
I don't know how you got all the laughs. I ought to have my mother look over the scripts. You know, Basil, our listeners would be interested in knowing how you ever learned to turn on such a wonderful, horrible sneer.
Oh, that's quite simple, Bob. I used to be a waiter in the Brown Derby.
Well, I thought maybe you'd been listening to this program.
No, that's where I get my snarl. I use it quite a bit in a picture I just finished at Paramount called The Mad Doctor. I go around killing all my patients.
Really? Say, well, how about giving the folks a Let's get together now. Come now. How about giving the folks a preview of The Mad Doctor tonight, Basil? Suppose I were going around selling magazines and I dropped into your office. What would happen to me?
Well, let's try it and see.
All right. Oh, boy, what a job. Selling magazines from door to door. I've been walking all day. Boy, have I got blisters. Doggone, got a flat in my left toe. Gee, this is a big office building. I wonder if I should try this office. That's a lovely sign he's got on the door. Dr. Frenessy. That sounds menacing. Anybody in?
Yes, I'm the doctor. Speak up, young man. What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing. I'm selling magazines. I'm working my way through.
Through what?
They're going to tell me after I sell the magazine.
Well, don't stand there staring at me.
Huh?
Why do you stare at me? Everybody stares at me. Why do they stare at me?
Well, maybe it's because you've got two heads.
Oh, so that's why I always have the feeling that somebody's looking over my shoulder. Excuse me a minute, old man. I have a patient in the next room with a slight headache. Couldn't let him suffer, you know. I say, young man, would you like to see my latest experiment?
Is that part of the 40-cent tour?
Yes, you see, my latest experience is very unique. Nobody ever thought of it before. I'm crossing a mouse with a mouse.
You crossed a mouse with a mouse? What did it get you?
Mousies.
Say, you know what? I think there's something wrong with you.
Yes, indeed. I was thwarted as a boy. I wanted to go to the circus. They wouldn't let me. I wanted to play baseball with the other kids. They wouldn't let me.
Why wouldn't they let you?
I had a contract with Hobby Lobby. Do you think my actions are a little strange?
Why, no, but if you must foam at the mouth, foam Pepsodent.
My friend, I could do a lot for you. I have one experiment I could perform, and it would make you a man with long, beautiful, golden curls.
Oh, I'd like that.
You'd like to have long, golden curls? Why?
I want to be the talk of the draft camp. They read.
Come over here and sit next to this machine.
Please, all I want you to do is buy my magazine. Buy my magazine.
I see you're starting to get hot under the collar. Collar! I'm not only nuts, I'm corny.
Well, look, Doctor, what are you going to do to me?
Now for my greatest experiment. When I turn this switch, you'll never think of anything but beautiful girls. All your life, you'll just think of Hedy Lamarr and Madeleine Carroll.
Oh, gee, that's wonderful. Turn the switch, quick.
All right, here goes. Well?
Doc, something went wrong. It's terrible. All I can think of is Brenda and Cabina. I keep seeing their faces.
You say all you can think of is Brenda and Cabina?
Yes.
Couldn't let him suffer, you know.
That Sherlock Holmes show you have every Sunday night for Goldwell's quinine cold tablets is sure swell. Stick around, Basil. Take it, Skinny, my man.
Ida, sweet as apple cider, sweeter than all I know. Come out in the silvery moonlight, of love we'll whisper, so soft and low. Seems though can't live without you. Listen, oh honeydew, Ida, Elijah, I love you, Ida, did I do. Can't live without you. Listen, oh honeydew, Ida, Elijah, I love you, Ida, did I do.
After Skinny Ennis singing Ida, ladies and gentlemen, come in. Come in.
Dr. Hope?
No, you're a week late. I was Dr. Hope last week. This week there's
yeah.
no Hope. Oh, I mean, what am I saying? No doctor. I mean, no, say, what do you want anyway?
I ain't got no friends. I can't even influence people. I want to be a Hyman.
Oh, just a minute, Bud. Here's a chap who can tell you what to do, or back he goes to time signals. Art Baker, tell him what's the matter.
That's easy. Well, the chances are, ladies and gentlemen, that our friend overlooked the greatest friend winner and people influencer of them all, his smile. Yes, the one thing that most quickly draws people to you is your smile. And take it from me, a smile has to flash. It has to glitter. It has to have brilliance. And that's why it's so important to polish teeth as well as clean them. Tooth powders that just wash teeth do only half a job. And that's why it's so important to choose Pepsodent tooth powder. For Pepsodent contains a new high-polishing agent available in no other tooth powder called composite metaphosphate. Scientific tests show that it has the power to produce 32% more luster on teeth than any other leading tooth powder. Actually, twice as bright as the average of all other brands. Now, think of this big 32% margin in terms of how much brighter your teeth can be, how much more charm your smile will have, and I'll bet you'll hurry to your druggist and say, Pepsodent tooth powder, please.
Marks the spot where my heart.
And now Bob Hope presents his version of X Marks the Spot. We take you now to the offices of the Daily Globe.
Stop the presses. Stop the presses.
What's wrong, Chief? We're just getting out the late edition.
Stop the presses. Throw out the front page. We just got the biggest story of the year. He's been found.
Who's been found?
Yehudi.
Yehudi? Who's Yehudi?
Who's Yehudi?
Yes, who's Yehudi?
Okay, start the presses again.
Well, Chief, where's Bob Hope now?
He and Basil Rathbone are deep in a dark swamp, paddling their canoe, on the trail of Yehudi, the elusive Yehudi.
What a job. Paddling this big boat along is some job.
Oh, don't worry. We'll come to water pretty soon. Here's some now. Let's put the canoe in it. There, that's better.
I suppose this is all strange to you, Bob.
Oh, no, Basil. I've rushed into swamps lots of times before.
Well, that's radio, Bob. Say, aren't your feet getting a little damp?
Yes, right up to my waist. Say, maybe we should have got a canoe with a bottom in it, huh? Gosh, look at all the mountains surrounding this swamp.
Hello, Pike Peak.
Hi, Sierra.
You know, Bob, the trouble with this canoe is that you've got it too crowded with your baggage.
I know, Basil, but you told me I should take along everything I really needed.
I know, but after all, Bob, a full-length mirror.
Say, you know, it's spooky here in this swamp. Careful how you steer, Basil. Be careful. You're going to hit that tree. Weeping willow.
I hear a coyote.
Oh!
I hear a wolf.
Going my way, babe?
Look, Bob. Let's get out of this canoe. There's the place my crew say Yehudi should be. That old hotel in the middle of the swamp.
What a hotel. Say, what are those black things flying around it? Look, here comes one now, flying right at us.
Hello, boys. Nice weather we're having day before yesterday, won't it be?
Nice weather we're having day before yesterday. Say, who are you?
Oh, we're just bats.
Come on, Bob. Here we are at the door of the hotel.
Basil, I don't like the looks of this place. Let's leave.
Oh, don't be silly, Bob. It's just an old hotel. There's probably nothing in it but spiders. One of the larger kids.
Look, someone's opening the door.
Oh, come in, come in. Nice weather we're having. Isn't it a beautiful and balmy day?
Listen, miss. I'm Basil Rathbone. My friend and I came down here to do some detective work.
Oh, then come in the parlor. Mr. Moto is there.
Well, I'd like to meet Mr. Moto.
Fine. I'll raise the lid.
Bob, I'm frightened. There are shivers running up my spine.
Up your spine? Don't you mean up and down your spine?
No, they're too frightened to make the round trip.
Now, gentlemen, while you're at this hotel, remember, if you want anything, just ring for the skeleton.
You mean that skeleton over there, it still works here? How is that possible?
Strong union.
Basil, I'm a little afraid of this place. I'm glad I sent my special investigator, Pinkerton Colonna, on ahead to look for Yehudi here. If he followed the same trail we did, he must be in this hotel now. He should be reporting to me any minute.
You peeked? Say, Hope, I just found a wonderful clue. In this room here, I found the bathing suit Yehudi wears when he goes swimming in the lake at Hollywood and Vine.
Colonna, there's no lake at the corner of Hollywood and Vine.
You native son, you.
Mr. Hope, while you're talking with Detective Colonna, ask him to solve another mystery. There are 386 girls stopping at this hotel in 386 different rooms. And I just received complaints that in the last 5 minutes, each and every one of them was kissed by a mysterious masher.
Colonna, did you hear what the lady said?
Ah, yes. I've been a busy little bee, haven't I?
Who's that?
He's a bad bat. I caught him whitewashing himself this morning so he could go to Capistrano.
Well, come on, Bob. Now's our chance to investigate the hotel by ourselves.
Okay, we've got to find Yehudi. Let's look in this room here. You know, this is a hotel. Gee, Basil, I wonder what my right-hand man, Colonna, is doing now.
Say, Chief, this is your right-hand man, Colonna, reporting. I think I've discovered Yehudi. He's here in a cage disguised as a lion, but he can't fool me. I'll reach in and pull off his disguise. Say, Chief, this is your left-hand man, Colonna, reporting.
Professor, there's a lion in that room?
Yes, and there are also some turtles here I've been talking to. As I was saying, fellas, you don't pull your heads in fast enough. Now get ready to pull your necks in. 1, 2, 3, go! See? I beat you again!
Colonna, you're talking to turtles?
Yes, and they're very nice fellows, too.
We're very nice fellas, too.
Mock turtles.
Say, Colonna, have you found any trace of Yehudi? After all, I'm anxious.
You're anxious?
Yes.
Well, glad to know you're anxious. You know, Beatrice Fairfax and I have had many a good laugh from your letters.
Come on, Basil. He'll never help us. Let's see what's in this room over here.
Get your hands off of me, you dirty brat. Let me alone, I tell you. I'm going crazy. Why did you ever come into my life? Let me alone. All I want to do is die.
Oh, lady, is there anything we can do for you?
Yeah, get me one of those parts Betty Davis has been getting.
Say, Chief, what's the penalty in the state for resisting an officer?
The penalty? A year in jail.
See, honey, you wouldn't want to waste a year, would you?
Professor, never mind that girl. What about Yehudi?
Oh, he doesn't care for me. Well, don't worry, Chief. I'm turning Yehudi. He's walking across the ceiling, and I'm following him.
Kelowna, do you mean to tell me you're walking on the ceiling with your head hanging down?
Sure. Listen. Blood rushing to my head.
Kelowna, for your information, what you're doing is impossible. It's against the law of gravity for you to walk around the ceiling upside down.
You had to open your big mouth.
Come on, Bob. Let's look in this next room.
Oh, that woman. She's been feeding me ground glass. Ground glass. I've been eating all that ground glass. It's awful, and now I got the hiccups.
Oh, that's too bad. What have your hiccups got to do with it?
What have my hiccups got to do with it? See what I mean?
A very good idea, giving people ground glass. I'd like to give you some hope. What kind of glass do you like? Percolator grind, Silex grind, or French drip?
Basil, stop coming after me. You're not the mad doctor anymore. Help! I gotta get out of here. Kelowna!
You called, sire? What's wrong?
Basil is after me. Thinks he's the mad doctor again. Leave me out of here, quick.
All right, follow me through this secret panel.
Kelowna, there's no secret panel there.
I know, I just found out. I'm on the wrong page.
So you're trying to help him escape, eh? I've got my trusty shotgun, though. Put up your hands.
Professor, he's got a shotgun. Watch out. He's heading straight for you. He'll kill you.
Oh, no, he won't. I'll hypnotize him. I'll stare at him with both eyes. I'll stare at him with one eye.
You're next, Hope.
Oh, look, Basil, wake up. You're not the mad doctor. You're a guest on my program.
What do you think made me mad?
Again we go, and if you like the show, please dial Tuesday again. And though there's no admission to the show, a smile helps to get in. Thanks, Basil Rathbone, our guest, though we take a rest in Yehudi's quest. You were grand. Use Pepsodent, folks, 'cause next week, folks, we'll be back with the same gang and that grand little songstress, Judy Starr.
And, ladies and gentlemen, as a special added attraction, none other than Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night.
Oh,
thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night.
Oh,
thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night.
Oh,
thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night.
Oh.
We're glad we got you in, for now we can begin. Bob Hope brings you his laugh review, and smiles are here again.
Thank you so much, and welcome you all to our fun shop. While we manufacture the laughter, it's Pepsodent sales that we're after. To make your smile the more worthwhile. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope back again for the GOP. Good old Pepsodent. Tonight I'm just a lull between election returns. You know, there's been so many campaign speeches on the air lately. I turned on my radio last night and it handed me a cigar. And what those politicians say about each other, it sounded like they were doing their Christmas wrapping early. Well, election day is almost over and I'm pretty tired. My uncle ran for office in Eagle Knot, California, and I've been voting all day. But it doesn't pay to be honest. I voted 12 times a day and I only got paid for 10. When my uncle got through voting, the ballot box was so stuffed it had to take 6 bicarbonates of soda. My uncle isn't exactly crooked, I'd say he was sort of a pretzel with skin. When he was running for office last year, he said he'd do the public good, and when he was elected, he kept his word. He did them good. Oh, but you'd like him. He's a great man. He came up from the gutter, and boy, is he homesick. He's a very thorough politician. 2 hours before the polls opened, he put in his application for a recount of the recount. He had so many cigars in his pocket, he looked like a pipe organ. But I want to take this opportunity to thank the 26 intelligent, honest, right-thinking voters of Eagle Knob who voted for my uncle. The other 2,000 know what they can do. But the people are really slow in Eagle Knob. I entered the polling booth there, pulled back the curtain on the voting machine, and what do you think I found? A guy still voting for Hoover. Oh, but that's enough of that. Phil, tell the ladies and gentlemen who's elected to entertain the peps and the voters tonight.
Well, Bob, we have one of the famous Marx brothers, Chico Marx, and in our usual roundup, Skinny Ennis and his band, the mad Professor Jerry Colonna, through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, 6 hits and a miss, and Bob Hope.
Oh, that's Bill Goodman, ladies and gentlemen, the big outdoor man. We went up to his cabin in the woods over the weekend to do a little deer hunting. I came back without a buck. Reminds me of Santa Anita. But, boy, I said there's nothing like getting out in the open. I love to go hunting in the woods. It fills me with something. Buckshot. But it's marvelous up there around Bill's cabin. The deers eat right out of your hand. Here in Hollywood, they eat right out of your pocketbook. Isn't that a slick line? Oh, but I'd tell you, the first day Goodwin shot at a moose, he came so close, he shot the milk pail right out from under it. The second day out, I came face to face with a bear. It was pretty horrible for both of us. It was a very old bear. It didn't have a tooth in its mouth. They were all in my arm. Bill shot at the bear 15 times without hitting it. Suddenly, the bear ran in the woods and came out a second later with a large red bullseye over its heart. A large red bullseye over its heart. Hey, we went a little deeper into the woods and ran across an elephant. The elephant came up to me and said, I've been hiding in here all day. How did we make out in today's election? I told him, and he went deeper into the woods. You know, as Skinny Ennis and his band were up there hunting, Skinny's a great hunter, he fired one shot and ran up to Goodwin and said, is the guitar player out of the woods? Goodwin said, yes. Then Skinny said, really? Then I shot a bear. Bill, that's a nice cabin you have up there.
But did you really like it, Bob?
Yes, Bill, except the bed you gave me.
Well, when I made it up, I asked you if you wanted one lump or two.
Bill, that bed was so uncomfortable, even the beaver got out.
Well, anyway, the trip was a success. All except the last day. I fell on a porcupine.
Really? Did you get the needles?
Well, Bob, I have so many needles in me, every time I eat spaghetti, my stomach knits a sweater.
Hiya, fellas. Hiya, Skinny. Say, Skinny, did you ever hunt bear?
Yeah, but I don't like it. It's the leaf pickle.
Pickle.
Yeah, but I'm disappointed in you, Bob.
Why, what about Skinny?
Well, you know that bird dog you sold me?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't sing a note.
What a hunter, Skinny. You couldn't bring down a duck off a meat hook.
Well, everybody liked you up there, Bob.
Really, Bill?
Uh-huh. Even the parrot in my cabin.
The parrot?
Yeah, he woke me up in the middle of the night and said, is that Bob Hope, the comedian? Mm-hmm. And I said, yes.
Yeah.
So the parrot laid an egg as big as an ostrich and said, let me see him top that.
Thank you, Bill. And now our 6 hits and a miss are going to sing out Johnny Mercer's version of the musical football player Jamboree Jones. Take it, talent.
I begin a story out in West Virginia in a little college. All the student body only cares for football, never mind the knowledge. Never mind the sheepskin, they prefer the pigskin, seem to have it in their bones. They know all about it, couldn't live without it, all except a certain Mr. Jamboree Jones. He played the clarinet with all his might. He studied night and day, he practiced day and night. up the field for Mr. Jones. He'd rather run up the scale and down the scale. What comes meanwhile, the team marched on to greater fame, till they were asked to play the famous Rose Bowl game. Oh, Roses, and on that day of days, the students beamed. What did they do when the team marched on the field? I want to tell you, ladies and you gentlemen, they screamed. Rock, 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 zip, boom, ba, 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 the Allah, yay, bro, watch them go. Boom. Starting from the kickoff base, for every kickoff they could win it. Instead of going forward, they were going backward 5 miles a minute. Seeing their position, they called intermission. They heard the referee say, 17-0, ain't exactly nothing. You got 5 minutes to play. Then from the stand there came a distant wail, and it was Jamboree. I'm swinging, hold 'em, Yale. Oh, we like. And then the students, they began to yell. The players marched up the field and down the field. Pell-mell, and today the Hall of Fame still proclaims the hero's name. Jamboree Day can't forget. Won a football game with a clarinet.
In 1754, a certain young Englishman received a letter from his father which read, I hope you take great care of your teeth, and that you clean them well every morning and after every meal. But I do insist that you never use any of those sticks or hard substances which always rub away the gums and destroy the varnish of the teeth. And who do you think wrote this letter in 1754? It was none other than the famous Lord Chesterfield. Now, fortunately, the sticks and hard cleaning substance he speaks of have completely disappeared from modern American life. But the rest of Lord Chesterfield's advice is as important today as it was nearly 200 years ago. Think how he would have greeted Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium. Irium is the cleansing agent found only in Pepsodent of all toothpaste. Gently, quickly, effectively, it helps Pepsodent toothpaste brush away stubborn surface stains, leaving your teeth gleaming with natural brilliance. And always remember, Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium is safe in its action on teeth. Safe for children, safe for adults, because it contains no grit, no drugs, no bleach. Try Pepsodent today and see how effectively it reveals the true beauty of your teeth.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take great pleasure in presenting one of the foremost comedians of Hollywood, one of the famous Marx brothers whom you saw recently in the great RKO Picture Room service. Here he is, Chico Marx.
Thank you very much. Well, so long, Bob.
Wait a minute, Chico, what are you leaving for?
When the people applaud, that's enough for me.
Wait a minute, we got to do a show.
I know, but I got to go home and learn how to play the piano.
Well, can't you learn how to play next week?
No, next week I'm giving a concert.
Yeah, well, what about our audience? You've got to do something for them.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Chico, this is no place to sell ice cream.
Why not? We need some good humor around here. Besides, Bob, I got to make us some money.
But, Chico, you're getting a check for this program.
Whose check?
My check. Look, Chico, what are you going to do tonight?
Well, I think I just stand in the back and hit.
Well, you'll have plenty of company.
Well, goodbye, Bob. I must go home now.
Say, Chico, you like that house of yours, don't you? How many bedrooms have you got?
Bedrooms? Let me see. We got no bedrooms.
No bedrooms? What do you sleep in at night?
In my night shirt.
Some joke, eh, boys? Yeah, I think it's my turn to stand back here and hiss. Say, have you got any bathtubs in the house?
Well, I tell you, we got a new plan. We got a shower right over the bed.
Shower right over the bed?
Mm-hmm. All we got to do in the morning is to turn the water on, and then we don't get wet.
Well, why don't you get wet?
We don't sleep in the bed.
Look, Chico, if you don't sleep in the bed, where do you sleep?
In the park.
Yeah, but if you sleep in the park, what do you need the house for?
Well, we got to have some place to keep the beds. I don't know, but that sounds kind of stupid.
Yeah, I got that from my uncle. He was a kind of stupid, too. Way over like this.
I get it, Chico.
Well, so long, Bob. I gotta go now. I'm just itching to go home.
Now, wait a minute, Chico. You got to play the piano.
All right, so where was I?
You were just itching.
Okay, we start from scratch. Wait, they're taking my coat off.
All right, say, that's a nice coat, but why do you wear it inside out like it?
The other side belongs to Groucho. He's wearing it.
I wish I was with him. Ladies and gentlemen, Chico Marx will now play his own arrangement of an original composition based on the Second Hungarian Rhapsody by Franz Liszt. Yeah, what's that?
You want to buy a ticket for the Rose Bowl football game?
For the Rose Bowl, I'll say. How much?
Well, for you, $5.
$5? $5?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Mm-hmm. Okay, here's your $5.
Okay, here's your piece.
Yeah. A piece? Wait a minute. How about the rest of the ticket?
Oh, that's no good. I can't make much profit selling a whole ticket.
Well, you only gave me the top part of the ticket.
That's all right. You only sit on the top part of the seat. Hey, Bob, I forgot to tell you. You know you got a good seat for that football game, right in the middle.
In the middle?
Uh-huh. Yeah, right behind the middle of the scoreboard.
Behind the scoreboard, but how do I see the game from there?
Well, I tell you. I sell you a nice brace and a bit. Then you make a nicer hole for yourself.
I'm in the hole now. How much does that cost?
$4.25.
$4.25 for a brace and bit?
Yeah, $4 for the brace and 2 bits for the bit.
I wish Groucho was here to give me an answer for that one.
I miss him more than you do. Hey, Bob.
Sounds like Harpo. It's all right, Chico. Anybody can drop a script. Go ahead. It's all right.
I know, but I saw those jokes before.
You'll see him again, too.
Hey, Bob.
What's that?
I'm going to do you a real big favor.
Oh, don't go home so early, Chico.
No, I'm going to let you have a pair of field glasses for the game.
Well, Chico, I'm not so sure I can afford it. How much are you going to let me have them for?
Very cheap, only 25 cents.
Well, that's reasonable enough.
Now, how about some lenses for the glasses? $50.
But, Chico, how much would you charge me if I don't go to the game?
Well, what seat are you not going to sit in?
How about not sitting on the 50-yard line?
That's no good. There are too many people not sitting there now. You'd be in the way. Hey, Bob, we got some more jokes.
Well, here we go again. What is it now, Chico?
I got something else you need very badly at the game.
What is it, a radio?
No, it's a map. Shows you how to get to go out to the game.
That's a good idea, Chico. Oh, I think it's a little late to put on your glasses. Look. Chico, it's pretty crowded on New Year's Day. Let's take a look at that map.
Here you are. Now, look. You take a number 66 and you go out about a 4 mile.
Uh-huh.
That brings you to 33.
Yeah.
Now you go out of 33 about 2 miles. Now 66 and a 33, that makes a 99. Now you're on the right road. Now you take a 99 for 280 miles, and that brings you to the Grand Canyon. Oh, boy, that's a beauty.
Say, that gives me an idea, Chico. I've never been there, and I'll need a vacation about New Year's. Is there any fishing?
Sure, fishing and hunting. You want to buy a license?
I was afraid of that. Wait till I go home and sell my annuity. Say, maybe you'd like to buy these football tickets back.
No, thanks.
I'll let you have them for $3 apiece.
No, thank you.
Oh, all right. You can have them for nothing. I won't need them now.
No, I don't want them.
What's the matter? Don't you want to see the game?
I saw the game. California won 13-0.
Wait a minute. That's the score of last year's game.
That's all right. You got a last year's ticket.
Yeah. Skinny Ennis sings that beautiful number by Larry Clinton, My Reverie, based on a theme by Claude Debussy. Okay, Skinny, take it.
How long is a dream in my reverie? I can see that it's love was meant for me. Only a fool never stood in a world of romance to be so cruel as you are to me. I do, or is restless as sin to me. Without you, life will never begin to be. So, love me as I love you in my reverie. Make my dream a reality. Let's dispense with formality. Come to me in my reverie. As I love you in my reverie, make my dream reality. Let's dispense with formality. Come to me in my reverie. In my reverie.
The sunshine of your smile tonight. A little clouded over, maybe looking just a little sad? Well, then why not decide to swing over to Pepsodent tooth powder containing Irium? Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent of all tooth powders, contains Irium, the new cleansing agent. And Irium is the remarkable discovery that helps Pepsodent remove stubborn surface stains from your teeth. At least twice a day, night and morning, every day of your life, use Pepsodent tooth powder and you'll be rewarded. It won't be long before you'll say you never dreamed your teeth could sparkle so, and you never knew your mouth could feel so fresh, so clean as it does when Pepsodent tooth powder containing Irium is always on the job. Best of all, Pepsodent powder containing Irium is safe in its action on teeth because it contains no grit, no drugs, no bleach. So if you want these effective cleansing results, try Pepsodent tooth powder with Irium.
Stop beating round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, mulberry bush. Stop beating round the mulberry bush.
Although though it's made him dizzy, that old bush leaguer Bob Hope is going around in circles to give you his version of Stop Beating Round the Mulberry Bush. All right, circulate, Bob.
Mulberry bush when there's a moon.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, Bob.
I'm in trouble. I got a summons for $50,000.
You did? What's the matter?
Well, look, last week
Yeah?
I called up my girl and I told her to stop beating around the mulberry bush and to come right out and tell me she loves me.
Yeah?
I asked her to marry me and she accepted.
Well, I don't see any breach of promise there.
Yeah, but I had the wrong number.
But boy, this is serious, Bob. What you need is a good lawyer.
What I need is $50,000.
Listen, I know just the man for you.
For one thing, is he good?
Is he good? Why, he got my sentence cut down from 90 to 60 days.
Really?
Gee, for having one headlight out, too.
Oh, that's wonderful. If you ever go through a red light, let me know and I'll give you a farewell party.
Come on, Bob, let's go. Well, here it is, Bob. Law offices of Cohen, Goldfarb, Cohen, and O'Cavity.
How did old Cavity get in there?
He put up the money. Let's go in.
Hey, gosh, it's dark in here. Oh, pardon me.
That's all right. I'm only the desk.
I wish they'd turn the lights on.
We never do that during lunch hour.
Why not?
The bosses get jealous when they see me eat. Hello, law offices of CGC and OK. A divorce? What kind would you like, Reno, Mexico, or radio? What's a radio divorce? When you get married again, we guarantee you a spot on the Eddie Cantor program. Goodbye.
Say, look, miss, my friend Bob Hope wants to hire a good lawyer.
Well, you better try someone else. The last case he defended was Paul Revere for parking his plug in front of a plug.
A case. Come right in. Have a seat. Have a cigar. Have an accident?
Are you Attorney O'Cavity?
Yes, and you can't lose. It's an open and shut case. You were home alone that night reading a book.
Uh-huh.
Now I'll call Central Casting and get 2 witnesses who were with you.
Very nice, but I have a breach of promise suit on my hands.
Breach of promise? She can't do that to you. Promising to marry you? Breaking your heart? Leaving you crushed and broken like a second-hand Dixie cup? We'll sue for $20,000.
That's well, but there's just one catch.
What's that?
She's suing me for $50,000.
Oh, lucky me. We'll make a settlement. Let's say $25,000 for her and $25,000 for me.
Wait a minute. Where'll I get the money?
Haven't you entered the movie quiz?
Say, what a lawyer. He probably went through law school on a student tour.
Oh, pardon me. There goes another ambulance. This trial. Hold on to the customer while I do a little road work.
Hey, don't tell me Attorney O'Cavity's an ambulance chaser.
Mister, he's been chasing ambulances so long, he has roller skates on his briefcase.
Oh, darn those ambulance drivers. Put grease on the running board again. Say, what were you saying before they rang for me?
I said I was being sued.
Oh, that's nothing. So Sally ran.
Yeah, but she'll probably wiggle out of it.
Say, how about making out your will? Only $25 extra. Oh, there it goes again.
Wait a minute. I'm going with you this time.
Okay, hang on. We'll drop off the courthouse.
Hey, boy, this is a busy court. Listen to the hustle and bustle.
Hello, Hustle.
Hello, bustle.
The sixth session of the Court of Sessions is in session, and I do mean session. Yeah, man.
There's the girl right over there, Susie Subpoena. We all call her Sweet Sue. Hello, Sue.
Hello, Cavity. Well, here we are again.
Here you are. Get your cracker jack, popcorn, alibi, bail bonds, and a Tootsie Footsie ice cream. Who's that?
That's the girl's lawyer, Ravelli.
Hey, boss, do you call me? Yeah, I want to make a deal with you. That's fine. How about draw poker? Here's your card. My card? I got a 5 aces. I think I'll open. What do you got? I got a headache. Ravelli, if you were my lawyer, I'd say you were crazy. As a matter of fact, if you were my lawyer, I'd say I was crazy. Sounds just like Groucho, no? No. Tell me, why is your client suing me for breach of promise? I'm running a special on the breach of promise this week. Next week, a habeas corpus with green flowers. With green flowers? Yeah, habeas Irish rose. Some joke, eh? No. I object. I read anybody's lines. What do thing I object.
What are you objecting for? The trial hasn't started.
Well, I'm just warming up.
Order in the court. Order. The judge is about to appear.
Greetings, Kate. Let's arbitrate. Hello, Sue. How are you?
Hello, Judge.
Well, where were you on the night of October 25th?
At home.
You should have been with us. What a brawl. Is the jury present?
Hello, Judge. Sue, you remember the boys?
Sure. How'd you, fellas?
Hello, Sue. What news?
I'll give 3-1 I lose this case.
That's no good. You can get 12-1 from the jury.
Judge Colonna, I think this
30 days.
But, Judge, that isn't 60 days. Wait a minute. You can't give me 60 days.
Ah, yes, knave. My time is your time. Bring the defendant and the plaintiff to the bar.
You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but... And see your dentist twice a year.
I do.
I do.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
I object. You're here to dispense justice.
Very well. Justice will be dispensed with. Continue with the case. It's your shot, Mr. Ravelli.
Okay, I take the witness. Hey, Hope, where were you on the night of February the 30th?
There wasn't any night of February the 30th.
Oh, so you stole that too, eh? I'm ashamed of you.
I'm not exactly proud of you either, Ravelli.
I object.
Objection overruled.
All right, I object again.
Objection overruled.
That's fine. Now I got a pair of overrules.
Judge, I'm getting sick and tired of this case.
Yeah, come on, Judge. Stop beating around the mulberry bush and settle this case once and for me.
Silence. I have reached a decision.
Oh, please.
I'm afraid to listen. What kind of a trial is this, anyway? Am I going to get justice?
Ah, justice. Just as a famous justice once said. Quote. Quote. Humphrey.
Oh, there she goes again. Quick, where's my waistcoat?
Hey, that's for my case.
Just a minute, Shyster. What about my case?
And what about my case?
I object.
You can't object. You're the judge.
Objection overruled. I'm throwing this case right out of court.
What happened, Judge?
I forgot to let go of the case.
Mulberry bush, stop beating around the mulberry bush. Come out and say you love me.
Say, excuse me, Bob. Oh, Bob, what have we for next week?
Oh, well, next week we're really going to town, Bill. We have that man with us.
Yeah, that man?
That man, Groucho Marx. He's coming over and explain the whole thing. Then we'll have our regular cast, Skinny Ennis and his band, 6 hits and a miss, Jerry Colonna, Bill Goodwin.
And Bob Hope.
Thank you. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Until next Tuesday night at the same time, the Pepsi and Company bids you good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The time is here, and Santa Claus is near. Hang up your ear, Bob Hope is here to fill it full of cheer.
Ah, thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope, and to assure you of having a white Christmas, tonight we're only going to lay the whites of the eggs. Ah, it's nice Christmas weather we're having here. It's been raining so hard here this past week, I hear Santa Claus is trading his reindeer and sleigh in for 3 seals and a surfboard. I drove my car downtown today to do my Christmas slopping, and a cop gave me a ticket for crossing the street against the tide. Instead of a Christmas tree, we're going to put a lighthouse in our living room this year. Boy, and it was really wet today. I went into a bakery to buy a 2-pound chocolate cake, and when I got home, I had 3 gallons of cocoa. Yes, I did some more Christmas shopping today. I want to send my uncle something he'll like. How do you wrap up a saloon? On Christmas Day, my uncle's going to be Santa Claus in a nudist colony. They sent him his costume today, a long white beard and a bottle of Mercurochrome. If it's a cold day, he won't need the Mercurochrome. Shirley Temple was in the store today. She asked Santa Claus for a doll. Then Santa Claus asked her if she could get him the right answers to the movie quiz. I bought a present for my little niece, Bessie, a doll that will hit back. It's a mama doll. It's a mama doll. On the way out of the store, a guy bumped into me, and the doll said, Mom, and the guy looked at me and said, Pardon me, madam. I wanted to buy a tie and told the clerk I wanted to see something in stripes, so he brought out my brother from Alcatraz. The warden up there told the boys it would be nice if they could get a tree for Christmas, so 10 of the prisoners went to Yellowstone Park to get one. That was 6 years ago, and they haven't found the tree yet. My brother always tries to come home for the Christmas holidays. Last year he built a boat, and all the other prisoners laughed at him. He couldn't get it out of his cell. The warden hung a sign on my brother's cell, due to open till Christmas, 1945. Say, Bill, tell our listeners who we have hanging on the tree waiting to entertain tonight.
All right, Bob. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we bring you the favorites of millions of readers of the cartoon strip Blondie. Blondie and Dagwood Bumstead, as portrayed by Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake. Then we have Skinny Ennis and his band, 6 hits and a miss, Gary Colonna through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, and Bob Hope through the courtesy of the old man with the whiskers.
Santa Claus?
No, Joe Miller.
Girls and boys, he's loaded with toys. Santa's on his way. Hear the sleigh bells ring. Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Better watch out, better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town in a couple of days. Making a list, checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming back to town. He sees you when you're sleeping, knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Better watch out, better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus, he's coming back to town. Jingle bells, just jingle all the way. Oh, what fun the kids will have, waiting for Santa Claus. Come on, Dancer, Prancer, and Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donder, and Blitzen. Santa Claus is on his way, trucking on down in a fancy sleigh.
He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows that if you eat too much,
you'll have a tummy ache.
You'd better watch out, children.
Don't you cry, don't you dare to tell a lie. Santa Claus is coming, he's coming back to town.
Yes, sir, that was our 6 hits and a miss, singing Santa Claus is coming back to town, and here's Bill Goodwin with a word from the man with the money.
Thanks, Bob. Well, here it is practically almost the night before Christmas. So how about writing Santa a letter and saying, Dear Santa, I'd like some nice gleaming pearls for Christmas. Not the kind you wear around your neck, but the kind you smile with. I want better-looking, cleaner-looking teeth. What can you do for me? Signed, Lonesome. Well, that's easy, Lonesome. If you want better-looking teeth, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium will help you. Irium is the lively ingredient that gives extra cleanability to Pepsodent. It helps Pepsodent quickly remove unsightly surface stains from teeth. There never was a toothpaste like Pepsodent because no other toothpaste contains Irium. If you want to polish your teeth to full brightness, if you want to see them glisten with natural brilliance, if you want them to feel pearly smooth, then treat them to a twice-a-day brushing with Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium. Your teeth will soon flash their appreciation.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've all seen those well-known chick young comic strip characters, Blondie and Dagwood, in your daily newspapers. In most of your theaters this week, you'll be seeing them in the new Columbia picture, Blondie. Tonight, we bring you for the first time on the air, Blondie and Dagwood Bumstead. America's typical married couple is played by Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. America.
Hello, Walter.
Hey, I'll bet it was a real treat for you two to play that young couple, Blondie and Dagwood.
It certainly was, Bob. We've seen them in the comic strip so often, we felt they were old friends of ours.
Did you enjoy being married to Penny in the picture, Arthur?
Yes, sir, I married an angel.
You married an angel?
Yeah, Penny's from heaven. Tell me, how did they happen to cast you two for the roles of Blondie and Dagwood?
Well, the director thought we sort of looked like them.
Yeah, but I thought Dagwood was supposed to be a dopey-looking guy.
Yeah, that's right. The casting director took one look at me and said, if he's alive, he's it.
I know those pages flutter, Arthur, but look. That's marvelous. I wish I could get a crack at one of those comic strip characters.
Well, maybe you'll get a chance, Bob. I understand they're going to make Joe Palooka.
Oh. Don't mind Arthur, Bob. He's an awful tease.
Yeah, sort of a comic strip tease. But I'll bet you two had a lot of fun making the picture.
Yeah, we always get along swell, don't we, Penny?
Sure. The only thing we don't agree on is politics.
I see. You're both Democrats. Tell me, why didn't you bring Baby Dumpling along with you tonight?
He had to stay home. He's filing his income tax.
Oh, he's a Republican. Well, you know, I've always wondered how a couple like Blondie and Dagwood would spend Christmas Eve.
Well, Bob, why don't we just drop in on them and find out?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take you to the home of Dagwood and Blondie Bumstead. It's Christmas Eve. Dagwood is in the kitchen doing the dishes, and Blondie is atop a ladder trimming the tree. Music, Skinny.
Dagwood, go to the door.
I can't. I still got 2 more dishes to do. Okay, Blondie, I'm finished.
Dagwood, if you break any more dishes, we'll have to start going to the movies again. Dagwood, will you please go to the door?
All right. Gee, I sure hope it isn't company. I'm dead tired.
Hello, Dag.
Well, Bob Hope, come on in, Bob. Blondie, look who's here.
Well, Bob, this is a surprise. If I'd known you were coming, I'd have trimmed the tree with Pepsodent.
Yeah, well, if I'd known you were going to do that, I'd have brought all my teeth. That's just a joke, you know. I'm not...
Hey, Bob, you're just in time to help us trim the tree.
Okay, wait till I hang up my coat.
Wait a minute, Bob. That's a Christmas tree. The hall tree's out there.
Oh, well, maybe it would be better if you trimmed the hall tree instead.
Oh, no. That was our Christmas tree last year.
Yeah. Look, that's how we got a whole tree this year. That was Dagwood's idea. I guess there must be some truth in that saying, clever men make good husbands.
Don't be silly. Clever men don't become husbands.
How long have you been married, Bob?
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Well, anyway, I'm glad I came over to spend a nice, quiet Christmas Eve with you. Say, that reminds me, how come Baby Dumpling is so quiet tonight?
Oh, we have a new system. When he's good, we let him listen to the Lone Ranger.
I suppose when he's bad, you make him listen to Bob Hope.
Oh, no, he's never that bad.
Dag. Take that dag out of my bag.
You shouldn't insult our guest. Why don't you use your head for a change?
Sounds like you'll have to use more than that for a change. Well, it's a wet Christmas anyway.
Here, be quiet, Daisy.
Oh, so that's Daisy. Does he bark very much?
Only until 10 o'clock. Then he goes to sleep.
Yeah, well, what happens if a burglar comes at midnight?
Oh, we don't like to disturb Daisy, so I just kick Dagwood.
You kick Dagwood?
Yeah, and he sits up and barks.
Yeah, just like this. Pretty clever, huh?
Yeah. If you could jump through a hoop, I could get you 6 weeks at the Orpheum.
Come in.
Oh, Merry Christmas. I'm here to tune the piano.
Oh, but we haven't got a piano.
That's all right. We brought one along. Wheel her in, boys!
That's smart. Do you mind if music and everything? Do you mind if I help trim the tree?
All right, but be careful going up the ladder. It's a little flimsy.
Flimsy. This is the first time I ever tried to climb a Venetian blind.
Come in.
Merry Christmas. We're from the If You Got 'Em, We'll Get 'Em termite exterminator.
Yeah, but mister, we haven't got any termites.
That's what you think. Come on, boys.
Hey, what's the big idea of tearing down our wall?
Listen, buddy, you can't be subtle with termites.
Come in.
Homestead, I've come for the rent.
Oh, the rent. Look, Mr. Scrooge, it's Christmas Eve.
Well, Merry Christmas, and I still want my rent.
Look, mister, give these people a little time, and I'll let you have 2 tickets for the Pepsodent show.
I'm looking for money, not sleep.
Say, what's that?
Oh, that's just Baby Dumpling. He loves to celebrate the 4th of July.
4th of July, but it's Christmas now.
Yeah, but how long will it last?
And besides, are you going to let a little thing like the calendar interfere with Baby Dumpling's happiness?
Now, wait till the 4th of July. I'll think of an answer for that.
There he goes again. Isn't he cute?
Yeah. Any minute now, I expect to see Edward G. Robinson shooting back.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't try to light them all at once.
Oh, no, he wouldn't do anything as foolish as that. He takes after his father. Blondie, are you all right?
Yes, but what happened to Bob? Oh, Bob!
Here I am, Blondie.
Where?
You see that old stocking hanging in front of the fireplace?
Yes?
That's me. Thank you, Penny and Arthur. And now Skinny Ennis interferes with the silence of the night and gives you his version of Night and Day. You're on, Skinny.
Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. I think of you. Night and day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic stream, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you. Night and day and night, under this heart of me, there's no such a hungry yearning burning inside of me, and this torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you day and night and day. Won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you day and night and day. Night and day.
As the professor says, bees don't buzz around paper flowers. And the professor's right. Flowers without perfume don't attract honeybees. And teeth without luster rate 0 in any circle. But just because you brush your teeth and get no shine is no saying they won't shine. Maybe a swing to a new kind of dentifrice will turn the trick for you. One good thing about Pepsodent tooth powder with Irium is that you can actually see and feel the difference in your teeth in no time at all. It's simply amazing the way Pepsodent tooth powder with Irium reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. What's more, a 2-a-day brushing with Pepsodent tooth powder containing Irium will keep your teeth at high shining luster.
I believe, oh man, I believe, oh man, to believe, oh man, that old man was dead.
And now Bob Hope brings you his interpretation of that song favorite, Old Man Mose. The scene, a lonely country road.
Hey, Goodwin, I don't like to complain, but it was a silly idea to wrap our lunch in a road map. I have a TL for you. I think we're lost.
Now listen, Bob, we are not lost. I've been following Route 88 on the map for the last half hour.
Just as I thought. That isn't Route 88. That's a piece of spaghetti. Well, what if we are lost? This is wonderful, riding along in the great outdoors. I feel like a king. I just abdicated. You know, I knew I should never have gotten into this Camp Carefree on wheels.
Listen, you didn't call it that when you sold it to me.
Well, things could be worse. At least here we are in the bright California sunshine. Here we are in the bright California sunshine.
Bob, don't look now, but the sunshine is leaking through the roof.
Gee, Bill, it's pouring cats and dogs.
Bob, I think we're stuck in the mud.
Yeah, step out and take a look, Bill. You're wearing high-button shoes.
Hey, we're in luck. Here comes somebody down the road. Maybe he can tell us where we can get shelter.
I'll talk to him. Hello, young fella.
Hello.
Well, Glucose Fripp, what are you doing around here?
I'm a traveling salesman, and I'm doing pretty well. I sell all day and I sell all night. Boy, do I sell.
Well, what are you selling, Glukie?
Oh, I'm selling stuff.
Yeah, what kind of stuff?
Oh, just stuff.
Yeah, but what kind of stuff are you selling today?
Mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes? Who buys mosquitoes?
Nobody.
Then why do you sell them?
Because there ain't no competition.
But you can't make any money.
I know it. Last week I didn't even make $5, which is pretty good even for me not to make.
If you're real careful, you'll just about not be able to make a living.
That's the way I figure. Besides, it takes my mind off my worries.
What have you got to worry about?
Oh, all kinds of stuff.
So we're back to that again. Look, Lukey, we want shelter. Don't you want to get dry?
Nope.
Why not?
I'm dopey.
You're dopey. Well, I'm Snow White.
Gee, you sure are pretty.
Look, never mind the flattery. Are there any houses around here?
Yep.
Can you show us where?
Yep. But it won't.
Why not?
I'm no stool pigeon.
Bob, never mind. There's a house right over there.
Yeah, but it's haunted.
Hey, gone. I like him better that way.
Yeah. Come on, Bob. That's the house right over there.
This is a pleasant little place, Goodwin. It looks like Tobacco Road with a hangover.
Don't be frightened, Bob. Ring the bell.
All right. Number 6 in the hit parade.
Oh, gosh, Bob. Look at that face staring through the window.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Bill, but I think Death just took another holiday. Oh, hello, lady.
Sorry, we don't want any more bodies.
But look, lady, we're just whacked. We're not dead.
What do you bet?
Well, who are you?
During the night, I'm the housekeeper here.
Yeah, well, what do you do during the day?
I model shrouds.
Well, can you take care of us for the night?
We'll take care of you all right. Just follow me.
Bob, look at all those white hammocks over there in the corner.
Hammocks, those are cobwebs. Brace up, Bill. What are we, mice or men?
Well, I don't know about you, Bob, but I could certainly go for a nice piece of cheese right now.
Are you the Bob Hope of the radio?
Why, yes. How did you know?
I know everybody who haunts houses.
Nice, cheery place. This is going to be as gay as a weekend at the morgue.
Oh, just listen to that laugh.
Yeah, I wish you were coming from the audience.
Say, miss, are there really ghosts in here?
Ghosts? That's not the laundry you see up there.
Up where? Oh, Bill!
Bill isn't here.
Well, who are you?
Just a ghost.
A ghost. But I don't see you. Where's your white sheet?
I'm a nudist.
Say, Bill, where are you?
Here, Bob, are you all right?
Yeah, but these ceilings are awfully low.
Well, they'll be okay after your hair lays down.
Say, miss, do a lot of people stop off here?
Oh, yes. Marie Antoinette came here one night, and we just talked our heads off.
Oh, well, that's fine. What's the matter?
I'm getting a message from the spirit world.
What do they say?
They'll give you Duke in 7 points.
I'll take it.
Attention all ghosts. Attention all ghosts. Better put on your rubber sheets. It's raining.
Bob, look at that ghost over there. He's jumping up and down. What's that? He's jumping up and down. He's probably got ants in his sheets.
Bob Hope?
Yes?
I think I'll come over there and tear you to pieces and then jump on you and just stamp on your nose.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a monster.
Wait a minute, a monster?
Oh, yes, didn't you know the devil is a sissy?
Frankenstein is going to finishing school. Come in.
Do you have ghosts here?
Yes, we have.
Well, if my father comes in, hang on to him, will you? I've been looking for him for 300 years.
Who are you?
Hamlet.
Say, what goes on around here? What's the matter, hatchet face?
The phantom is coming. Listen.
Greetings, Gate. Let's evaporate. Say, Bill, I can see right through him.
Ah, yes, Gate. The ghost is clear.
Are you really a ghost, an honest-to-goodness specter?
Yes, knave, and you didn't expect to inspect the spectre, did you, Inspector?
I can understand why you didn't live long.
Mine was a short life, but a merry one. At an early age, I moved to a metropolis, and life began. Ah, metropolitan life. Can I interest you in some life insurance?
Look, are you the only ghost in your family?
Ah, no. My sister was a skeleton in the closet.
Sort of a chambermaid to Moz.
Yes, indeed. My entire family was very interested in spiritualism. In fact, as my father was very fond of spirits once said, quote, unquote.
Say, ghost, would you mind telling me how you haunt a house?
It's very simple. First, you hide in the closet. Then you put your hand out slowly, like this, and grab a throat. Then you squeeze tighter and tighter. Help! I'm choking myself to death!
Can I help you, Master?
Who are you?
I'm the former Miss Fitch, the Wichita witch.
Ah, yes, you have a twin sister. I can never tell which witch is which.
Well, I've got loads of money. I'm the rich witch.
That sounds to me like a switch, witch.
And this sounds to me like something I'm sorry I started. Say, I'm getting out of here.
Not so fast, Gate. The clock strikes 12. As it strikes, you shall all disappear one by one.
Bob, can he do that, Doug? Of course not, Bill.
I'll start on that facsimile of a man over there.
Who, me?
Yes, that pair of teeth surrounded by commercials. Mumbo jumbo, disappear.
So long, Goodwin.
It's a chilling experience, I tell you. Eerie, isn't it? Eerie! Eerie! Help! I'm in Pennsylvania! And now the former Miss Fitch disappears. Farewell, my bewitching beauty.
So long, Fitch!
So long, Fitchy.
And now for you.
Hey, wait a minute, Phantom. You can't make me disappear.
Why not?
You realize that if I disappear, America will be deprived of the Pepsodent show?
Ah, yes. You're welcome, America.
Kick the bucket. I found out. Mouse kicked the bucket. I found out. Mouse kicked the bucket. Old man Moses dead.
thanks for the memory. And as we bid adieu, the sponsor, cast, and crew, and I all join in wishing best of Christmas time to you. And thank you so much. Thanks for the memory of Singleton and Lake. Your Dagwood Blondie team was just as grand to work with as to see upon the screen. And thank you so much. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Until next Tuesday night at the same time, the Pepsi Company bids you good night. Bill Goodwin speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The smile of Pepsi make right for merriment. We'll shine tonight with brighter light. Here's hope that sunny gent.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Pepsi Kid, Bob Hope. Still eating 3 meals a day with your teeth. I'm a little tired tonight. I just got back from the Santa Anita handicap. I would have been here sooner, but I stopped to have my barrel pressed. Santa Anita, that's the outdoor version of You Can't Take It With You. But really, it's beautiful out there, folks. The grass on the infield is gorgeous. After the 4th race, I had some of it for lunch. And they've enlarged Santa Anita this year, and I want to tell you, the whole place is run just like a machine, a vacuum cleaner. I've never seen so many people in one place. The crowds were so heavy, the pickpockets had to put on extra help. In fact, they were so busy they wouldn't pick the pocket of a tweed suit. The fuzz slowed them up too much. One pickpocket lifted my wallet and the list of the horses I was going to bet on. He took one look at the list, handed me back my wallet, and gave me an extra $1 for car fare. And you should have seen the automobiles out there. I've never seen so many cars. It looked like the backyard of the finance company. I hear Morgenthau wants to trade his job for the parking concession. I came late and had to park at the end of the parking lot. In fact, when I got out of my car, I found out I had paid $0.25 to park in my own driveway. They say it's hard to get back to town in traffic, but I fooled them. I left before the first race. I wish I had. Skinny gave me a tip on the handicap. He said the horse can't lose. The jockey's been eating garlic, and the horse will win trying to get away. First time I ever saw a jockey ride a horse backwards. I said, what's the idea of riding a horse backwards? He said, I have to. It makes the horse nervous to have anyone look over his shoulder. Nice horse. Every once in a while, he'd look around to see if his plow was on straight. He was so far behind, his tail showed in the photo finish. Really, the jockey pulled him up so much, it's the first time I ever saw a horse finish with a bit under his tail. I should have known better when I saw the jockey carrying an overnight bag. And now, Bill Goodwin.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest is that grand little star from MGM, Miss Judy Garland.
And now, Skinny Ennis, our 6 hits of the Miss Swing Out with Could Be. Take it, talent.
Here comes Skinny. Could be he'll sing us a song.
Could be that yellow moon. It's just a big balloon. And not that yellow moon above. Could be that angel face is something out of space, and not that angel face I love. Could be this heart of mine is just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be I'm in love, could be.
Could be the yellow moon is just a big balloon that shines above. shine so brightly. Could be a baby face, there's something out of space. It ain't the kind of face I love, oh no. Could be this heart of mine is just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be that I'm in love, it could be. Could be this dream I see, but if you're asking me, really, truly, I'm blowing my top. Could be I'm in love, could be.
Say, Bob, you know, you really looked swell out there at the Santa Anita Derby last Saturday.
Bill, that's Derby. The English say Derby, and the Americans say Derby.
Yeah, and the losers say nuts. Say, Bob, I hear the owners of the horses out at Santa Anita sit in boxes that have their names on them.
That's right, Bill. There's the Whitney box, the Vanderbilt box, Bradley, Astor.
Yeah, well, what was the name of the box you were sitting in, Bob?
A Sunkist. Say, how did you like that suit I had on?
Suit? Where did you get that thing? It looked like it was cut down from a shroud.
Is that so? I'll have you know I was the best-dressed man at Santa Anita. I was a regular Beau Brummel.
Hello, Bo. What do you hear from the other bummels?
Patsy Kelly. Say, Patsy, I saw you out of Santa Anita Saturday.
Santa Anita? Slot machines with horses.
Why, Patsy, it's a privilege to go to a beautiful track like Santa Anita. Why, do you know what the name Santa Anita means?
Oh, yes, I know. It's Spanish for hello, sucker.
Say, weren't you out there with Skinny and his brother?
Yeah, the three of us hitchhiked out there.
Really? Didn't your thumbs get awfully tired?
Oh, no, we didn't have to use our thumbs. We just waved Skinny's brother.
Well, tell me, is his brother that thin?
Thin? Why, that guy has to wear snowshoes when he takes a bath so he won't slide down the drain.
Now, wait a minute, Patsy. Skinny's brother isn't that skinny.
Oh, no, listen. That guy is so thin, he just got himself a daytime job stuffing olives.
Stuffing olives?
Yeah, he crawls through the olives, dragging the pimento behind him.
Hi, everybody. Well, hiya, Skinny.
Well, if it isn't Tremble Tonsil.
Hello, Patsy.
Hello, Bated Breath. Say, why don't you inhale once and see how it feels to rough it?
Listen, see here, Kelly. You can't talk to me like that. Don't forget, I'm a man, incidentally.
Incidentally? You mean accidentally.
Listen, Kelly, before you say another word, just take a look at those bulging muscles.
Muscles? Where? I don't see any muscles.
Doggone it, I forgot to put them on tonight.
Say, Patsy, I heard that your family was out here for the big race.
Yeah, they just got here from back east.
Back east, huh? How are things in Pomona?
Yeah.
Say, I suppose they've been out to the studio to watch you make pictures.
Yeah, they came out on the set and watched me work on my last picture.
Say, I saw that picture, Patsy. Say, what were those swallows doing flying across the screen?
Those weren't swallows. My father was sitting on one side of the set and the cuspidor was on the other.
Say, well, what does your family think of our radio program?
Well, I'll give you an idea. I just got a letter from my uncle back in Brooklyn.
Really? What does he say?
Oh, here it is. Dear Patsy, the Pepsodent show is much improved. You're much better than you were. Skinny Ennis is much better, and Jerry Colonna is much improved.
Well, doesn't he say anything about me?
Oh, yes, here. P.S. Hope you are the same. So long.
Say, Bob.
Yeah, Bill?
How long was that big race last Saturday?
Well, it was 1.25 miles, Bill.
Well, just what does that mean, Bob?
Well, it means it was the horse's last mile and my last quarter.
Oh, well, now, don't be discouraged, Bob. You know our motto, never say die.
Never say die.
Yeah.
Opens at the Paramount Theater in New York tomorrow. Let me plug up.
Well, listen, if you ever get another quarter, I know lots of things to do with it.
What, for instance, Bill?
Well, for instance, Bob, for a quarter, you can get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. And that's the only toothpaste that contains irium. You know, irium is the lively agent that sparks up Pepsodent's cleansing power. Gently, safely, but ever so quickly, irium helps Pepsodent remove dingy surface stains from your teeth. Persuades your teeth to shine with natural brilliance. Brushing twice a day with Pepsodent Plus irium is like spring cleaning your mouth. It gives you cleaner, brighter, smoother teeth and keeps them at high shining luster. The surefire recipe for $1 million smile is dazzling teeth. So why not invest $25 now for a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium?
And now may I present one of the most charming and talented members of Hollywood's younger generation, soon to be seen in The Wizard of Oz, MGM singing sensation, Miss Judy Garland.
Mr. Hope, I hope that you will not be cross. I hope that you won't think that I'm a bore. But when I heard you sing that lovely song to Shirley Ross, I knew that Gable didn't matter anymore. It had to be you. It had to be you. I looked all around and finally found marvelous you. For you are the one, say what you will, with all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you, had to be you.
Why, Judy, I didn't know you felt this way about me.
Mr. Hope, I used to like Clark Gable and Robert Taylor, but you're different.
I know it, Judy. I've been told that before.
Gee, I've seen all your pictures, and I listen to you every time you're on the air, no matter what the rest of the family wants to hear.
Well, I hardly know what to say. Imagine meeting my fan face to face.
But Mr. Hope, it's not that. It's deeper than that. You see, well, you're my crush. You're my dream man. You're my Prince Charming.
Now, wait a minute, Snow White. Let's not have a scene. After all, I may be just a passing fancy in your life.
Oh, no, Mr. Hope. This is a real thing. It's lasted almost 2 whole days.
Gosh, and in Hollywood, too.
Oh, you men are all alike. Always joking. Why, I don't think you even know what it means to have a crush on somebody.
Oh, don't I? How do you think I felt last week when they told me Hedy Lamarr had eloped with someone else?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I suppose you feel you just ought to go out and jump off a cliff and end it all.
Well, I want to have a long talk with Madeline Carroll first.
Oh, well, never mind them, Mr. Hope. I'm not like other girls. I'm willing to take you just as you are. Isn't that just too wonderful?
But, Judy, look, I'm flattered. I'm glad that you told me, only...
Only what?
Well, do you think I'm your type?
Oh, Mr. Hope, I know I'm not worthy of you, but you don't have to love me right away.
But, Judy, I mean, after all, I'm not exactly...
Oh, I might have known it. Are you somebody else's crush?
Well, not exactly, but, well, there are some strings attached.
Oh. Then you are someone else's crush.
Well, I was, but she married me.
Oh, gee, that's awful. But I can go right on having a crush on you, can't I? From a distance, I mean.
Judy, with so many other handsome men in Hollywood, why did you have to pick on me?
Well, you see, Mr. Hope, it was like this. First, I picked out Clark Gable to have a crush on. But I had too much competition. He didn't appreciate me.
Oh, well, what could you expect from that tap dancer?
Then I had a crush on Robert Taylor, but I guess I had too much competition there, too. And after Robert Taylor, all that was left was a choice between you and Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power. Beauty versus Beast.
And I picked you. I guess I was tired of competition.
Yeah. I guess so.
Oh, Mr. Hope, you're wonderful. Say you'll be the man of my dreams.
But, Judy, really, I'm not the kind of man for you. I'm not good enough for you. Well, I pull little dogs' tails, and I take candy away from babies. And once I gave a canary a hot foot.
been masterful.
Well, maybe I am on the surface, but underneath I'm a no good guy, Judy. Take my word for it. Hope is a louse.
But you're a good louse.
Yeah. No, Judy, it's no use. We couldn't get along together.
Then you're turning me down?
Don't take it so hard, Judy. None of the others did.
All right. You don't have to tell me. I know. It's the old story. It's the woman who pays. I'm sorry I bothered you. Now I know how Greta Garbo felt when Robert Taylor left her in Camille. But don't worry about me, Mr. Hope. I'll recover. Time is a great healer. But I won't forget. I never will. Though you're a cat, I love you still. It had to be you. Wonderful you. Had to be you.
Say, Judy, can a cad say a few words in his own defense before you go? Tell me, why don't you have a crush on someone near your own age?
Well, most of the boys I know think I'm only an in-between. You know, not old enough to be a glamour girl and too old to go around with dolls.
Well, I hope I'm never too old to go around with dolls. But you know, Judy, I've been having the same trouble you've had. Tell me, do you think I'm old enough for Carol Lombard?
Well, of course.
And I guess she has some other reason.
That's too bad. Well, so long, Mr. Hope. I've got to go now.
Judy, you can't get away without giving us one of those Garland specials.
Well, all right. Would you like to hear Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones?
Would I? Let's have it.
Hey, Rufus Rastus Brown, spread the news around, all around the town. Say it's a holiday. Stop your work and play. Hurry on your way. Tell the world about this celebration. There's one thing that concerns the nation. Sing glory, hallelujah. Get Rosanna running through ya. I am here to say it's a big holiday everywhere. For the Jones family has a brand new heir. He's the joy heaven sent, and we proudly present Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. When he walks down, he'll never will meet with a name like the name that he got today. When he walks down the street, folks will say, pleased to meet Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. What a smile and how he shows it. He'll be happy all day long. What a name! I'll bet he knows it. With that handle, how can he go wrong? And the folks in the town all agree. He'll be famous as he can be. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud when he's Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones? Go to sleep, my baby, and maybe you'll be a Democrat by and by. Oh, you're a lucky baby with Franklin D. for your name. Mrs. Jones's baby boy is a welcome resident. Give him a fishing rod for a toy. He's the future president. Hooray for young Franklin D. Jones. Give a cheer for the babe of the year. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud? Just you wait and see. He'll make history, 'cause he's Franklin D. Roosevelt
Thank you very much, Judy Garland. That really was great. And now, here's a word from Bill Goodwin, who has a crush on Irium.
Thank you, Bob. Nearly all toothpaste comes in a tube, keeps fresh, and is pleasant enough to taste. You can expect this from any toothpaste. But Pepsodent toothpaste has all of this, plus an important something the others haven't got. The extra something is Irium. That's the lively super addition that steps up Pepsodent's action, brightens the results. Irium helps Pepsodent remove the unattractive surface stains that cloud over your smile. It brings out the natural luster. At least twice a day, night and morning, every day of your life, brush your teeth with Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium, and you'll quickly be rewarded. It won't be long before you'll say, I never dreamed my teeth could sparkle so. I never knew my mouth could feel so fresh, so clean. It certainly feels grand to have well-groomed teeth.
I have eyes to see with, they see only you.
And now Bob Hope brings you his version of that popular new song hit, I Have Eyes.
I have eyes.
Bob, shh. Yes, Bill, Bob. Listen, I have a swell idea how we can both make money.
No, Bill, this year I'm going to pay my income tax.
No, that isn't what I mean. I think we ought to become spies. Shh. Important spies.
Don't be silly, Bill. There's no money in spying.
Oh, no? Did you ever see a house detective on relief?
Yeah, I guess spying is a good racket if you don't lose your head.
You can be famous, Bob. Really, you can be famous. Think of the great spies in history. Think of Mata Hari.
Ah, yes. Mata Hari.
And think of Nathan Hale and Jonathan Daly and Benedict Arnold.
I can't, Bill.
Why not?
I'm still thinking of Mata Hari. But really, Bill, I couldn't be a spy. I don't know how to act.
Bob, let's leave your picture work out of this.
Yeah. All right, Bill, I'll go into the spy racket with you, but I'll have to get a spy suit.
A spy suit? What's that?
Oh, it's nothing. You just go out with a bloodhound and a black coat and vest.
And what pants?
The bloodhound.
Well, come on, Bob. Let's get busy.
Okay.
The Hope and Goodwin Spy Salon, a snitch in time pays the rent. What's that? Hope and Goodwin very good at shadowing people in dark alleys? Well, I should say so. They're real slinkers. No, I said flinkers. Okay, just a minute. It's for you, Cheese.
Cheese, Patsy, that's Chief. Take the script and read it.
That's Cheese. Take the script and smell it.
That's Cheese. I'll take the script and eat it. Hello?
This is Spy Number 1X reporting from Africa, Chief.
Greetings, Spy 1X. Where's Spy 2X? Isn't he with you?
No, Chief. The cannibals had 2X for breakfast.
Come in.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, Bill, look, she's beautiful. What grace.
Yeah, what form?
What telephone number?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Vanya Tanya Sonia Henya Notgranovich Babuchka. Oh, but you can call me Tutski.
Well, what do you want with me?
Oh, I need help. If you do not help me, I shall have to kill you.
Kill me? Kill me?
Yes. I will shoot you or stab you or poison you. Or take you in my arms and squeeze you to death. Smothering you with kisses. How would you like that?
I'd like that. Say, where do you come from, Tootsie Woodskin?
I come from the little country of Schlemilia.
Schlemilia! What a small world this is.
Ah, yes. I shall never forget my last day in Schlemilia. Bombs bursting. People were dropping like flies. The streets were covered with blood. Oh, it was so beautiful.
I can see. Look, Tutski, what can I do for you?
You must save me from my cousin, the ambassador from Schlemilia, rat-faced repulsive.
Well, what happens if I find him?
Undoubtedly, he will kill you.
And what happens if I don't find him?
Undoubtedly, I will kill you.
What's in it for me?
Either way, you'll be buried with full military honors. Until then, I say, hello.
Come on, Patsy, we got to go to the Schlemielian embassy.
Right. Hello? Oh, it's for you, Chief.
For me? Hello.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Say, listen, you'll never catch me, you old spidery spy, because you're just a ham, and hams can't fly. I ask myself this as I flit on my way. Is Hope a big dope? Oh, boy, I'll say.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a great big stork.
Stork, what are you doing here with me?
Just looking over one of my mistakes.
Come on, Patsy. Let's go to the embassy and meet Ratface the Repulsive. Here we are. This looks like the embassy.
Yeah, look at that sign. Embassy of Schlemilia. Office hours 12:30 to 1. Treaties broken Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Goodwin, you stay outside, and if we have any trouble with Ratface, blow up the embassy.
Right, Chief. Are you armed?
And how? I'm armed to the teeth.
Hey, you better not yawn or that club will fall out.
Ring the bell, Patsy.
Hello?
Tootsky.
Hoopski. Runsky.
No, Patsy, don't run. I'm right behind you. Where's Ratface, Tootsky?
Here comes Ratface now.
Greetings, Rat. Meet a diplomat.
Why, it's Professor Colonna with the Bay Rum Aroma. Tell me, are you the ambassador?
Ah, yes, and I'm the President, Secretary of War, Navy, State, Interior, Exterior. In fact, I'm the whole schlemiel.
I can believe that.
And who is the little wren with you?
This is Matta Kelly, the international spy. She loves you, Professor.
Ah, my little Matta. You've made me so much glatter, and all my cares will scatter because your heart belongs to data.
Professor, tell me, were you ever caught as an ambassador without portfolio?
Ah, yes. Briefcase, wasn't it?
What has been your worst experience, Professor?
Once, for no reason, I was held for treason and placed against the wall to be shot.
Did they shoot you?
I don't know, Knave. I was blindfolded. Will you pardon me? I feel a bomb coming on.
Ambassador, you've blown up the whole block. Why did you throw that bomb into the street?
I love parking space.
Well, Professor, your goose is cooked.
Why so, Knave?
I can prove that you're a traitor and have been carrying on with the enemy spies, Sonia the snitch.
What proof have you?
I was in a closet and took a picture of you kissing Sonia. Here, look at the picture. What do you think of that?
Not bad. I'll take a half a dozen.
Come on, Hope. Let's get out of this place. This guy's a screwball.
Yes, isn't he? Who said that? I did. And I apologize, Colonna. I'm sorry I insulted you. Silence. I refuse to accept your apology. I am the screwball. Colonna, you are not. I am. All right, you are. Oh, so you admit it. Take that. That's one tooth gone. And that. And that. Help! I'm shooting off my mouth.
Come on, Patsy. It's nearly midnight. Goodwin should be getting ready to light the fuse.
Oh. Hey, look, the radio station blew up.
Well, I carried out your instructions, Bob.
But I told you to blow up the embassy.
Embassy? Great Scott, I thought you said NBC.
And thanks for the memory. If one more friend we've made with our small cavalcade, it's evident that Pepsodent will keep us on parade. So thank you so much. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
I Have Eyes is from Paris Honeymoon, and this is Phil Goodwin speaking. Don't forget, Pepsodent with Irium brings you Bob Hope next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
Well, with Betty Grable and Jackie Coogan.
So Easter time is done. We've always time for fun. Here's Tuesday night for your delight with Hope, your favorite son.
Ah, thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Pepsodent Kid, Bob Hope. Any similarity between Easter eggs and the eggs laid on this program tonight is purely coincidental. We had a big Easter parade out here in Hollywood this Sunday. The movie stars walked in the order of their importance. Clark Gable was just rounding the corner of Hollywood and Vine while I was still climbing over the Canadian Rockies. But you should have seen that Easter Day parade. Everybody wearing their newest clothes. One girl was wearing a silver fox that was still barking at her. Of course, I was really ready. I bought a suit at one of those credit stores, 90 days to pay. They give you a bicycle with every suit. But it doesn't do you any good. They give the collector a motorcycle. I had a a nice Easter outfit. The pants are bright green, the coat is hangover purple. I can only wear it about 10 minutes at a time. I have to give the pants and coat a chance to get used to each other. Really, it's very nice. I got one of those new reversible top coats, too. You know, on one side it's a coat, and you turn it over and it's a badminton court. Oh, the whole outfit is so loud, the Moors have to get drunk before they'll come near it. Esquire offered me $50 to stay in the house Sunday. Certainly fixed that. I wore a very small boutonniere. Those big flowers always hide my Popeye button. And Bill Goodman looked good. His socks were so long he didn't need garters. He held them up with his teeth. My socks were real silk, though. I know, because when I hung them up last night, out fell 2 salesmen with sample cases. But the hats the women are wearing this year, I've seen better lids on a double boiler. My girlfriend wore a pillbox hat. And was it embarrassing? A fellow with a heartburn followed us all day with a glass of water. She was wearing a veil, too. It wasn't exactly a veil. She just had bushy eyebrows, and she combed them down. Goodwin's girl had on one of those new hats, you know the kind, with a little bird perched on it. The bird looked real. In fact, 2 sparrows saw it, and one turned to the other and said, "Look, there's Herman. I told you he'd make good." Then his girl sneezed, and the 3 of them hopped off for Florida. And boy, after the Easter parade, I took my girl out to dinner. And boy, did she eat. That taught me a lesson. Never put a la carte before a horse. And here's our 6 hits and a miss singing Cuckoo in the Clock. Take it, talent.
There they were, he was baby talking her, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he coo. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Be a pal, said the bell to the gal, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. I do believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear the little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, "Who's your peachy pie?" And the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. So I'm just a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. Then he closed the door and withdrew. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Up the moon died, oh, every 15 minutes he crew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Stop the moon died, oh, that he would get tired of that song that he sing the cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear the little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, "Would you like cutie pie?" And the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Just a little bit daffy, just a little slap happy. It's a 1:45. Cuckoo, you too, cuckoo, you too, cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
Yes, sir, that was our 6 hits and a miss singing Cuckoo in the Clock. Say, Bill.
Yes.
Tell me, how did you and the cast like the trip we took down to the bullfights in Mexico?
Oh, Bob, I think it did us a lot of good getting away from the program for a while. You know, it was the first time I ever saw you just watching the bull.
Mexico, the land of romance. Why, Bill, I wasn't in the country 10 minutes before a beautiful senorita tossed something from a balcony.
Really? What was it, Bob?
It was me, but that was an interesting senorita you were with, Bill.
Yes, she was a lovely girl, but don't you think she was a little stout?
A little stout?
Yeah.
Goodman, when she walked in the room, I thought it was Boulder Dam wearing a girdle.
Well, I guess she was rather sturdy, Bob. In the evening, you know.
Sturdy?
Yes, she was sturdy. In the evening, we kind of strolled down to the village fiesta there, and there was a beauty contest.
Did your girl win a prize?
Oh, yes. One girl got a prize for being the most beautiful, and another for being the most graceful, and my girl got a prize for being the most.
Well, Bill, I love those Mexican customs. You know, I'd make a good bullfighter.
What?
I'd make a good bullfighter, really.
Oh, now, but Bob...
Why was I getting a lot of laugh at the state line? All you have to do is take your tongue out, that's all. Go ahead.
You know, Bob, you've never actually done any bullfighting, have you?
Well, I didn't exactly fight a bull. I used to stand in the kitchen and egg on a mouse. I'd put a piece of pimento on a toothpick and infuriate them.
Well, hiya, Cheesy. Still got your trap open?
Why, Patsy Kelly. Wow. Patsy, tell me, how did you enjoy the trip down to Mexico?
Oh, yippee. I had the time of my life.
Yeah, I saw that Mexican Romeo you were with. He was quite a cutie. His sideburns were so long he had them tied in a bow under his chin.
Boy, there was a man. And did he have a chili and red pepper breath? We were sitting in the garden, and when he opened his mouth to whisper, I love you, 4 trees curled up and died.
That Mexican food is really hot stuff, isn't it?
Oh, hot, Bob. I ate so much enchiladas and chili that for 3 days my stomach swayed in rumba rhythm.
Skinny Ennis took you to the bullfight, didn't he?
Yeah, but the cheapskate made me stand behind the fence. We took turns holding each other up.
Really?
Uh-huh. In fact, I held Skinny on my shoulders for the first 5 fights.
5 fights, Patsy. There were only 4 fights altogether.
I know. The 5th fight came after I found that out.
Say, you and Skinny really were stepping high, weren't you?
Oh, and how? Skinny spent a little money. He bought me some perfume.
Perfume? What kind was it?
Well, I'm not so sure, but on the way home, we passed the swamp, and 3 muskrats hollered yoo-hoo at me.
Oh, that Skinny's a great guy.
Yes, but boy, is he anemic. As we walked along the path, a mosquito bit him, looked him in the face, and said, how do you expect me to live on one lousy corpuscle?
At least Skinny's kind of husky compared to that thin brother of his.
Oh, the brother. Now, there's a guy that's really thin. You know those ships that people make inside small bottles?
Yeah, does Skinny's brother build them?
Build them nothing. After they're finished, he crawls in the bottle and paints the names on them.
Hiya, fellas. Hiya, Skin.
Well, if it isn't Brett Butler, the goon with the wind.
Well, Skinny, tell me, did you find your trip to Mexico very educational?
Yeah, Bob. I even slept in an abandoned hacienda.
Well, tell me, did you learn anything new?
Yeah, man. I learned that La Cucaracha isn't only a song. Well, so long.
By the way, Patsy, what did your family think of Mexico?
Oh, they like this. My father even smoked some of those Mexican cigarettes.
Your father smoked some of those Mexican cigarettes?
Mm-hmm.
Say, aren't they a little strong?
I don't know. The next time he flies by, I'll ask him. Well, so long.
Hey, Bob, do you really think you'd be brave enough to fight a bull?
Oh, I think so, Bill.
Well, suppose you're in Mexico at the bullfight. See? The bull is ferocious. He stamps his feet. He foams at the mouth, lowers his horns, and starts to charge. What do?
Well, I moved down to the $2 seat so I can get a good look. What else would you like to know, Bill?
Well, there is one question I'd like to ask, Bob, and it's this. Remember that old refrain, do your eyes say yes when your lips say no? But let me ask, do your eyes look gay and happy while your teeth look sad and dull? Now, isn't it a pity to let dingy surface stains dim the luster of your teeth and cloud the radiance of your smile? Isn't it time to change over to a new kind of dentifrice? Time to let Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium show you a thing or two? Irium is the lively super addition that gives Pepsodent its quicker, keener cleansing action. Irium helps Pepsodent toothpaste brush away those stubborn surface stains, makes it possible for your teeth to shine with dazzling brilliance. And Pepsodent is the only toothpaste that contains Irium. So if you want well-groomed teeth, then why not reach the goal with Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium?
And now I take great pleasure in presenting those 2 favorites of Hollywood's younger set, both of whom are now working on the Paramount production $1 Million Legs, Jackie Coogan and Betty Grable. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Hiya, kid.
Say, Bob, what does that NBC on your special microphone stand for?
Why, that stands for National Broadcasting Company.
See, Smarty, I told you.
Why, Betty, what did Jack say NBC stood for?
Nothing but corn.
Don't mind her, Bob. The little woman's a great kidder. A great kidder.
Yeah, isn't she? Say, it's great having you 2 up here with me. Remember the fun we had making that picture, College Swing?
Were you in that?
Was I in that, Betty? Don't you remember that scene where you sat down beside me in the garden and tenderly kissed me?
Yes, Bob. And for the same money, I'd do it again.
Now, wait a minute, you 2. Just because you were in College Swing with me doesn't give you the right to insult me.
No, but it gives us the reason.
Jack, I understand that last year you had a swing band.
Yeah, I used to have my own orchestra. I was a full-fledged band leader just like Skinny Ennis.
Really? Well, I'm glad to see you recovered.
You know, Bob, it was just this time last year that you and Jack went on that vaudeville tour together.
Yeah, maybe we'll do it again this year, eh, Jack?
Sure, but this time I want to stand behind the net.
Bob, Jack told me all about the trip and how you used to stand in front of your dressing room looking glass admiring yourself.
Honey, shh.
Quiet, Coogan.
Oh, what else did Jack say, Betty?
Well, Jack said that you admired yourself for so long that when you walked away, your face was still in the mirror.
Don't pause there, please. Now, Babesy, when we're out guest starring on the radio, we mustn't shoot off our big mouth, must we, honey?
Now, if Jaxie keeps talking that way to Babesy's going to have to hang one on Jaxie's little kisser.
Now, look, I don't want to seem nosy, but if Jaxie and Babesy don't stop arguing, we're all going to wind up laying a great big eggsy.
There, you see, Smarty?
And they say that Hollywood couples don't get along. Tell me, Betty, was Jack very attentive when he courted you?
Yes, but he could do much better today.
Yeah, I know. Jack's had a lot of courting experience lately, but was yours a very romantic love affair?
Oh, it certainly was. Well, we had a date every single night for a year and a half.
I suppose after that you decided to go steady. Well, tell me, did you shower Betty with gifts, Jack?
Yeah, for a while I used to bring her candy every night.
Oh, that was nice. What made you stop?
The derrick broke in the candy machine.
Say, well, look, I used to bring my girl taffy apples. She'd bite into one side, and I'd bite into the other side, and then we'd have a tug-of-war.
Gee, that must have been a lot of fun.
It was until one night her teeth came out, and I almost broke my back. Tell me, Betty, was Jack a very jealous lover?
Was he? Well, for a while when we first started going out together, he said he stalked the first guy that looked at me.
Well, what made him change his mind?
The first guy that looked at me.
Well, tell me, how did you kids meet each other?
Oh, it was a regular movie romance. We met in the theater, held hands through a double feature. Then during the newsreel, some fellow said, "Monkeys is the craziest people," so we got married.
Yeah, now with me, every night is dish night.
Yeah. Well, don't tell me Betty makes you wash all the dishes.
Well, all except the ones we get at your pictures.
I suppose she washes those herself.
No, we let the dog lick those.
By the way, Jack, are you very handy around the house?
Why, I certainly am. Betty, tell him how I hung the curtains in the parlor last week.
Oh, he sure hung those curtains. Imagine my embarrassment the other morning when I started to take a shower and I stepped out of the parlor window.
Well, let's get serious for a minute. You know, you've been married a couple of years now, and I just wondered if...
Jack.
Well...
Jack, shall we tell him?
You mean about the new arrival?
Jack and Betty, then you're...
Yes, we both thought an added responsibility would be good for us.
You mean that...
Yes, Bob. We're going to have Betty's folks come and live with us.
Oh, gosh, and I thought you were expecting a baby grand piano. Say, Jack... Jack, how about you and I having a little golf game Sunday?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. Jack won't be able to play golf Sunday morning. That's the only time he has to do the ironing.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Betty. Why don't you do the ironing? I did the washing this week.
Now, Jackie.
Oh, now listen here, Betty. From now on, I'm going to play golf on Sunday afternoon and play poker with the boys Sunday afternoon, and I'm going to come home just as late as I darn please. Can't I?
Well, we'll talk it over as soon as you finish your ironing. Now, come here while I straighten your tie.
Oh, nuts.
Go ahead, Jack. That's a good sign.
A good sign of what?
Why, that the lady's in love with you.
Oh, I don't go for that sentimental stuff.
Yeah, well, maybe this will help you understand. If there's a gleam in her eye, each time she straightens your tie, you know the lady's in love with you.
I wear sports shirts.
If she can dress for a date without that waiting you hate, it means the lady's in love with you.
I don't mind. I play pinochle with the doorman.
And when our friend dances over to join their table, but I pick that faraway blues for you.
Your brother works there.
Well, sir, here's just how it stands.
You've got romance on your hands because the lady's in love with you.
Now look, Jack, if she has met your old flames and she remembers their names.
I know. Well, the lady's in love with...
Jack, you just listen.
And Sunday night and each day, so I've got nothing to say.
That proves the lady's in love.
How true, how true.
And Sunday night when you take her to see that movie, and she says the balcony seats will do.
Bob, on Sunday nights I listen to Jack.
Well, sir, here's just how it stands. You've got romance on your hands because the lady's in love with you. And here's Skinny Ennis singing, What Is This Thing Called Love? Take it, Skinny.
What is this thing called love? This funny thing called love. Just who can solve its mystery? Why did it make a fool of me? I saw you there one wonderful day. You took my heart and threw it away. That's why I ask the Lord in heaven above, what is this thing called love? I saw you there one wonderful day. You took my heart and threw it away. That's why I asked the Lord in heaven above, what is this thing called love, called love?
A wise man once said, if you have not lost a thing, you have it. Remember that next time you complain, oh, yes, my teeth used to shine, but not anymore. It's 10 to 1. The natural luster of your teeth is there, waiting for the right combination to bring it back to life. Well, for millions of people, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium is the winning combination for dazzling teeth and a flashing smile. Irium makes Pepsodent clean teeth faster, brighter, smoother, better. But remember, Pepsodent is the only toothpaste that contains Irium. So if you want all these precious benefits, then brush your teeth twice a day with Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium.
There's a gold mine in the sky.
And now Bob Hope brings you his version of There's a Gold Mine in the Sky. As our scene opens, we find Bob Hope and Patsy Kelly in search of gold somewhere in the middle of Death Valley, riding the trail on a pair of donkeys.
Where the skies are always blue.
A fine thing getting me out here in the middle of the desert on a couple of broken down old donkeys. Say, why are their tails tied together?
Well, there are 4 gophers following us, and they like to jump rope.
Oh, come on, let's call the whole thing off.
But, Patsy, you can't quit now. Can you think of an easier way to make money than finding a gold mine?
Yeah, but Sally Rand beat me to it. Anyway, there probably isn't any gold mine there if your uncle left it to you.
You shouldn't talk that way about my uncle. He was a fine man. He just got into some bad company and sold stock in it.
I see. Now he's left it all to you?
Yes. Robert, my boy, he said, take the stock in my gold mine. Don't try to thank me. I just want you to remember your old uncle. I can see him sitting there now. A tear rolled down his wrinkled old cheek. And then the warden threw the switch.
I don't blame him. Oh, wait a minute. I don't like this desert. Where are we?
Hand me those field glasses. Great Scott, we're in Egypt. There's a camel walking over a hill.
That's no camel, Hope. That's an ant on your nose.
Oh, yeah? Then what's that hump on his back?
He's wearing a bustle.
Wait a minute. That must be the mining town around that bend.
What a name. Gruesome Gully. Shoot.
Say, this town must really be an historical place. Look at that monument there.
What's written on it?
On this spot stood the first good humor man.
Custard's last stand.
Oh. Come here, Hope.
Oh, yes, sir.
Listen, you're in Gruesome Gully now, and the mob in this town only do things one way. Now, you're going to play the game with us, or aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'll play the game with you.
All right, Tag, you're it.
Say, Bob, there's an old guy sitting over there on the curb. Maybe he knows where your gold mine is.
I'll ask him. Say there, partner.
Hi.
What's your name?
Well, some call me Python Pete, and others call me Yukon.
Yukon Jake?
No, you can't take it with you. I'm kind of corny in a Klondike sort of a way.
Say, you must be one of my relatives. By the way, why are you carrying that shotgun?
This is one place they're not going to build a World's Fair. Why do I kill me?
Say, Bob, there's the mine office right over there.
Okay, let's go in and claim my gold. Hey, is there anybody in here?
Wow, a man! Say, haven't I met you somewhere before?
No, I never had that kind of dream. Tell me, is this the office of the Lazy Skunk Gold Mine? I'm Bob Hope.
Oh, are you Bilgewater Hope's nephew?
That's right. Did you know my uncle?
Oh, yes. He was a great guy, Bilge. He was the only man in the world who wore his wooden leg over his shoulder.
Well, why did he do that?
It's the only way he could scratch his back without getting his fingernails dirty.
Quick. Oh, quick. They're after me. They want to string me to a tree. They want to lynch me.
Oh, that's awful. Who did you kill?
Beethoven. I'm the guy who wrote Hold Tight. Sacky. Oh, they got me.
Say, you're a pretty good shot, stranger. That'll come in handy if you go down and look at the mine. There's a crazy prospector down there who thinks he owns it.
Well, what? I'll show him who owns it. Come on, Patsy. Ring for the elevator and we'll go down.
Okay.
All aboard. This elevator's going down to the mine. There's a gold mine in the basement far away.
A telephone and an elevator. Hello?
Is this the Bob Hope that's looking for gold?
Yes?
Oh, I'd like to take a bite right out of your leg, but I'd never eat ham without any eggs. If you find my gold and take one nugget, I'm warning you, Hope, you'll kick the bucket.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a bright-eyed little desert rat.
Well, you're making a dope of yourself. Do you know it?
Yes, but at least I'm not doing it from coast to coast.
Hey, tell me, Amos, how long will it take us to get down to the gold mine?
Well, if this elevator's cable is in good condition, we ought to get down there in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, what if the cable isn't in good condition?
Well, here we are.
Say, what a creepy place this mine is. Hey, Bob, look, someone's breaking through the wall of the mine.
Wait a minute, they can't do that.
Oh, no?
Greetings, Gate. Let's excavate.
Professor, what are you doing 5 miles underground?
Gate, I was planting a seed in my garden, and I became too enthusiastic.
Well, what kind of a seed was it?
Dave, I got a tip to plant a radish 5 miles down. Ah, it's a long way to tip a radish. It's a long way.
Professor, look, there's gold and zinc in this mine. Do you think I'd be a good gold miner?
No, you look to me like a real zinker.
Listen, Professor, what are the proof of you that this is your mine?
Because I staked it out, and I've been here ever since.
How's that?
I drove the stake right through my foot. Ain't I a dope?
Say, look, there's a lot of gold over there on the floor, and there's a horse walking through it.
Yes, that's the Lone Ranger's horse. Ah, silver threads among the gold.
You're something of a pioneer, aren't you, Professor?
Quite so. I once made the trip across the plains in a wagon.
Was it covered?
Ah, yes, both collision and viability.
I suppose you've made many a long trek across the country in search of gold.
Ah, yes. As an uncle of mine once said as he began a long trek, quote, as a trekking from Clariada, unquote.
Well, tell me, what's the largest deposit of gold you've ever seen?
I once saw some solid gold icebergs.
Gold icebergs?
Ah, yes. And I came near them, and when I did, they rose out of the water. Ah, the rise of the Goldberg. Mrs. Blood!
Water.
Look, Professor, one of your miners over there, he's dying of thirst. Why don't you give him a drink?
I can't, Pete.
Why not?
Because we don't serve drinks to miners.
Look, Professor, we wasted enough time. Let's start digging for gold. How deep is this mine?
This mine is so deep, if you go down any further, you'll be deviled ham. Ah, yes, and if you put your ear to the ground, you can hear people talking on the other side. But that doesn't stop me. I'll take a pick and dig right through. Dick-a-dick-a-doo, dick-a-doo-doo, dick-a-dick-a-doo, dick-a-doo.
Hey, look out, Professor, you're breaking through.
Hey, I'm falling.
Professor, you dug down too far. Where are you? Say something.
Meeting slate, I'm in an oriental state.
And thanks for the memory. And if we brought you cheer, the reason's all too clear. You bought a lot of Pepsodent and lent to our career. So thank you so much. And thanks for the memory. For Jackie Coogan paired with Bettie Grable fared as naturally and laughably as anything we've aired. So thank you so much. It's you folks who've truly supported these few jokes each Tuesday cavorted. It's due, folks, to you who've resorted 2 cents well spent for Pepsodent.
Oh, say, excuse me, Bob, but I hear you're having May Robeson as your guest star next week.
That's right, Bill. Next week we'll have that grand and lovable actress May Robeson. Then we'll have Patsy Kelly, Skinny Ennis and his band, our 6 hits in a minute, Jerry Colonna, and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies in Love with You is from the Paramount picture Some Like It Hot, and this is Bill Goodwin speaking. Don't forget, Pepsodent with Irium brings you Bob Hope next Tuesday night at the same time. Good night.
We're not one for bragging, but if your party's lagging, just remember weather's like you find Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, way out west Hope, who says if you want to be a Western pal to your gal, just say, listen, Sal, use Pepsodent, and you won't have empty molars in the old corral. Or, this is Bob, income tax Hope, telling you we're paying more taxes and using more Pepsodent this year so we can be armed to the teeth. Yes, sir, I've been busy all week trying to fill out my income tax. Blank. This is the time of the year we all try hard to make deductions on our income tax. It's like trying to tilt a pinball machine with Morgenthau sitting on the end of it. I sent Henry Morgenthau a big tube of Pepsodent so I can clean him while he's cleaning me. No, really, I went down and paid my tax the other day without a single complaint, without a whimper. And in 2 more days, the Novocaine should all wear off. And I happened to mention to the income tax clerk that I was working for Pepsodent. The clerk says, we have a little radio program of our own. It's called Truth or Consequences. But when it comes to income tax, I'm lucky I'm living in California. Where else could I take off $5,000 for umbrellas? I shouldn't say that because the weather is beautiful now. We're now having the kind of weather we weren't having when we said we had it. Weren't we? But the sun has been shining beautifully for a whole week now, and I've got a wonderful tan on my face. That is the part above the waterline. Sun finally came out. A Democrat took his first look at the sun, smiled, and said, I knew Roosevelt would come through. But really, it's amazing what happened on Sunset Boulevard. When the water finally went down, they found 2 taxis, 3 buses, and an octopus who'd taken a wrong turn at Redondo Beach. At least the rain fills the yard with beautiful flowers. This is the only part of the country where you can pick water lilies and sit on the roof at the same time. And the fruit packers out here have a new idea this year. The oranges are all stamped grown in California in spite of everything. But regardless of the weather, they always dress the same here. Back east, everybody bundles up in the cold weather. Out here, when you see a guy with an overcoat on, it means he hasn't been to Santa Anita. And it's wonderful the way you can pick oranges right off the trees out here. They told me at the hospital as they removed the buckshot. But gee, the way things grow out here in California, why, only last week I planted a little bit of a tree, and already it's dead. I want to tell you, and everything in California grows so fast. In fact, every time the stork delivers the baby, he throws in a package of blue blades. I'll be back. Every time the stork delivers a baby, he throws in a package of blue blades free. I should have gone to the third grade. They told me it was swell there. But this, But I want to tell you, this is beautiful country out here, and what a view from Hollywood Boulevard. I'm doing great tonight, huh? I got a nice throat, too. I wish my agent had 10% of it, that's all. But what a beautiful view from Hollywood Boulevard. Go ahead, talk to each other while we rehearse, will you? I'll start over. This is beautiful country out here, and what a view from Hollywood Boulevard. Where else can you stand in the street, look up, and see snow-covered mountains and have your pocket picked at the same time? Thank you. I'm glad it's over, too.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Mr. Hope, I represent the Rainy Day Savings Association.
Yeah, what do? Save them up and send them to Florida?
Oh, no, you misunderstand, Mr. Hope. This is about money. Have you enough money put away for a big rain?
No, but I've got quite a bit. I've got quite a bit.
I said, have you enough money put away for
read your lines. I'm lousy.
Mr. Hope, I'm simply asking a very question.
I was wearing my galoshes over my mouth, wouldn't I?
I would like to talk about money, Mr. Hope.
If you feel anything, I'll cut in anywhere. It's all right.
Have you enough money put away for a big rain?
No, but I've got quite a bit put away for a drip, and I do mean me.
Surely, Mr. Hope, you must have heard about that old saying, take care of the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. That's the way to make both ends meet.
I knew there must be an easier way than the way they do it on a massaging table.
Well, I can see I'm not getting any place with you. Well, how about you, Mr. Baker? Do you know a good thing when you hear about it?
Say, I should say I do, brother. That's why I've been so hepped up on Pepsodent Antiseptic. You see, you can save real cash when you use it because it lasts 3 times as long and makes your money go 3 times as far. Now, here's the reason for that. Pepsodent Antiseptic, even when diluted with 2 parts of water, kills germs in seconds. And even after the dilution, it's a more effective germ killer than many mouth antiseptics used full strength. A United States government ruling provides that when the word antiseptic is used on the label, the product must kill germs. Standard laboratory tests are used to prove the germ-killing properties of all antiseptics. Now, many antiseptics do no more than just pass those tests. But Pepsodent does more, lots more. It passes these rigid tests even after it's diluted with water. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. You can have the protection of Pepsodent Antiseptic and at the same time save money because it lasts 3 times as long. For these raw, changeable days, it's a good idea to have Pepsodent Antiseptic in your home. Use it as a gargle frequently. All you have to do to have this protection is phone your druggist and order a bottle of Pepsodent Antiseptic, the kind that lasts 3 times as long.
With a twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come hither look in your eye. Just when I think we through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the nerves to temper the sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Yes, I'm just, after all, at your beck and your call. Seems we'll never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'd be back on your list. It doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? With a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
Your lips that insist.
Baby, I see that look in your eyes.
Looking at you, there is nothing to do but love you. At the drop of a hat, easy as that. Stop that dying, never untrue. It's the magic of you. I love you.
Yes, I'm just after all, at your beck and your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'll be back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? With a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
You ought to know I mean it. That's it, baby, I'm yours.
That was Skinny Ennis and the Six Hits and a Miss singing Twist of the Wrist from the sensational New York production Crazy with the Heat. Say, Bill Goodman.
Oh, hello, Bob. You know, Bob, it's kind of tough getting back to work after all the fun we had over there at Catalina Island.
Oh, it sure is, Bill.
When we got there, did you see those pretty girls in short bathing suits standing with the ocean in back of them?
Oh, was that the ocean in back of them?
Gee, what a place that Catalina is. And those girls over there are so young and fresh, you know, just like little buds.
Yeah, I saw you trying to collect a corsage. Say, how big was that bathing suit your girl was wearing? Well, my girl's was even smaller.
You know, Bob, if girls' bathing suits get any smaller, they'll have to go in the water. I thought it was darn nice of you, though, to take your girl on that swell boat trip to Catalina.
Oh, it was nothing.
Gee, she rows well, doesn't she?
She could have done better with oars. Say, you disappeared that first night, Bill.
Yes, I did, Bob. I wanted to be alone, so I just sat in front of the window in the dark for hours, just staring out.
Gee, could you see her from your place, too? I spent the next afternoon lying in the warm sun. Did you see me out there?
Yes, I saw you, all right. Was that a bathing suit or a bet you had on?
Why, it was a bathing suit. Did you think the sleeves were too long?
Well, yes, I did, Bob. It'd be nicer if you let your fingers show a little. Gee, what an old-fashioned suit.
Why, Goodman, I thought my bathing suit looked very modern since I had the skirt shortened. I think it looks better above the knees.
Say, Bob, did you see Skinny Ennis in his bathing suit? He's thinner than I thought.
Yeah, he's the only man I ever saw swim out of his bathing suit without touching the sides.
Skinny Ennis made a big mistake, you know. He walked out on the shore and opened a big beach umbrella. It was too bad it was such a windy day.
Yeah, but I hear he made a wonderful landing at the Union Airport.
Say, by the way, did you see me swim underwater, Bob?
Yeah, you were good at swimming underwater. Where'd you learn to grab your nose and hold it so long?
I've been on this program 3 years, and he asked me a question like that.
Say, but I'm glad we went over to Catalina. Those little trips really helped me. I wonder where I should go next. I wonder where I should go next. No coaching from the audience, please.
Say, Rob, did you see the Chicago Cubs training over there?
Sure, Bill. That wasn't a very high fence. I even brought one of the Cubs back with me. Ladies and gentlemen, as a special treat, it is my pleasure to present one of baseball's outstanding pitchers and personalities at present in training with the Chicago Cubs at Catalina Island, Dizzy Dean.
Thanks, Bob.
Well, how are you, Dizzy?
Fine, but don't call me Dizzy.
Why? I thought everybody called you Dizzy.
They do, but somehow in this program I resent it. You see, it's only my bullpen name.
Well, if it isn't Dizzy Dean, what is your right name? You know, the name on your bank account, on the checks you sign.
Oh, that's Mrs. Dizzy Dean.
Dizzy, you actually mean she wears the baseball pants in your family?
Yeah, and on her in this town, they'd look good.
Say, you're playing with the Chicago Cubs, aren't you? You know, Dizzy, I was just thinking, you with Mr. Wrigley and me with Pepsodent, we're both living off gums, aren't we? Tell me, does Mr. Wrigley make you work during the off season?
Does he? Bob, you know those three little green men that dance around advertising his gum?
Why, yes.
Well, this winter there were 4 of us. Say, Bob, you seem to enjoy it when you were over watching our spring training. You ought to come over and visit me again on the island. Maybe next Friday.
I can't, Dizzy. That's the day I visit my brother on his island.
By the way, do you know my brother? Daffy?
do? Use your own punctuation?
Listen, when I see a comma, I emphasize it.
What's that?
When I see a comma, I emphasize it.
I don't like to get personal. Did you ever room with Maxie Rosenblum?
Only when I went to Harvard.
Let's get back to the dull stuff. Say, Dizzy, I was sorry to hear you had a little trouble with your arm. What was the matter?
Well, my doctor thought it might be a bad tooth. He wanted to pull it, but fortunately a friend of mine had told him about Pepsodent toothpaste.
Yes, go on.
Boy, on this program you have to sweat for your money.
Well, listen, I know a lot about baseball myself. When I was a kid, I used to pitch for the Eagle Knob Skunks. Remember that time I met you? I was with the Skunks then, and you helped me quite a bit.
Shucks, Bob, that was nothing. Anybody could have told you about Lady Esther.
Well, when I played ball in those days, I used to have trouble with my batting. I'd always swing and miss.
Didn't you ever connect?
Yeah, one day I hit a long drive to the outfield. I slid in the first, then I slid in the second, then I slid in the third, then I slid in the second.
What'd you go back to second for?
My pants. I got to be a pretty good batter, though. One thing those pitchers couldn't do was scare me away from the plate. I remember one fellow threw a ball straight at my head.
What happened, Bob?
I heard a rhapsody. Say, Dizzy, while you're here in Hollywood, is there anything I can do for you?
It sure is, Bob. I'd really like to meet Hedy Lamarr.
Hedy Lamarr, huh? Well, take a train to Kansas City, Diz. The line starts there.
I've been meaning to ask you, Bob, what's all this I hear about Hollywood wolves?
Oh, that's just a guy that likes to walk down Hollywood Boulevard and look at all the pretty girls and wants to talk to them and get to know them.
Oh, well, I'll be darned. I'm a wolf.
You know, Diz, you'd be pretty popular with the girls if you were as big and strong as I am.
Are you kidding?
Wait a minute, Dizzy. I think I'm as strong as you are. Let's shake hands and see who has the strongest grip.
All right. Put your hand in mine. Now squeeze.
Now will you put it in my pocket for me? Thank you, Dizzy Dean. And Dizzy will be back with us in a few minutes, folks. And now a funny little story about a funny little fellow whose name was Alexander. The 6 hits and a miss, Pauline, Professor Colonna, Bill Goodman, Brendan Cavina, and Skinny Ennis's orchestra will help me tell you about Alexander the Swoosh.
Here comes little Alexander, what a funny-looking gander.
He's half swan and he's half goose.
Ha, 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 he's just a swoosh.
Oh, mother, mother, mother goose, why am I not like Brother Goose? The other geese just laugh at me and call me a catastrophe.
Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh, swoosh. Alexander is a swoosh, half swan, half goose. Alexander is a swoosh.
Whenever they play hide and seek, I hide my head 'cause I'm a freak. They say my pappy was a swan, a good-for-nothing vagabond.
Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh, swoosh. Alexander is a swoosh, big beak, big beak. Alexander is a freak.
They're so unkind, but I don't mind their slander. I'm just disturbed because I heard they're gonna cook my goosey gander.
Guess you'll have to run away. We know what they'll do if you stay.
I'd rather be a refugee instead of chicken fricassee.
Swan, swan, alligator, half a swan. Swan, swan, alligator, half a swan.
What would I be if my father were a gopher and my mother had been a raccoon?
Now, let me see. I could be a half gopher and half raccoon.
Gosh, that makes me a goon.
Check.
Goose, goose, alligator, half a goose. Goose, goose, alligator, half a goose.
Suppose my mother was a badger, and suppose my father was a stag.
I'll run that down. That's half badger and half stag. Oh, sister, that makes you say you're lonesome, aren't you?
They're unkind, you need not mind their slander. You don't need to be disturbed.
The gonna cook your goosey gander.
Now, supposing my mother was a dragon, and let's say my father was a skunk.
You have that, Bud. That's half dragon and half skunk?
You dig me.
Oh, brother, you ain't sober, are you, huh?
Smooth, smooth, Alexander is a smooth, 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 Alexander is a smooth.
Now, on my father's side, I'm a jaybird, and they say my mother was a turkey. I died very young.
Oh, no kidding. Half jaybird and half turkey?
Oh, that doesn't make me very perky, does it?
That's our lesson for today. Teacher, can't we go and play?
Yeah, but look, what's half swan and half a goose?
We don't know.
Oh, what's the use? What are you laughing at, Kelowna?
Alexander is...
Studio, that, Jerry. That was the entire mob and Jim the cop, ladies and gentlemen.
Say, Bob, who's that girl over there at the piano? What's she doing all alone? She looks like she hasn't got a friend in the world.
Gosh, I feel sorry for her. As a matter of fact, she hasn't got many friends. A swell kid like that, too. I met her for the first time at Helen's about a month ago.
Well, what's the payoff?
Well, we were telling all about our lives. Heart-to-heart stuff, you know. Would have been okay over the telephone, but not face-to-face. Oh, it's a darn shame.
Yes, it is a shame that anyone need suffer from this kind of a whispering campaign, especially when it's usually so easy to avoid. There's no trick at all in keeping your breath sweet and pure. Why, in just a few seconds, Pepsodent Antiseptic makes your mouth feel refreshed and your breath fresh and clean. Here's all you have to do. Before you go out where you'll meet people, gargle with Pepsodent Antiseptic for a few seconds. It gives 3 times...
Now, Dizzy, if you'll just sign this.
Now, wait a minute. I won't sign this baseball contract, Hope. I don't like it.
Why, there's nothing wrong with that contract. I copied it right from the one Paramount gave me.
That's what I don't like about it. Why should I have to carry out the garbage?
I don't carry out the garbage at Paramount. My nose turns up like this naturally.
I don't know whether I like this contract or not. Where's the part where it says how much money I get?
Right there in the white print. Now, come on. Now, come on, Dizzy, sign up. And remember, you'll have to abide by our training rules. You can't go out with girls, understand?
Listen here. If I want to go out with a girl, I'll go out with a girl, see?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Has she got a friend?
Never mind, I ain't going to sign.
Listen, Diz, you better sign with me because right now my assistant is in New York trying to sign up one of the greatest baseball players of all time, Babe Ruth. Hello?
Great news. This is your assistant, Kelowna, and I'm in New York talking with the babe. She said no.
Professor, you're supposed to be signing up a baseball player.
Well, I have. I've just signed up a trained bear to play second base.
A bear? Kelowna, that's dangerous.
Not that this bear is trained, and I've got him eating out of my hand. In fact, I'm going to feed him a little piece of candy now, and he'll eat it right out of my hand. Here, nice bear, eat this piece of candy. Yes, boss, I've got him eating right out of my shoulder.
Kelowna, how do you always get into foolish predicaments?
I got to see to pass.
Well, you know, Diz, I really don't need you. I'm negotiating with another great pitcher. Did you ever hear about Skinny Ennis?
Sure, I know all about Skinny Ennis.
Isn't it a shame? I'll get it, Diz. Hello, Hope's Pepsodent Polecats. Our catcher's sly, our pitcher's mysterious, and we expect to win the World Series.
He's delirious. Listen, Hope, great news. I just found a baseball pitcher who can pitch a curve, a spitball, a drop, and a fastball all at the same time.
Professor, in order to do that, a player would have to have 4 arms. That's impossible.
Hear that, Joe? Is it impossible? Well, stop shaking one head yes and the other one no.
Professor, you signed up a baseball player who has 2 heads and 4 arms?
Yes, 2 arms face one way and 2 arms face the other way. It's wonderful.
What's so wonderful about it?
He can scratch himself any place.
Kelowna, you irk me.
No, you irk me. You're a bigger irk.
Say, Diz, look out the window. Here come the pitcher and catcher Kelowna signed up for me yesterday. Let's listen to what they're saying.
Rita. What is it, Cobina?
Isn't it swell us being baseball players?
Yeah, but you take the game too seriously. What an argument you gave that umpire because you didn't like his decision.
Oh, I didn't mind his decision, but I got awful sore when he dusted home plate with my hair.
Yeah, at least he should have taken it off your head first. Cobina, do you really like being a baseball player?
Sure. Oh, I haven't had so much fun since I was in Seattle during the blackout.
Oh, gosh, baseball players are so romantic. I was out with a baseball player once. He was with the Yankees.
With the Yankees? Where'd you meet him? Walking through Central Park?
No, marching through Georgia. Say, you went out with a baseball player from the house at David, didn't you?
Yeah. He had a great big bushy beard all over his face.
Did you neck with him?
Yeah. It's the first time I ever kissed a guy and had 2 helpings of shredded wheat. Every time I wanted to kiss him, he'd cry so hard, tears rolled into his beard.
Well, what did you do when you wanted him to kiss you?
Oh, I'd just say, shoot the shrubbery to me, blubbery. Oh, come on. Here's Bobsy's office. Let's go in.
Hello, Bobsy.
Oh, hello, girls. And when I call you that, I'm spreading propaganda.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, Dizzy, let me introduce you formally. These are Brenda and Cabina.
Hello. Nice to meet all the DiMaggio boys.
Say, Dizzy, just put your arms around my neck and show me how to play baseball. Come on, put your arms around my neck.
Wait a minute. That's not baseball.
Every game I try to play, some wise guy's got to umpire.
Oh, now get out of here. I've got to talk to Diz. Say, Diz, now that I see what kind of baseball players Kelowna sent me, there's nothing I can do but hire you at whatever salary you want. It's my only chance.
Well, Bob, I'll sign, but only if you give me a salary of $50,000. And 10% at the gate on weekdays and 15% on Sundays.
Okay.
Gosh, Bobsy, how are you going to figure that out?
Oh, don't worry, Cabina. I've got this automatic adding, subtracting, and multiplying machine here. It'll add up those figures in a jiffy, and I'll finally have Dizzy sign. Here goes. I press the button on the adding machine. Anybody got a pencil? Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, we're going to have a big show because we're going to have the groaner, old Bing, back here. And we're really going to do a little road of some kind. I don't know. But Bing Crosby will be here next week and the regular gang. Good night.
Don't forget next week, ladies and gentlemen, Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. This is Bill Goodman saying good night for Pepsodent. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And his guest star, Kate Smith.
Mark has marched away, folks. What's the date today, folks? As a rule, it's April Fool, and here's Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob New Wavelength Hope, telling you radio listeners you may have to change your dial, but if you use Pepsodent, you'll never have to change your smile. Or, this is Bob April Fool's Day Hope, telling you that while we can't keep you from grabbing at pocketbooks on the sidewalk, if you use Pepsodent, your teeth will never be the victim of a bum yank. Well, I suppose by this time you're sick of April Fool, but here I am anyway. What an April Fool's Day. Have you tried to tune in a radio station today? All the numbers on the radio stations have been changed, and it's very confusing. On my radio, I pressed the first button and it opened a bridge in Omaha. I pressed the next button and the top of my car went up. I pressed both buttons, a little man came out and said, "Go away, we got a vacuum cleaner." And all the stations moved about 20 points to the left. That means H.V. Kaltenborn has to talk out of the corner of his mouth like this. I didn't realize how confused it all was till I tuned in one station and heard Cecil B. DeMille giving Edward G. Robinson a bath in Lux. It's the first time we the people couldn't find we the people. wish I could find a joke there, too. But I found out the reason for those new dial changes. The Federal Communications Report says the antenna disturbance provoked by shortwave frequencies is interfering with inter-hemisphere reception, which is French for hope is lousing up the air again. And I didn't ask for any applause either. But I know my sponsor likes me anyway. He sent me a beautiful box of candy for April Fool's Day. I didn't know whether there was any pepper in the candy or not, so I tried one on my dog. First time I ever heard a Pekingese give a Tarzan yell. And you know how kids tie a string to a $5 bill, and when you reach for it, they pull it away? Well, I've been over at Paramount all day diving for my option. But they can't fool me. This afternoon, somebody told me to watch my steps because there was an open manhole in front of me. I opened my mouth to say April Fool. I got as far as April as the water closed over my head. But I had plenty of fun. I dialed Carol Lombard's number and said, "Hello, honey, this is Clark." And the man's voice said, "No kidding, that you're in, too?" But we all went to an April Fool's party last night out at Skinny Ennis's ranch. It's a very lovely place. It's known as El Stencho Grande, which is Mexican for El Grande Stencho. But it was a nice party. And Skinny introduced me to a nice girl. It was sort of a blind date for me, and I wasn't disappointed at all. One of her heads was quite pretty. What a girl. They needed a new needle for the Victrola, so they took off her pivot tooth and held it on the record. Nice party. They gave out a prize for the most original costume. Some guy with a clean shirt won it. But what an April Fool's Day party. The champagne flowed like 7-Up. And Skinny served the cheapest martinis on record. He just hired W.C. Fields to breathe on the olives.
So, Bob.
Yeah, what is it, Bill?
Well, Bob, I have to do some Easter shopping, and I've got to buy a lot of clothes and things like that.
Yeah, Bill.
Well, Bob, I thought I'd like to talk to you about my salary. Last year's. Now, no kidding. I've got to buy my wife a new Easter hat.
Do you buy those new Easter hats? I thought they hatched them. Look at that hat on the woman over there. Look at that.
Uh-huh. Well, say, that looks just like the hat Mrs. Roosevelt was wearing.
No wonder she's got to keep traveling.
Well, she's probably in a hurry. As a matter of fact, a lot of folks are in a hurry these days. They've heard that there's only a couple of weeks more to take advantage of Pepsodent's big free gift offer. And they, like all smart people, don't want to miss it. At drug counters all over the country, here's what's happening.
I'd like a Pepsodent 50 Tufts toothbrush, please.
Yes, ma'am. Here they are. Right here in this display tower. Would you like to choose your own favorite color handle? They're all sanitary, sealed in glass.
And how about the free 25-cent package of Pepsodent?
Oh, here it is. Free from Pepsodent to you. There's no charge for it, just the regular price of 50 cents for the toothbrush.
Thank you very much. I'll take a free package of tooth powder.
And there you have it. Every one of you is entitled to a free gift of Pepsodent toothpaste or Pepsodent tooth powder, whichever you prefer. All you do is go to your store, buy a Pepsodent 50 Tufts toothbrush at the regular price, and your salesman will present you with a free gift of toothpaste or tooth powder, compliments of Pepsodent. But don't wait, please. Take advantage of it now. The offer will expire in a couple of weeks. Get your 50 Tufts toothbrush and your free Pepsodent dentifrice while there's still time.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a really delightful surprise for you. May I present one of radio's most beloved and outstanding personalities, the songbird of the South, Kate Smith, singing I Can't Remember to Forget. All right, Kate.
So I promise to erase every memory of your face. I can't remember to forget. It makes no difference how I vow. My heart's haunted by a ghost. I can't remember to forget. Am I late? I've seen the light at last. I'll make up in the future for the past. So with my bride in full return,
wonderful, Kate. Really wonderful.
Well, thank you, Bob.
Kate, I want to welcome you to the Pepsi Show. It's a thrill to have you here.
And it's a thrill to be here, Bob. Really, yours is one of my favorite radio shows. I tune your program in every single Tuesday night.
Is that a fact, Kate?
Honestly, Bob. It's become a real habit with me. In fact, I don't think I could sleep without it. Bob, while I'm here, I want to thank you for appearing on my show last Friday.
Well, you know, Kate, I really enjoyed working on your program with Dorothy Lamour and Una Merkel doing that bit from the road to Zanzibar.
But, Bob, Bing Crosby was in that picture, too. How is it he didn't show up on the broadcast?
Well, one of his horses was dying, and he had to sit up with him. It was the first time he'd ever seen one of his horses finish.
While we were on the air, you actually kissed Dorothy Lamour. You know, you weren't supposed to kiss her. We have a sound effects man who takes care of that.
Yeah, how do you get into that union?
Well, Bob, the way you kiss, I wouldn't want you to know. Say, I noticed when you were on my show, Bob, that you were dressed in the usual fashion, but you were wearing a pair of rubbers. Why was that?
Well, whenever I get near that Dorothy Lamour, the water on my knee percolates. I really had the audience over at your place laughing, though, didn't I, Kate?
Yes, Bob, you sure did. You're the first guest I ever had that stood at the door as the people came in and gave them all shots of adrenaline.
Well, I had to do that, Kate. The ushers refused to run through the audience with feathers. But I enjoyed doing the Road to Zanzibar on your show. You know, it's a sequel to the Road to Singapore.
Road to Zanzibar, Road to Singapore. Why doesn't Paramount just hang a red lantern on your nose?
They can't. W.C. Fields has it patented. Hey, I have appeared in all the road pictures, though. I even took a test for that picture, Tobacco Road.
Did you get the part in it?
No.
Then why don't you change back to your regular clothes?
How do you like that? Wait and let my brother-in-law fire a line there, but I'm disregarded. But I'm doing all... I took such a big take, I lost my place. But I'm doing all right in those road pictures. I have enough money. I don't have to worry.
You don't, Bob?
No, I've got so much money I can even talk back to a waiter at the Brown Derby. I suppose you've been around seeing places like the Brown Derby and the Pirate's Den during your visit here, Kate?
Yes, and there's something I'd like to ask you about California.
What is it?
Does it really rain out here?
Survivors! But, Kate, I haven't introduced you to the members of our cast. Would you like to meet our band leader, Skinny Ennis?
Oh, I'd love to, Bob. What a lovely word, Skinny. Is that him over there, Bob? Goodness. Has he always been so thin or just since you've been paying him?
Oh, he's always been small and thin. In fact, he was 4 years old before anyone knew he was born. To be perfectly frank, Kate, compared to him, you look a little big.
Bob, compared to him, there's no comparison. Gee, I wish my dog were here now. I'd love him to see Mr. Ennis.
You'd like to have your dog see Skinny Ennis?
Yeah, I want him to be satisfied with the bones he's getting now.
Well, I'll call him. Hey, Skinny. Yeah, Bob. Come over here. Kate, this is Skinny Ennis. Skin, this is Kate Smith.
Are you kidding? So this is Skinny Ennis.
Yeah, and if you're all through examining me, how about putting me down?
I'm glad to know you, Skinny. I said I'm glad to know you, Skinny. Well, say something.
Comes the revolution, all the weight will be divided equal.
You know, Skin, Kate's from Dixie, too.
Oh, are you a Southerner, Skin? They call me the songbird of the South. What do they call you down south?
Yankee.
Yankees? But, Skinny, there are no more Yankees and Southerners. We're all together under the stars and stripes. Why, even Bob Hope belongs as much to the South as he does to the North.
Doggone it, North Carolina's seceding again. Guys, Kate, I'd like to be big and husky like you.
Well, that's easy, Skin. You ever heard of grape nuts?
No, we don't hear much from the outside world on this program.
Well, what do you talk about?
Just Pepsodent.
Really?
Yeah, we talk Pepsodent, eat Pepsodent, sleep Pepsodent, nothing but Pepsodent, day and night.
Well, don't you ever go out with girls?
No, when we get in the mood, the sponsor sends over a couple of tubes that can rumba.
Say, Kate.
Yeah.
How do you get your voice to sound so powerful when you sing?
Well, Skin, it's really very simple. Before you start to sing, you just take 4 deep breaths. Now go ahead.
Okay.
Hey, what's that?
One of my corpuscles writing a letter to Ripley. Kate, so long till you know what you know. It's been nice seeing you.
It's been nice hardly seeing you too, Skin. You know, Bob, Skinny isn't a bad singer.
Yeah, he's a pretty good singer, and you're a good singer, Kate, but when I sing, everyone in the United States hears me.
Everyone in the United States hears you?
Everyone in the nation. Listen.
Ha ha! I did it for national defense.
Thank you very much, Kate. And we can't let you go away without singing another song. Ladies and gentlemen, Kate Smith singing I Hear a Rhapsody. Please.
When you're away, my heart longs for you. Oh, won't you stay, my darling? Hold me tight and whisper to me, then talk through the starlit night. I hear a rhapsody. And when I hear you call so softly to me, I don't hear a call at all. I hear a rhapsody. And when your sparkling eyes are smiling at me, then talk to the starry skies. I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you. So won't you stay, my darling? Hold me tight and
really belts them out, doesn't she? You just heard a rhapsody there. Say, Bill,
Yes,
what's
Bob?
that machine you and Skinny have been fussing with over there in the corner?
Oh, that? Well, I'll tell you. Skinny has invented a memory machine, Bob. You just press a button and the machine remembers stuff.
Hey, go ahead, Bob. Ask you something. Okay, what's Hedy Lamar's telephone number?
That number is Adam 9563.
Hey, that's right. Is it? See if it remembers what she did when I asked her.
Yeah, you had to go open your big mouth. And Bob Goodwin was going to give it a real memory test. Hey, what were you going to ask it, Bill? Well, Skin, I was going to ask it if it remembered how many tufts there are in ordinary toothbrushes. Now, the brush that most of you ladies and gentlemen are using probably has 17, 19, 23, or 25 tufts. Now compare that with the new Pepsodent 50 tufts toothbrush.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the answer to a sensational overnight success. No other toothbrush contains 50 tufts of Fibrex, DuPont's marvelous synthetic fibers. No other toothbrush gives you double power cleansing. And no other toothbrush combines this high efficiency with gentle and springy fibers that whip into hard-to-reach areas, yet that are gentle on your gums. No, sir, ladies and gentlemen, never before have the number of tufts in your toothbrush been so important to beautiful, bright teeth. These new Pepsodent 50 Tufts toothbrushes cost no more than ordinary brushes, just 50 cents. But what a whale of a lot more you get. Comfortable feeling handles, a choice of many sparkling colors, and a sanitary sparkling glass package. Get your Pepsodent 50 Tufts brush tomorrow.
It's just like walking on air. Feel like a bubble, no trouble, no care. Feel like a...
And now, Bob Hope offers his version of Walking on Air. Our scene opens with two of Hollywood's most lovable characters riding in their auto.
Say, Brenda, what is it, Copina?
Nice to be out driving like this.
Yeah. You know, I think I got spring fever.
Spring fever? What's that?
You know, when you feel so lazy you don't want to do anything but neck with fellas all day. That means it's spring.
You mean for 40 years I've been living in the same season? Look! We're passing a man. Don't you know it's not right to whistle at man? Isn't it? No. Just get up on the hood and drag him off the sidewalk.
Oh, he didn't pay no attention. We should have brought the harpoon. Say, Kobe, there's a gas station over there. I think we need some gas. Drive in.
Brenda, we just got gas 5 minutes ago. We don't need any more.
Oh, look at them good-looking attendants.
Fill her up.
How do you do, miss? Can I do anything for you?
Are you kidding?
Oh, come on, let's go. Oh, look, here's Clark Gable. Won't you climb into my car, Mr. Gable? Here, sit next to me. You dear boy, it was sweet of you to send me those flowers this morning. What's that? Oh, certainly I'll tell my chauffeur. Up here, drive Mr. Gable and me through Lover's Lane. Oh, Clark. Stop. Oh, your mustache tickles my ear. Oh, Clark.
And they gave Ginger Rogers the Academy Award for acting.
Oh, look, Copina, look at that handsome man crossing the street. Well, let's get going. He's no good to us now.
Say, I meant to tell you, I went to the doctor today about the water on my knees. Look how he fixed it. What's what happens when I shake my knee?
Well, what do you know? 7 Up. Copina, I just noticed your lipstick's awful red today.
Lipstick nothing. Every time we stop suddenly, I kiss the cigar lighter.
Kissing a cigar lighter. Why, you silly girl, that's the most idiotic thing Is it good?
Well, compared to the fellows I usually get, yes. Oh, gee, I'm afraid we'll never get any fellas.
Bina, don't be so pessimistic. Why, when them fellas see us driving in this swell car, two gorgeous dames with lovely complexions, beautiful features, luscious figures, very exotic looking.
Brenda, I told you to put that Ethel in the car.
Hey, look at those two fellas sitting on the bench. Let's sneak up on them.
All right, don't forget, though, take it easy. This is our last monkey wrench.
Come on, let's sneak up on them and hear what they're saying.
What is it, Robert?
Steve, it sure is romantic here in the park, isn't it? Say, is that girl still watching me?
No, you can stop walking on your hands now.
Oh, I guess it's no use. Why can't we get girls? What's wrong with us? You think it's true what they say about Sen? Say, look at that girl over there.
Oh, Bob, that girl isn't so nice. Only an average fellow would even consider flirting with her. Only an average fellow would be willing to be seen with her. Only an average fellow would be willing to make love to her.
Meet John Doe.
Well, anyway, it's nice seeing you here in the park, Bob. Gosh, I'll bet the corner of Hollywood and Vine doesn't look the same without you.
I didn't like that remark, Bill. I don't want to get a reputation as being the only fellow in Hollywood who hangs around on corners on Hollywood Boulevard whistling at girls. Other actors do that, too.
Well, yeah, but you're the only guy in Hollywood who has a stand-in for the night shift.
Gee, look at that gorgeous blonde. Oh, what a beautiful blonde.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's starting to rain. Oh, boy, it's raining hard.
She don't look bad as a brunette either. Say, Bill, look, there's a cop over there behind those bushes. Why, it's Professor Colonna. Colonna, so you're now a cop.
Yes, officer of the law, servant of the people, upholder of human rights, and defender of womankind. Also bets taken for Bay Meadows.
Well, are you attending to your job, Professor?
Yes, Hope, tell me, is it true that there's a guy in this park who holds up fellows and then takes their pants so they can't chase after him?
That's right, Colonna.
You see, ladies, I ain't just absent-minded.
Officer Colonna, get back in your beat.
Okay, now just a minute. I want to help this little girl over the puddle. Now, little girl, it's just a small puddle, so when I say 3, jump over it. 1, 2, 3. You'd be surprised how many kids we lose that way.
Hey, Bill, look at that small, thin pigeon over there hunting around for crumbs.
Yeah, say, who's that fat pigeon behind him?
That's his agent.
Oh, gee whiz, I wish some girls had come by.
Boy, what legs. What legs. What legs.
Oh, come on, give me back my caterpillar.
Come on, honey. No one can see us here. Flip me a little kiss.
Why, Officer Colonna, have you got a girl back there?
Oh, no, I'm just playing with a sparrow. A little teeny sparrow.
Professor!
Big son of a gun, wasn't she?
Never mind. What are you doing now, Colonna?
Oh, I'm just picking a little dandelion. Long root.
Say, Bob, look, here come a couple of girls in a car.
Gee, Bill, this is our chance. I'm going to be daring. I'll whistle to them lightly. I wonder if they whistle back. This is the first time I ever picked up a factory whistle.
Why, the idea. We're not a factory whistle. We're girls.
Come. This is no time for April Fool's jokes. Well, yes. Say, gee, here comes a cop. Let's all hide in these bushes.
Yeah, let's hide.
Yes.
All right. Now I'll hide, and you see if you can find me.
Colonna, come here. Come over here.
Bell-bottom pants.
Bell-bottom head.
That's it. These two here are under arrest.
But, Professor, they're Brendan Cabina.
I don't care what their names are. They can't run around this park without a license on their collars. Now, you're all under arrest. Everyone get in the car.
Oh, but Professor.
Get in.
Here we go. Great Scott, Professor, we're going 110 miles an hour.
Yes, and sideways, too.
Colonna, watch how you're driving. Can't you see that sign, no U-turn?
No, U-turn. I haven't got a driver's license. Kelowna, watch out. We're headed right for the lake. Don't worry. As soon as I get the car up to 120 miles an hour, we just skim over the lake. 110 miles, 115 miles, 120, and here we go, right over the lake. Kelowna, look out! You'd be surprised how many cars we lose this way.
And his guest star, Hedda Hopper.
Happy anniversary, Fibber McGee and Molly.
If you're with me cleaning or a springtime cleaning, throw away your brush and soap, 'cause here's Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Spring Cleaning Hope telling you to use Pepsodent, and while you're making your house spick and span, you won't hear a bridge click in your pan. Or, this is Bob Spring Cleaning Hope telling you to use Pepsodent because a brush in the hand is better than a vacuum in the puss. Is that a wonderful joke? What a joke. I told that joke to Jimmy Roosevelt last week. Now he has to have a nurse steady. This is the time of the year we all start our own spring cleaning, now that Morgenthau's through with us. But you should see me doing my spring house cleaning this week. We sure worked hard cleaning the living room. First I rolled the rug back, then I mowed the grass. Found another rug. All year long, you know. All year long we kept sweeping the dirt under the living room rug. In fact, the rug was so high, to get on it, you had to be the thief of Baghdad. I saw the picture. Yes, sir. Where were you? But I want to tell you, at our house, the dust was so thick I had to probe for the furniture. There was so much dust around the house, the termites were running around yelling Gesundheit to each other. And our Oriental rug needed cleaning. In fact, the gopher had been living in it so long he had slanted eyes. But we're not worried about the rugs much because we have a good vacuum cleaner. That's Santa Neat on a stick. But we did clean. Today, first thing in the morning, I decided to go up and clean the attic. When I got up there, I came across a bunch of old Esquires in one corner. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, I'm going to clean the attic. But I really know how to clean house. I took the Venetian blinds down and put them in the electric washer and turned on the switch. Anybody want to buy 38,000 toothpicks? And I hadn't changed the water in the goldfish bowl for 2 years, so I put some clean, fresh water in it. The goldfish swam to the top, took a breath of fresh air, and said, "Gosh, that was a long blackout." And I got a few surprises, too. I opened one closet door, and I saw a man with a long white beard. I said, "What are you doing in there?" He said, "I'm the exterminator." He pointed to a horse in one corner and said, "I came in here 20 years ago to kill that mouse." Nice joke. I know. I rolled that joke on the White House lawn yesterday. I did. Yes, I did. But my house is really clean now. My paint started to fade a little, so I repainted the house with Pepsodent. Now I've got the only house in America whose bay window smiles at you. May not be funny, but it's a plug. I got you there. But everybody's cleaning, no kidding. One workman spent 2 days cleaning the windows of Hedy Lamar's house until she told me she'd call the police. And I had an accident while I was cleaning my house. I poured some glue on the piano stool by mistake. My uncle sat down on it yesterday. So far, he's played I Hear a Rhapsody 3,000 times.
Say, Bob, there's something I'd like to speak to you, Bob.
Why, certainly, William. What is it?
Well, you know, Bob, I've been on your radio program for 3 years now. And in all that time, we've never had a fight about money.
That's right, Bill.
In fact, you've never even mentioned it.
Wait a minute, William. I don't want you giving the audience the impression that I'm cheap. Just to show you that my heart's in the right place, take this $1,000 bill.
Oh, gee, thanks, Bob.
And here's another $1,000 bill.
Thanks.
And another $1,000 bill.
Thanks. Boy, will you be in a spot when television comes in.
right, so they're only $1 bills. Does a little number make so much difference?
Well, yes, Bob, a great deal of difference. For instance, numbers are mighty important when you're buying toothbrushes. The number 50 is the one to remember. For the new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush gives you more for your money. It's the only toothbrush that gives you twice the usual number of tufts in a small, compact head. Now, it's just simple arithmetic. Double the number of tufts means double the cleansing power. And double the cleansing power means brighter, more sparkling teeth quicker than ever before.
Well, just take a tip from me, ladies and gentlemen, and get one of those marvelous new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrushes right away. There's a free gift waiting for you if you buy a new Pepsodent toothbrush now. For just a few days more, Pepsodent is offering you a free 25-cent size of Pepsodent toothpaste or tooth powder, whichever you prefer, with the purchase of every 50 Tough toothbrush at the regular price of 50 cents. But you'll have to act quickly to get this valuable free gift. After a few days, the offer will be withdrawn. So go to your store, tell your salesman you want a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush, then choose your free gift, either Pepsodent toothpaste or Pepsodent tooth powder in the 25-cent size. All you pay is the regular price of 50 cents for the toothbrush. Now, get yours right away while there's still time.
In a town in Sweden, by a stream so clear and cool, a boy would sit and fish and dream when he should have been in school. He couldn't read or write a word, but happiness he found
In a little song he heard,
here's how it would sound.
Hut Rolston on the river, oh, and the bowlers through it. Hut Rolston on the river, oh, and the bowlers through it. Hut Rolston on the river, oh, and the bowlers through it. Hut Rolston on the river, oh, and the bowlers through it.
Now the Rolston is a Swedish town, the river on is a stream. The brawler is the boy and girl, but that is their dream.
Hut Rolston on the river, oh, and the brawlers through it. Hut Rolston on the river, oh, and the brawlers through it.
We have heard that all the Swedish guys sing this song to all their sweetie pies. Hut Rolston on the river, and the brawlers through it. Hut Rolston on the river, and the brawlers through it. Hut Rolston on the river, and the brawlers through it. Hut Rolston on the river, and the brawlers through it. Though the words may sound a little bit silly, they're really not. That Swedish for love stuff, hot shot is red hot.
Hut Rolston on the river, oh, and the bowlers through it. Hut Rolston on the river, oh, and the brawlers through it.
Hot shot Rolston, hot shot Rolston.
Yes, sir. That was our 6 hits and a miss in the Austrian Hut Such song. The 6 hits and a miss are now 6 hits and a misses. In a little while, this program will have 6 hits and misses and a few quiz kids. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Pauline and Jerry did it, Las Vegas. Where are we? Let's get into it. And now it is my pleasure to present one of Hollywood's best-known personalities, screen actress, newspaper columnist, radio commentator, and wearer of Hollywood's dizziest hat, Miss Hedda Hopper, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Bob. I love that introduction, wearer of Hollywood's dizziest hats. Of course, my hat is a little tricky, isn't it?
I'll say, I could hardly wait for 7 o'clock to see the cuckoo come out.
Why, Bob, it's my new Easter bonnet.
Really? Does that thing lay an egg, hubby? I mean, I wish you wouldn't bring that competition around. Did you see me? Oh, it's all right. Now, just let them... Did you see me in the Easter parade Sunday morning, Hedda?
Yes, and I really don't think you know how to dress, Bob.
Don't know how. Why? Didn't I look formal?
Well, for one thing, you're not supposed to wear a top hat with bare feet.
Since when? I mean, Oh, it clashes, eh? Well, if you'd taken a good look at me, Hedda, you'd have seen I was wearing top hat, cutaway coat, and striped pants.
Striped pants? Yeah, that was a good idea, drawing black lines in your long underwear.
Why, Hedda, I thought my outfit was a real production. I gave a lot of thought and study to it.
Yes, it was an elaborate suit, Bob, but didn't you overdo it a little bit?
Overdo it?
I mean, having that midget trot along behind you carrying the extra pair of pants.
Well, I gave that midget those pants. He cuts the pockets out and uses them for pillowcases. Hedda, I suppose... That's a long line for nothing. I suppose... What am I doing in there? Hedda, I suppose you spent a whole week figuring out your Easter outfit.
Well, not exactly, Bob. I was busy with my own radio program.
Oh, yes, Hedda Hopper's Hollywood.
Yes, I broadcast for Sun-Kissed Oranges and Lemons.
Well, I broadcast for Pepsodent toothpaste.
You know, Bob, we're nothing but a couple of squirts.
Yeah, well, look, I wonder if Pepsodent toothpaste and Sun-Kissed Oranges have anything in common.
Well, sure they have. To get the best out of them, you have to squeeze them both.
I know a couple of girls like that. Look, I suppose you want to put in a plug for your product, Hedda.
No, Bob. I only want to tell the folks how marvelous Sun-Kissed Oranges are. They're luscious, juicy, big, delectable, and the best California can grow.
All finished?
Yes.
Okay, Florida, tune back in. Are we bragging as though they were ever in?
Say, Bob, what do you do when you're not busy with radio and pictures?
Well, I like to take a trip to Catalina, lie out on the beach, and admire the pretty girls in their bathing suits.
And Edward G. Robinson thinks he's the sea wolf. And while we're on the subject, I've heard a lot about you and Bill Goodwin standing on the corner of Vine Street.
You hear that, Bill?
Yes, I did, Bob.
And let me tell you something. Only kids would stand on corners and whistle at girls. Only kids would try to flirt with girls. And only kids would try to kiss girls.
Well, meet the men of Boys Town.
That did it, William. That did it.
Well, if you boys can't get girls, before I was a Hollywood columnist, I was an advice to the Lovelorn editor. Maybe I can give you some advice.
No, that wouldn't help, Hedda. I once went to a Lovelorn editor. That was quite a while ago when I was still a shy and bashful boy before I started to use Pepsodent.
Pepsodent. All that ever comes out of you is Pepsodent.
Well, shoot the stopper to me, Hopper.
What did you go to see the Lovelorn editor about, Bob? I suppose it was your first love affair.
Yes, it was a sensational affair, Hedda. She was 16 and I was 18.
What made you fall in love with her?
Oh, I guess it was the way she handled a pool cue. But we came to the parting of the ways.
What broke up your romance?
Well, her mother didn't like me. She used to see me hanging around the runway in burlesque theaters. It made her nervous when she was dancing. So the next day, there I was, Hedda, at the door of the Advice to the Lovelorn editor.
Come in.
Say, is this the Advice to the Lovelorn?
Goodbye, Miss Hopper.
Goodbye, Mr. Paramore.
This is it. Say, are you the Advice to the Lovelorn editor?
Why, yes. Here, let me take your hat and shirt off.
Oh, thanks.
Say, you're a country boy, aren't you?
Yes, I'm from the country. How'd you know?
Well, never mind. I'll open the window. You're about the most bashful boy I've ever seen. Say, do you always suck your thumb?
Yep, can't quite reach my big toe anymore.
Well, tell me, what's your problem?
Well, I broke up with my girl, Lulabelle. I ain't been able to sleep ever since. I'm always thinking about her.
Well, perhaps I can help you. Why don't you describe Lulabelle to me?
Well, her face ain't much to look at, but her figure, gee, it's awful. We used to have a lot of fun together, but then I began to suspect she was going with another fella.
Well, what made you think that?
Well, every time I walk into the parlor, she's sitting there necking with him. Gee, I don't understand it. I don't understand why Lulabelle don't love me.
Well, perhaps her family objected. What do her folks think of you?
Well, her mother's away in an army camp.
Her mother's in an army camp?
Yeah, she always insisted on wearing the pants in the family, and this time she got drafted.
Well, perhaps you're not romantic enough. Tell me, when the lights are low and there's soft music playing and you two are all alone in the room and all is still, what do you do?
I eat peanuts.
Why?
Well, I ain't the type to sit around and do nothing.
When did you realize that Lulabelle was beginning to slip away from you?
Oh, just the other day. I was holding her in my arms, looking tenderly into her eyes, and Then she puckered up her little lips.
Yes, yes.
What a time to blow a spitball.
Well, don't worry about her. You can get plenty of girls. You know, you're kind of cute. Here, let me fix your necktie for you.
Oh, gee, we're standing this close to a woman. It gives me goose pimples all over.
On you, it's an improvement. I sure love
You got
that
some
one.
of that fuzz on your tongue there, you know. That dropped down from that hat. Where are we?
You'd think it was a bird's nest.
Can I send that on the road? Go ahead.
Come on, handsome. Sit down here beside me.
Oh, gosh. Do you think it's safe?
Well, certainly. I won't bite you.
Go ahead. I like it.
Now, let me give you a few pointers. Next time you hold Lulabelle in your arms, run your fingers through her hair like I'm running mine through yours.
Oh, shucks. Don't run your fingers through my hair. It keeps reminding me of something.
Well, what's that?
I got to do my spring plowing.
Oh, come on. How about a kiss?
A kiss? What's that?
Don't you know what a kiss is? Well, what does your mother do when your father comes from work and she sees him?
Oh, slugging.
Oh, no. I'll show you what a kiss is. There. How did you like that?
Did we get across Sunset Boulevard all right? Thank you, Hedda Hopper. Hedda will be back with us in a few minutes, folks. Take it.
Sentimental me, for romantic you. Dreaming dreams is all that we can do. We hang around all day and ponder, while both of us grow fonder. The Lord knows where we're wandering to. I sit and sigh, you sigh and sit upon my knee. We laugh and cry and never disagree. A million kisses we'll make best of, until there's nothing left of for romantic you and sentimental me. Sit upon my knee. We laugh and cry and never disagree. A million kisses we'll make best of, until there's nothing left of for romantic you and sentimental me.
That's Skinny Ennis, ladies and gentlemen. Skinny Ennis and Sentimental Me. Say, Skinny, congratulations. I hear you're packing them in at the Wilshire Bowl.
Well, thank you, Bob. You know I'm following Phil Harris over there.
That's a switch. Someone following Phil Harris. But, you know, when I was there the other night, you were dancing with that fat girlfriend of yours, Skin.
Hey, didn't we look swell, Bob?
Yeah, she certainly made a handsome-looking couple.
Well, Bob, I had a lot of trouble dancing. I was wearing a suit made out of that kangaroo cloth.
Well, what's the matter with kangaroo cloth?
Nothing, but every time I take a step, it's 2 jumps ahead of me.
Well, I heard Art Baker saying that same thing. He said Pepsodent tooth powder was 2 jumps ahead of the halfway tooth powders.
Well, that's it, Bob. A young lady asked me about that today.
Mr. Baker, what do you mean when you mention halfway tooth powder? Don't most tooth powders clean teeth pretty well?
Yes, they do. Yes, there are a lot of pretty good tooth powders. A lot of them will do some of the things that Pepsodent does. But there isn't a single leading brand that'll give you all the advantages to the high degree of effectiveness that you can get from Pepsodent tooth powder.
Is that because of irium?
Well, in part, yes. Irium is important because it's a super cleansing agent, not expelled by any that you can name. But cleansing is only half the job. Teeth have to be polished. They have to be buffed to make them lustrous and sparkling and brilliant. And unless a tooth powder makes teeth gleam, it's doing only half a job.
Well, don't other tooth powders polish too?
Well, not the way Pepsodent does. Pepsodent is the outstanding champion in this department because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains composite metaphosphate, the remarkably safe, effective polishing ingredient. Pepsodent developed it, Pepsodent patented it. And it's so effective that several independent testing laboratories have all reached the same basic conclusion, namely, Pepsodent tooth powder has the power to produce 32% greater luster on teeth than the next best leading tooth powder, actually twice as bright as the average of all other brands. Now, that's why Pepsodent can do things no ordinary tooth powder will do. That's why your teeth will feel smoother and look brighter, at least 32% brighter than ever before.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. No more halfway tooth powders for me. From now on, I'm saying Pepsodent tooth powder, please.
Lazy little Daisy at the gate beside a garden wall. Wake up.
And now, Bob Hope presents his version of Lazy Little Daisy. As our scene opens, we find Bob and yours truly running the new Bob Hope Ladies Dress and Hat Shoppy.
Oh, say, Bill.
Yes, Bob?
Well, here I am running my own women's dress shop. This will show Paramount I can handle the skirts.
Say, you know, Bob, this store is all right, but you ought to get some more dresses made out of tweed.
Made out of what?
Tweed. Tweed. Tweed.
How are you in wild animal calls? I'd like to call my agent. Where are we?
Hey! What's that going by the front door so fast?
That's Mrs. Roosevelt going to Jimmy's wedding. She's back already.
Say, Bob, you know the wax dummy in front of the store? Well, Hedy Lamarr just walked by it.
Hedy Lamarr just walked by the wax dummy?
Yeah.
Well, what do you know? Candles. Say, I meant to ask you, Bill, what about the hats I designed this morning? How are they selling?
Oh, fine, Bob. This afternoon, Humphrey Bogart got his first look at the hat we made for his wife.
I wonder how long he'll stay up in the hills this time. Hello, Hope's Dress and Hat Shop, Hollywood Patterns exclusively.
Hello, Chief. This is your assistant, Professor Colonna. Expert buyer, salesman, designer, and hatter. Also telephone slugs, free for a nickel.
Never mind that, Professor. Are you selling any dresses?
Yes, boss. I am now measuring Venus de Milo for a dress.
Venus de Milo?
Yes. How can her old man let her run around like that? Now, stand still a minute, Venus, while I take your measurement. Length, 52. Waist, 18. Arms. Come. Get them out of your pockets, kid.
Don't you know Venus has no arms?
No arms? Very interesting. Very interesting. Come here, Bean. Oh, take that. We learn something new every day, don't we?
Say, Bob, excuse me, but that construction company called before, and they said that their order was a mistake. They wanted to buy some girders, not girdles.
Well, gosh, Bill, how did they find out their mistake?
Well, every time the wind blows, the 10th story does a two-way stretch. You know, Bob, I've been thinking we should have a big sale.
All right, hand me the matches. Howard, hand them to me.
Not again. We're still smoking from yesterday. I meant to tell you, Bob, the truck just brought in a new shipment of lingerie, and there seems to be a piece missing.
One piece missing? How could that be?
Well, I don't know, but that's the first time I ever saw a truck driver wearing lace panties.
Bill, those weren't lace panties. The union makes them sit on a doily. Hello?
Hello, Hope. This is Colonna, the big buyer, seller, exchanger. Also room for rent in Uriel. No children. Now, listen, boss, I'm down here at the silk factory getting some silk. Tell me, Hope, when silkworms spin a cocoon, they're supposed to spin it around themselves, aren't they?
That's right. Silkworms always spin their cocoons around themselves.
See, fellas? Now, let me out of here.
Professor Colonna, you can't make me believe you're in a cocoon. I just saw you going out to the park.
Well, that's right, Hope. I'm out here at the park getting some fur. There's a little animal running around in the bushes.
Well, grab it, Colonna. It's a chipmunk.
Oh, no, Hope. I think it's a skunk.
No, it isn't. Grab it. It's a chipmunk.
Okay. Here, pussy. Wow!
What's the matter, Colonna?
If that's a chipmunk, it's got a wonderful defense program.
Colonna, this is the last straw.
Oh, well, you use it. I'll drink from the bottle.
Say, Bill.
Yeah?
Tell me, how's business doing
Bob,
here?
Bob, I'm a little worried. That queer contraption over there. Is that a lady's hat or a malted milk machine?
Where? Oh, I don't know. I'll see. I wonder what happens if I touch this. It's a hat. Must be one of Hopper's. Say, Bill, business ought to pick up in this dress shop since we hired those 2 new models to show off our dresses. Look, here they are over there. Let's eavesdrop something on them.
Say, Brenda, what is it, Cobina? It's wonderful us getting jobs here as models. Yeah. Gee, I hope my figure's all right for modeling. Cobina, honestly now, do you think I'm getting middle-aged spread?
Spread? I'd say it was more of a migration.
Cobina, turn around. Let me look at you. Oh, you got a shape like Landis. Carol Landis? No, Judge.
Oh, yeah, I've got a nice shape. Now, really, don't you think I have an hourglass figure?
Yeah, but it's about 45 minutes late.
Listen, Smarty, you can't talk to me that way. My face has been on many a cover.
Magazine or manhole?
Listen, Brenda, I didn't like that crack. You've been acting awful snooty since the Gophers voted you Miss Buckteeth of 1941.
Oh, you know, last night I dreamed that Clark Gable was chasing me all night. Oh, what a nightmare.
Clark Gable's chasing you and you call that a nightmare?
Sure, he couldn't catch me.
Say, I was out with a fellow last night who appreciated me. And he admired my figure. Oh, gee, you should have heard the way he admired my figure. And then he popped the question.
He popped the question?
Yeah. But why should I fight Joe Louis?
Oh, let's tend to business, Kobe. Do you like my new garters?
Yeah, I love your new garters. And they sure hold your knees up.
I'm laughing. What a smart gang.
Well, what do you expect me to make up on the spur of the moment? After all, I'm not George Bernard Shaw.
Well, let me see your driver's license.
Pretend like you're working here. Here comes the boss.
Oh, hello, girl.
Oh, hello, Bobsy. We were just modeling some of your new dresses. Don't I look attractive in this dress? Ooh, I bet I'll attract men like flies.
Yes, but you'll attract twice as many flies. Yes, you will. Say, come on, let's get the store in order. I'm expecting Hedda Hopper. I'll call my assistant. Oh, Colonna.
Honey.
Loose eyeballs. Stop acting foolish, Colonna. You get under my skin.
Why should I? I've got nothing to hide.
Here comes Hedda now.
Hello, Bob. Nice shop you have here.
Oh, Hedda, this is Brendan Cabina, the only 2 of their kind in the world.
Really? I thought Adam had 4 sons.
Well, getting on with the introductions. Professor Colonna, this is Hedda Hopper.
Come again?
This is Hedda Hopper. Hopper. Jitterbug, eh? Be nice to her, Professor. Miss Hopper is syndicated.
Must have been a neat job. The scar doesn't show.
Say, Hedda, tell me, what do you think you can do for Brendan Cabina? They want to attract men. Can you improve their looks?
Well, Bob, looks don't matter so much when it comes to attracting a man. It's the approach that counts. Do you girls approach a man with savoir-faire?
No, we sneak up behind him with chloroform.
No, what Hedda means is that when you meet a man, you should play hard to get.
That's right. Now, here comes a man through that doorway. I want you to act with dignity and charm. Now, walk toward him casually. 1, 2, 3, go! See? I beat you again!
ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back at the same time. And with us as our guest will be Lola Lane, the same gang and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the National Broadcasting Company. Humphrey Bogart.
Here we are at June, folks. Time for moon and spoon, folks. And a laugh with all the stuff in our Bob Hope.
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, June Bride's Hope, telling you girls that even if you don't get flowers from your feller, if you use Pepsodent, you'll always have white lilies under your smeller. Yes, sir. Here we are back in Hollywood. Last week we did our show from Camp San Luis Obispo for the 40th Division, and what a time we had. And from the way those soldiers greeted me, believe me, folks, America's ready. They gave me a souvenir when I left. I'd show it to you, but only it's too soon to take the bandages off. Dorothy Lamour went up to the Army camp with me, and you should have seen Dorothy with those 7,000 men. You should have seen her. I didn't. Dorothy left one of her sarongs up there as a souvenir. I don't know who got it, but that ain't a pup tent the general's sleeping under. Of course, romance is in the air at this time of the year. You can tell June is here. All the girls in Hollywood are sending out their trousseaux to be cleaned and pressed. Again. And everybody's, that was a sneaky little word, wasn't it? And everybody's getting married. I saw a car driving up the street with a pair of shoes sticking out behind it. I said to the driver, wedding? He said, no, pedestrian. I went to a wedding the other day. It was a typical Hollywood wedding. The bride looked beautiful. She was wearing a long white veil. So long you could hardly see her slacks. It was a beautiful thing. And the groom was so nervous his beret fell off. The bride was one of those Hollywood glamour girls. She cut the wedding cake with her fingernails. And the groom was a musician. What a romance they had. He met her during a hot break in the Hut Sut song. And what a wedding. What a wedding. The bride was carrying 4 roses, rather well. And the bride's mother and father walked down the aisle with her. It's just like a convoy. It's a pleasure to protect the merchandise. Just the same, you're awfully happy to get rid of it. But it was a lovely spectacle. 2 little girls ran in front of the bride, unrolling the red carpet. When they got it all unrolled, there was the groom. But romance is everywhere this month. I went down the beach the other day. The ocean was beautiful. All morning the surf was glistening with foamy whitecaps. Then Cecil B. DeMille took his box of Lux and went home. And what a crowd at the beach. A lot of people, change into their bathing suits in their cars. And I think it's disgusting when it's so much easier in the bus. And, gee, the new bathing suits the girls are wearing. Aren't they? Boy, what girls. What strapless bathing suits. What confidence. A lot of beautiful girls were there swimming, but Bettie Grable beat them all to the raft. And you should see Skinny Ennis in the bathing suit. You know the picture on those ads that say before and after? Skinny looks like the one that says not yet. Skinny was wearing a nice white bathing suit. Later on, we found out it was a piece of spaghetti with armholes. But I want to tell you, Skinny can dive. He did a beautiful swan dive with his arms stretched out, but he got nervous when he started to gain altitude. Say, Bill Goodman, come here.
Yes, Bob. Say, gee, we had a swell time at the beach this weekend, didn't we?
Yeah, and I thought I was dressed exceptionally well for the beach. Why, when I walked out and took off my robe, did you see everybody crowd around me?
Well, after all, Bob, ermine shorts. But there certainly were a bunch of pretty girls on that beach.
Yeah, Bill, and the way you stared at them, you should have seen how far your eyes popped out.
Well, maybe they popped out a little.
A little. Bill, one of your bags turned under you. I'll be back. Wait a minute. I should pop mine out a little there.
I guess maybe my eyes did pop out a little bit.
Thank you for the feed. A little, Bill. Bill, One of the bags under your eyes turned to the other and said, "We'd better get packed. It looks like they're leaving for the weekend."
Well, Bob, I'm sorry to say this, but, I don't like going to the beach with you. You're too much of an exhibitionist, pretending you were drowning.
Bill, I wasn't pretending. I was really drowning.
Well, all right, but you didn't have to yell, "Help, help, see the road to Zanzibar, help."
Hey, Bill, did you see Skinny Ennis lying on the beach?
Yes, I did. And lying on the beach that way, Skinny looked like a picture.
Yeah, no blood and sand. I want to tell you, there's one man in this program that knows all about swimming, Professor Colono. Professor?
Coming.
Sneakers. That did it. Professor, on second thought, I don't see why I should ask you to give our listeners health and swimming hints. You don't seem to have much of a physique.
Now, hold on there, Hope. You can't speak about my physique like that. Did you ever see me in a bathing suit?
Yes, I've seen you in a bathing suit.
Roly-poly, son of a gun, ain't I?
Well, tell me, Professor, when you get into the water, can you swim far?
No, after I swim a few feet, the faucet hits me in the head.
Well, have you ever been in over your head, Kelowna?
Yes.
What happened?
The Bank of America gave me an extension. Now, just to show you what a great swimmer I am, I'll climb up this 50-foot pole for my famous dive.
Here I am. But, Professor, what are you going to dive into?
Into that cup of coffee.
You mean you're going to dive 50 feet into a cup of coffee?
Yes, sir. Here goes. What do you know? No cream.
Look, Kelowna, why don't you take a powder?
I will if it's Pepsodent. Here's a kid that'll be working next year.
Yes, sir, and Pepsodent tooth powder will be working next year and for years to come to make your teeth brighter. Listen to this.
Pepsodent tooth powder has the power to produce a luster on teeth twice as bright as the average of all other leading brands.
Now, there's a statement that means something. Because it has the backing of several important and authoritative testing laboratories which conducted tests on all the leading tooth powders. After they finished testing, they all agreed to that statement. It's your proof that Pepsodent tooth powder is the one for you. Well, that is, if you really want your teeth to sparkle and gleam as they never did before.
Right you are, Bill, right. For Pepsodent with patented composite metaphosphate can make your smile twice as bright, twice as effective when you turn it on. So, friends, if you're hiding a dull, tight-lipped smile, here's the way to get straightened out. Go to your store now. It's not too late tonight. Go right up to that man and say, "I want that tooth powder that beats the others by a mile. I'm fixing up a bright new smile. Give me a package of that high-polished Pepsodent tooth powder, please."
People all over been asking us this. How about a number that features a miss?
Oh, rocking chair's got me chained by my side. Hand me that shawl, son, for I tan your hide. Can't get from this cabin, ain't going nowhere. Just sitting here grabbing at the flies round my rocking chair. Ooh, dear
of trouble I see.
Oh, rocking chair's got me. Judgment day is near. Chained to my rocking chair.
Keep on rocking, rocking, rocking. Keep rocking, Miss Polly.
That was our 6 hits in a miss singing Old Rockin' Chair, where I belong. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce a very fine actor and the toughest guy on the screen, recently seen in Warner Brothers' High Sierra and The Wagons Roll at Night, Humphrey Bogart.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
I'm glad to see you got down off that mountain all right, Humphrey.
Just a minute, Hope. My pals call me Bogey. What do the fellows on this program call you?
There must be some way to answer that and still stay on the air. Oh, pardon me if I'm a little nervous around you, Humphrey. You're so tough. You know, when you walk down the street, the people run into their houses.
Yeah? Then you come on the air and they run right out again.
Just a minute, Bogart. You can't talk to me that way.
What's that? What'd you say?
I don't know. I wasn't listening. But I'm warning you, Humphrey, don't fool around with me.
Why? Do you carry a gun?
You see this hip?
Yeah. What about it?
Bulges, doesn't it? Wait a minute. Don't reach for your rod.
I was just kidding, Bob. All I got in my pocket is a handkerchief.
I still think it's a gun.
No, it's a handkerchief. Watch. I'll use it. Bad cold.
Say, huh? You know, 2 weeks ago we had your co-worker Priscilla Lane on this program. She just finished a new picture at Warner Brothers. A $500,000 baby.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bob. Not a $500,000. The name of the picture is $1 Million Baby.
You mean it was before the tax? Say, tell me, Bogey, what picture did you just make over there?
I made a picture called The Wagons Roll at Night.
Oh, you mean like Crosby's horses? But you're so... oh, that'll kill her in this. Oh, for that Norman, anything. But you're so tough in your pictures. Tell me, Humphrey, were you always a mug?
Oh, no, I was the nicest boy in my neighborhood. I always went to school dressed in my cute little Lord Fauntleroy suit, and when I walked down the street, all the neighbors would point at me and say, "There's the little rat who blew up the pool room."
Say, I was a tough kid, too. In school, I used to make spitballs and throw them all around the room.
No, you did? You did? Me, too. It only took me a half an hour to make a spitball.
Well, I could make one in a minute.
You mean you didn't wait for the cement to harden?
Humphrey, you're just a mug at heart. You're the kind of guy who would put a mustache in the Mona Lisa.
Oh, no, not me. If he can't raise his own, I'm not going to help him.
Well, I've watched you a lot in pictures, Humphrey. Tell me, doesn't it make your flesh crawl when you stand there pumping bullets into guys, sticking knives into guys' backs, putting guys in wet cement and tossing them in the river?
Oh, no, don't bother me at all. I go right home and sleep like a log if a fuse don't blow.
If a fuse don't blow?
Well, good gracious, you didn't expect me to sleep with the light out. You know, Bob, everybody thinks I'm tough, but I'm not really tough at all. In the evenings, I like to get out in my rock garden.
You've got a rock garden?
Yeah, sure I have. I get the seeds from the government.
Say, my brother's in a rock garden under government supervision, too.
Yeah, he is?
Yeah.
What does he grow?
A little older each year. Tell me, are you going to keep making those gangster pictures over Warner Brothers with George Raft?
Yes. As a matter of fact, George Raft and I would like to have Skinny Ennis in our next picture with us.
Why? What good would Skinny Ennis be in a prison cell?
Well, we could pick the lock with him.
Well, I'll call Skinny over here and have him meet you. Hey, Skinny, come here.
Hiya, fellas.
Skinny, this is Humphrey Bogart.
Well, shut my mouth. Shut my mouth.
Be careful, Skin. This guy'll do it.
Hiya, Skinny.
Hiya, big shot. What do you have from the mob?
Get a load of public adrenaline, number one.
Oh, Bob, me and Bogey come from the same neck of the woods.
Is that so? Where were you born, Skin?
He wasn't born. A St. Bernard dug him up.
Yeah, hold on now. Maybe I don't look like so much on the surface, but, man, when you look a little further, you'll find I'm really nothing.
You did it. By the way, Skin, how's your girl?
Oh, she's getting awful hard to handle.
Listen, Skinny, I'll help you. There are 2 ways to handle a woman. Either you treat her very gently, or you treat her very rough.
Well, which is the better method?
Neither. Whichever you use, they still like a guy who owns a Cadillac.
Well, Skinny, you ought to handle your women like Humphrey does. Assert yourself.
I do. Only the other day I looked my girl in the eye and I said, "Woman, you're my woman. And you got to do exactly as I tell you."
Did that make an impression on her?
I guess so. She laughed so hard I fell off a lap.
Well, is your girl here tonight, Skin?
Yeah, Bob, I'll call her.
Hey, Magnolia.
Come on, honey. Oh, hi, y'all.
Well, shut my mouth if it isn't Magnolia's.
Oh, Mr. Hobart, shut my mouth.
And this is Mr. Bogart.
Oh, shut my mouth.
And what a business I could do in zippers.
Honest, are you the big bad man that's in the movie?
That's what they tell me, yep.
Well, shut my mouth and pull it way down over my chin.
I would, but I see somebody beat me to it. Say, you better be careful what you say to her, Humphrey. Skinny worships the ground she crawled out of.
Are you really Humphrey Bogart? The rat who forces his attentions on girls and makes them kiss him and kiss him and kiss him and until the poor things are almost unconscious?
That's me.
See, Skinny, that's what I mean.
Oh, so you finally got around to speaking to me, huh?
Oh, I didn't mean to neglect you. How are you, honey lamb?
Oh, he's just fine.
How do you know?
He's using my blood today.
Hey, isn't Mr. Bogart a tough-looking guy?
Oh, he's not so tough.
Oh, no?
No. I dare you to knock this chip off my shoulder.
Magnolia, let me down.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Bogart. I wish Skinny could kiss like you.
Oh, well, what's wrong with Skinny? Does he give you the fatherly kiss or the brotherly kiss or the real sweetheart's kiss?
Well, I don't know. Which is the one where I have to bend down and pick him up after it's all over?
You see, Skinny's the weaker type. I'll show you how to kiss her, Skinny. Come here, dame, and throw your arms around me.
I will not.
Oh, no, I'll show you who's boss around here.
Ooh.
That'll show you. Now let me down. Thank you, Humphrey Bogart, and you'll be back with us in a few minutes, folks. Take it, Skinny.
Keep your thumbs up. What an elegant way to greet a new day that comes up. Just keep your thumbs up. Don't be Humpty Dumpty when you take a fall. Pull yourself together and climb back again on the wall with thumbs up. That's a very good sign that everything's fine and dandy. So come what may today, raise your voice and shout. You may be down, but you'll never be out of luck if you keep your thumbs up. When you take a fall, pull yourself together, climb back up again on the wall with thumbs up, down. That's a very good sign that everything's fine and dandy. So come what may today, raise your voice and shout. You may be down, but you'll never be out of luck if you keep your thumbs up. Very good sign that everything's fine and dandy. So come what may today, raise your voice and shout. You may be down, but you'll never be out of luck if you keep your thumbs up. Thumbs up, sing and keep your thumbs up.
That was Skinny Edda singing Thumbs Up. Boy, wasn't that a swell solo, Bill?
Oh, no, that wasn't a solo, Bob. That was a duet by me and Skinny.
Duet? I didn't hear your voice, Bill.
Oh, I don't sing. I just hold Skinny up to the microphone.
You stop kidding me, Bill Goodwin. I'm getting sick and tired of this. I got a good mind to whale into you and just tear you apart, you hear me? I'll tear you apart. Man, I got to lay off them double malted.
Well, now, take it easy, Skin, and you stick to those double malteds, too. Anytime you can get double value, that's money in the bank. Look at the new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush. There's a good example. And Art Baker's the man who can prove it.
Yes, the new Pepsodent toothbrush has 50 tufts of marvelous DuPont Fibrex bristles. Twice as many in a small, compact head as in any other brush. You know what that means? Double the number of tufts, double cleansing power.
You see, the bristles in the new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush are gentler. They're kinder to your gums. They don't have to be stiff and harsh because they depend on union for their strength. 50 Tufts united for strength, yet gentle for a better feel in your mouth.
You don't have to break in this brush at the expense of tender gums. No, sir. You just open the sanitary glass tube it comes packed in. You grasp that handsome, form-fitting colored handle. You add Pepsodent tooth powder, and then you have the grandest feeling, the most thoroughly effective tooth-cleaning combination in the world. So get a new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush tonight at your favorite store. It's the same price as ordinary brushes, just 50 cents. But what a whale of a difference in the results you get.
Get a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush tonight.
Well, Bogey, here we are in this prison cell. Steel bars all around us, 14 feet of concrete in the walls, 200 guards outside with submachine guns, handcuffs on our wrists, and a steel ball and chain on each of our feet.
Yeah, pal. You know something?
What?
I think they got us.
Well, I don't like it here.
It's your own fault that you're in jail trying to spend that phony dollar bill that your brother made.
Oh, gee whiz, no one would have known it was counterfeit. Only brother is such a sentimentalist.
Yeah, but it was the first time I ever saw a dollar bill with George Washington dressed as a June bride.
Gee, I wish we could escape.
Yeah, so do I. Say, you broke out of this jail once, didn't you?
Yeah, but they caught me all on account of that big searchlight.
Did they flash the searchlight on you when you went over the wall?
Yeah, and like a dope, I took a bow.
Gee, you know this prison is awful.
Yeah. Stand it, I tell you. I can't stand it. Every day, bread and water, bread and water, bread and water. I can't stand it.
Well, why not?
Well, gee whiz, can't I have just one piece of Melba toast?
Say, listen, Bogey, we got to get out of here. My trustworthy pal, Professor Cologne, is going to help us escape. I think he's on the outside now.
Hope. Yes. Are you locked in the cell? Steel bars all around? Manacled hand and foot?
That's right, Colonna.
What do you do when you have a bite?
Hey, Professor. Have you got the tools to help us escape?
Yes, I'm baking them in a cake right now. I'd better see if that cake is done. I'll pitch it. Hostess cake.
Colonna, hurry and get us out of here.
Listen, Hope, why are you so anxious to get out of jail?
Well, since I've been in jail, I've been hearing queer rumors. I hear that someone's trying to get my job with Pepsodent, and someone's been making calls to Shanghai on my phone and throwing wild parties at my house, and that someone's been taking my girl out every night.
Ah, yes. I've been a busy little bee, haven't I?
Oh, Colonna, you go to my head.
No, I was there yesterday, and there was nobody home.
Bogey, Cologne will never get us out of here. We got to make the best of it. Gee, all we got is one pack of cigarettes.
How long are we in for?
99 years.
You think we need some more cigarettes?
No, these are the slower burning kind. You know, Humphrey, my dear old Ma was supposed to come and visit me here today. Gee, I hope she can make it. It's a long walk from her cell.
Hello, son.
Oh, hello, Ma. Why, Mother, let me look at you. Is your hair turning gray?
No, I just had a big beer with a lot of foam on it.
Hey, why didn't you bring Junior with you? I don't see him around anymore.
No, the parole board picked up his option.
Hey, Ma, how's Paul?
They hung him a few days ago.
Oh, well, I thought they hung him last Thursday.
They did, but they cut him down so he could hear Rudy ballet.
Did they hang him right after that?
Yep. Him and Rudy signed off at the same time. And I'm signing too. So long, son.
So long, Ma. So long.
Oh, the last mile. It's terrible, that last mile. Oh, that last mile.
Gee, is he going to be electrocuted?
No, he went for a drive on Decoration Day.
I'll be with you in a minute. But first, I'm going to do a good deed. I'm rescuing someone right from the electric chair.
Kelowna, don't try to rescue anyone from the electric chair. The current may be on.
It's all right. I'll just grab him out quick. Well, I always wanted to see how I'd look with my head up.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob. What's going on in the next cell there?
Why, they're giving the third degree to Mendel the mug.
I won't talk. Ouch! I won't tell you. Ouch! I won't tell you.
Gee, that guy must have a pretty important secret.
Yeah, he knows all the words to the Hut Tut song.
Oh, me, oh, my, oh, my, oh, me. Here I am, fellas, and drink is my curse. You know, I've had so many martinis, I'm breaking out in small olives.
Hey, Andy Knock, what are you doing here?
What am I doing? Well, how do you like that? They put me in jail for being drunk. Me, who's absolutely sober. Sober with a capital sob.
You're sober?
Sure I am, but they're giving me the drinker's test, see?
The drinker's test?
Yeah, I got to sit at one end of the table, and at the other end of the table is a bottle of scotch. Now, I've been sitting there all afternoon, and the question is whether I went over and took a drink or not.
I see.
Yes, sir, that's the question. And that's the answer.
Say, come here.
Yes, sir.
Say, Canadian Club, what are you in jail for?
Oh, I gotta confess, Mr. Hope, I did a terrible thing. A horrible thing. I killed a midget.
You killed a midget?
Yes.
That's an awful thing to do. How'd you kill him?
Oh, the poor little fella. When I think of his eyes, he drowned. He did. It was my fault, too.
Well, how was it your fault?
Well, there was a fly in my beer, and just kidding. I told him it was the seaplane for Hawaii.
Hey, Bob, I don't know why they let drunks in this jail.
Neither do I. Why don't they stay in their cars where they belong?
Say, Hope, still in jail?
Yes?
Tight little script, isn't it?
Come on, Kelowna. How are you going to get us out of this jail?
Well, I'm up above you on the roof. I shall drop a rope down past your window. Then the three of us will slide down the rope when I count three.
Let me get this straight, Kelowna. You're up there on the roof. You're going to drop a rope down past our window. Then the three of us will slide down the rope when you count three.
That's right. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
What happened? We all fell down. Even the rope fell down. Didn't you have the rope tied securely?
Sure, look. It's still around my waist.
Good night to all who tune our humor hall. Our thanks for dialing in. The cast and crew all send their best to you. Till next time that we begin. Thanks, Humphrey Bogart. Your art with a villain's part held us from the start to the end. Use Pepsodent Poke. It's I should stick to the Hut Tut song. Next Tuesday night, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be broadcasting from La Jolla, California. We're all going down to Camp Callan and entertain the boys with the Coast Artillery. And, boy, we're going to have Birth of the Blues. Mary Martin will be with us to sing for the boys. And believe me, they'll like Mary Martin down there. So until next week, this is
Bob Hope.
Yes, sir.
And, Bob, I understand next week, by the way, next Monday. In fact, you'll be on the Lux Radio Theater with Carol Lombard.
Yeah, we're going to do Mr. and Mrs. Smith for old Cecil B. DeMille. I think we'll have a lot of fun there.
Wonderful, Bob.
Good night.
This is Bill Goodman speaking for Pepsodent. It's the National Broadcasting Company.
Les Brown.
Thank you, well-fed relatives.
and gentlemen, this is Bob back in his hometown of Cleveland, Hope, telling you folks in Ohio to use Pepsodent and your teeth will never look worn. You'll always be able to chew a lime, and after you start dating, you'll soon be marrying. It'll be a good alliance because there won't be any tiffin. And I hope you see their point. That's all local, but this is my hometown. Well, here I am in my hometown, Cleveland. Cleveland is all decorated for the sesquicentennial. Nice way of cleaning your teeth. Yes, sir, there are signs everywhere saying 150 years old, and I'm still trying to catch the guy who put them all under my picture. We had a wonderful plane trip in here on the Constellation that Buck Rogers' dream come true. We came across in the stratosphere. In fact, we were so high, W.C. Fields flew escort for us all the way to Kansas City. What a trip. Over the Rockies, the stewardess served lunch. I said, why peppermint sticks for lunch? He said, that's celery. Your nose is bleeding. And once I looked out of the window and I saw a guy floating by in midair. I said, hey, what are you doing out there without a parachute? And he said, I don't need one. I'm Ray Milland. But I had a wonderful trip. I didn't feel a thing until we landed at Cleveland, and the stewardess helped me out from under my seat. When we flew in over the city and I saw Cleveland, a lump came in my throat. It was that apple I tried to swallow over Albuquerque. But I want to tell you that Constellation has got every accommodation. In fact, when you're ready for breakfast, you stick your hand out the window and an eagle lays a fresh egg in it. The pilot kept saying the plane was as comfortable as your living room, and he was right, although I did feel sorry for the saxophone player who opened the door and stepped out after the milk. And when we arrived here in Cleveland, what crowds at the airport? The police had the ropes up, but I demanded a trial first. This old town of Cleveland. Somehow even the wind off the lake doesn't seem as cold as it used to be. Of course, I've got underwear now. I've got a brother here in the wholesale meat business. He had trouble with shortages, but he's getting plenty of meat now. The Cleveland Indians are selling him all their old ball players. And if Tris Speaker's listening, I'm only kidding. A good portion of my family still lives in Ohio. I got a brother doing fine down at Canton and another one doing 5 at Columbus. When I left Cleveland 10 years ago, my father said I would go a long way. In fact, he nailed the door of the boxcar shut just to make sure. Well, I lived in a neighborhood here where the people were poorer than church mice. And you know, church mice used to be awfully poor until Crosby made Going My Way. I like that personally. And I went back and paid a visit to my old schoolroom and sat in my old desk. And there was the same old inkwell, the same old books, and the same old shaving kit. They're very proud of me out of Fairmont School, though. In fact, on my old desk is a bronze plaque that said, Bob Hope slept here.
Wartime restrictions are ending. Now the toothpaste you wanted is here. It's a new, better-than-ever Pepsodent toothpaste with twice as much irium. This new Pepsodent has a wonderfully refreshing taste. A cleaner, brighter taste that means cleaner, brighter teeth. This new Pepsodent with twice as much irium cleans teeth better, cleans better between teeth, makes your breath cleaner, fresher, too. You've never had a finer toothpaste. And never an introductory value like this.
Right now, you can get 2 tubes of new post-war Pepsodent for only 29 cents. Yes, 2 25-cent tubes. A 50-cent value for only 29 cents.
Get this new Pepsodent. Compare it with any toothpaste you've used before. Compare its taste. Compare results. See how quickly, how safely this new Pepsodent with twice as much irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. See how new Pepsodent cleans teeth better. Cleans better between teeth, too. See how fresh it makes your whole mouth feel.
Compare it now during the sensational introductory offer. Get 2 25-cent tubes of new, improved Pepsodent for only 29 cents. A 50-cent value for only 29 cents. Don't delay.
Here comes Skinny Ennis, our
Oh, you won't be satisfied until you break my heart. You're never satisfied until the teardrops start. I tried to shower you with loving kisses, but all I'll ever get from you is nagging and bragging. My poor heart is nagging the way you toss my heart around. A crying shame. I bet you wouldn't like it if I did the same. You're only happy tearing all my dreams apart. Oh, you won't be satisfied until you break my heart. Tearing all my dreams apart. Oh, you won't be satisfied until you break my heart.
That was You Won't Be Satisfied, sung by Skinny Ennis, the only singer in radio who can make one lung sound like none. Edgar, step in. What did you think of that fast flight in from Los Angeles on the Constellation this morning?
Man, we came in so fast, I didn't even have time to take a breath.
Well, that didn't make any difference. Today wasn't your day to breathe anyway, was it? Huh? You know, but it's almost unbelievable, Skinny, that the Constellation could bring us from Los Angeles here in 11 hours and 40 minutes.
Bob, it didn't take 11 hours and 40 minutes, did it?
Oh, yeah. 7 hours from California to Cleveland and 4 hours through traffic from the airport to the Carter Hotel. We did it in the bus I was in anyway. Say, how did you like your accommodations on the Constellation coming in?
Well, not bad, but I was a little cramped.
Cramped? You shouldn't have been. I thought you'd be very comfortable in there.
Yeah, but those golf clubs take up a lot of room in the bag, too.
Can't understand it. I took the putter out. By the way, Scan. Say, while we're in Cleveland, I'd like to show you the street I was born on.
Street? What's the matter? Couldn't you afford a hospital?
Well, in those days, they had long traffic signals. But, you know, Skin... They even named a street after me here in Cleveland.
Well, so what? They named the street after me in North Carolina, too.
I know, but mine's not a dead end.
Man, how can you stand there with your hat off and say that?
How can you stand with your hat off? Well, shut my face, boy.
Hello, Skinny.
Well, Francis Langford, look at her. What did you say?
I said, hello, Lester.
Lester? Yes. Never let you look at my family album again. Well, Francis, Skinny and I were just talking about the trip on the Constellation. Wasn't it wonderful?
I thought so, but surely you didn't have much fun pouting all the way.
Well, you'd have pouted, too.
Oh, Bob, the pilot couldn't open the window just so you could hold your paper windmill out. See, Bob, I meant to ask you... Were your folks glad to see you?
Not particularly, Francis. They were just as happy getting it through the mail. to send the big tube every week, you know. But I got a great thrill getting off the plane at the airport and seeing Major Barry and seeing all those people out there.
Well, I imagine so, but weren't you carrying it a little too far, running up and kissing that one man?
Well, you wouldn't understand, Francis. You didn't have a draft board. No, really, he was the mayor. Wasn't it nice of him to give me the keys to the city?
Yes, he said he thought that would be best.
You thought that would be best?
Mm-hmm. After you left last time, it was so much trouble digging those hairpins out of all the locks.
That shouldn't have been me. I'm a paperclip man.
Well, it must have been interesting looking up the old landmarks you used to know.
Yeah, it's too bad so many of them are married. By the way, Francis, where are you staying?
Oh, I'm stopping at the Carter Hotel, Bob.
Oh, really? Well, I'm stopping at the Carter, too.
I know, but they gave me a room.
Oh, well, what do I care? The janitor's a pretty good gin rummy player. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure now to bring you a friend of mine, a former golf partner, and one of the outstanding political figures of our state of Ohio, the governor, His Excellency Frank J. Lausche.
Thanks, Bob, and thank you, Democrats.
Welcome to the Pepsodent Show, Governor.
Thank you, Bob, and I can only say it's a pleasure for me to appear with one of America's most talented personalities.
No wonder this guy's governor. Oh, you didn't have to say that, Governor.
I know, Bob, but in my business, a vote is a vote.
Governor, you must really be popular here. I even saw a Republican applauding.
I'm amazed. You saw a Republican applauding.
Well, he wasn't exactly applauding. He was clicking two bricker buttons together. But, Governor, I'll tell you, it was really decent of you to consent to appear in our program.
It's all right, Bob. I don't run for re-election until next fall, and by that time, the public might forget.
You bring a writer up from Columbus with you, kid? By the way, Governor, don't you think that you could find me some sort of a political job? You know, radio is pretty shaky, and you never know when the sponsor's liable to turn the power off, you know.
Well, right at the moment, Bob...
I don't mean anything big, Governor. Just a little something in the day coach of the official gravy train. Sort of a small pig's knuckle in the old pork barrel, huh? For instance, how about me going to banquets with you and sneering back at the Republicans?
Bob, please, you have the wrong idea entirely. In Ohio, we always play ball with the Republicans.
You play ball with the Republicans?
Yes, of course. We make sure they don't spend too much time up at bat. But, Bob, you haven't lived in Cleveland for 10 years, have you?
No, I haven't.
And you've made pretty good money now, don't you?
Well, not bad. What about it?
Well, Bob, I have a lot of influence, but I regret to say, after this year, I'll have to stop your relief check.
Well, summer's coming, and I can always reopen my frozen custard booth at Euclid Beach anyway. Say, Governor, tell me confidentially, is that rumor true that you have ambitions to get to the White House?
Why, Bob, how did a rumor like that ever start?
Last week, a piano teacher was seen sneaking in your back door.
Bob, I guess you've been pretty busy since you arrived here, haven't you?
Yes, I haven't even had time to see my old home.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Bob. But I guess they haven't told you.
Told me about what?
Our recent slum clearance program.
I could always go to my country home in Warrensville, that's all.
Tell me,
That's
Bob.
the local Riviera, folks.
Bob, are you going to be here for the National Golf Open at Canterbury?
Oh, no, you don't, Gov. You can't rope me into a game after that last game we played.
Oh, I see. You're just jealous because I won,
Well,
eh?
no wonder. You can't beat a governor.
What do you mean by that?
Well, when I made that hole-in-one, the police commissioner ran over, shoved a machine gun in my face, and said, "What a wonderful shot the governor just made. Now let's see what you can do."
That's more than I can stand. I give up. Well, Bob, I want to thank you sincerely for bringing your show back here to Cleveland, and to add another word of thanks for the many things you've done to improve the city of Cleveland.
Oh, well, that's very sweet, Governor, but wait a minute. What improvement did I make? I left Cleveland in 1928.
Well, that doesn't leave much for me to say. You asked the question and answered it, too.
Yeah.
That's all that it was, but oh, what seemed to be. It was like a masquerade ball with costumes and all, 'cause you were at the dance with me. It was just a ride on a plane, that's all. Was the promise, darling, of the things that fate had willed for me. It was just a wedding in June, that's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a royal affair with everyone there, 'cause you said, yes, I do, to me. That's all that it was, but oh, what it seemed to be.
Yes, with wartime restrictions ending, the new toothpaste you wanted is here. It's the better-than-ever new Pepsodent toothpaste with a cleaner, brighter taste that means cleaner, brighter teeth. This wonderfully refreshing new Pepsodent contains twice as much irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient that only Pepsodent can give you. You've never had a finer toothpaste, and never an introductory value like this.
Right now, you can get 2 tubes of new post-war Pepsodent for only 29 cents. Yes, 2 25-cent tubes, a 50-cent value for only 29 cents.
Get it, compare it with any toothpaste you've used before. See how quickly, how safely this new Pepsodent with twice as much irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. See how it cleans teeth better, cleans better between teeth, makes your breath cleaner, fresher, too. Compare it now while you can get 2 25-cent tubes of new Pepsodent toothpaste for only 29 cents. This introductory offer is limited, so act at once. Ladies and gentlemen, in honoring Cleveland's sesquicentennial, we had planned to give you a botany playlet tonight, but upon arriving here and learning that a sesquicentennial is not a flower, Bob decided to change at the last minute, so we will now present some episodes from the early life of Bob Hope, or Nature Strikes Back. We take you back to the night of May 23rd, 1911. The stork is winging its way through the sky above Cleveland.
Darn that soft coal.
When Papa Hope comes home from work, he peeks at little Robert lying in his crib and says happily,
"Well, what do you know? A swordfish."
But little Robert showed early signs of becoming a child prodigy. It was really a surprise to his parents, and without warning, he uttered his first word.
Da-da, da-da. Isn't that wonderful, Father? And just think, he's only 14.
Finally, at the age of 16, Bob Hope teams up with another kid and goes into vaudeville.
Tell me, Mr. Bones, what's a cow?
What's a cow?
You heard me, what's a cow?
That's a horse that's going bowling. And Bob grew up and went out to Hollywood to win fame and fortune, but he never forgot his folks. Each week, he sends them a box of apples, which they sell on the corner of Prospect and Ontario. And now we find Bob's parents in Cleveland, Ohio, living in the little house that Bob built for them.
The rain will soon stop, Ma. Keep treading water.
Can't understand it, Paul. The roof never leaked before.
Well, I was up there yesterday and forgot to screw the cap on it. Gee, I sure wish we'd get a letter from our son, Robert.
What for, Paul? There's never anything in them but writing. I wonder what our son Robert's doing out in Hollywood now.
Same old thing, I guess.
Oh, really? That's odd. I heard he got a job. About time you took your exercise, ain't it, Paul?
Yeah, I guess so, Ma. Here goes. Okay, now for the toes and the other foot.
Paul, the mortgage is due today. If our son Robert don't get here with the $10,000, we'll lose the old homestead.
Well, what of it, Ma? If we get kicked out, all we got to do is go around any apartment building and rent an apartment.
Yeah. That's right, Paul. There's lots of vacant places around.
Yeah, gee, that was fun, Ma. Now, this time you light up and blow the smoke in my face. Don't you worry, Ma. Our son Robert will get here with the money.
Hello.
Hey?
Hello.
Hey?
Hello.
Hey? Hey?
There must be a party line. There's a horse on the phone.
Kelowna, are you the banker?
Right. J. Van Swearingen, Kelowna. Railroads consolidated, bands amalgamated. Also butter sold at midnight under the high-level bridge.
Well, listen, Kelowna, my son sent me a check last week that should have covered it. How much was his check for?
I can't tell.
You can't tell?
No, hasn't stopped bouncing yet.
You know, Professor, for a banker, you sound a little jerky.
Well, I'm chilly, Hope. I spent all day in the Frigidaire.
What were you doing in the Frigidaire?
Figuring up frozen assets. It's no use pleading. Get the mortgage money and have it at your house tonight. I'll be there at 6 with the hot needles and firing squad.
You're really money mad.
Well, you see, Hope, I want all the things I never had as a child. Wine, women, and a mink string for my yo-yo.
Kelowna, tell me, how can you be so tight?
Easy, Hope. Every morning, alum on my Wheaties.
Kelowna? We haven't got the money to pay the mortgage. What are you going to do to us?
Well, don't worry about a thing. There's a man right here in the bank now explaining why he can't pay his mortgage. And he isn't the least bit nervous about it. Of course, he stutters a bit.
But now, will Bob Hope Jr. arrive in time to save the family homestead? Will Professor Cologne's mustache get back from the dry cleaners before Wednesday? Will the sponsor put up with this kind of a program much longer? Keep tuned in ahead and try and find out. We now take you to the cabin of a speedy Constellation. Bob Hope is forward, anxiously talking to the pilot.
Are you sure we're going to make it, pilot? I've got to get there for the mortgage. We got enough gas? Enough gas? We've been out of gas since Chicago. Out of gas since Chicago? What have we been flying on?
Never mind that. Just keep talking.
What's that?
I won't have enough gas to land. You better bail out.
Okay, I've got the parachute on.
Don't forget, jump, count to 10, then pull the ripcord.
Okay, here I go, Geronimo! 1, 2, 3... 8, 9, 10. Here's my house right over here, Skin. You can do these things in radio. I'll go in and surprise Ma.
Well, Losey sakes, it's son Robert come home with the mortgage money.
The mortgage money? What mortgage money? Hey, Ma, I got money. Let me back in.
Son, you're just in time. Banker Colonna's foreclosing the mortgage. We can't pay.
Well, if you can't pay the mortgage, then I'll have to take your daughter with me.
Colonna, there are no girls in the family, and put me down. And besides, Colonna, where's your heart? Don't you know that the quality of mercy is not strained?
What's that?
The quality of mercy is not strained. What do you say to that?
Makes it pretty lumpy, doesn't it?
Listen, we shouldn't be discussing this in front of the old folks. We'll go over to your office. Where is it?
Over in Astor.
Beulah?
Glad to know you, Beulah. I'm Colonna.
We're going to pull this kind of stuff at Higby's tomorrow at 3, huh? Colonna, why aren't you a sporting man about this mortgage? We'll duel for the mortgage.
All right, sold. And we'd better hurry or I'll be working with Red Skelton.
Where's that? Oh, yeah. All right. Fine. I'll just take this .45 revolver, and you lucky man, take this bow and arrow.
Sounds like a fair arrangement. Ready.
Ready. I'll count 3. 1, 2, 3.
Ow! Didn't know I was a Cleveland Indian.
All thanks to the memory of being asked to share in this great big affair. From coast to coast, no better host than the American Legionnaire. And we thank you so much. Thanks to Governor Frank J. Lausche and all you Clevelanders for being with us tonight. You were wonderful. Governor, you were great, really. Also, I'd like to say thanks again to Captain Pat Gallup, Chief of Operations for TWA, and that wonderful crew for making our trip in the Lockheed Constellation so delightful. Excuse me, Bob. A man whose name has long been identified with aiding humanity, Mr. Basil O'Connor, the National Chairman of the American Red Cross, is waiting in Washington to say a few words. Mr. Basil O'Connor.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
We'll soon come down the stack. Till he gets there, we hit the air, and Bob Hope sends a crack.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Christmas Tree Hope, telling you to use Pepsodent and your teeth will be evergrins. Well, I'm tired tonight. I've been wrapping packages all day. Every year I like to send away the product that California produces most of that year. One year I sent away oranges, another year lemons. But this year I'm having a little trouble. How do you wrap up a Douglas bomber? And I've been wrapping packages. And yesterday I went to the post office to mail some packages. What a line. Believe it or not, just standing in line, I passed my own house twice. I never saw a line that long before. I had a package I wanted to mail to a friend of mine in Boston, and by the time I walked to the end of the line, I handed it to him. And what mobs there are in the post office. For a half an hour, I ran around yelling blackout before I discovered somebody had shoved my head into an inkwell. What a mix-up in that post office. One fellow walked in with a package under his left arm. After he got waited on, he walked out with a package under his chin, and his left arm was on its way to Kansas City. And boy, did that mob shove you around. I stuck out my tongue to lick a stamp, and I washed 3 windows before I could get it back. And I saw a little kid scrawling on a piece of paper. I said, writing letters to Santa Claus? And he said, nope, I'm writing to Governor Olson. What does he mean, closing Santa Anita? So I said, what are you so sore about? He said, well, my mother's out of a job. She was one of Crosby's jockeys. And on the post office wall, there was a picture of Uncle Sam pointing his finger at you, saying, Uncle Sam wants you. And the crowd was shoving so hard, Uncle Sam is now saying it while sucking his thumb. But you know, Christmas is so exciting, and you should see the Christmas trees on Hollywood Boulevard today. They floated down from the Yukon. I love Christmas trees. This year I decided to dig up my own tree, roots and all, and boy, did I dig deep. I dug down so deep that twice I ran into Dick Tracy chasing the mole. I finally bought a nice tree, and I tied my tree on my car with the bottom sticking out in front of the radiator, and then I drove down Hollywood Boulevard. I heard somebody yell, don't cross the street, Mamie. Now they're using battering rams. But it's wonderful here in California. 5 years ago, I planted a little seed for a fir tree in my yard, and now I can look out of my window anytime and see the gopher that ate it. But my tree looks pretty this year. I wanted to fix an ornament on top of the tree, so I bent it way down and told Skinny Ennis to hold it. It took us a half hour to scrape him off the ceiling. And I set up the electric trains for my little nephew under the tree before I went to bed. I walked in and turned them on in the dark. Then I accidentally stepped on the electric tracks with my bare feet. I was finally brought down by the 4th Interceptor Command. But you know, there's one man in this program who knows all about wrapping and mailing packages for Christmas. Oh, Professor Colonna, come here.
Coming. Christmas seals.
Professor, this is the gay Yuletide season. You know, you look as though you've been down in the dumps.
Gad, he knows where his present is coming from.
No, really, Colonna, you seem to look a trifle sad tonight.
Yes, you see, it's Jim. He never brings me pretty flowers. But I'll go on carrying the torch for Jim.
Colonna, you fool, you're both men, so how can you carry the torch for Jim?
Why not? He's a plumber.
Well, Professor, tell us something about Christmas in Hollywood.
All right. You know, people in Hollywood take everything for granted. For instance, every night for weeks now, Santa Claus has been riding up and down Hollywood Boulevard. Hope you yourself have seen Santa riding up and down Hollywood Boulevard. But do you know why he keeps riding up and down the boulevard night after night?
No, why?
Can't find parking space.
Well, come, Professor. Let's tell the folks the proper way to wrap a Christmas gift. Now, folks, we have a couple of mail bags right up here at the microphone.
Speak for yourself, Hope.
Colonna, this is the end.
Well, stick around. It may be a double feature. Gosh, Hope, I can hardly wait till I see Santa riding in his sleigh Wednesday night. Mm-hmm. He'll ride his reindeer down from the clouds. Then Santa will stop his sleigh on my roof. He'll climb down the chimney. Then he'll climb a little further down my chimney. Now he's just a few more feet to go, and he'll be at the bottom of my chimney. Ouch! I should have put the fire out.
Did you ever hear the saying, truth is stranger than fiction? Well, here's the truth. 6 sets of identical twins started a tooth powder test several weeks ago. One twin in each set used Pepsodent. The other twin used any other tooth powder she wanted. They brushed their teeth alike. They brushed the same number of times. They did everything alike. The only difference was that one used Pepsodent and one didn't. And what do you suppose happened? After a couple of weeks, even total strangers could tell which twin used Pepsodent. Her teeth were so much brighter. But here's what one set of twins had to say.
Well, I'm Lucille Usack of Chicago, one of the lucky twins who used Pepsodent. My sister Lorraine used another well-known brand, and it was just like wearing nameplates. Pepsodent made my teeth so much brighter that people said they could tell us apart by our teeth. Well, I never dreamed there was that much difference in tooth powder.
You bet there is, Lucille. Laboratories have proved, and you yourself have seen the evidence, that Pepsodent tooth powder can produce a luster on teeth twice as bright as the average of all other leading brands. Twice as bright, mind you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that ought to be a guide for you when you buy a tooth powder. Get Pepsodent tooth powder tonight at your nearest drug counter. Remember, independent laboratory tests found no other dentifrice that could match the luster produced by Pepsodent. So be sure you ask for Pepsodent tooth powder, and you'll soon see how really bright your teeth can be.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Francis Langford singing Winter Wonderland with the 6 hits in a minute. All right,
Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snow is glistening. A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird, here to stay is a new bird. He sings a love song as we go along, walking in a winter wonderland. In the meadow we can build a snowman, then pretend that he's Parson Brown. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man, but you can do the job when you're in town. Later on we'll conspire as we dream by the fire to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland.
Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the land, snow is glistening. Beautiful sight, happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird, here to stay is the new bird. Singing a song, we go along in a winter wonderland.
In the meadow we can build a snowman and pretend that he's Parson Brown. He would say, are you married? We'll say, no, man, but you can do the job when you're in town. Later on we'll conspire as we dream by the fire to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland.
That was Francis Langford and the 6 hits in the Mist singing Winter Wonderland. Ladies and gentlemen, we members of the cast of this show have been wondering for a long time what we should give Bob Hope for Christmas. Of course, we could give him the same thing he gave us, but he's already got an autographed picture of Bob Hope. So tonight, we've got a real surprise for Bob. Something Bob has always really wanted. Something I'm sure any man would be glad to find in his Christmas stocking. And here she is, one of Hollywood's most glamorous stars, currently seen in Paramount's Bahama Passage, Miss Madeleine Carroll.
Goodness, but you're big, aren't you?
Yes, I am rather tall and muscular.
I like big, strong men like you. I think that...
Pardon me, Madeline. Madeline, honey.
Quiet, Shorty.
You know, I could go for you, Miss Carroll.
Oh, Ben, call me mad.
Call me mad, too.
You know, that was a lovely speech you made, Ben, when you introduced me before. Would you like to find me in your Christmas stocking?
Look at that size of that foot. He could get the Andrews sisters in there. With their agent.
Oh, what are you burning up about, Bob? I bet you're going to use this as an excuse to give me some crummy little present this year.
As far as you're concerned, Gage, this Christmas you can call me Jim.
As I was saying, Madeline, I could go for you. There's something about you, a certain je ne sais quoi.
Yes, and you have that sang-froid, that air so comme il faut. Vous êtes un vrai gentleman.
Vous êtes une femme fatale.
Et vous êtes très intéressant.
Where does an alien go to register?
Oh, pay no attention to him, Ben. Tell me, how did you get that lovely wave in your hair?
Why, Maddie, that wave is perfectly natural.
Natural, he says. He stays up all night running a hot egg beater through it.
Now, Madeline, on behalf of the entire cast, I want to welcome you to the Pepsodent program.
Well, Ben, it's a great pleasure for me to be here.
And, Madeline, I know there's only one person on this program you really want to meet.
Hurry up. Get to the point, will you, boy?
The most sought-after man in Hollywood. Women swoon at the sight of him. That romantic Romeo, that handsome brute.
If this is me, let's not be ridiculous.
Hollywood's great lover, Skinny Ennis.
All right, Ben, you've had your joke. You can go now.
Madeline, do you want me to leave?
Ben, stop passing the buck.
It's my salary, and I'll do whatever I want with it.
You better shut up, Redwood. You know, Madeline, Ben's working for the government now.
He's working for the government?
Yeah, he stands on top of Lookout Mountain with a fly swatter in each hand and knocks Japanese planes out of the sky.
Incidentally, Bob, are you doing anything for defense?
Oh, sure, I'm a fire warden.
Oh, what are your duties?
Well, I see that the marshmallows don't get too hot. Gage, what are you still hanging around for?
Oh, every time a girl comes on this program, I have to beat it. Well, I ain't tonight, see? I'm going to talk to Madeline as long as I want, and you ain't going to stop me.
Why, Bob, what happened to Ben?
Last week he read the Bill of Rights. Come on now, Ben, scram.
Bob, you're being unfair. After all, the gang and I got Madeline down here as a Christmas present to you.
Oh, you did? Have you arranged for Madeline's salary, too?
Sure. We're all going to chip in as soon as you pay us.
I guess I'll have to dream the rest.
You'll get paid, Madeline, and being that you're English, your salary for tonight will be £1,000.
£1,000? No, Bob, I couldn't take it.
Oh, gee, that's a shame, and after I had all the Pepsodent weighed out, too.
Ben mentioned Skinny Ennis before. I don't see him around. Where is he?
Oh, the government asked us to keep Skinny hidden. They're afraid he might give the Japs confidence. You know, Madeline, Skinny's very war conscious. I know he's too modest to admit this, but yesterday he wanted to do his bit, so he volunteered as a blood donor. Yesterday he went to the hospital to give a pint of his blood.
How thrilling. What happened?
They gave him a quart. I'll call him. Hey, Skin.
Yeah, Bob?
Skinny, this is Madeline Carroll.
Madeline
He was cute while he lasted.
Oh, come on, get up and go away, Skinny. Madeline doesn't want to be bothered with you.
Is that so? Listen here, son. You may not realize it, but you're talking to Romeo Ennis, the Cucamonga Casanova. Hey, Madeline, come in.
Yes, sir?
Throw your arms around me and hold me tight and hug me, gal. Come in.
Yes, sir. Well, go on.
What a time for my Wheaties to give out. Well, I'll see you later.
Optimist. Well, Madeline. Here we are alone.
Yes, Bob. We're alone.
Yep. Well, you want to shoot some pool? Oh, by the way, Maddie, I meant to ask you, how'd you like the Christmas present I sent you?
Well, the gift you sent me puzzled me, Bob. I had some friends over at the house when I opened it, and they were puzzled by it, too.
Why, Madeline, that was a picture of me.
And all night long we kept playing Trying to Pin the Tail on it. But seriously, Bob, I think you're quite handsome, and I love working with you in our new picture.
Oh, do you mean it, Maddie?
Certainly. I'm very happy with you as my leading man. Gosh, I made pictures with Gary Cooper, Brian Ahern, Robert Preston, and Fred McMurray, but sometimes a girl gets tired of appearing with actors.
Wait a minute, Madeline. Now, people have told me that I'm an actor of the first water.
Bob, in Hollywood, that's just a polite way of saying you're a drip. Oh, but I really do like working with you. I remember the first day on the set when we were introduced. You became so red and confused.
Well, I'm still a child at heart. Sometimes I wish I was living the simple life once again, enjoying the simple pleasures like killing grasshoppers with a loaded yo-yo. Say, how about having dinner with me tonight, Maddie?
Well, I'd like to, Bob, but I'm hungry.
Listen, Maddie, I don't have to beg you for dates. I've already got a heavy date for tonight. You know Hedy Lamarr?
Hedy? Certainly. We're going to Ciro's together tonight.
Oh. Well, do you know Lana Turner?
Lana, of course. She's at our party at Ciro's, too.
Oh. Well, on your way to Ciro's with Hedy and Lana, if you should pass McDonald's Drive-In, you'll find me there with May Robeson. Thank you, Madeline. And she'll be back with us in a few minutes, folks. And here back again, we have Vitamin D1 with legs. With Freddie Hudson. Take it back.
There was Jumpin' Jack playing piggyback with the Big Bear family. And the Popeye clown popping up and down at the Toy Town Jamboree. Little crying doll didn't cry at all, but she danced so merrily. With her pride and joy, little soldier boy at the Toy Town Jamboree. Jackie Horner in his corner forgot about his pie. And Donald Duck started in his truck when little boy Blue swing-a-roo. Every day you know there's a brand new show. Better take a tip from me. You'll be more than proud if you join the crowd at the Toy Town.
Crazy cat in her Sunday hat went to town in ecstasy. Just a palm with a sweetie Tom at the Toy Town Jamboree. Crying doll didn't cry at all, but she danced so merrily. Bunny Bug did the bunny hug at the Toy Town Jamboree. At the Toy Town Jamboree.
Peter, pumpkin eater, rejoiced as he led the band. Red Riding Hood feeling mighty good. Started to peck in a jam by her. Little Mickey Mouse really took the house when he sang "Oh, Promise Me." We'd be more than proud if you joined the crowd at the Toy Town Jamboree.
That's Betsy. Oh, you're solid. The trouble with her is she's sleepy. That was Betty Hutton and our 6 hits and a miss singing Toyland Jamboree. Larry, into the office.
The Pepsodent Company and its entire organization wishes you the happiness of a fine, old-fashioned Christmas. That kind of Christmas that is traditional with America, with laughter, good fellowship, and joyous celebration. We hope that every Christmas in the years to come will be the kind we have always known. Let's work to make it that way. You can help preserve this traditional spirit of Christmas for future America by helping our country now. Buy defense bonds and stamps. Buy all you can, whether it's a dime, a quarter, or $1,000. And here's a suggestion. If you haven't already completed your Christmas gift list, give a defense bond or a book of defense stamps. Get defense bonds at your bank or post office. Get defense stamps from your local retailer or your newsboy. Buy defense bonds and stamps this Christmas so that we may be able to celebrate next Christmas.
Hello, all you boys and girls. This is good old Santa Claus speaking to you from the North Pole. I've just received a letter from Bob Hope telling me what he wants for Christmas. How do you like that? Madeline Carroll is paying him a visit, and he wants electric trains. Now, let's see what else his letter says. But anyway, Santa, don't forget to bring me lots of presents. When you get to Hollywood, you can't miss my house because my initials are all... My real name is Filbert H. Albert, so look for the letters F-H-A. I'm throwing a big party for Madeline Carroll, so don't be late. Oh, I'd better hurry. I'll start up my reindeer. Up Dancer, up Prancer, up Phil Murray, up William Green, up John L. Lewis, all pulled together now. We're off for Bob Hope's Christmas party.
Say, Matty, don't you think it was swell of me to invite the whole gang over to my house for a Christmas party this year?
Yes, Bob. And I think 35 cents is very reasonable.
Madeline, come over here and sit down, huh?
Bob, I don't like that smile on your face. You've got that come-hither look in your nose.
Oh, Madeline, why do you avoid me like this? Am I perchance unattractive?
Of course not, Bob. Why, I think you're one of the handsomest men in Hollywood.
What makes you say that? My eyes, my lips, or my profile?
My script.
Oh, all right, then. Let's finish decorating the house for the party. I'll turn on all the lights in the tree. Now, Matty, here, you hold these wires.
Oh, Bob, be careful now.
Oh, I know all about electricity. I once went to an electrical school. Of course, I never got a diploma.
Hello, is Hope there?
Speaking.
Glad to meet you speaking. Is Hope there?
This is him.
Him? What happened to speaking?
Listen, Kelowna, this is Hope speaking.
Oh, Hope speaking. I knew your brother, the baseball player, Tris speaking.
Look, Professor, this is Bob Hope.
Oh, say, Hope, are you in your living room all alone with Madeline Carroll?
That's right.
Are the lights low and is Madeline sitting close to you?
That's right.
And you, like a dope, waste your time on the telephone.
Listen, Professor, I sent you out to buy Christmas presents.
Say, Hope, would a $1,000 defense bond be a nice present to give somebody?
Oh, a $1,000 defense bond would be wonderful.
Well, meet me down here with a fishing pole and a long line.
Well, where are you, Kelowna?
On the roof of the Bank of America.
Kelowna, only a moron would say the things you say.
Ah, yes, and only an idiot would pay me for saying them.
Bob, look, I think I see some of your guests arriving.
Yeah.
Hiya, people.
Hiya, Scan.
Hey, hello, Bob. Look who I brought with me. Betty Hutton. Boy, what a walk we had getting here. Now, put me down, Betty.
Well, come on in, everybody. Welcome to my party. Open house. Step inside here. Come on. Skinny, you put a slug in the turnstile.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. Come on, everyone. Why don't we all come in here by the Christmas tree? Isn't it beautiful?
No. Down south where I come from, my folks used to have a much prettier Christmas tree every year. Man, it was beautiful.
Beautiful?
Yep. Confederate money for tinsel and a Yankee hanging from every branch.
Hey, wonderful, Madeline. Yes. Say, Betty, how do you know Skinny loves you?
Well, he's always got a light in his eyes.
Well, what does that prove? I'll get there. It's all right. He's always got a light in his eyes. What does that prove?
It must prove something. He ain't a pinball machine.
Opening present.
Are you really in love with him, Daddy?
Yeah, you know, there's something strong and manly about Skinny. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the way he gulps his adrenaline.
Hello?
Hello, is this Old Faithful?
Kelowna, Old Faithful is a giant geyser.
I know, and you're a pretty big squirt yourself, too.
Listen, you idiot, I sent you out to do some Christmas shopping for me. Now tell me, what did you get for my little niece Sheila?
Well, Hope, I couldn't get a talking doll for your little niece Sheila, so I just got her a beautiful electric razor instead. I'm watching her play with it now.
Sheila! Sheila, put that electric razor down. Sheila!
Just call her Baldy.
Hello, everybody. How's the party going?
Well, Francis Langford. You come alone, Francis? Come on, dance with me.
No, I came with Ben Gates. He won't let me dance with anybody else. He's outside parking the car.
Shall we rumble?
Well, come on, everybody. It's time to give out the Christmas presents. Francis, here's your present. This one here. Go on, unwrap it. Now open it.
Bob, what a beautiful box.
Ain't it useful? You can put anything you want in it.
By the way, Skinny, I meant to ask you, just what did Bob give you for Christmas?
Oh, he was very generous with me this year. He gave me 2 tickets to the Rose Bowl game.
He was very generous with me, too. He gave me a season pass. He gave you a season pass to Santa Anita.
Why don't we eat our plum pudding later, huh? Danny, you know what Santa Anita is. That's that big pinball machine that the government just filled. I got that out.
By the way, Madeline, did Bob give you a Christmas present?
Oh, yes. Bob gave me a wonderful present. He gave me a check for $5,000 drawn on the First National Bank of Tokyo.
I can't help it. I have a yen for it.
Get those bells. Hey, Bob, look. Bob. Isn't that Santa Claus and his sleigh passing over the roof of your house?
Well, if it isn't, some woman driver is way off the road.
Look, here comes Santa Claus down the chimney.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Oh, thanks, Santa, and I think we ought to pass that greeting along to all our friends listening in tonight. So from the entire cast and myself, we wish you a very Merry Christmas, folks. All you people that have written in those nice cards and those letters, we haven't got all your names and addresses, so we can't send you all a Christmas card. But if we could, this would be the card we'd send. All right, Francis.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright. One young virgin, mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly.
That's everybody saying now.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From the West Hangar of the United States Naval Reserve Air Base at Atlanta, Georgia, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, Atlanta Naval Base Hope, telling you aviators to brush your teeth with Pepsodent, and no matter how often you bomb Tokyo, your dentist will have to do little. Well, here we are in Georgia. What a country. Peaches as far as the eye can see, and once in a while, one of them looks back. Oh, but they're really sweet. I walked up to one girl and said, "Are you a Georgia peach?" And she pit at me. But it's a great town. You know, a picture I played of my favorite blonde is playing in one of the theaters here in Atlanta. I went down to see it, but it's hard to watch the screen in theaters here. they're still showing Gone with the Wind on the ceiling. You know, for the last 5 years, everyone in Atlanta has been talking about Margaret Mitchell's Gone with the Wind. Now they're all talking about Leon Henderson's Gone with the Gas. We know, don't we, huh? This gas rationing is pretty tough on the women drivers. I saw one woman driver on Peachtree Street run out of gas just as she reached the pedestrian. She had to push the car over him. I want to tell you, wives are no longer backseat drivers. No, sir. They sit up on the hood now with a straw and siphon the gas tanks of the car in front of them. And lots of people are using substitutes for gas. One guy in Atlanta filled his gas tank with whiskey, and it worked swell. Only that was the first time in history that a Pontiac ever sang Sweet Adeline, staggered up Peachtree Street, flirted with a Buick, and spit in the traffic cop's eye. And another fellow I know poured milk into the tank of his car, but it didn't work out so good. Kept rubbing its fenders against Bull Durham signs. I tried to use Coca-Cola instead of gasoline. I filled my tank with Coca-Cola and went out for a drive, and it was wonderful. When I saw a pedestrian, I didn't even have to bother blowing the horn. The car just burped them out of the way. And last night I saw a soldier pushing a car down the street. I said, "Service station out of gas?" He said, "No, barracks, big crap game." We all went to we were on the way to a big party last night at a plantation here at Atlanta. Plantation, that Southern talk for an FHA loan with a front porch. A lot of soldiers and sailors were at the party, and they had a dance, and it's tough on the girls dancing with soldiers wearing those GI shoes. One girl found out what GI meant, goodbye instep. I danced with a big fat girl. It wasn't really a girl. It was Stone Mountain with legs. I don't know whether she was old or not, but you ever hear of Sherman's March through Georgia? Well, he kicked her as he went by. But I want to tell you, those aviators from the Navy base here were very popular with the girls. The girls would just line up, and the aviators would go along kissing every one. They were really flying. Boy, when they came to a beautiful blonde, I snuck in to join them, and it was the first time I was ever cracked up trying to come in on the beam. And here's Francis Langford singing Sleepy Lagoon. Here, Francis.
Sleepy Lagoon, a tropical moon, and two on an island. A sleepy lagoon and two hearts in tune in some lullaby land. The fireflies gleam, reflects in the stream. They sparkle and shimmer. A star from on high falls out of the sky and slowly grows dimmer. The leaves from the trees all dance in the breeze and float on the ripple. We're deep in a spell as nightingales tell of roses and dew. The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon, and you. We're deep in a spell as nightingales tell of roses and dew. The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon.
Let's pause right here. We'll return to the Bob Hope Show right after these messages. And now let's rejoin the Bob Hope Show.
That was Francis Langford singing Sleepy Lagoon. Well, how do you like it down here in Atlanta, Francis?
Oh, wonderful, Bob. Gosh, we're really traveling. Last week we broadcast from New Orleans, and now we're in Georgia.
Yeah, Francis, my sponsor keeps wiring me. Keep going south. Keep going south.
Gee, how far south did the sponsor tell you to go?
Oh, it's of no importance. Besides, you couldn't broadcast from there anyhow.
We're really in the heart of the South, aren't we, Bob?
Yeah, did you hear what everybody said when I got off the train? Here comes Massa Hope. Just look at Massa Hope.
Bob, I heard what they said, and there's quite a difference between massa and messy. Tell me, Bob, have you met any of these Atlanta girls yet?
Oh, yes, but gee, Francis, it isn't any use trying to get any place with these girls unless you've got a uniform.
Yes, but Bob, you'll never get any place trying what you did yesterday. Putting on that gray uniform and telling them you were Robert E. Lee. Why, everyone knows he's been dead for 50 years.
Well, Skinny Ennis told him the same thing, and he got away with it.
Yes, but he looks it. Have you looked around the town yet?
Yeah, it's too bad you didn't go along last night, Francis. We saw the cyclorama. That's a tremendous painting of the Battle of Atlanta. Gee, what a sight. Men fighting all around. And then at the end, General U.S. Grant surrendering to Robert E. Lee.
Bob, General Grant never surrendered to Robert E. Lee. Lee surrendered to Grant. What was that?
Your baggage being thrown out of your hotel. This would be a great place to start a riot right through here, wouldn't it? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce one of Atlanta's favorite sons, outstanding star of the sport world and one of the greatest golfers of all time, Bobby Jones.
Thank you, Bob. But there's one thing we ought to straighten out before we start. It's liable to be a little confusing since both our names are Bob. Haven't you got a nickname that people call you by?
Well, yes, I have.
Well, couldn't I use it?
And remain friends? No. Oh, but it's wonderful having you as my guest tonight. Bobby Jones. Gee, what that name stands for.
Bob Hope. Gee, what everybody stands for. Let's not quarrel, Bob. After all, I'm only an amateur golfer, and you're the same sort of comedian.
Wait a minute, Bob. I'm a professional. You see, a professional is one who gets money for his services. And every week my sponsor sends me an envelope and... Say, maybe I am an amateur. You know, I'm thinking of joining up as an aviator while I'm down here, Bob.
With that physique, I don't think you'd ever become an aviator.
Why not?
Well, just look at these boys. They're all he-men. They all have hair on their chest.
Well, wait till you see my chest. I'll open my shirt. There. What do you think of that?
Gee, Bob, I've seen more fuzz on a piece of Kleenex.
Well, look, Bob, what sort of exercise would you recommend to build a fellow like me up?
Well, have you ever thought of playing golf?
Well, I was out with you for 18 holes just the other afternoon. You saw what I can do.
Have you ever thought of playing golf? Oh, I'm only kidding, Bob. I want to say right now that you're the finest natural golfer I ever saw. You've got the most uncanny golfing instinct I've ever come across.
Well, gee, that's a pretty amazing thing to say.
Yeah, it surprised me when I saw it in the script, too.
Anyway, I enjoyed playing with you over at the East Lake Golf Course, Bob. We had quite a game, didn't we?
Yeah, but I was very surprised at your equipment, Bob. I was amazed when you walked up to hit the ball. It seems to me that you could afford a better golf club.
Well, what was wrong with that golf club?
Well, after all, Bob, an empty aspirin box at the end of a broomstick?
Yeah, it was a birthday present from Jack Benny.
You know, it was funny the time you knocked your ball into the tree and it landed in a bird's nest.
Yeah, Mama Bird didn't want to sit on the golf ball, but Papa Bird said, "You sit on it, Ella. If it hatches, we may solve the rubber problem." But you know, Bob, you've been quite a help to me with those movies you've made on golf. I've seen all of your shorts.
Well, I've seen some of your shorts, too.
You've seen some of my shorts?
Yes. Must you drive them out the window of the Biltmore Hotel?
Well, they complained when I hung them in the lobby, but you've got to admit... Bob, I'm a pretty good golfer. I just got through playing a series of exhibition matches with Crosby.
Who?
Bing Crosby, you know, the crooner with the glue factory.
Oh, yeah.
We know, don't we, losers?
Oh, yes. Well, he's really a great golfer.
Well, why shouldn't he be? He's got a head start.
What do you mean?
Well, look at him with that house full of caddies. Anyway, I don't like playing with Crosby very much. He makes me nervous.
He makes you nervous? How?
Well, the other day I yelled, "I got a birdie," and he ran for his gun. He thought I meant a stork. But, Bob, I want to tell you, it's been wonderful having you here tonight. You know, I bet you still get a great kick out of having won both the British and American championships in the same year.
You're right, Bob. I enjoyed it just as much as you'd enjoy having dates with Madeline Carroll and Hedy Lamarr the same week.
Yes, but if that ever happens, I don't want a caddy around to help me. Thank you, Bob Jones. And ladies and gentlemen, I think I should add that Bob Jones is donating a salary check tonight as the initial contribution to Atlanta's war relief campaign starting in a couple of weeks. I think that's a grand gesture. Very swell. And here's Skinny Ennis singing Johnny Doughboy. Take it away, Skin.
Johnny Doughboy found a road in Ireland. Should the fairest flower that ever grew. Oh, the blondie in a tongue took him back to old New York, where his mother spoke the sweetest Blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found a road in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, "Darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you." Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with eyes of blue. He said, "Darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you."
What that Keystone Field band is going to do that. A good band. All right, Larry.
Say, Larry, did you ever hear of a budget stretcher?
A what?
A budget stretcher. You know, a mechanical gadget which will stretch that budget.
Well, frankly, no. But I can tell you a story with a hot tip in it for getting twice as much for your money. Now, listen. Two women go shopping. They both buy toothbrushes. One gets more for her money than the other. Now, she's a smart gal.
Well, what did she buy?
A Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush.
And why does she get more for her money?
Well, for one thing, she gets twice as many tufts in a Pepsodent brush. Twice as many tufts in a small, compact head. Now, this means double the cleansing power. And she gets nylon bristles that are stronger, more durable than ever before, and yet kind to her gums.
Oh, I get it. And say, besides that, she gets a cash certificate worth 10 cents in extra spending money.
That's right. Packed right in a sealed glass container with every Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush, there's a cash certificate you can use like a dime for anything you want in the store. Any item costing 10 cents or more. Protect that smile of yours. Get the doubly effective aid to beautiful, sparkling teeth. The Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush.
And friends, get one for each member of your family. Pay the same price as always, and with each brush, there's an extra bonus for you. A cash certificate worth 10 cents extra spending money.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is great excitement in the Deep South today because Skinny Ennis has at last returned to the land of his birth. It was just 28 years ago that Skinny's father, Edgar C. Ennis, was pacing the floor awaiting the birth of his latest child. Finally, the doctor came out and placed little Skinny in his arms. Skinny's father looked tenderly at the little bundle of joy and then said proudly,
"I've been robbed."
Yes, folks, it was here in the Southland that Skinny Ennis was born. It wasn't so long ago on that fateful day when the stork took a look at this new bundle of joy and said,
"What do you bother me for? Get a sparrow."
But now the years have passed. Skinny Ennis has gone to Hollywood and become a famous personality. And today he has returned to Atlanta. Skinny arrived here triumphantly with Bob Hope. And their chests puffed out like two conquering heroes, Bob and Skinny got off the train. And they got right on again. All this excitement in Georgia when Bob Hope arrives at the offices of the Atlanta Journal, whose slogan is, "We cover Dixie like the Jew." The editor says,
"We got to get a picture of Bob Hope. Get me Bob Hope."
"What for, boss?"
"Well, we can't cover Dixie like they do unless we include all the drips."
As you all know, folks, the South is famous for its atmosphere. And you all know what a handsome movie star Bob Hope is. Put them both together, they add up to romance. Here we find Bob on his first night in Atlanta, and already he has a date.
Oh, it's so beautiful here in the park, just the two of us sitting alone under the magnolia tree with the soft moonlight glowing in your face, shining in your hair. Isn't this fun?
Yeah. But wouldn't it be more fun if we had girls?
Oh, look, Skin, there's a blonde over there. I'm going to whistle at her. There's always an SP around someplace.
Hey, look, Bob. It's Francis Langford. Hiya, Fran.
Hello, Stan. Hello, Bob. Look, boys, I've got some advice for you. You won't get any dates in Atlanta. The girls around here only go for aviators, like these handsome boys here at the Naval Reserve Air Base.
Yo, what? Francis, what have they got that I haven't got?
Nothing except theirs doesn't look like it made a forced landing.
Well, I can't understand why girls don't like me. I always take them dancing, show them a good time.
What do you do when you go out with the girls, Skinny?
I got better ideas than that. Man, I'd take him up on Stone Mountain and see who can spit the toilet.
Oh, Skinny, you're a mess. Isn't he a mess? You know, where are we? Yeah, Francis, we see a line cut in. I still can't see why the girls fall for aviators. What can a pilot do that's so wonderful?
Well, it's always been wonderful to me how high they can fly in a plane with just 3 motors.
Oh, that's nothing. My uncle can get the same altitude on a bottle with just 4 roses. But still, maybe you're right about the girls going for flyers. Come on, Skin, I know just a place where we learn to be aviators, the Kelowna Flying School. Let's go.
Hey, this looks like the place, Bob, where we can learn how to fly. See that sign?
It'll sound like Andre Castellanos flying in there. Yeah, Kelowna's Flying School. Learn to fly with Professor Kelowna. Experienced aviator, attended Atlanta Naval Air Training Base and had a clean record. Even his pajamas were washed out. I wonder where the professor is. Hey, Kelowna, we want to talk about taking your flying course. Where are you?
Run for your lives, everybody. Here comes a boll weevil.
Kelowna, why do we have to be afraid of a boll weevil?
See, I fed him a mint julep, and he thinks he's the B-19.
Never mind that, Professor. I want you to teach me how to fly.
So you really want to become an aviator?
That's right. Of course, I'd rather be a sailor in the Navy. Oh, the sweetheart in every port. Just imagine. Oh, what are you so happy about?
I was imagining what I'd do while you were out to sea. Now, if you two want to learn how to fly, I'll teach you the hard way. Just climb into this plane here and take it up by yourself.
But, Kelowna, I don't even know what all these dials in the instrument board are for.
Well, that dial in the center is very important. The figure on top is your altitude. The figure below is your airspeed. And you see that little figure over there on the left?
Yes.
Wonder how she'd look in a bathing suit. Now, throw on the ignition, and I'll spin the propeller for you.
Okay, but careful, Kelowna. You're liable to get your head in the propeller.
Nonsense. Watch.
Professor, take your head out of the propeller.
What for? Do you know an easier way to get a GI haircut?
Hey, Bob, give her the gun. Let's take off.
Okay. Gee, Skin, we're only up 500 feet. I can't understand it. Why is the plane climbing so slow and struggling so hard?
Well, gee, Bob, you forgot to come out of the hangar.
I was wondering why it was so dark. Say, here we go. We're way up in the air now. 20,000 feet in Skin. I don't like this parachute I've got.
Why? What's wrong with that parachute, Bob?
Well, I just peeked in there and I saw 2 silkworms, and one of them kept yelling at the other, "Hurry, Margaret, you've got the whole top to do yet." Hey, something's wrong. I don't know how to control this plane. We're going to crash. Skin, are you scared?
Scared? You know my red corpuscle?
Yes.
Just call him Whitey.
Boy, I don't know what to do. I'll try to get Kelowna on the 2-way radio. Plane 21 calling Kelowna. Plane 21 calling Kelowna. Help us, Professor. The plane is heading straight for the ground at 300 miles an hour.
Okay, Hope. Hold back on the stick and give it right and left rudder, one after the other, 16 times.
Okay.
Doesn't help, but looks exciting from here.
Listen, Kelowna, this is serious. How can I land this plane? Tell me.
Okay, I'll give you some more instructions. Pull the joystick back.
Okay, it's back.
The other long stick beside it.
Okay.
Push it forward.
All right.
Now the joystick back.
Okay.
The other stick forward.
I got it.
Now both back.
Okay.
Both forward.
Okay. Yeah, I'm making the sticks go, but what are they doing?
Underneath the floorboard, they're knitting a sweater.
Gee, Bob, I think we're flying upside down.
Keep flying upside down, boys. Keep flying upside down.
Okay. We're flying upside down. What are you doing, Kelowna?
Running around, picking up the loose change. How high up are you, boys?
We're up 10,000 feet.
Well, go as high as you like. In that plane, you don't have to worry about ice on the wings.
Why not?
No wings.
Hey, Bob. Hey, we're running out of gas, and we're 20,000 feet up, man.
Well, Skinny, there's only one thing to do. We'll have to bail out. You're not afraid, are you?
No, of course not. You're not afraid, are you, Bob?
Of course not. Open that door. Now hold hands and we'll jump together. 1, 2, 3, jump. Well, we'll have to think of something else.
And, you know, I think we better contact Kelowna. Hey, Kelowna! Help!
Nothing to worry about, boys. See that big lever in front of you? That's my new invention. Just put it back, and the plane forms into a big parachute and floats to Earth.
Oh, that's great, Professor. Quick, Skinny, help me pull the lever back.
That's right, boys. It's my new invention. Of course, it hasn't been perfected yet.
All thanks for the memory, you men with navy wings. To you the nation clings, for through the face of you the age, we look to better things. And thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, next week we'll be back at the same time broadcasting from the United States Marine Base at Quantico, Virginia. With us, of course, will be Francis Langford, Jerry Kelowna, Verveg, Skinny Ennis, and all the gang. Until then, good night, folks. Okay, Larry, cuddle over.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. From the Hollywood Canteen, The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his guest star, Betty Davis.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hollywood Canteen Hope. Telling you soldiers to use Pepsodent whether your mouth has a lot or a few, and even though your toothbrush may be GI, your teeth will never be PU. Well, here we are back in Hollywood, and you should have seen the reception I got at the railroad station. What a crowd. One guy insisted on putting me on his shoulders and carrying me for blocks and blocks. I finally said, gee, you certainly are a fan without equal. And he said, no, I'm a cab driver without tires. And as soon as Skinny Ennis arrived in Hollywood, he went right over to the Red Cross blood bank to make a donation, but a terrible thing happened. On his way over, a mosquito bit him and drained him dry. Everything has changed in Hollywood, though. It's all dimmed out down here along the coast, and you can't have any lights shining toward the sky. In fact, in the drugstores, you have to play the pinball machines upside down. And they have a midget underneath to tell you what your score is. And they've certainly got an efficient way of moving the troops from one place to another down here. In San Francisco, they use trains. In Seattle, they use flying fortresses. Down here, they just sent out a girl in slacks. But I'm really glad to be back in Hollywood, and here we are doing the first broadcast in the Hollywood Canteen. Boy, this is really a marvelous place. Any enlisted man can come in here, be entertained by the top Hollywood talent, and get free food served by Hollywood beauties. One soldier had a big turkey dinner here. Then he danced with Dorothy Lamour and spent the rest of the evening sitting on Hedy Lamar's lap. He's been AWOL for 4 days now. They can't send him back to camp till he stops steaming. And it's so crowded that if a soldier wants to play the radio, he has to squeeze past Lana Turner, Hedy Lamarr, and Betty Grable just to put it on. In 5 minutes, I heard 148 different programs. But can you imagine all those beautiful hostesses and only servicemen are allowed? I know one guy who got dressed up in a uniform so they could get into the canteen, but they knew he was a fake because the uniform fitted him. So they threw me out. And the soldiers, sailors, and Marines all get along very well together here. I saw a soldier dancing with a blonde, and a sailor cut in on him. Then a Marine cut in on the sailor, and it was all done in an orderly military manner. In fact, the bodies were dragged off the floor in a column of 3. One of the soldiers here danced with a fat girl the other night, and when he wanted her to stop dancing, he didn't smile at her and say, "Should we stop dancing, miss?" He just stood at attention and shouted, "Company, halt!"
And everybody wanted to dance with Marlene Dietrich. A soldier who was a head taller tried to cut in on a sailor, and I won't say the sailor cut him down to his size, but that was the first guy I ever saw who parts his hair at the shoulder blades. And I want to tell you, there's certainly a lot of strong soldiers hanging around the canteen here. I walked in with a blonde on one arm and a brunette on the other. 2 minutes later, no blonde, no brunette, no arms. And Dorothy Lamour came down here to work last night, but she was almost had a disaster. She was standing in the kitchen in a sarong when a nearsighted soldier reached for a dish towel. And now, Wen Niles. Step in, Wen.
Say, Bob, doesn't it feel great to be back here in Hollywood?
Oh, it certainly does, Wen.
Hey, I'll bet you got a great welcome when you went down to Paramount.
Oh, what a welcome. You've seen that big red carpet that they roll out for the stars?
Yeah? Did they roll it out for you?
Certainly. Then the producer turned to me and said, I'm glad you're back, Hope. Now go get the vacuum. Say, Wen, I thought you were coming down to visit me at the studio.
Well, I did come, Bob, but I couldn't find your dressing room. Which one is it?
Well, you know where the number 1 dressing room is.
Yeah?
Well, you know where the number 2 dressing room is?
Yes.
Well, right between them, Paramount hung a doily over a gopher hole, and it's mine. Tell me, did you see Dorothy Lamour down there?
Oh, yeah, Dorothy Lamour. Dorothy Lamour. Now I got to talk about Pepsodent.
Oh, come, Wen. You're getting paid for it. Don't pout. Go.
Oh, that's right. I get paid to tell people about Pepsodent, but you folks who use it, you're the ones who really collect. Pepsodent gives you the big plus of Irium, that speedy super cleanser that loosens and flushes away filmy coating you can feel with your tongue. You see, you can have a bright smile and never know it. Maybe hidden under a dull coating that stains and makes your teeth look dingy. But once that film is whisked away, there's your natural smile. Your bright smile ready to shine.
I'll remember that. I'll keep my mouth shut during blackouts.
Why stop there, Bob?
Go, you Irium slave. Go.
But seriously, give Pepsodent a chance to show you how bright your smile can be. Give that cool, refreshing flavor of Pepsodent a chance to wake up your taste and let you know your teeth are clean, bright. And you'll know that they are just by the feel of them. So, tell you what to do. You know that empty metal tube you've been saving? Take it to your store tonight. Doesn't matter what kind of an old tube you take to the store. The important thing is to bring back a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste.
And here's Frances Langford, ladies and gentlemen. Here she is.
At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in clover the night I looked at you. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, and you are mine at last. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven. Why
was Frances Langford singing at last. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present one of the foremost actresses of our time and the president of the Hollywood Canteen, Miss Bettie Davis.
Thank you, Bob. That was the most flattering introduction. Are you sure I deserve it?
Well, you certainly do, Betty. You're all the things I said about you and more. Really, it's a pleasure to meet someone in my own class. But seriously, Betty, it's a thrill for me and those associated with me on the Pepsodent program to be here at the Hollywood Canteen tonight and to give what assistance we can to the wonderful work that's being done here.
Bob, we're certainly grateful to you for broadcasting from here.
Say, I guess this is the first radio show to be broadcast in the Hollywood Canteen, eh, Betty?
That's right, Bob, you are. Later on, there'll be others, but we thought we'd start in a small way.
Now, wait a minute. I'm a big name.
Yes, and I know what it is, but let's be friendly.
But, Betty, this is really a wonderful place here for the soldiers, sailors.
We're so glad you think so. Bob, there's a little matter I want to take up with you. You know, all the food and the entertainment at the canteen is free.
Of course, I know that.
Then why were you standing on the street yelling to the soldiers, "Hey, come on in, fellas, it's my treat"?
Well, I left the tips for all of them. And Pepsodent caps are hard to get now. But tell me, Betty, how did this Hollywood Canteen get started?
Well, actually, Bob, local number 47 of the Musicians' Union had an idea to have a canteen fashioned after the American Theater Wing stage door canteen in New York. They invited all the other guilds and unions of the entertainment industry in Hollywood to join forces. They did, and we formed this organization called the Hollywood Canteen.
Oh, it's swell. Now, I bet the enlisted men have a lot of fun here, Betty.
They seem to, Bob. One soldier who spent the evening here last week came up to me when it was all over and said he'd had such a good time he wished he could take this whole place back to camp with him.
Gee, that was certainly nice of him.
Yes, the MPs caught him half a block from here with 9 pieces of silverware and Lana Turner. By the way, Bob, I understand you've been doing some wonderful work selling bonds.
That's right, Betty. I've been offering to kiss every movie star who bought a $500 bond.
That's wonderful. How many have you sold?
One, and Boris Karloff wants his money back. Say, tell me. Is that you, Boris? Tell me, how long has this canteen been open, Betty?
It's been open 10 days, and the wonderful thing about this building, Bob, is that the members of the different guilds and unions remodeled it themselves, and it didn't cost the canteen a nickel.
Really? Well, who waxed the floors? Fibber McGee?
Ah, yes. How'd you know?
I can see Molly's footprints where she stood over him with a broom.
Everyone contributes. Yesterday, Bing Crosby brought some steaks over.
Yeah, I know. I saw them lose at Bay Meadows. Tell me, does my old girlfriend, Hetty Lamar, show up here much?
Oh, yes, Bob, but I always thought your girlfriend was Madeline Carroll.
Oh, yes, she's one of the mob. But, you know, in my last picture, I had about 25 love scenes with Madeline.
Yes, she told me. I know you'll be glad to hear she's feeling better now.
Oh, you must have your little joke.
What else can I get on this program?
Step out from behind the net and you'll find out. But say, how about going out with me tonight after the broadcast's over, Betty?
Well, I'm afraid I'm too busy, Bob. You know, these are busy days for all girls.
Yeah, women are doing a million things nowadays. They're riveting, welding, taking care of gas stations. See, who knows, maybe someday one of them will learn how to cook.
Every day, Bob. Women are proving they can do anything men can do. There are even women driving taxis.
Yeah, I had a lot of trouble with one of those women taxi drivers last night.
What was the matter?
She wanted me to sit in the back. Even gas stations are putting on girl attendants now.
Yes, I'll bet they're very efficient, too, Bob.
Say, Betty, I have an idea. Let's do a little sketch for the folks. You be the girl attendant at the gas station. I'll drive into my car.
All right, Bob, let's go.
In my merry Oldsmobile with no tires on each wheel. Gee, I'm running out of gas. Gosh, am I lucky. There's a gas station over there. Oh, boy, I made it. There's nobody here. Service! Hey, a little service, please.
What's your hurry, Beagle Nose?
Come on, fill her up. Hey, gee, you're a girl, huh?
Well, shall I check your water?
No, it's all right, even if I do drool a lot. By the way, kid, what do you think of this wagon I'm driving?
It's got a hopped-up motor and a driver to match. Come on, tell me, what's the trouble?
Well, one of my brake rods is busted. I burned out my bearings, and my crankcase is in terrible shape.
Oh, you poor boy. How do you manage to walk? Say, this left rear tire's kind of worn. Want me to examine it?
Okay.
I must remember to get my nails shortened.
Oh, that's all right. I can always pick up another tire. I've got a Tommy gun.
Just a minute. I'll spray your windshield.
What makes you think I got a windshield? And get me a towel.
Say, you didn't drive very much last night, did you?
How can you tell? Gas in the tank?
No, compact on the seat. Well, how much gas do you want me to put in that flamethrower?
Well, give me about 5 gallons.
Okay. I'm sorry, it'll only take 3 gallons.
3 gallons? Are you sure?
Of course. Just look, it's so full I can't get the radiator cap back on.
Oh, brother, you're really fixing me up fine. Say, what happened to the guy that used to work here?
You mean that guy with flat feet, fallen arches, asthma, rheumatism, and lumbago?
Yeah?
They drafted him as a commando. Say, I just noticed. Where'd you get that shiner?
Oh, I went driving with a girl who works at Douglas.
Swing shift?
Yeah, she swung before I could shift. Thanks, Wolf. Say, how about you going out with me tonight?
Okay. I don't mind going out with a swell dresser like you. You sure know how to do a zoot suit, Justice. That's a swell zoot suit.
Yeah, get a load of this jacket. It comes all the way down to my ankles.
What's the good of that?
I'm the only jitterbug in town who can go out dancing while he's having his pants pressed at the same time. Well, I gotta leave now. Say, how about a little kiss before I go?
That's not part of the service. Besides, I don't kiss strange men.
Wait a minute. I'm not strange.
I'd hate to put it to a vote.
Oh, come on. Just to show there's no hard feelings.
Well, all right.
I'll give you a real kiss. There. How was it?
They're certainly freezing a lot of things these days.
Yeah. Thank you, Betty Davis. And I wish you all the luck in the world, to you and the Hollywood Canteen. Keep up the grand job you're doing. And now, Skinny Ennis singing Kalamazoo.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. I got a gal in Kalamazoo. Don't want to boast, but I know she's the toast of Kalamazoo. Years have gone by, my, how she grew. I liked her looks when I carried her books in Kalamazoo. I'm going to send a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming. Are you Mr. Jackson? Everything O-K-L-A-M-A-A-Z-O. What a gal, a real pipperoo. I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. got a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming. Hi, Miss Jackson. Everything is okay. L-A-M-A-C-O-O. What a gal. A real pepperoo. I'll make my bid for the freckle-faced kid I'm hungry to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo.
Once again, we want you to meet the Navy. Representing the servicemen here tonight at the Hollywood Canteen is...
Yeoman Wilbur Johnson reporting, sir.
There you are. That's fine. How are you, Wilbur? Say, you just said you were a yeoman. What does that mean, a yeoman?
Oh, it's about the same as a private in the Army, only their pants, they can bend over.
Your pants do hug you, don't they, huh?
Hug me, Bob. When I bend over, the stitches in the seams start singing my devotion. It sure ain't like those civilian clothes I used to wear back in Arkansas.
Yeah, you Arkansas, really? Well, say, now that you're out here, what do you think of the girls in California?
Oh, I don't pay attention to them. I'm married. I got a wife in Little Rock.
Really? Well, this is the first time I've ever seen a sailor with a ship in the Pacific and an anchor in Arkansas. Well, how long you been married, Wilbur?
I got married a year ago.
I suppose it was a whirlwind courtship.
No, Bob. I went with my wife 12 years before I married her.
12 years? Say, what department are you in the Navy? Reconnaissance?
Nope, intelligence.
Just wait for my last before you throw your slingshot in there, old boy. Say... Don't say what last or I'll fall over. Say, Wilbur, I hear you're a pretty good golfer.
Well, I certainly like the game, Bob. I understand you play a lot with Bing Crosby.
Not anymore. Boy, would you play with a guy who waits till nobody's looking and picks his ball up and throws it toward the hole?
Of course not.
Neither will Crosby. That's you. Cut in. Right there.
You know, Bob, being at the Hollywood Canteen like this, I wanted to meet a movie star.
A movie star? Well, you're lucky you ran into me.
Yeah, that's right. Know any?
Do I know any? Listen, just sit down here at this table and you'll be surprised who you'll meet.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Hope. Oh, hello, sailor boy. I understand you wanted to meet some of the other people on the show, and here I am.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Colonna.
The idea of saying I look like Mr. Colonna, I won't stand for it.
And neither will I.
You don't understand. I'm Vera Begg.
Pleased to meet you. What outfit you with?
Mr. Hope, what's the name of this handsome hunk?
Why, Miss Begg, this is Will Johnson, yeoman, 3rd class.
Oh, listen, brother, he's a man. As far as I'm concerned, that makes him 1st class. Sailor, I think I could go for you.
You could?
Yes, I like tall, dark men.
I'm blonde.
Oh, then who cares? Kiss me.
Oh, I couldn't. You're old enough to be my mother.
You know, Mr. Hope, I'd poke you right in the mouth if you weren't old enough to be my father.
Well, tell me, Miss Begg, how are you getting along with the servicemen here at the canteen?
Oh, they're wild about me. Simply wild about me. Imagine I just stole a soldier right from under Hedy Lamar's nose.
That's impossible.
Oh, is that so? That Hedy Lamar, I'm just as pretty and young and attractive as she is. I noticed right after I laid her out with a baseball bat.
Gee, I'd like to meet that Hedy Lamar.
Well, you know, Wilbur, all the big movie stars wait on the tables here at the canteen. I wonder who we'll get. Boy, last night Lana Turner waited on me. She came over to the table and kissed me. The night before that, Carol Landis waited on me and kissed me. Well, here goes. Waiter!
Mustache tickles, doesn't it?
Oh, so you're the waiter. Do we have to pay for our meal, Colonna?
No, we serve all soldiers free.
What about me?
Veterans of the last war serve free, too.
I'd like to get in your mustache with an egg beater.
Now, look, waiter, what's wrong with this chicken soup? There's more water in it than chicken.
Ah, yes. Hen was crying. Chicks got drafted.
Furthermore, Kelowna, I have another complaint to make. This steak is as tough as shoe leather.
Well, that's ridiculous, Hope. That steak is not as tough as shoe leather. It's soft and tender and, well, maybe it is as tough as shoe leather.
Kelowna, how come you suddenly changed your mind and agreed with me?
Well, I just looked down and I'm barefoot. Now, what do you have?
Oh, Professor, I don't know what to order. What would you suggest to keep my figure trim?
Meat cleaver. Well, I'll go back in the kitchen and get your order.
All right, and hurry it up, Kelowna. Oh, look, Wilbur, here comes Skinny Ennis. Hiya, Skin.
Hello, Bob.
Skinny, I want you to meet Wilbur Johnson, yeoman, 3rd class. Wilbur, this is Skinny Ennis, human, 4th class.
Hiya, Muscles.
Boy, you should see these two guys standing side by side, folks. They look like a couple of strands of spaghetti in search of a meatball.
Well, shake hands, Bob. We found one.
Gee, I wonder what's keeping Kelowna with our food. Hey, Kelowna.
Be with you in a second, Hope. Having a tough time putting these panties on the lamb chops.
How come?
Won't fit over the girdles.
Kelowna, you'll drive me to distraction.
Okay, but no faster than 35 miles an hour.
Well, Kelowna, can you just bring me a glass of milk?
Milk? Easiest thing in the world. I have a cow out here, and I'll milk her. Only it's cold out here, so I'll put on my woolen mittens.
Kelowna, don't milk her with those fuzzy woolen mittens.
Why not? She doesn't mind. Watch. Very interesting. Very interesting. Care for a milkshake?
Say, guess we may as well forget about Kelowna for a while. Oh, here comes Frances Langford. Hello, Frances.
Hello, everybody. Hello, sailor.
Hello. Gee, you're beautiful, Miss Langford. Your eyes are like those of Hero, for whom Leander swam the Hellespont. Your smile's the smile of Cleopatra that made Mark Antony her slave.
Well, what do you know? An intellectual wolf.
Well, look, now that we're all here at the table, Skinny, Wilbur, Vera, Francis, and me, let's have some fun.
Gee, Skinny doesn't look as though he's having a good time, Bob.
Oh, Skinny never has a good time at these dinners, Francis.
Why not?
Well, the pimentos and the olives keep looking at him and saying, he's out there, why are we in here?
Oh, the music's starting.
Good, let's dance. Who wants to dance this dance with me?
I do.
Who wants to dance this dance with me?
I do.
Who wants to dance this dance with me?
I do.
And don't think she can't do it either. Say, you know, I don't think Kelowna will ever get... I'll get it. Hello?
This is long distance, Denver, Colorado, calling Bob Hope.
Oh, this is Bob Hope speaking.
I'll put your party on. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Hope.
Yes, Kelowna?
Which one of you ordered that Denver sandwich?
Why, Kelowna, you wouldn't be so stupid as to go to Denver for a Denver sandwich.
Why, of course not. That would be silly.
Well, where are you?
In Bermuda, getting the onions.
All thanks for the memory, Miss Bettie Davis, Queen of Hollywood's canteen. Each soldier saying Flying Man and Leatherneck Marine. Do thank you so much, and thanks for the memory. You folks who never shirk to make this project work. For every dime and mite of time you've lent to make it pert. We thank you so much. Well, we've all had a great time tonight broadcasting here from the Hollywood Canteen. And really, it's great seeing these boys of the service enjoying a little of the fun they deserve. Next week, we'll be back at the same time broadcasting for the boys down at Camp Elliott in San Diego. Good night, everybody, and greetings to the boys at the Harbinger Aerial Gunner School down there in the lower Rio Grande Valley, listening tonight over KRGV. Good night, everybody.
Came to you from the Hollywood Canteen in Hollywood, California. This is Wendell Niles speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company. For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. From the California desert for the men of the mechanized forces, the glider school, and Camp Young, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope.
you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, soldier on the Desert Hope, telling you to always use Pepsodent, and while you may get freckled or a beautiful tan, you'll never get heckled for what's in your pan. Yes, sir, here I am in beautiful Palm Springs. This is where the California Chamber of Commerce takes pictures of the sun to put on Los Angeles greeting cards. You know, Palm Springs used to be a great, famous winter resort for people from Los Angeles, and a few of them tried to get here this year. All along the road through the desert, we passed the bleached bones of guys who only had A cards. We came down here by bus. It was a pretty bumpy trip, but after a while we came to a smooth stretch of road, so the driver got out and put the tires on. And we passed one farm, and on account of the egg shortage, there were 3 government officials standing around a chicken. They were waving an American flag at it and yelling, "Strain a little, Matilda." And when we got here in Palm Springs, a big crowd of soldiers were at the station. I got off the bus and started to make a speech. Then Rita HAYWORTH got off right behind me. The doctor says he'll have most of the hobnails out of my face by Thursday. And I want to tell you, Palm Springs is really growing. If it gets any bigger, they may build a railroad line to connect the depot with the town. And some of the... We know, don't we? Some of the Hollywood starlets still come down and walk around the streets in shorts. I wouldn't say these soldiers notice them, but this is the only town in the country where the MPs have to wear rubber gloves so they can go around and push the privates' eyes back in. Skinny Ennis put on shorts the other day and went out and laid down in the sand. A vulture took a look at him, then he flew home and said, "Warm up some sauerkraut, Margaret. I found some spare ribs." But I want to tell you, the Army has really taken over around here. Every year they used to elect the Miss Bathing Beauty of Palm Springs. This is the first season they ever held a contest to pick out Mr. Fatigue Suit in 1942. The other night I saw an officer in a club holding a martini in his right hand when a private passed by and saluted fast. They're still trying to get the olive out of the lieutenant's eye. I went to a party here New Year's Eve, and I wore my tuxedo suit, but I guess the pants were a little tight for me this year. When I bent over, the seam started singing, "Praise the Lord," and passed some stronger stitching. Skinny was there. He went formal, too. He borrowed a full-dress suit, and it had very long tails. The wind caught him, and 2 hours later, a lookout reported a black P-38 passing over Albuquerque. It was a nice night, though. Some soldiers started flirting with my girl, and I was about to let him have it when I saw how big he was. So I let him have her instead. But you should have seen how perfectly behaved the members of our armed forces were at that nightclub. A Marine was dancing with a girl, and a sailor stepped up and said, "May I cut in?" And the Marine stopped dancing, bowed low, and graciously clicked his heels against the sailor's head.
This hasn't anything to do with the New Year's resolutions, and this hasn't anything to do with how I expect to be a better man this coming year. It has to do with Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrushes. They were great brushes in 1942, and they're even better now. So as long as I go right along using my Pepsodent toothbrush, I'm sure I'll be doing my teeth and smile the best favor possible. Because Pepsodent toothbrushes now have improved Fibrex bristles, sturdier, heavier Fibrex bristles in all 50 tufts. That means greater cleansing power, just as Fibrex means gentler cleansing action. Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrushes feel better because 50 tufts are set in one small compact head. They feel better because Fibrex is flexible but firm. And they clean better because no brush was ever designed with more thought to how well it gets into every area of the mouth and teeth. So I won't beat around the brush. All I want to tell you is get a Pepsodent toothbrush. Use it regularly, and you'll come up smiling a bright smile all year long. Remember, 50 tufts, the price is 50 cents.
Thank you, Wendell. And here's Francis Langford. Singing Constant.
Speaking for the gang, I'd like to dedicate this number to a swell fellow we often poke fun at here on the program, but whom we all love, our own Bob Hope. Constantly I look for you, no day or two, but constantly. Constantly I wish you near, and now you're here, so close to me, and it isn't magic, and you do exist, for after all, I know when I've been kissed, and you were meant to be my heart's delight, not just tonight, but constantly. And it isn't magic, and you do exist, for after all, I know when I've been kissed, and you were meant to be my heart's delight, not just tonight, but constantly.
Thank you. That was Francis Langford singing Constantly from Road to Something, I forget. Anyway, now I want to introduce that glamorous Columbia star, Miss Rita Hayworth. Right here.
Thank you, Bob, for that lovely introduction.
Well, how do you like this crowd of soldiers? What do you think of these soldiers here tonight, huh?
I think they're wonderful, Bob. I love soldiers. And I'd like to kiss every one of them as part of my duty to my country.
Yeah, well, the entire audience will now rise and sing God Bless America, right? Well, tell me, Rita, have they been keeping you busy?
Yes, Bob, I just finished a picture. You were never lovelier.
What's that?
You were never lovelier.
Well, I like the way you do your hair, too.
No, that's the name of the picture, Bob. I made it with Fred Astaire, the great dancer.
Are you kidding? Well, I can dance just as good as Fred Astaire. Just watch this, Rita. There.
Boy, will you be in a spot when television comes in? Listen, you might as well face it, Bob. You know Astaire. I've seen you at dances, and you should really learn to dance correctly.
What for? I like my own method. It's less tiring.
Well, maybe. But I want to tell you very honestly, girls feel a little silly on the floor, carrying you around piggyback.
Well, for waltzes, I don't use the spurs. But anyway,
You know, I can't understand what you see in Fred Astaire. How about me as your leading man in your next picture, Rita?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob, but I like men that are daring and adventurous.
Mm-hmm.
Men that can duel with knives. What would you do if you had a knife in your hand?
Get as much butter on it, and I couldn't run like the devil. Just run! To get this butter off my tongue while I'm there. What's the matter? Don't you want a handsome leading man, Rita?
Well, Bob, you're quite good-looking, but you're not as handsome as some of the men I know.
Is that right?
Yeah, uh-huh. For instance, there's Cary Grant.
Really?
He has a very attractive cleft at his chin.
Cleft, huh? Well, I'm glad I haven't got one.
Why?
You lose a lot of coffee down that groove.
You know, I really enjoyed the road to Morocco, Bob, especially that scene where you turned into a monkey.
Yes, that was quite a transformation, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I suppose now you're gradually going to get back to normal, aren't you?
I don't know. The way I go for banana splits has got me worried here. Get my delivery tonight. Isn't that a doll? Oh.
While I'm down
What a
here
bum.
at Palm Springs, I've been driving around to farms to see if I can pick up some butter and eggs to take home. You know, they're very scarce now.
Well, you're telling me I don't use butter at all anymore, Rita.
You don't? Well, what are you putting on your bread now?
Johnson's Glow Coat. Are you listening, Fibber? But did you manage to buy anything at the farms you went to?
Well, I went to one farm this morning, and I met the cutest farm boy. As I pulled up in my car, he came out to the gate. You! Hello there.
Oh, howdy, ma'am. Are you a gal from the city?
Yes,
Well, my ma warned me about gals in the city.
she did.
Yeah, but ma ain't around, so come on in.
Say, what are you doing there? Milking that cow? Or...
No, ma'am, just taking off the Christmas bulbs.
What a ridiculous idea. You mean you had the cow decorated up for Christmas?
Yeah, but it didn't work out. Bossy's been giving milk when she ain't supposed to.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, every time the tinsel tickles her, she giggles 2 quarts.
Are you the only one who works on this farm?
Well, my Uncle Zeke used to work here, too. Poor Uncle Zeke.
What happened to your uncle?
All one day got a Sears Roebuck catalog mixed up with a copy of Esquire and went crazy filling out order blanks. Say, ma'am, I don't suppose I should say this, but you got holes in the front of your shoes.
Oh, that's the style now. All girls have holes in the front of their shoes, just like mine.
Yeah, but if you ain't careful, them radishes will drop out.
Goodness, I haven't met anyone like you since I saw Idiot's Delight. But,
Who was in
you know, you're kind of cute. I'll bet your parents were happy when you were born.
Born? What's that?
Oh, well, you know, that's when the stork brought you.
Oh, you can't kid me. No stork ever brought me.
No?
No, my pa got me at a yearling sale.
Yeah, I came down here to see if I could buy some eggs. How much are your eggs, Elmer?
Well, you know, there's quite a shortage of eggs, ma'am. There ain't none around, and chicken feed is higher now, so with the war and all, I got to charge more.
Well, how much are they?
Well, you better prepare yourself for a shock, ma'am.
What's the price?
Well, you can take 'em or leave 'em, but I got to get 8 cents a dozen.
Well, I'll take them.
Okay, I can let you have a quart of eggs.
A quart of eggs?
Yeah, I'm speeding up the hens with music, and they don't have time to put the shells around them.
And I'd also like to buy some butter from you.
Well, why don't you buy it in town?
Well, you see, there's quite a... have you been in town lately?
Nope, none of us have been to town in over a year.
Fine. I'd like to buy 10 pounds of butter. How much is it?
$2 a pound. We got a radio, you know.
Tell me, is it difficult working on the farm?
Oh, sometimes. I sure hope the milking goes all right today. Yesterday, I missed the pay over the last 3 squirts.
Oh, goodness. Did you get any of it on you?
Any of it on me, shucks. I got a zoot suit with a cream seam. Say, I'll sell you some milk, and you can make your own butter.
Well, does your cow give much milk?
No, not anymore. Bossy knows all about rationing.
She does?
Oh, sure, I'll show you. I'll milk her again. Now watch.
Moo. Moo. No moo.
Thank you, Rita Hayworth. And now a request number that was to make a lot of people happy. The professor himself singing Conchita and so forth with Pez. Come on, Jerry, whack it.
He was a handsome young Irish lad, and she was a Mexican beauty. It was fiesta, and I might add, romantically he was on duty. A boy and a girl, Anita the Satarza. I cannot tell it in the sick city for a His Irish heart went bingo when he saw the Rosa Juarez. Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Oh, you're a lovely thing, oh. For me, there's but one girl, he says. Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Mandolins began to play, and her lips were there to kiss. As they danced, I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. The bells began to ring, oh, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita O'Toole. You see, won her heart one night with the serenade beneath the moonlight. Bella passione, bella passione, pure tic-tac, tu mi fai morire. Bella passione, tu mi fai morire. Mandarins began to play, as they danced, they heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. The bells began to ring, oh, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Lalita, hip hip the Pita, Rita, Juanita, oh, no.
Well, Jerry,
say,
don't
Bob,
have your tonsils retreaded. What'd you say, Wendell?
Sorry to interrupt, but I have an idea to popularize commercials. You know, make them interesting to everyone.
You mean even to the sponsor? Well, go ahead. Let's just step into that.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't have that bright smile you want just by wishing. It takes brushing. Brushing with a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush with Fibrex bristles. The finest bristles DuPont makes.
That ain't hay.
Say that again, Bob. These Tufts are little bunches of bristles set in a toothbrush. And they're mighty important. If they're too stiff, they jab and scratch your gums.
They do.
In a Pepsodent toothbrush, they're scientifically designed so that they reach all areas of the teeth.
Well, you're swinging, huh?
And because there are 50 of them, you can be sure of a better cleansing job.
Oh, this is fascinating.
And Fibrex bristles are firm. They do the job, but they're gentle as a
pickpocket's touch. Or Sapphire's touch in the green. I don't know.
Well, seriously, they're so gentle that they're kind to tender gums. And what's more, they dry out quickly. They won't stay wet.
Okay, now, Wendell, is that new type of commercial you were talking about?
Certainly. Now, tonight, while you have it in mind, go down to your store and ask for a Pepsodent toothbrush. 50 Tufts, 50 cents. There it is, Bud.
Oh, wait a minute, Wendell. That's the same thing you say every time.
It is?
Well, sure. You can't tell me.
Well, next week I'll try again. Once again, we present our weekly feature, Meet the Army. Representing the soldiers here in the desert, we want to present...
Private First Class Curtis Duggan reporting, sir.
Curtis. Welcome to the show. How do you like being on the Pepsodent program?
Well, you know, Mr. Hope, this program is different from what I anticipated. When my commanding officer told me I was to appear on the radio, well, I expected some sort of seafood.
You expected seafood?
Yes, they told me I was going to appear on a clam bake with fish face.
Please, that's no way to talk about Skinny Ennis. Now, look, how are you doing down here in the desert, huh?
All kidding aside, Bob, you should spend some time out here in the desert for your health. It's done wonders for me.
Well, you certainly look powerful, Curtis.
Well, see for yourself, Bob. Here, just feel my muscle.
I will. Boy, is that steel. Now you feel mine.
Boy, is that stale. But I guess it's pretty good for an old man like you.
Yes. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm not so old.
Just how old are you, Bob?
My age happens to be a military secret.
Yes, I know, but which war?
What gives you the idea that I'm old, Curtis?
That gray hair.
That isn't gray. I was doing the rumble with a tall girl who smokes white owls, and the ashes fell in my hair. Say, Curtis, I understand you attended the University of California. How long did you go there?
Only a year, but after the war, I expect to go back for my diploma.
Yeah, it's worth it. There's only one thing that stopped me from not finishing college.
What was that?
Not finishing high school. The teachers got jealous of me because I was bigger than they were. Well, look who's here. Yes?
Aren't you going to introduce me to this handsome soldier?
Oh, yes, Rita. This is Private Curtis Duggan. Kirk, this is Rita Hayworth.
Gee, Miss Hayworth, this is almost a treat.
Well, what do you mean, almost a treat?
Bob charged me 50 cents for the introduction.
Never mind, Curtis. Gee, I'm happy to know you. My, what beautiful reddish gold hair you have.
Thank you, Miss Hayworth. My, what pretty blonde hair you have.
Oh, well, your hair is so much prettier. You know, when the light hits it just right, it looks like spun gold.
Oh, no, your hair is really prettier. It's so light it looks like dancing sunshine.
Anybody know where I can get a bottle of peroxide? And that soldier calls himself a real redhead. Every afternoon he goes out in back of his tent and his top sergeant gives him a henna rinse.
Quiet, Curly.
And my hair isn't curly.
I'm talking about your nose.
Let the line go. What do we care, Curly? Let's not struggle. We're down here for a rest. Let's not worry about it. Want to cut in? Let's have, now I have to go.
Now, come, boys. Let's be friendly about this.
All right, let's be very friendly, Rita. Now about going out with me tonight instead of Bob. I promise to show you just the same kind of time that Bob shows you when he takes you out.
Oh, egad, no. I don't want to see the road to Morocco again.
Wait a minute. Say, Curtis, there's someone else in this show I'd like you to meet.
Yoo-hoo, everybody!
Yeah, Miss Vera Vague. Miss Vague, here she is, Private Curtis Duggan. Miss Vera Vague, shake hands and come out fighting. Now you are.
Oh, my. Hello, soldier. I'm pleased to meet you.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine.
What did you say?
I said the pleasure is all mine.
Oh, he's silly, isn't he?
You know, Miss Vague, you're cute. Gee, I'll bet if you visited my camps, the soldiers there would kiss you until you simply dropped dead.
Oh, well, my only regret is I have but one life to give for my country. You know, those words were first said by Nathan Hale.
Yes, you and your childhood memories.
Oh, you're such a dear boy. But at least you're a novelty. Out in this hot desert, they seldom see a drip.
Say, Curtis, I've been meaning to ask you. You've got your Jeep outside. How about driving us all back to Hollywood, or do you have a meter on it, huh?
No, I don't, Bob. It's parked right outside the door. Come on, everybody. Here it is.
Well, let's all get in. Curtis, you sit next to Miss Vague.
Me sit next to Miss Vague?
Yeah, what's the matter?
Bob, I've been on KP all week. Do I have to get all the old potatoes?
Well, what do I care if I am an old potato? Someday I may need a masher. Come on, Bob. Come on, soldier. Let's all of us get in the front seat. Now, I'll squeeze in first.
Now I'll squeeze in.
Now I'll squeeze in.
Now I'll squeeze in.
Oh, well, now I'll squeeze in again. Here, the desert air is doing wonders for my skin.
Yes, Miss Vague. Right now, your complexion is just as clear as a cup of GI coffee.
Our own Bob Hope. I can't
Constantly, that's
I can't see how you can always say such horrible things about me when you have such a nicely shaped mouth. You know you have a Cupid's bow mouth.
Have I really a Cupid's bow mouth?
Yes, your nose hangs over it like an arrow.
I thought we were going to cut that.
Say, Bob,
Yeah,
we
what's that?
can't leave without Skinny Ennis.
That's right. We may need something to measure the gas in the tank.
Say, that reminds me, there's no more gas in this Jeep.
Well, I guess we'll have to take a taxi.
Well, there's a cab. I'll get it.
Well, we may as well whistle at each other. The soldiers got all the girls. Hey, do you want to hire my taxi cab?
Yes, Colonna. We'd like to drive back to Hollywood in your taxi cab. How are your tires?
How are my tires? Listen, Hope, my tires speak for themselves. Flabbermouths out there.
Hello, Professor. I'm Rita Hayworth.
Ah, pleased to meet a lady like you, Miss Hayworth. Women are the greatest sunshine in men's lives. They brighten our lives with light.
Professor, I'm Vera Vague. I'm a woman, too.
Of course, once in a while, we get stuck with a blackout.
Oh, Professor, you're so cute. Let me run my fingers through your mustache.
Okay, go ahead. That's it.
Woo! Ouch!
You'd be surprised how many mice I catch that way.
Come on, we're in the cab, Colonna. Let's start, huh?
Okay, here we go. Say, Hope. Hope, what's going on back there? You holding hands with Rita?
No.
You hugging Rita?
No.
You kissing Rita?
No.
He's silly, isn't he?
Look out, there's a cop standing in the middle of the road telling you to stop.
Don't be silly, Hope. That's a gopher. I'll drive right over him.
Colonna, that's a cop.
That's a gopher. Ah! Big son of a gun, wasn't he? Now I'll put out all the lights in the cab. Don't need that little light, you know.
Oh, somebody just kissed me. Goodness, somebody just kissed me again. They just kissed me again 6 times in a row.
Well, that's funny. Nobody kissed me.
Anybody know where I can get a Norden bomb sight?
All thanks for the memories. You boys who are from Camp Young. For you we bust along. For you're the strings with which this nation's battle bow is strung. So thank you. Saw you, Tom. And thanks for the memories. You men with guns and tanks who glorify the Yanks. Our hearts beat out in time with every step within your ranks. So thank you so much. Say, we've had a grand time down in here in the desert this week. And next week we're going to be down there near San Diego at Camp Pendleton for the Marines. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Rita Hayworth's next Columbia picture is My Client Curly. Since the War Department does not endorse any product, this broadcast is not intended as an endorsement of our products by the War Department. Wendell Niles speaking. This broadcast came to you from the California desert for the men of the Mechanized Forces, the Glider School, and Camp Young. This is the National
National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony, Incorporated.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight, Bob Hope begins his 6th year with Pepsodent, and again the Pepsodent Company presents another in a series of broadcasts to our men in the armed forces throughout the United States. Tonight, for the men of the Army in the Southern California sector at Pasadena, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope with Francis Langford, Jerry Colonna, Vera Vague, Stan Kenton and his orchestra, and Bob's special guest, Bing Crosby.
Procedure number 6. Bob Hope begins with laughs and grins and makes your troubles nix.
Thank you so much. How about the Navy, huh, boy? How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, this is Bob back on the air, Hope, telling you all to use Pepsodent to make your teeth bright and gleamy so they'll never drop out like Mussolini. Well, here I am back on the air again with the same old sponsor. You know what a sponsor is? That's a top sergeant with money. I've just returned from a tour of the Army camps in Europe. The USO sent me to Europe to boost the morale of the soldiers in the United States. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I heard they were going to open at the second front, so here I am, the first back. I landed back here September the 15th. I didn't intend to come back so soon, but Morgenthau insisted. And I'm only kidding. I think Morgenthau's swell, but I wish he'd stop whistling all or nothing at all. As soon as I arrived, I called up Rita Hayworth, and I said, "Reedy, this is your sweetie." And a deep-bass voice replied, "Quit horsing, this is Orson." Oh, but what a plane trip that was over the Atlantic. We'd been in the plane about 5 minutes, and I felt faint, so I said to the pilot, "Pardon me, sir, but would you mind showing me where the oxygen masks are?" "It's the altitude, I guess." And he said, "Why not at all? They're in the back of the plane." "Now, is there anything else you'd like before we take off?" And it was really a rough trip, but I wasn't scared until I looked out the window and saw the inside of the plane. I don't know whether my goose pimples were big or not, but an eagle followed the plane for 3 miles yelling, "If I can catch him, I can hatch him." Then the stewardess tapped me on the shoulder and said, "In case of trouble, the pilot is the last one to leave the plane." I said, "Why tell me?" She said, well, I don't want to make you nervous, but there he is down there. And what a time we had in London. The fog there isn't exactly thick. But I saw an air raid there one night, and the anti-aircraft shot down 3 submarines. Shot them down. Yes, sir, but those British really went out of their way to show they liked me. You know how they raised their 2 fingers in a V for victory? Well, to make sure I saw, they stuck them both in my eyes. And the English girls are so different than the American girls. They're so cooperative. Before you whistle at them, they even give you the pitch. We know, don't we, Union? When we landed in Africa, I got out of the plane first and gave the soldiers a little pep talk. Then Francis Langford got out and gave them a little pep. But some of those boys have been in the Army quite a while. In fact, when Francis got out, one old sergeant just looked at her and said, "What is it, a new kind of booby trap?" And, of course, there are a lot of Arabs in North Africa. An Arab, that's a fellow who gets out of bed every morning and takes a sheet with him. And in Africa, the girls all wear a veil. A veil, that's a knitted obstacle course. But we had a great time down there, and just for the fun of it, I put on a uniform, and some soldier saw me. He said, "Egad, that General Hershey, is he drafting mothers now, too?" But I want to tell you, it's a real thrill It's a real thrill to be back here on the Pepsodent Show amongst old friends.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Holt!
Well, here's Vera Vague. Well, look.
Oh, goodness, Mr. Holt, we're glad to have you back.
Oh,
we're
thank
all so proud of the work you've done this summer. You know, really, this trip you've made is something you'll be able to tell your grandchildren. Or have you told them already? Oh, you see, Mr. Hope, I'm right back in my old form.
Yes, and you have my sympathy. But, you know, I'm still excited about my European tour. You see this suit I'm wearing?
Yes.
Well, I brought it over from England across the Atlantic.
How nice, but you shouldn't have let it drag in the ocean.
Just a minute, Miss Vague. I'll have you know this is genuine English herringbone.
Looks like the herring is still putting up a struggle.
Well, I must say, Miss Vague, you really look fine.
Oh, thank you. Tell me, Mr. Hope, don't you think my figure has improved? My friends say since I've gotten streamlined, I look like the fuselage on a flying fortress.
Well, too bad you can't get the Bombay doors closed.
You dear boy. You must have been a big hit in Sicily. It's so mountainous there, and a jackass comes in handy.
You look so happy, though. You must be doing all right with the romance department.
Oh, yes, I am. The other day, Frank Sinatra threw himself at my feet.
Frank Sinatra threw himself at your feet?
Well, he didn't exactly throw himself at my feet. He let go of the microphone for a minute and fell down.
Well, he'll build. He'll get a little of that Kraft cheese and build on it.
But I don't care anyway. I have soldiers and sailors just fighting their way into my house.
You have? Well, how do you account for that?
Oh, my charm, my good looks, and my intelligence. And that USO sign out front doesn't hurt either.
Well, Miss Vague, it sounds like you've had a busy summer.
Oh, yes, it's really been wonderful. Every evening I go down to the canteen and mangle with the soldiers.
No, Miss Vague, not mangle. You mean you go down and mingle with the soldiers.
Oh, yes, ordinarily, but not at my age. You know, Mr. Hope, I expect to find my future husband at the canteen.
Well, you do? Well, tell me, what do you want, Miss Vague? A soldier, a sailor, or a Marine?
Oh, yes! Mr. Hope, let's talk about you. You're so wonderful. To think that you were right up there all the time with our brave soldiers. Oh, kiss me, you hero. Get lost, you civilians.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium. So she waited for a thing for the phone to ring.
Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh.
So girls, don't be like Miriam. Use Irium.
It's the film you feel on your teeth that makes your teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover the natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. Remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, now she's heard of Miriam. So the telephone ring is a busy thing.
Hello.
Some number.
Oh. Hello.
Some number.
Oh.
So girls, just be like Miriam. Use Irium.
Yes, sir. That's a new little racket we have, huh? Yes, well. And now, I want you to meet a gal gal that we're really proud of, a gal who has done an unforgettable job this past summer entertaining our boys in the fighting fronts. Here she is, Miss Frances Langford.
You never know just how much I miss you. You never know just how much I care. And if I tried, I still couldn't hide my love for you. You ought to know, for haven't I told you so a million or more times? You went away and my heart went with you. I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now. You went away and my heart went with you. I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You never know if you don't know now.
Oh, that was swell, Francis. Little Gypsy Langford. Thank you, Stan Kenton. That was swell. Say, well, Francis, are you glad to be home?
I certainly am, Bob. Gee, wasn't it thrilling when we first touched American soil again? President Roosevelt himself was at LaGuardia Airport when we landed.
Yeah, he watched everybody get off the plane, and he said, well, I'll have to do the cooking for a few more days. She must still be in Australia.
How did you like England, Bob?
Oh, swell. But did you notice, Francis? In England, the hotel rooms don't have any transoms.
Yes, that was a shame. After you traveled 3,000 miles carrying that pair of stilts.
Well, it was lucky I brought my knee pads along for keyholes anyway.
Gee, it was thrilling to see the British and American boys sharing everything. Even the same reading room in the canteen.
Yeah, but our boys have one bad habit. They cut pages out of the magazines.
They do?
Sure. In fact, for 6 months, the British thought Esquire was a magazine about what the men are wearing. We all have scissors, don't we? Say, did you like England, Francis?
Oh, yes, I did. Outside of drinking tea. Tea in the morning, tea in the afternoon, and tea at night. That's all they do is drink tea.
That's right. In fact, every time an Englishman sees a bag, he drops it in hot water. Lucky I had my water wings with me.
Well, you didn't do so well. Perhaps you'd have made out better with the English girls if you'd have worn a monocle.
Oh, I didn't want to screw up my face.
Gee, isn't it a little late to worry about that?
You talk like you have an offer from Lockheed or something.
Well, you were born in London, weren't you, Bob?
Yes, I was, Francis. And right in my old neighborhood, the Luftwaffe dropped tons and tons of bombs. But the house I was born in is still standing up. Isn't that a miracle?
No, if it stood up under what the stork dropped, it can stand up under anything. But, Bob, there's one thing.
Gee, the way you acted during those air raids.
Are you kidding? I wasn't scared of those enemy bombers.
Well, I don't know, Bob, but you were the only man I saw who shaved the top of his head and had Open City tattooed on his skull.
Well, I wasn't sure they'd see the white flag hanging on my nose, you know. Hello?
Hello, Hope.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Jerry.
Hello?
Hey, is this Bob Hope, the well-known movie star, the well-known handsome man about town?
Yes, that's right. Who is this?
This is Kelowna, the well-known liar. Say, Hope, about this trip you're going to make, how many bags should I pack?
Kelowna, you fool. I've already made the trip. I'm back on the air, and I'm definitely not going anyplace.
What's that?
You heard me. I'm back on the air, and I'm definitely not going anyplace.
It took him 6 years, but he finally admitted it.
Say, look, Professor, why do you say such things? What's the matter with you anyway?
Well, I ain't never told anybody this, Hope, but mine is a tragic story. I spent hours lying in a basket on the doorstep waiting for somebody to take me in.
When you were a baby, Kelowna?
No, last week. How else can you get a room these days?
Well, Kelowna, you promised to take care of my house. Haven't you been staying over there?
Yes, I'm at your house now, Hope, and I have a confession to make. We had a little party here last night.
You had a little party there last night. Well, what about it?
We can't find the living room.
Now, see here, Kelowna, I left you in charge of my house while I was gone, and I expect to find it just as I left it. Have you kept it in good condition?
I certainly hope. Of course, I did make a few slight changes. You remember the right wing?
Yes.
You remember the left wing?
Yes.
Superfluous, weren't they? Well, there's one more thing, Hope. I put a 50-foot wide door in the side of the living room.
You put a 50-foot wide... Sorry. You put a 50-foot wide door in the living room. What for?
Well, Lockheed has to have some way to get the planes out after I build them.
You know, Professor, you got the lowest IQ I ever saw.
I can't help it. My suspenders are loose.
Kelowna, look. Will you cut out this nonsense and come over here?
Well, certainly, but I'll jump in my helicopter and I'll be right there.
All right, come on. Wait, can you drive a helicopter?
Why, certainly. Here I come.
Kelowna, what happened?
Don't know. Guess I must have helioed when I should have copped it.
Well, tell me, Professor, what have you been doing while I've been away?
Well, I've been acquainting myself with the finer things of life and attempting to improve my social, cultural, and aesthetic well-being by broadening the many latent facets of my inherently gregarious personality.
What does that mean?
Chasing women.
Thank you very much, Jerry Kelowna. Wendell Niles, you still here?
Still here, Bob.
Step in, Randall boy.
It's the film you feel on your teeth that makes teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover the natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. And remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
So girls, don't be like Miriam. Use Irium.
Thank you, Miriam. And now I want you to meet a fellow that followed us around this past summer. Everywhere we went, we heard his voice coming out of loudspeakers, and boy, we're happy to have him with us here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, my father, Bing Crosby.
Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Sunday, Monday, or always? If you're satisfied, I'll be at your side. Someday, Monday, or always. No need to tell me now what makes the world go round. When at the sight of you, my heart begins to pound and pound. And what am I to do? Can't I be with you Sunday, Monday, or always?
That was nice going, Frank. Well, that's Johnny Burke's song, isn't it?
Yes.
Just had a baby boy tonight.
Congratulations to Johnny
to
Burke.
Bessie,
Wrote that
too.
song.
Happy New Year. Well, say, tell me, Bing, how have you been?
Oh, I feel fine, Loop Snoot. Feeling real fine. Happy, feeling no pain, positively radiating, sitting right on top of a cloud.
You're as happy as if you were on Sinatra's draft board.
Oh, I'm satisfied with just owning a piece of him.
Yeah, a piece of his throat. But say you're you do look good, though, right there.
You think so?
Yes, sir.
You think I look fine?
You do.
You look great.
Thank you very
No
much.
pot tummy and everything?
Yeah.
What happened to that pot tummy? Did you lose it?
No, I didn't lose it. During an air raid, it went around back to hide.
Lots of good cover in that country, too. But Bob's back fresh from England and all. I thought you'd be wearing a monocle, really.
Are you kidding? They'd laugh at me here.
So what? It'd be a novelty.
And up to this time, I've been your only swooner. Say, Bing, tell me, what's the good news in Hollywood since I left?
Oh, nothing at all. That was the last good news. I must say, though, Hollywood wasn't the same with you gone, Robin.
It wasn't, huh?
No, I even saw girls walking down Vine Street without ball bats.
Tourists, eh?
Say, Bob, about those fellas down in Africa. Do they go to our pictures?
Oh, they like our... The theaters are always filled up, Bing. Even the camels come in.
No.
That's right. Say, Bing, when you came on the screen, one camel turned to another and said, "Keep away from that boy. He'll have you running at Santa Anita." Not getting mercenary, but before I left, I put a bet on one of your nags.
Yeah?
How'd he come out?
Well, I don't know, but if I don't hear anything by Thursday, we're going to try and locate him with radar. So, you know, you're getting back to the studio just in time, old boy.
Studio?
Just in time. There's a whole new trend, I must tell you. All the younger leading men around town have been drafted. There's nothing but the old, worn-out actors left.
Is that so? Well, I knew sooner or later your mob would click.
My mob?
Yes.
You're the only fellow I know who can remember who was president before Roosevelt. But, Bob, with all the...
Was there one?
Yes. Hey, with all the old leading men around, when you go down to a picture studio now, I want to tell you, you see something like this.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the set of Arthritis Productions, where we find two of the younger leading men, Ronald Rigger and Tyrone Mortis, getting ready to go before the camera. They speak.
I'm Ronald.
I'm Tyrone.
Any similarity between these leading men and living persons is a definite triumph for adrenaline.
Say, tell me, Tyrone, how old are you?
Well, I'm going on 80. How old are you?
I'm going on 80. Oh, look, here comes Betty Grable.
Yeah, I guess we're going on 80.
Say,
gosh, they sure are hard up for young actors around here.
Yes. You know who's going to play the life of Shakespeare?
Who?
They're digging up Shakespeare.
Well, I ain't doing bad. I'm going to marry Deanna Durbin.
What kind of romance is that there? She's 20 and you're 70.
Yeah, but I'll get her ration book, won't I?
Yes, you got a point there. What pictures you making today, Tyrone?
Well, I'm working in a boxing scene. The director says I fit in fine.
Sounds interesting.
Who, the boxer? Me. The scene takes place in an undertaking parlor.
An undertaking parlor? What's the name of the picture?
So proudly we nail. It's going to be a great picture. They're spending lots of money on it. Tell me, have you seen my set?
Yeah, it's right over there in that glass of water. Oh, but see, I do dread to go on the set today. I hate making love scenes with that Betty Hutton.
Oh, you don't say, Lum. What you got again making love scenes with Betty Hutton?
Oh, that darn youngster. She jumps around so much she keeps disconnecting my heating pad.
Ronald. Yes. When you're going to kiss your leading lady, how do you get your lips to pucker?
I use alum.
Oh, shucks. I don't have to use alum.
Well, how do you get your lips to pucker?
I just gather them together and tie them with a string. That way you can kiss them and lasso them at the same time. I wonder where our producer is.
Yes. Well, here I am, boys. Cecil D. Colonna, producer of all the government pictures and director of patriotic films. Also pre-Pearl Harbor dependents rented out cheap. All right, let's start shooting. This young lady is the star of the picture.
Hiya, guys.
Gosh, what's her name?
Henrietta Bogart. Miss Bogart, this is your leading man.
This is my leading man.
That's right, ma'am.
Why does it always happen to our side? Too little and too late. Well, come on, let's start the picture.
First, we'll take the big love scene. Ready? Lights, camera, action.
Oh, Tyrone, I love you. Come put your arms around my neck.
Okay. Now for my other arm.
Doggone it, Tyrone, you're too old for these here love scenes. Here, now let me show you how it's done.
Come on, Ronald, give me a great big kiss.
Yahoo, here I come with my lips all set. Whoops, whoops. Hold it a minute.
Well, why didn't you kiss her, Ronald?
Doggone it, I couldn't. My pucker popped.
I just want to say thanks to Major General Cortlandt Parker and Captain Welch and Lieutenant Doyle for their courtesy here today. You know, folks, during the summer, we dropped in on your son over in Great Britain, Africa, and Sicily, and Newfoundland and Iceland, and we had a great time with him. We ate army chow with him, jumped in the ditches with him when the junkers came over. We saw the shadows of pain and tragedy on his face, and we've seen a belly laugh chase the shadows away. And he said to us, when you get back to the States, tell the family I'm doing fine. Doing fine. That's the soldier's way of saying nothing about a nightmare week of sudden death and suffering that felt like 7 days of steady rain. And doing fine is a sailor's way of saying nothing of the ocean burial of his buddy. We spent 3 months with your son, and believe me, you come back and some things here don't seem real anymore. Saturday night, the towns are buzzing with big payrolls, and some people wonder not how long the enemy will hold out, but how long this country's meat supply can hold out. At swanky hotel tables, they wonder if the end of the war isn't just around the corner. But in Sicily, I've seen men who wonder if one day could ever end. The white beaches here on Sunday seem so far from those red beaches of Italy, and the black market gas station so far from a P-38 running out of gas over the Mediterranean. And the war bond window at the local bank seems so far from those rows of little white crosses in North Africa. And maybe the cost of living is terrific, but, mister, we've still got plenty of work and self-denial and bond buying ahead of us before it equals the high cost of living on that beachhead at Salerno. We can do a lot to help bring our boys back, so let's do it, because the sooner we bring them back, the more we'll bring back. Good night.
Phone Drexel 7211 for that bond right now.
Next week we'll be back at the same time broadcasting for the naval personnel at Terminal Island, California. Don't forget, next Tuesday, Fibber, McGee, and Molly come back on the air. Since the War Department does not endorse any product, this broadcast is not intended as an endorsement of our product by the War Department. The broadcast came to you from Pasadena, California. This is Wendell Niles speaking. The National Broadcasting Company.
Officially, Fibber, McGee, and Molly are back on the air. Welcome home, you kids. Kids.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight, for the men of naval aviation at Terminal Island, California, the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his guest star, Orson Welles.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from fragrant Terminal Island. Off the beautiful Pacific Hope, telling you to fly the supplies from the Solomons to Iran to use Pepsodent on your teeth, and you'll never have any hollow ones in your pan. Yes, sir. This has been a great week getting back home and on the air. Since I was just back from England, I walked down Hollywood Boulevard with a monocle in my eye. And a little kid said to his mother, "Hey, Ma, get a load of that wolf for the windshield." Then I walked into the Brown Derby, and I noticed they had my picture facing the wall. So I said to the manager, "What's the idea?" He said, "Well, we can't serve ham these days, so why tantalize the people?" And when Gypsy Rose Lee heard about it, she dropped everything she was doing at the time. And Gypsy Rose Lee, that's the star of the picture, the watch and the spine. But I was so glad to be back, I went down to the blood bank and gave a pint of blood. After a few minutes, the doctor came out and said, "Have you kissed Hedy Lamarr lately?" I said, "Yes." "Why?" He said, "We can't get your corpuscles to stop fanning themselves." Edward Arnold was there. He doesn't give a pint. He just asks them what they need. And W.C. Fields was there, too. He donated a fifth. I went over I went over to Paramount and started to give Dorothy Lamour a hello hug, but it doesn't look nice to do that to a married woman. I discovered the next day when her husband mailed my arms back to me. But here we are broadcasting for the Navy at Terminal Island. Terminal Island, that's a body of men surrounded by pin-up girls. And there's so many naval officers here. You know what a naval officer, that's the only gob I've seen who can bend over with his pants on. And I want to tell you, it's really busy at this base. Every 2 minutes, a plane takes off with supplies, and every 2 minutes, one comes in with Eleanor's luggage. And I want to tell you, these naval aviators here can really find beautiful girls here in San Pedro. Then, of course, there's the one they got for me. But I went out with a couple of the sailors here last night, and you should see the nice girl they got for me. She was a pistol-packing mama, and all she wanted to do was get loaded. Boy, what a girl. She'd been out with so many Navy men, she had bilge water on the knee. But we had a nice time. We made the rounds of San Pedro. San Pedro, that's an old Spanish phrase meaning you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in the shore patrol wagon before you. Well, we had a great time, and these Navy men are real gentlemen. I want to tell you, a Marine cut in while one of them was dancing, and he smiled, bowed, stepped back, and gave him the whole floor, a board at a time. What a night, and what a dancer I had. She tripped the light fantastic and everybody else on the floor. And I saw a sailor with a pretty girl, and I tried to figure out how I could get her away from him. So I sneaked up behind the sailor and whispered, "I'm from the FBI. The girl you're with is a Japanese agent." And he said, "Brother, I'm from the USS Arkansas, and what I'm telling her ain't no secret." Well, here we are out in an open buggy all alone.
Yes, here we are, all alone.
Well, how about it? Let's next.
Okay.
Oh, not so quick. You'll mix me up.
You really like me, Robert?
Yeah, I like you a lot.
Why?
I don't know. I guess it's because you're a girl.
Did you like the movie, Robert?
Sure I did. Oh, I love that Betty Grable.
Robert, Why do you like Betty Grable better than me?
I don't know. It's like farms. Some of them have better crops.
But don't you think I'm pretty? Look at my hair. It's as fine and golden as ripe corn silk.
Yep, it sure is. Just like corn silk.
Robert, quit putting it in your pipe. Robert, you're so different from the other boys. All they want to do is neck. You're more of the quiet, studious type.
Yep. I do a lot of deep thinking.
What do you think about?
Necking.
Gee, you got your hair all slicked down nice tonight, Robert. What'd you put on it?
Oleomargarine.
You put oleomargarine on your hair?
Well, there's a war on. You can't get butter. But we'll have some soon. Pa just bought us a cow.
Did your cow eat a lot?
Yeah, but we don't mind. She's got her own points.
Robert.
Yeah, Francie.
Robert, I feel a little chilly.
Yeah, winter's coming.
Robert, I feel cold. Put your arms around me. Now, kiss me.
Okay.
Well, how'd you like it?
You know, I think we got the answer to the fuel shortage. Let's try it again. More exciting than bubble gum, isn't it?
Gosh, Robert, where'd you ever learn to kiss that way?
Getting corks out of jugs.
I thought you used your nose for that.
Oh, Fran. You talk like I was a freak, like I had 11 toes or something.
Well, haven't you?
Of course not. I only have 10 like everybody. See, 7 on my right foot and 3 on my left.
Well, here we are at my house, Robert. You've been a perfect gentleman all the way home.
Yeah, now put away that flamethrower. Let's sit here in the buggy and say goodnight, huh?
All right, but be quiet. Father's asleep upstairs. Now, Robert. Robert. Robert! Robert!
He Dad, every night the same thing. Say, who is it down there?
It's me, Father. I brought home one of my boyfriends.
Did you bring home one of your girlfriends, too?
No.
Wait till you have a slow night. Who are you with?
Father, I'm down here with a nice young man.
Good. Are you making hay with that nice Smith boy?
No.
Are you making hay with that nice Johnson boy?
No, I'm with Robert Hope.
Oh, in the cornfield, eh?
You know, Robert, you and I have been going together for a long time. All our friends are getting married.
That's right.
Well, Robert, you're 28 years old now. Haven't you ever thought of children?
Yeah, but I like you better.
Say, Hope, are you necking with my daughter?
Oh, no, sir.
Are you kissing her?
Oh, no, sir.
Are you holding hands with her?
No, sir.
What do you hear from the rest of the campfire girls?
So if you should decide to go out for a little buggy ride,
and perhaps win a bride, just get a horse that knows the way back, either black or brown or sway back.
get a horse that knows the way back home.
Oh, very nice. Thank you, Squire. Thank you. And say, by the way, thank you, Stan Kenton. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet our new band leader, Stan Kenton, right here. How about that? Thank you, Bob. Sorry I didn't have a chance to introduce you last week. Now, listen, let's get started right, Stan. I want to know one thing. Did you go to see Road to Morocco and they got me covered? And did you go to see my new picture, Let's Face It?
No, I didn't see any of them, Bob. Why should I?
I think this guy knows he's the only band leader left. I understand you're quite a hit with the gals, too. What's your technique?
Oh, that's a secret.
Well, you can tell me, can't you?
Listen, Bob, does Crosby tell Sinatra?
Oh, Stan, don't think those two boys are jealous of each other. They're not. They're very friendly.
They are?
Yeah, Crosby likes Sinatra, and Sinatra thinks Crosby's one, too. But, Stan, you really like the girls, don't you?
Yes, Bob, I do.
Well, here she is coming in with a ring and a prayer.
Mr. Hope.
Cannot resist.
Oh, my goodness. Who's this handsome creature?
Well, Miss Vague, I want you to meet our new orchestra leader, Stan Kenton.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, tall, dark, and scarce.
Oh, Stan, this is Miss Vera Vague.
I gotta get more money.
Well, bless your heart. I can see you and Luke Snoot here will get along fine.
Miss Vague, Stan is our new orchestra leader.
Well, I'm musically inclined.
Well, Stan also paints.
I'm artistically inclined.
Bob, she's leaning all over me.
She's inclined that way, too.
Pay no attention to Trout Snout, Mr. Kenton. And so you've taken the job as band leader on Mr. Hope's program.
Well, it's a living.
You want to bet?
Tell me, Miss Vague, are you married?
No, you see, I never met Tommy Manville. Oh, you're so good-looking and young, Mr. Kenton. So different from anybody else on this program. Why, you're the very flower of youth.
But, Miss Vague, how about me?
Quiet century plant. Tell me, what's your favorite instrument, Mr. Kenton?
The piano.
Oh, is that so? Well, you know, I've had a lot of experience with pianos myself.
Yes, Miss Vague, but playing on them is different from moving them.
Oh, you dear boy, you. You have an answer for everything, haven't you? Too bad nobody's ever been able to explain you.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce one of the real geniuses of the theater, Mr. Orson Welles. Here he is.
Thank you very much. I presume you're Bob Hope.
Why, yes, I am.
Well, go sit down somewhere. I'll call you if I need you.
Yeah. Wait a minute. This is my show. I'm supposed to be right here. What do you think Pepsodent is paying me for?
Mr. Hope, there are some questions even a genius can't answer.
I'll bet somewhere in his family tree there's an ensign. But I want to tell you, Orson, we're very glad to have you with us tonight. I've always wanted to meet you. You know, people say that you resemble me.
Yes. In fact, I'm becoming known as the Bob Hope of this generation.
Yeah. That's a fine thing to say to the youngest man in this room, mentally. Say, by the way, Orson, what do you do?
Well, I'm a producer, director, writer, and actor.
Well, what do you do for a living? Say, they tell me, was that me?
That's you, yeah.
Me next. I had that egg all to myself, didn't I? Oh, thanks. You say. Wasn't that cute? I was standing there scrambling that little kid all by myself. And I looked at you. I thought you were next, and I followed that kid. I'll fix that tomorrow. Say, they tell me you got an early start in this business, Mr. Wells.
Bob, I was so young when I went on the stage they had to change me more often than the scenery.
And you're still a pin-up boy to me. But tell me, what are you doing these days, Orson?
I'm going to England very soon to make a picture.
Oh, you're pulling my leg.
I wouldn't dream of it, old man. At your age, those things come apart.
Now, wait a minute.
I am going to England, Bob. I am going to England.
Tell me, let me know when you're leaving for England. I'll give you a note to the king.
Oh, are you and the king good friends?
Good friends. Orson, do you know where I slept in Buckingham Palace?
Yes, damp down there, wasn't it?
Well, when you go to England, I suppose you'll do your magician act, the boys over there.
Yes, I will, Bob.
But you know, Orson, I think you're the greatest magician in the world.
You really think I'm a great magician?
I certainly do. 50,000 bachelors in the country, and you make Rita Hayworth disappear. Tell me, what did you do? Pull her out of your sleeve?
There is a limit to what you can do with magic, Bob. I couldn't any more pull Rita out of my sleeve than you could pull Mussolini out of your baggy pants. Or whoever that is hiding in there.
Well, where do you keep your butter? Say, but, Orson, I'm a little jealous. After all, I was going with Rita first. It was a pretty steady thing.
You were going with Rita?
Well, I wasn't exactly going with her. I danced with her once at the Hollywood canteen until the cops made me take off the uniform. But before she married you, some gossip was spreading a story around town that Rita was sweet on me.
I know, Bob, but I think you went too far when you had it mimeographed and dropped it from aeroplanes.
Well, while we're on the subject, Orson, I gave Rita a necklace.
Isn't this rather an odd time to bring that up?
Well, I want it back, that's all.
Now, don't get excited about it, Bob. After all, how expensive could it have been? 10 Pepsodent tubes strung together.
Well, a week's pay is a week's pay. But, Orson, your romance with Rita started when she was in your magic show and you cut her in half, didn't it?
Yes, Bob, I knew it was love the first time I saw her.
Drop the net.
The first time I saw her. Why do I stand here reading this right when I could get a good job at Lockheed?
Well, my agent was going to get me a job there, but I refused to let him eat 10% of my lunch. But tell me, do you actually believe in magic and psychic stuff, Orson? Can you read people's minds?
Why, yes, Bob. I might say I'm an amateur mind reader.
Well, can you read my mind?
Bob, I said amateur, not immature. However, I'll try. Give me a minute and I'll transform myself into a mystic. I am now my real self, Swami Wells. I am the great Swami. I see all. I know all.
I'm Bob Hope.
I smell all, too. I will give you a reading. Here, let us sit in front of the crystal ball.
Is this your crystal ball? Why has it got 2 holes drilled in it?
On Thursday nights, I go bowling. Sit down, Bob. I'll read your future.
Now, wait a minute. That ain't a crystal ball. You're reading my future from a grapefruit.
Well, that's the one I use for squirts. I can look in a crystal ball and tell you happenings for future. I can tell you who's going to be in the White House in 1950.
You need a crystal ball to see who's going to be in the White House in 1950?
Yes.
Republican.
We'll hold a seance. Put the lights out. Ready? You're now entering the spirit world.
Can I ask you a question?
All right, Hope. Oh, great spirit, are you there? There's someone here who wants to ask you some questions.
Okay, but make it snappy. I'm in 1A.
Hope, you may now speak to the spirit. He is ready to obey your order.
Fine. Spirit, I'd like to speak to my old granddad.
What was your order?
Old granddad.
Sorry, it's after curfew.
Cologne, are you a spirit now?
That's right, Hope. I am a spirit who sees all, knows all, past, present, future. I have great psychic powers because the ghosts of the great beyond have made me their lieutenant. J.G.
Kelowna, why have you got so many screws loose?
Well, I don't know, Hope. Yesterday was absenteeism on the assembly line.
Kelowna, I don't believe you're in the great beyond at all.
Don't be silly, Hope. Of course I am. I'm sitting here with Cleopatra on my lap.
Kelowna, Cleopatra's been dead for 400 years.
She has?
Yes.
Well, I'll take back my fraternity pin.
Come over here, Kelowna. Come over here right away.
Now, wait a minute. Hope, I am going to perform my greatest trick. You've heard how Orson Welles saws girls in half? Well, I am going to saw Orson Welles in half. Come here, Orson.
Kelowna, that's my trick. You've never done it before. I'm afraid that there might be a slip-up.
Quit horsing, Orson. I'll bet you $1,000 I can do it. $1,000.
I'll bet. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh!
Well, which end should I pay it to?
For the memory, you Navy men who fly for freedom in the sky, a nation's heart goes with you like your ground crew standing by. We thank you so much, and thanks for the memory of every bond you bought. Folks, these boys bought a lot. Not only do they give their dough, but everything they've got. Let's thank them so much. Folks, let's help these men's great endeavor to bring the world freedom forever. And they'll do it if we pull together. Back their attack with all our jack. Well, we've had a fine day here at Terminal Island. Thanks to Captain McGinnis, Lieutenant Hooper, and a wonderful bunch of boys here. Bunch of great boys. You know, in the art galleries, they have paintings that symbolize America, a farm in Ohio, or Coney Island on Sunday, and smokestacks above Pittsburgh. But the best action picture of America today is the Navy doing its stuff on the road to victory. It's a long road that leads from New York to Berlin, from the Golden Gate to Tokyo, and there's water on both sides and air above it. And that's where you'll find the Navy night and day. Like the Army throws a bridge across a river, Navy throws a bridge of ships and planes across an ocean. And the men in blue work with the men in khaki, not only hand in hand, but heart to heart, for they've been through part of hell together. Yes, sir, and if we work in the factory and on the farm like our sailor boy worked to cover that first beachhead on the fortress of Europe, they'll come back from that hell a lot sooner. You know, George Washington said, without a decisive naval force, we can do nothing definite. But with it, we can do everything honorable and glorious. Good night, fellas.
Today, see your dentist twice a year. Again this week, the Pepsi & Company presents another in a series of broadcasts to our men in the armed forces throughout the United States. Tonight, for the men of the Army Flexible Gunnery School, the Pepsi Show, starring Bob Hope.
This is Bob Aerial Gunnery School Hope saying use Pepsodent, you gunnery basers, and your teeth will never fly out like tracers. Or, this is Bob Gunnery School Hope telling all you sharpshooters to use Pepsodent, and though you get nothing but hits on ranges, you can always get misses on sofas. Well, here I am at Las Vegas, Nevada. Las Vegas, that's a slot machine with a mayor. Yes, this is Las Vegas until payday, then it's Blues Vegas. There are about 5,000 men here at the gunnery school, and there are also 100 whacks. That's about the same odds you get on those slot machines. Every place you go, they have slot machines. The slot machines, that's Jesse James with cherries. And you know how the slot machines have pictures of oranges, lemons, and plums? Well, they play them so fast here, all it shows is a bowl of fruit salad. And Las Vegas is famous for its easy marriages, and they really get married fast here. Well, I guess they have to marry him fast. If the justice of the peace waited too long, the bridegroom will lose his $2 in the crap game. Camp here is in the desert, and the desert air is so dry when a private and a superior officer meet, they have to oil each other's elbows before they can salute. And there are a lot of coyotes around here. Coyote, that's a wolf that hasn't been inducted. And these gunners are right on their toes. They've always got some live ammunition, but they'll never introduce you to them. They took me up today and let me work the guns for a while. I wouldn't say my aim was bad, but it was the first time in aviation history anyone ever shot off his own tail. They really fly at high altitudes around here. One crew had to bail out, and they were so high they pulled the ripcord and got a 3-day pass at the same time. My brother's an aerial gunner at the last frontier. That's the hotel here. He's an aerial gunner. He's the only guy that can shoot a 7 from the chandelier. But you can't escape gambling here in Las Vegas. Just to be careful, I put my money in my shoe, and 10 minutes later, my big toe yelled to my little toe, "You're faded." I played some poker at the 8-ball bar. Of course. Hello, members. Of course, the dealers have no way of knowing what the next card is, but when I picked up my hand, I was holding a 10 Jack Queen and a blank check. And they pay you off in silver dollars here. That's just to make sure that if any guy puts his winning in his pants, he can't walk out of the joint.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Miriam. Past the corner she walked, not a guy would talk.
Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Now, girls, if you want brighter smiles, here's Wendell now.
The film you feel on your teeth makes teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with the men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover that natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. Remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Miriam. Up and down the street, all the boys tweet.
Hello.
Now.
Oh. Hello.
Now.
Oh.
When Wendell Miles said Pepsodent, that's what he meant.
And here's Francis Langston.
Bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much. Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love. Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine. Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love. People will say. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in
Thank you, Mother Langston. And now, fellas, I'd like to introduce a charming young star currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture, Princess O'Rourke, who made this trip out here from Hollywood with us to see you boys, Miss Jane Wyman. Yes, sir. One of the nicest looking Janes I've seen in a long time.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate what you say.
That's all right. I appreciate what I see.
Gee, what a wonderful audience these boys are.
Aren't they wonderful, this audience? 2,000 gunners out there concentrating on the same target. Jane, these are the boys that slapped. That was my line, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
I was waiting for myself. Look, these are the boys that slapped down the zeros.
Yes, I know. I watched them in action.
At target practice?
No, when you got off the train.
I gotta see a doctor about my jaundice. But, you made a nice impression on these gunners, Jane.
Really?
Yeah, most of them got together and voted you the site they'd like to rest their peepers on.
Oh, the fellas are nice. I was talking to one of the gunners in one of those little ball turrets.
You were talking to one of the gunners in a little ball turret?
Uh-huh. But a lieutenant came along and made us both get out.
Say, these gunners are real he-men. I'd like to be a gunner on a flying fortress.
Oh, it's tough, Bob. You have to forget fear.
Well, that's for me.
And you have to forget comfort.
That's for me.
And you have to forget women.
That's for them. Say, your husband is Captain Ronald Reagan of the United States Army, isn't he?
That's right, Bob. I just finished knitting him a sweater last week.
No, did it come out all right?
Well, I forgot to put arms in it.
Well, tell me, does he wear it?
Well, yes, he does, Bob. In fact, now he's the only officer at his post who salutes from the inside.
Well, that's cute. Say, tell me one thing. How'd you like the bus trip up here, Jane? Did you notice we passed through Reno?
Yes, Reno is the place where most people go when they want to solve their marital problems.
Yeah, that is if they can't get a spot on Mr. Anthony's program.
Well, one thing about...
It's a little sneaky, wasn't it?
Well, one thing about Nevada, Bob, you can certainly get married and divorced pretty quick in this state.
Yeah, you get your basic training in Las Vegas, and you go to Reno when you're ready for OCS.
What has Reno got to do with OCS?
Obnoxious couples separated.
But those are two colorful cities, Las Vegas and Reno.
Jane, it's just a stretch of land separated by alimony.
You're right, Bob. You see all types of couples in Reno getting divorces, young and old.
Yeah, let's show the folks. First, the young couple.
Okay, I'll be the wife.
Doesn't leave me much choice, does it? Okay, Stan Kenton, take it, boy.
I can't go on. I just can't go on. I cannot go on.
You can go now. The lights just changed. And hurry. Go ahead. Get a divorce.
Well, if you feel that way, here's your wedding ring back, and here's your engagement ring.
I don't want them. Turn them into the scrap drive.
I did. They turned them back.
Well, who are you going to name as the other woman?
Our cow. Or whoever it was that taught you to kiss like that.
Well, you told me yourself I make love like a movie star.
Yeah, like Lionel Barrymore. This is the end, Robert. You behave like a beast. You insult all my friends.
I insult all your friends?
Of course you do. When the Joneses walked in, you didn't have to say, hide the silverware, hide the silverware.
Sure I did. It was theirs, wasn't it?
And Robert. Oh, Robert, what did you have against my mother?
Oh, nothing much, except she kept using my hair tonic on her mustache.
Picking on Mother.
Oh, what do you mean? Wasn't yesterday your birthday, and didn't I give her a watch?
Yes.
Made a nice booby trap, didn't it? And now here's the old couple getting a divorce. Take it, Stan, boy. Gosh, Ma, why are you divorcing me?
Well, we've been married 50 years, and you ain't never kissed me.
Well, I told you I was bashful.
But you ain't never held my hand yet. Gee, ain't you had no experience?
Nope, I was brought up in a one-horse town. Some other fellow owned the horse.
Well, I don't care. I'm going to get a divorce and start living. I'm going to sing and dance and stay out late nights. Yep. I'm going to cook with gas.
Yeah, you're through cooking. You're ready for basting.
Quiet now. You're quiet, or I'll tighten your suspenders and you won't be able to get your feet back on the ground.
but Ma, you can't get a divorce. I ain't never run around with other women.
Don't make no difference. I'm naming your heating pad as correspondent. And besides, you're a wrinkled old cut.
Look who's talking about wrinkles. You got more slit trenches on your kisser than Mrs. Pruneface.
Now, you get a divorce if you want to, but you come running back to me before 2 hours is passed.
What makes you think I'll come running back in 2 hours?
Well, you know yourself you can't go no longer than that unburped. Pa, you changed. Whatever happened to all your get up and go?
Oh, it got up and went. I gotta admit, I ain't been able to pucker no good since I lost my teeth.
Yeah, it used to be. When I wanted a kiss, I'd snuggle up close and whisper, press your lips close to mine, darling. Now I gotta grab your ear trumpet.
Come on, Jane, hold it now.
And yell, zap the up to me, Pap. You're too old for romance, Robert. You can't even pucker your lips.
I can't pucker my lips? Well, what?
Gosh, your lips are puckered.
Yep, now pull my face out of the vacuum cleaner.
I broke my watch the other night. I broke my watch 'cause I wound it too tight. I broke my watch round 8:45. So I took it to the corner to a friend of mine. Well, I don't know how he does it, but he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it.
Pepsodent and only Pepsodent contains Irium. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes film that makes teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away. Quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brilliance to your teeth. Uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. So get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. Remember, Pepsodent toothpaste, because only Pepsodent contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys retreat.
Hello. Don't smile.
Oh, hello.
Don't smile.
When Wendell Niles said Pepsodent, that's what he meant.
Tonight, folks, Bob Hope is in Nevada. Bob Hope's reputation is well known here in Nevada, so when he arrives in Las Vegas, the mayor greets him on the steps of the city hall.
Mr. Hope, I want you to feel right at home here.
Thank you, Mayor.
So I'm presenting you with a keyhole to the city.
Yes, this has been a wonderful visit for Bob and the cast, and now surfeited from his adventures of the day, Bob goes to his hotel and he is soon fast asleep. He dreams like a baby.
Mama. Mama. Come on, Mama, lay that pistol down.
Bob sleeps on. He dreams of the days of the Old West.
Betty Grable.
I say he dreams of the Old West.
Betty Grable. Present sort of a rut, isn't it, huh? Gee, I wish I could get back to those wild and woolly days.
I'll take you back. I'm the spirit of the future.
I don't want the spirit of the future. Where's the spirit of the past?
He's out looking for spirit of the present.
Bob dreams on. He sees the rip-roaring Las Vegas of yesteryear. It was really tough. Cattle rustlers, outlaws, killers. The sound was so tough, even the hotels had cannon towels. Yes, it was a lawless town then. It needed cleaning up. Bob dreams he is the two-fisted editor of the Las Vegas Bugle. And with the one he's got, where are we to doubt him?
I'll clean up this town. I'm a real newspaperman. I got printer's ink in my veins. Well, get me a blotter. We've got to get out the Sunday morning edition. Start the paper through the press.
Okay, Chief. What was that?
Buck Rogers. He'll never learn to keep his head down.
Chief, we need news.
We'll get some. I got Professor Colonna working as a reporter for us. He's the biggest ace in the business. Las Vegas bladder.
Hello, Hope. This is David Scoop, Hot Flashlight, bulleted up to the minute on the spot. Colonna reporting.
Yes, Colonna?
What's new?
Colonna, there's been another bank holdup and the bandits took $2,000 from the teller's drawers. What do you make of it?
That's no place for a man to hide money. And I'll get the story, Hope. I just followed those hold-up men into a burlesque show.
Colonna, fine reporter you are in a burlesque show. You're supposed to be out getting some bare facts.
Well? But never mind that, Hope. I got a great story. I'm down at the railroad station, and there's some guy running off with the mayor's wife.
Professor, this is a family newspaper. We can't print anything about a guy running off with the mayor's wife.
Can't?
No.
Okay, honey. Guess we can buy the tickets now.
Colonna, I've been getting complaints about you all day. You were seen peeking in the bedroom window of the Murphy Ranch, and 10 miles down the road, another ranch. Have you any explanation, Colonna?
Oh, I just got a fast horse, that's all.
Colonna, you're following in the footsteps of an idiot.
Well, lead on. But I'll get on the story of those bank robbers, Hope.
Colonna, I know where the crooks are. Meet me at the 8-Ball Saloon. I'm going there now. Hurry. Well. Hello, fellas. Well, this is the famous 8-Ball Saloon. Gee, what a short floor show. Well, it's Vera Vade. Miss Vague, why are you down here in this rough saloon?
Well, I'm the sheriff, Mr. Hope. Didn't you see the star on my ankle?
Yeah, well, what's it doing on your ankle? Nobody looks there.
This your first trip to Las Vegas, bud?
So you're the sheriff, Miss Vague. Have you pinched anybody today?
Well, not in the line of duty, no. Shame on me. I wonder why I have so much fun.
Well, perhaps you know more in this childhood.
Boy, you. Why don't you go into the bar and have a head put on you? I don't care. I like being sheriff, Mr.
Yeah, but
Hope.
Miss Vague, if you're a sheriff, you have to spend all of your time hunting for dangerous men.
Yes? Oh, do you just think I chase men and get paid for it, too?
Hey, but those guns on your hips, what are they, 44s?
I should say not. They're not an inch over 30. Oh, you mean the gun. But just the same, I can get men without using guns.
Yeah, well, I'm from Missouri.
Well, don't be ashamed of it. Some of the best mules in the country come from there.
Say, Miss Vague, what do you do with the desperate criminals you catch?
Well, I lock them in my apartment, of course.
Your apartment, Miss Vague. Why don't you put them in jail?
Slow-witted son of a gun, isn't he?
Well, Miss Vague, if you're the sheriff, why are you spending the whole evening hanging around this saloon?
Well, you see, I thought I'd catch my boyfriend, Waldo. This is on his roof. I'm so worried about Waldo, Mr. Hope. He inherited his father's weakness for drinking.
Oh, he's a chip off the old block?
No, a stave off the old barrel. But I don't care. Things are improving. He's only drinking half as much as he used to.
Half as much?
Yes, cut out the chasers.
Where does Waldo spend most of his time?
Around the headquarters for G-Men.
Headquarters for G-Men?
Yes, poor fellow. He thinks the FBI sign means free beer inside.
Hello, Las Vegas Bugle.
Say, Hope, hot news. The big movie star, Gloria just got in town. She's up here in the Commercial Hotel. Room 318. I'm right outside her door now.
You're not peeking through the keyhole, are you, Colonna?
Oh, no, Hope. It ain't my turn.
I thought you were going to meet me here at the 8-Ball Saloon and help me catch the crooks.
I'm coming, Hope, but my horse is running away. Whoa! 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 Well, we're coming to a big hill. This will slow him down. What do you know? He shifted gears.
Is Professor Cologne on his way here, Mr. Hope?
Yes, he's coming like the wind. He's taking the Las Vegas bus. That's a local joke.
That's all right, Mr. Hope. So are you. Oh, goodness, I wonder when the outlaw's coming.
All right, everybody, reach.
Reach for what?
Don't confuse me. I'm a new man.
You're the crook who shot the cashier and stole the money. How could you be so disgusting? How could you be so abominable? How so despicable?
Well, I studied nights.
Colonna, do you have any scruples?
What would I be doing with Russian money? All right, Hope, I'll admit it. I'm really that famous outlaw, the rattlesnake of the West.
What's a rattlesnake?
You know, the kind with a tail gunner.
I'm the sheriff, Professor. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll shoot it out, and I'll shoot first. Oh, my gun jammed.
Look, Cologne, only a dirty coward would shoot an unarmed woman.
Well, here goes.
Didn't hurt a bit.
Perhaps I'm not standing close enough.
Didn't even feel it.
Oh, no? I'll use my elephant gun. I'll unpack her trunk. Now, don't move.
I'm still here.
Well built, old thing, isn't she?
These aerial gunners? Thank you, aerial gunners. You know, in the old days, the covered wagons lumbered across Nevada, and Dad held the reins, and Mother and Baby crouched inside. And sitting up front in the buckboard and hanging out the tailgate were a couple of youngsters with long tom rifles and double-barrel shotguns. And they shot straight, and they weren't afraid of anything. 100 years have gone by, and the old wagon trails have sprouted wings, and the same kind of kids are riding new trails through the skies. From England across the Channel to Berlin. From Sicily across the Straits to Italy. From South Pacific bases to Rabaul. The buckboard is the sun-kissed nose of a B-17, and the tailgate is the rear compartment of a B-24, where a guy on both knees is throwing 50-caliber deaths at Zeros and Messerschmitts. They call this guy the aerial gunner, but when the big forts go out, this gunner is a destroyer protecting a human convoy. And he's a wall of hot lead between enemy planes and his buddies inside his ship. When those 1,000-plane raids take off, it's up to the gunner to punch the return portion of their round-trip ticket. Yes, sir, these gunners are the boys that keep flying high, so our flag will always be waving high. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And in safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Again this week, the Pepsodent Company presents another in a series of broadcasts to our men in the armed forces throughout the United States. Tonight, for the women of the Navy, the waves, and the nurses of San Diego, California, the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and our special guest, Cary Grant.
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, San Diego Naval Base Hospital, Hope. Telling you waves and nurses that as you go about your official duties, to use Pepsodent, and you'll never have artificial tooties. Well, here we are at the San Diego Naval Hospital. What a great reception I got when I arrived here today. These nurses took one look at me and came rushing to me with blood plasma and an oxygen tank. And I don't know whether these girls all got a chance to have dates over Christmas or not, But when I arrived, one of them said, "Look what's coming through the gate. Too little, too late." Yes, sir. They have waves here. You know what a wave is. That's a whack with salt water in her blood. And it's very hard to choose between the whacks and the waves, but the waves are very pretty. They must be. Anyway, it's the first time my drool ever had white caps. These waves come from every state in the Union. There's a lot of northern girls here and a lot of southern comfort, too. But these waves can't forget their girls. I saw one wave who had such long fingernails, every time she saluted an officer, she cut the medals off his chest. I called up a wave I used to know here, but I found out she's married now and has 4 little ripples. That's not so funny, but it's cute, isn't it? And the girls here live in permanent dormitories and sleep in bunks. You know what a bunk is? That's a bookshelf with a mattress. Yes, sir. And it's wonderful in those dormitories. The service is like in a good hotel. Yes, sir. If you want breakfast in bed, you press a button and an arrow points to the nearest psychiatrist. Of course, the waves and nurses don't wear powder and lipstick when they're working. They're the only branch of the service that go unarmed when they're on duty and keep their heavy artillery for shore leave. And the waves here had a wonderful Christmas party. You should have seen it. It was the first time I ever saw a Santa Claus with legs like Bettie Grable. And the girls did all right on Christmas gifts. I don't know what they got, but one truck turned over bringing presents down here. And in 2 minutes, it flooded 7 miles of Highway 101 with Chanel number 5. The driver of the truck felt bad about it, too. He couldn't go home to his wife for 3 days until he got the dreamy look out of his eyes.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Miriam. That's the corner she'd walk, now the guy would rock.
Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Let's go.
Yeah. So girls don't be like Miriam, use Miriam.
It's the film you feel on your teeth that makes your teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number 1 with the men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover that natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. And remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat.
Some smile.
Well, naturally.
Well,
of
some
course.
smile.
Thank you.
When Wendell now said Pepsodent, that's what he meant.
And here comes Francis Langford.
But what I said still goes.
promise I'll keep. No fun with no one. I'm getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no love, no sir, no nothing, till my baby comes
Oh, that was very pretty, singing No Love, No Nothing. That was Frances. Well, Frances, you have a nice Christmas?
Oh, just wonderful, Bob. And I can't thank you enough for your lovely present. It's worth more than $5,000 to me, and I'll treasure it forever.
Oh, it's a nice present, all right. I guess that shows you what kind of guy I am, Frances.
It really does, Bob. Gee, not many fellows would walk up to Frank Sinatra and pull his bow tie right off his neck.
Well, that Crosby will do anything for money, you know.
Oh, I meant to ask you, Bob. What's that tiny box you sent me that has stamped on it, keep in a warm place for 60 days?
Well, I just couldn't get you a pair of nylons, and the clerk said silk stockings were the next best thing.
Bob, you don't mean...
Yes, if those two silkworms know what they're doing. I haven't heard from their agent lately, but I imagine. Tell me, Frances, did you like that party at my house Christmas afternoon?
Oh, it was wonderful, Bob. But there's a point of etiquette I want to make. At the entrance to the dining room, you should have had a butler.
A butler?
Yes, not a cashier.
Well, I don't charge my friends if they hold membership cards.
Are you going out New Year's Eve, Bob?
Yes, I'll have to try that. I'm going out if Professor Colonna manages to get a girl for me. Hello?
Same to you. Who is this?
This is Hope Colonna.
Who?
Hope Colonna. Hope Colonna.
Didn't know I had a sister.
Look, Colonna, I thought you were out trying to get me a date for New Year's Eve.
I am, Hope. That I am, and how I am.
Oh, Professor Colonna. Oh. Oh, Professor Colonna. Oh.
Colonna, I thought you were getting a date for me. What are you doing?
Holding auditions.
You get pretty good parts, don't you, huh? Colonna, what's the matter with you anyway?
Well, Hope, I never told anybody this, but the day I was born, I was dropped down 29 chimneys.
When you were born? When you were born, you were dropped down 29 chimneys? How come?
Stark had hiccups.
Well, look. Professor, get busy. You're supposed to be getting me a date for New Year's Eve.
Yes, Hope, and I've got one for you. She's beautiful, got big blue eyes and soft brown hair, and you won't have to spend much money on her.
You think she'll be a good date for New Year's Eve?
Certainly.
Ooh.
You see? She'll even bring her own drinks.
Well, Miss Vera May.
Mr. Hope, and I'm so glad to be here. Oh, my goodness, girl sailors.
Yes, what about it?
Double-crossed me, didn't you? Really, I'm very interested in these wonderful young waves and nurses, Mr. Hope. You know, I was once a nurse myself. Robert Taylor was my patient. operations.
Really? Did you recover? Say, with all these waves and nurses in San Diego, Miss Vega, it looks like you'll have to take a back seat while you're here.
Oh, I don't mind.
You don't? Well, that's the first time I ever saw you willing to take a back seat.
Well, why shouldn't I? There's not a back seat in town that hasn't got a sailor in it.
Mr. Hope. You should know if anybody's here. What'd I say?
Well, I won't repeat. I must tell you, Mr. Hope, I loved your Christmas party. Oh, goodness, all the eligible bachelors in Hollywood were there, weren't they?
Yes, but it wasn't a Christmas party, Miss Vague.
It wasn't? What was it then?
Well, after you arrived, it became known as Massacre Under the Mistletoe.
Oh, my, bless your heart, Mr. Hope. Santa Claus had left you in my stocking. It could use a new heel.
Well, Miss Vague, have you made any of your New Year's resolutions yet?
Oh, yes, I have, Mr. Hope. 1944 was the different Vera Vague. Cool, aloof, waiting for the men to come to her.
Well, what happens if they don't come?
It's back to the flying tackle again. Truly, I've made some wonderful resolutions, and I've positively decided to quit whistling at men.
You have decided...
Yes.
You decided to quit whistling at men, huh?
Oh, yes. It's hard enough to run them down. Why should I give them warning? Seriously, Mr. Hope, I've resolved to quit thinking about men so much.
What's that?
There goes Mom. Here.
Did this fall out of your nose?
I'm sorry,
it was my own ring. I thought it was there.
It's just my earring, folks. Seriously, though, Mr. Hope, I've resolved to quit thinking about men so much and take up some other hobby.
Well, have you thought about antiques?
Yes, but you just aren't my type. I'll still take my boyfriend, Waldo.
Oh, Waldo. Tell me, Miss Vague, how is that little drink blotter, huh? Is Waldo going to turn over a new leaf this year?
No, not exactly. He's going to turn over a new label. He wants to see what's on the back of old Granddad's picture.
It'll probably be him, Miss Vague. I'm afraid Waldo is getting in a rut.
Oh, Mr. Hope, Waldo never gets in a rut.
Waldo never gets in a rut.
Of course not. If he can't find a gutter, he just stays up all night. He had a wonderful Christmas Eve, though. I sat up with Waldo and we played gin rummy. I just died laughing.
I guess Waldo isn't very good at gin rummy. That's why you were laughing, huh?
Yes, I told him he was a pigeon. You know what he did? He flapped his arms and flew out the window. Of course, at that time, he was more ginny than rummy. Say, Colonna, you sound muffled. You're in San Diego, aren't you?
Yes, phone booth is underwater.
Yeah. Well, Colonna, you're supposed to be finding me a girl. Where are you?
I'm in the burlesque show.
You're in a burlesque show? How are you getting me a girl there?
Got a bear trap on the runway.
Colonna, 2 weeks ago you told me you were at a burlesque show.
I know, Hope, and I'm still sitting here.
2 weeks sitting at the same burlesque show? How do you explain that?
Gum on my seat. But I'm really here trying to get you a girl, Hope. Here comes one toward me now. What do you know? She's a Ubangi.
Colonna, what makes you think she's a Ubangi?
Using her lower lip for a fan.
Stop fooling, Colonna. Get me a girl for New Year's Eve. Just find her and bring her to me. She must be beautiful, blonde, about 5'2", and very, very affectionate.
Beautiful, blonde, 5'2", very, very affectionate. And when I find this girl, Hope, you expect me to turn her over to you?
Yes, Colonna.
Always glad to meet a tourist.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary. And now, by request, Professor Gary Colonna singing Conchita.
He was a handsome young Irish lad, and she was a Mexican beauty. It was fiesta, and I might add, romantically he was on duty. A boy and a girl, and it has a I can't tell it in the simplicity for a bar. His Irish heart went bingo when he saw the Rose of Juarez. Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, Lopez. Oh, you're a lovely bingo. For me, there's but one girl, he said. Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, Lopez. Yes, she won her heart one night with a serenade beneath the moonlight. Cool, like a my senorita, will you marry a mandolin began to play? As the next I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. The bells began to ring, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, hip hip CBB, Rita, Juanita,
Pepsodent and only Pepsodent contains Irium. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes film that makes teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brilliance to your teeth, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. So get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. Remember, Pepsodent toothpaste, because only Pepsodent contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat.
Some smile.
Thank you.
Some smile.
Thank you.
When Wendell now said Pepsodent, that's what he meant.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a special surprise for you. One of Hollywood's most charming and talented actors, recently seen in RKO's Mr. Lucky and soon to be seen in Destination Tokyo, and once upon a time, Mr. Cary Grant.
Oh, look it.
Please, we have to talk, too, you know.
I want to talk. Say, Bob.
Yeah.
Do all these beautiful girls work around here?
Yes, Cary. They perform various duties around the hospital.
Around the hospital?
Yes.
You got an extra flu germ on you?
Look at the script once in a while, and we both have a fever. Look, aren't they cute? Be nice to have a couple of dates with them, huh?
Oh, go on. They're too busy.
Oh, they could find time to tarry with Cary.
Yeah, but they'd be wasting their time to mope with hope.
Yeah. Say, I knew these girls here would like you, Cary. You're a real general.
What do you mean, general?
Well, you heard how Grant took Richmond, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, wrap up San Diego, brother. It's yours. Say, I've seen you on the screen, Cary. Tell me, how did you learn to kiss like that?
Practice, Bob, practice. Constant practice.
Yeah? What do you do with your old targets? Seriously, though, Cary, I've always had a lot of admiration for your technique in making love.
Well, it's nice of you to say that, old man. Come to think of it, your lovemaking technique has always fascinated me. It's provoked my curiosity.
My lovemaking has provoked your curiosity?
Yes. Where did you pick up such an unusual style of combat training? That's no use talking, Bob. Your approach is all wrong.
Oh, my approach is bad, eh, Cary?
Yeah, now, I've been practicing that Charles Boyer technique.
You have,
Yeah,
huh?
Now, for instance, when I meet a girl on the street, I remove my hat, bow low, and say, Vous êtes très jolie. Vous êtes chic. Vous êtes charmant.
I see. You just let the charm ooze out of you. So that's the way you go about it, huh? Nice and slow?
Sure. You work too fast, Bob. Girls don't know what you mean when you run up, grab them by the hair, and yell, "Boy, what a hunk of cheesecake!"
Well, look, Carrie, do you think if I had more polish, I could get parts like you had in Mr. Lucky? You played the part of a gambler in that, didn't you?
Sure, Bob. I'd bet on the drop of a hat.
Yeah, well, I once played a gambler in a picture with Dorothy Lamour.
You did?
Yeah, I'd bet on the drop of a pin. Say, Did you enjoy playing the part of the gambler?
Bob, gambling doesn't pay. Let's just show the girls what happens when two country boys come to town.
Oh, that's a swell idea. Wendell Niles will play the part of the gambler, and you and I'll play the part of the two hicks.
Okay, Bob, but don't bother changing your clothes.
No. Stan, play a little gambling music. You know, something like All or Nothing at All. Anything. Yes, sir, here we are in San Diego, boy. Sure is a long way from the farm, but it sure is exciting.
Yep. Sure would like to spend me some money and have me some fun. Yak.
Oh, no! He does it better than me. Hey, you know, Lem?
Yep.
You know, Lem, I don't care for these here city girls.
Why, what's wrong? Don't you like their looks?
Not the ones they give me. You're not doing so good yourself, Lem. You need a shave.
I know. I didn't have a chance this morning. Ma was using the bread knife.
You shave with a bread knife?
Yeah. I'm kind of ashamed. We ain't got no good silverware. Yeah. You look bad tonight, Elmer. You're so pale. How come you're so pale?
You're not supposed to get a laugh. That's a straight line. It says right there.
Well, how come you're so pale?
Yeah. I'm so pale, I just finished milking and I ain't wiped it off yet.
Well, don't tell me. Is that milk on your face?
Yeah, Bessie's getting too old to aim good anymore.
Gosh, Elmer, I sure wish we could find something to do.
Yes, sir.
Hurry. Come on in, boys. Try your luck on the Wheel of Fortune. Gee, Willikins, Elmer, a Wheel of Fortune.
That's right. Step up, young fella, and let it blow the hayseed out of your hair.
Nothing doing. That's the only part that combs good.
Say, fella, where are the waves around here? Where are the waves?
Don't worry about women. Hey, you're a couple of smart-looking boys.
I'm smart.
I'm looking.
Hey, where are the waves?
Yeah, where are the waves here?
Hey.
Say, I can tell you're from the city, fella. You kind of smell nice.
Well, I can tell you're from the country. You kind of smell, too.
Yeah.
How about a little gambling, fellas?
Well, okay, but I'm warning you, though. Once I start to gamble, I don't know when to quit. It's just bang, 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 one quarter right after another until the whole dollar's gone. I'll tell you.
Oh, we got money. I'll show you. I'll open my wallet. You see, this is also where I keep my Kleenex.
Say, you seem to be a pretty intelligent fella.
Yep. In my class at school, I was a moron.
The moron? That isn't good.
Wasn't my class.
Well, we're wasting valuable time, boys. I'll deal the cards out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, say, how about you? What have you got? I got 3 aces.
Oh, shucks. You just beat me out. I only got 2 pairs of kings.
Well, that's right. For a minute, I was afraid you didn't know the game.
Say, how about betting on something me and Lem's good at? Whoever gets the next wave that goes by to kiss him wins $10.
Okay, it's a deal.
See you in a few minutes, fellas.
Well, here she comes. Now, I'll show you how it's done. Hiya, babe.
Oh, you didn't do so good. Well, I'll try my luck. Hiya, babe.
Okay, Lem, now you dress up like a wave and let me win $10.
Our thanks to the commanding officer, Captain M.D. Welcott, and Chaplain H.G. Gatlin for their help here tonight. Again, the Pepsi Company is presenting another broadcast for the women in the armed forces throughout the United States. Cary Grant is currently appearing in the Columbia picture Once Upon a Time. Next week, Pepsi will present Bob Hope from the Marine Corps Air Station at Santa Barbara. Wendell Niles speaking.
With Les Brown
and his guest, Gary Cooper.
This is Bob broadcasting from the Marine Air Corps base at Santa Barbara Hope. Telling all you Marines who took the Solomons to brush your teeth with Pepsodent, and your dentist will never have to take the hollow one. Well, here we are at Santa Barbara. That's an old Spanish phrase meaning let's get the furlough out of here. These boys here are all Marine flyers, and a lot of these flyers are really young. I saw one today with a medal on his chest, and it was full of dents. I said, bullets? He said, no, still teething. But they have to be real flyers because torpedo bomber pilots always going close to the target to make sure of getting a hit. I can't say how close, but they're the only ones who can sink an enemy ship and spit in the captain's eye at the same time. And nothing can stop these torpedo plane pilots. One veteran tried to sink a battleship and he missed. He got mad, bailed out, swam over, and tipped the darn thing over. I went out on New Year's Eve with a couple of Marines here, and even though every place was jammed, we had no trouble getting a table. You should have seen those Marines establish a beachhead at the ringside. And these Marines were wonderful to me all evening. They were very friendly and unselfish, and then we met some girls. But they got me a girl that was really beautiful. She looks like she dropped right out of heaven and her parachute failed to open. She was a real Santa Barbara, real blue blood. She wasn't always a blue blood. It's just that during this liquor shortage, she goes around draining out fountain pens. She was beautiful. She had Hedy Lamar's eyes, Paulette got his hair, and Veronica Lake's teeth. Trouble is, she has to return them by Thursday. The boys told me she was a pin-up girl. Every time I looked at her pins, I gave up. But most of these Santa Barbara girls are hit parade conscious. You kiss them Sunday, Monday, and you got to support them always. Sound like a bunch of losers here. We went to a fine club, the El Paseo. That's the name of one of the clubs in Santa Barbara here, El Paseo. That's Mexican for AWL. And what a crowd. It was so crowded that twice I put silverware in someone else's pocket. The liquor shortage is really getting bad, though. I noticed one fellow sitting at a table next to mine who hiccuped 3 times and was immediately picked up on suspicion of hoarding. This liquor shortage is really bad. Just to give you an idea how bad it is, I saw W.C. Fields walking down the street today, and he was walking. Here's the man who really celebrated the New Year, Professor Colonna. Come on, Professor.
Coming. Little green men still following me.
Professor, what did you do New Year's Eve?
Well, Hope, this year I conducted myself very circumspectly and devoted the entire evening to the unequivocal contemplation of and satiation of my reflex motor ganglia and my intrinsically morphographical nature.
What's that mean?
That's stinko.
Well, then you did imbibe a little, huh?
Yes, I had a few nips with it, a few pips.
You mean you took your girl out New Year's Eve?
Yes, we had a lovely time. What a ball. When the clock struck 12, she threw her arms around me, pressed her lips to mine, and didn't let go for 3 hours.
She didn't let go for 3 hours. There must have been passion in your embrace.
No, glue in my mustache. Then we went to the Palladium and danced till the cows came home. Then I left my girl and danced with a cow.
You danced with a cow. I suppose you and the cow did the rumba.
Yes, you'd be surprised how much whipped cream you get that way.
Look, Professor, I'm ashamed of you. Is this the boy your mother brought up with such tender care in a good home?
No, this is the boy she left on the steps of the reform school in an old sea bag.
Look, tell me the truth. What's the matter with you anyway?
Well, I never told anybody this before, Hope, but you see, I was born 3 times.
Alona, that's ridiculous. How could you be born 3 times?
Stork had me on a yo-yo.
Well, Professor, would you care to peer into the mists of the future and make some predictions for 1944?
Why, yes, Hope. I am looking into the future. What's this? I see President Roosevelt running again.
You see President Roosevelt running? What for?
Eleanor forgot her suitcase.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium. So she waited, poor thing, for the phone to ring.
Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh.
So girls don't be like Miriam. Use Irium.
It's the film you feel on your teeth that makes your teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number 1 with the men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover that natural brilliance of your smile.
You're in there tonight, boy.
Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste, and remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, now she's heard of Irium. So the telephone ring is a busy thing.
Hello.
Wrong number.
Oh. Hello.
Oh, so girls just be like Miriam. Use Irium.
Here's Francis Longstreet.
You've seen him up and down the avenue, and now he's wearing the navy blue. She had a tear in the corner of her eye as he said his last goodbye. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's off to the 70s. Now don't cry, baby. Don't sigh, baby. Bye, 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 baby. When I come back, we'll live a life of ease. So long.
Did Tony work on there? That was Francis Langford singing Shoo Shoo Baby. Well, Francis, say, did you enjoy going to the Rose Bowl game with me Saturday?
Oh, yes, Bob. But the way we got in.
Well, what difference does it make? They were good seats, weren't they?
I know, but getting one of the Marine pilots here to take us up for a ride and then bailing out over the 50-yard line. They sell tickets to the Rose Bowl game, you know.
Yeah, isn't that silly? You know, at least this year. At least this year we weren't so high up.
I don't know, Bob. Before I could sit down, I had to brush the snow off my seat.
There wasn't snow, Francis. That eagle sitting behind us had dandruff.
But just the same, those seats you got were a little too high up, Bob.
You think so, huh?
Well, when I sat down, a man with a long beard tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Welcome, sister. Just sign here and the quartermaster will issue your white robe and harp."
Yeah, I noticed that guy. He just looked at me and pointed to the elevator. But the air... But the air was invigorating out there, wasn't it, Francis? Did you see the way I told that big, tough Marine to get out of my seat?
Yeah, she was a sergeant, too.
Well, Vera Vane.
Oh, my goodness, just look at all these handsome sailors.
Miss Vane, please. These are not sailors. These are Marines. You better not call them sailors or they're liable to come right up here on the stage and grab you.
Goodness, just look at all these handsome sailors. You know, I'm so excited about this wonderful Marine station, I just can't settle down. What's been happening?
Oh, Francis and I were just talking about the game.
Yes, plentiful here, isn't it? Marines, nothing tough, Mr. Hope. You know, one of them hugged me and squeezed the very breath out of me.
I suppose you told him to go slower.
No, I inhaled faster.
Well, you sure didn't run out of breath at the Rose Bowl game.
Why? What makes you say that?
Every time the referee blew his whistle, you whistled back.
I thought he was flirting with me.
Don't be silly. It was a nice, clear day. Say, did you... Tell me, did you have a good seat, Miss Vane?
Oh, yes, I was down at one end of the field right behind the goalpost.
Behind the goalpost? Well, what's so good about that?
Well, it was such a novelty seeing men run toward me. Did you notice how muddy the field was, Mr. Hope? One of the players slipped and skidded right in my lap. I was so mad.
You were mad?
Yes, the referee made me put him back in the game. Mr. Hope, my boyfriend Waldo's a great football player. He's in the backfield.
Well, Miss Vague, there are different kind of backs. What position did Waldo play?
Oh, he was full.
I know, but what position did he play?
I really don't care. You can say anything you want about Waldo now, Mr. Hope. I'm through with him. It's 1944, and you know a new broom sweeps clean.
Well, you ought to know. You've ridden plenty of them.
Card, Mr. Hope. Why don't you mail yourself to the dead letter office?
Oh, yeah.
As I was saying, here it is leap year, and here I am ready to leap.
Yeah. So you think you'll get a man this year, Miss Vane?
Oh, I sure do. Victory in 44. My motto is the same as the Allies.
Yes, and you're spread out all over like the Allies.
Oh, you dear boy. You ought to comb the hair on your head differently. The point shows through.
But, Miss Vague, if you really want to get married, I know someone who might be persuaded. Oh, Professor! Oh, Professor!
Yes?
Say, Professor, you know Miss Vague. What do you think of her?
Begad, if they'd only used sulfur powder sooner.
Hello, Miss Vague has something to say to you.
Yes, Professor, you know this is leap year.
Leap year?
Yes. What does that suggest to you?
Frogs?
No.
Kangaroos?
Of course not.
Salmon?
No.
How did I get into this thing, and how am I going to get out?
Oh, Miss Vague wants to marry you.
That's it. And, Professor, I'm going to propose to you myself. This is leap year, and I have a perfect right. I really have. I have a perfect right.
What are you laughing at, Kelowna?
Wait till she gets a little closer. I got a beautiful left. really, Miss Vague, I can't resist you. You are so fetching.
Oh, you really think I'm fetching?
Yes, and if I had a stick, I'd prove it.
Listen here, Shrub Mug. Don't you feel a little drafty when you get so close to the ocean, or have you got that hole in your head plugged up? Oh, really, I can't get mad at you, Professor. Here, let me run my fingers through your mustache.
All right, but don't disturb the field mice.
Cologne, field mice in your mustache. Why don't you get rid of them?
I can't hope they're paid up for the end of the month.
Don't forget, Mr. Holt, Professor. Wouldn't it be wonderful, you and I married? Just picture it, the two of us living happily in a vine-covered cottage. And very soon, all day long, you'll hear little pattering noises on the floor.
Egad, every place you go these days. Crap games.
Pepsodent and only Pepsodent contains Irium. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes film that makes teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away.
Dear Miriam, now she's heard of Irium, so the telephone ring is a busy thing.
Hello. Some number.
Oh.
Who's
Hello.
that? Some number.
Oh,
Well, those girls just be like Miriam. Use Irium.
And now here's our surprise of the evening, one of the screen's most distinguished actors, a fellow whom the entertainment world is very proud of for his recent tour of the Southwest Pacific War Front, Mr. Gary Cooper.
Thank you, boys.
Gary, I want to congratulate you on your great tour.
Thanks, Bob. I'm glad to be back in one piece.
Don't tell me that's all one piece. Say, are those your own shoulders, or did you put your coat on over a pursuit plane? What is that?
They're my own shoulders, and that better be your own nose.
Why?
Well, there's a windsock missing around here.
Listen, Shorty, one more crack like that, and I'll reach up and pull down your socks.
You know, Bob, being so tall made it uncomfortable when I flew across on my trip. My feet got awful cold.
They did, huh? Well, didn't anybody else's feet get cold?
No, theirs were inside the plane.
Well, say, Gary, I hear you had lunch with General MacArthur.
Yeah, I did, and he's a great general, that MacArthur. He sure knows his strategy.
He knows his strategy. Did he tell you his plans during dinner?
No, but you should have seen the way he kept the butter down at his end of the table.
Well, what did you and MacArthur discuss at dinner?
Not much. He ain't the talkative kind. He left all the talking to me.
The conversation must have flowed like yesterday's tapioca.
You know, you're popular down in Australia, Bob.
Well, I've never been there.
Well, that's why you're popular.
Bend over and say that to my face. Say, Gary, did you see any kangaroos down in Australia?
Kangaroos?
Yeah, you know, that's a pistol-packing mama with a ball turret.
Oh, you mean one of those animals that carries its brood in a snood?
Seriously, though, Gary, I know that wherever you went on your trip, you brought along lovely American sentiment.
Yes, I did. Phyllis Brooks and Una Merkel were with me all through the tour.
Say, I bet those girls made a big hit with the soldiers.
No, Bob. When the boys saw Phyllis and Una, they just turned around and walked the other way.
Well, how do you explain that?
Well, they just figured that anything that looked that tempting had to be a booby trap.
A booby trap, huh?
Yeah, that's something that explodes when you try to pick it up.
Oh, I thought it was something new. Gary, who is the soldier's favorite pinup girl?
Bettie Grable.
Bettie Grable. Don't the soldiers know that she's married to Harry James?
Yeah, but they figure that after the war, they're going to kill all the buglers anyhow.
Say, I understand you stopped at Hawaii. Did you see any hula-hula girls?
Hula-hula, what's that?
That's a swing shift in the grass skirt.
No, I wasn't interested in any of those hula-hula girls. Bob, they're too shaky a proposition.
Did you see any of these Marines down there in the Southwest Pacific?
Yep, and I take my hat off to the Marines, Bob. Those boys always win.
Why, did you see them fighting?
Yeah, and I shot craps with them, too. By the way, Bob, some of the fellows down in New Guinea who hear your program gave me a present for you.
Well, where is it?
Well, I had to kill it. The rattle kept me awake all night.
Imagine giving me a rattle. Well, did you run into any of those wild natives down there?
Yeah, I never saw anybody dressed so weirdly.
Have you seen Crosby lately?
And, Bob, I ran into some cannibals, too, and to amuse them, I showed them a picture of you.
Well, what happened, Gary?
Well, the chief looked at it and said, very nice. If you guarantee them all to be this fat, I'll take 4 dozen.
This isn't fat. It's 100% solid flab. But tell me, what did you do to entertain the troops, Gary?
Well, I told jokes, and they were good jokes.
That's lucky for you. It's dangerous laying an egg from that height.
Yes, Bob. I was sort of an MC. First, I came out and told the boys some jokes that Jack Benny gave me, and they all yelled for more. And then I told some jokes you gave me.
What happened then?
They just yelled.
Say, well, what else did you do for the troops?
Well, Bob, I sang a song.
You sang a song? Boy, you must have looked like a stretched-out Sinatra. What song did you sing, Gary?
Well, it's a new song that's sweeping the South Pacific. I'd like to introduce it here before it gets around.
Oh, swell. What's the name of it?
Pistol Packin' Mama.
New, huh? They're starting to call it Pistol Packin' Grandma. Well, load up and fire away, Gary.
When I arranged to make this trip, am I on key? My wife said, say that's swell. She heard these girls were going with me and hollered, war is censored. Lay that pistol, say I'm off key.
Wait just a second. Wait till the band gets the key. Take it to the top.
Yeah, I got her. Lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing, mama, lay that pistol down. I lost some blood while I was there, but not 2 herohitos. I lost it mostly here and there and left plasma-filled mosquitoes. I love the trip, ain't got no blues and suffer no remorses. Those Aussies showed me kangaroos that looked like Crosby's horses. Lay them pouches down, babes, lay them pouches down. Junior packing mamas, lay them pouches down. They hit Raboul while I was there, the Marshalls and the Gilberts. And if you think I wasn't scared, you're certainly off your filberts. Our plane soared over the open sea, the islands such as Crutch, while trailing 5 miles after me was my own dear Stomuck. Let that airplane down, boys, now we've rocked and rolled. Set it down upon the ground before my bell gets tolled. When this war is over, boys, I'll go back there to stay. Also, I'm the biggest liar in the good old USA. Lay that pistol down, babes, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing, mama.
Again this week, the Pepsi Company presents another in a series of broadcasts to our men in the armed forces wherever they may be. Tonight, for the Marines of Camp Pendleton at Oceanside, California, the Pepsi Show starring Bob Hope and his guest of honor, Ginger Rogers.
Yes, thank you. I wish I could follow that. Thank you very much. This is Bob Camp Pendleton, Marine Base Hope, telling you to use Pepsodent whenever you get the chance, and your teeth will be as bright and as tight as the back of a sailor's pants. Say, well, here I am at the Camp Pendleton Marine Training Base. That's a polite way of saying you may have been the apple of your mother's eye, but you're in the Corps now. Camp Pendleton is about 100 miles from Hollywood as the crow marches. He was drafted, too. This camp is situated on an old ranch, and it's really not much change from cowhounds to chowhounds. And this is an awfully big camp, but the guys are only kidding when they say you have to fly an airplane nonstop to get from the barracks to the front gate. They know darn well you have to land twice to refuel. And Camp Pendleton is so big a Marine was AWL in San Francisco, and they couldn't say anything to him because he kept 1 foot inside the north gate. And this camp is divided into areas. Area number 24 is for women Marines exclusively, except for paratroopers who land there accidentally, no matter how hard they pull their parachutes to make them drift the other way, they tell their officers. And everything is really spread out here, but the Marines don't mind it. There's nothing like getting up in the morning and taking a nice 5-mile walk to the place where you're going to start a 20-mile hike. But these men are really rugged. They think nothing of 20-mile hikes. They can't. They're too busy thinking about the officers that order them. These fellas are really proud to be Marines. I won't say they get chesty about it, but I saw one guy standing on a street in Carlsbad, and every time he inhaled, his chest got a ticket for jaywalking. And these Marines are supposed to be tough, but I shook hands with one, and he couldn't have had a very strong grip because I still have my hand. He even gave me a sack to carry it home in. Yes, sir, these are the boys who are going to put the squeeze on the Japs. And every Saturday night you can see them in town looking for something to practice on. And due to the manpower shortage, they have girl barbers here. And some of these Marines go out with them nights. It's really wonderful. They get a chance to trim you 2 ways. Tell you, these lady barbers are wonderful. This is the only place you can get a haircut and give a pint of blood to the Red Cross at the same time.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium. Past the corner she'd walk, not a guy would walk.
Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Let's go.
So folks don't be like Miriam. Use Irium.
It's a film you feel on your teeth that makes your teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number 1 with men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover the natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. Remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Chuck it here.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat.
Some smile.
Thank you.
Some smile.
Thank you.
So folks just be like Miriam. Use Irium.
For 1 minute, we switch you to Washington, D.C. for a very important announcement.
Today, the National Broadcasting Company, its affiliated stations, and the Boy Scouts of America launched a special Fourth War Loan campaign of their own. A campaign designed to aid their government in the important task of enlisting millions of Americans who have not yet bought their Fourth War Loan bonds. With 7 days remaining in this drive, we have reached 82% of the overall quota, with sales of $11,468 million. Included in this total, however, are individual sales of $2,906 million, which represents but 52% of the individual goal. Important though these huge sums are, the drive cannot succeed without the aid of every individual's participation. You can make these last 7 days' reports a stirring cry of support to our fighting men all over the world by buying your extra bonds today.
We return you now to Bob Hope at Camp Pendleton, California.
And here's Francis Langford.
Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave,
Singing Bésame Mucho. Listen to those music lovers. Oh, boy. We'll have some of the older types singing next week when Bing Crosby is guesting with us at Santa Ana. Yeah, we'll have old Bing with us. Well, anyway, here we are at Camp Pendleton, Francis. You know, this whole place was once an old Spanish land grant.
Yes, Bob, and just think, on this very spot years ago, the Spaniards used to click their castanets.
Yeah, and these Marines have kept up to tradition, only they use square ones. You know, if a Spaniard walked in here now clicking a castanet, he'd be fated before he reached the front gate. Only the winners applaud. You notice that?
Say, did you notice the women Marines here, Bob?
Yeah, these women Marines really went for me. When we arrived this morning, one woman Marine ran up, threw her arms around me, and gave me a great big kiss.
Yes, Bob, and it puzzled me.
It puzzled you?
Yes, I thought your mother was stationed at San Diego.
Yeah, she was in the paratroops down there, but she got caught in a high wind.
Say, where's Professor Colonna tonight?
Oh, he's contributing his service to the 4th War Loan Drive.
Oh, and he was getting along so nicely, too.
Yeah. Hello?
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 What do you know? Drugstore has an echo.
Tell me, Professor, how are you getting along in your war bond campaign?
Great, Hope. Today I got rid of $60 million worth.
Oh, that's unbelievable, Colonna. You sold $60 million worth of war bonds?
Oh, you have to sell them?
Well, where are you now, Colonna?
Burlesque show.
Colonna, what's a burlesque show got to do with bonds?
Do you think of anything that draws more interest? Hey, Hope, I'm selling war bonds to some girls down here, and this cop is interfering.
I never heard of such a thing, Colonna. You're selling war bonds to the girls, and the cop is interfering? What does he say?
Wants me to get down off the runway.
Colonna, you're not fit to talk to an idiot.
Well, maybe we can write notes.
Well, Miss Vera Vague.
So this is Camp Pendleton.
Yes, Miss Vague, this is where the Marines are turned out.
Oh, goodness, and they're probably nice and fresh. I'll take a dozen. As a young colt tonight.
A young colt? You look more like an old 45.
Oh, bless your heart. I'd brain you if I had a pair of nylons to wear to the trial.
Well, how do you like Camp Pendleton, Miss Vague?
Oh, I think it's just lovely, but I'm mad at the officers and men here, Mr. Hope. I find them very hard to take.
You find the officers and men hard to take, Miss Vague? Why?
Well, they've got guards here that search you at the gate.
Well, you must have enjoyed that.
Like a good idea at the time.
I suppose at one time you did, too.
Why, you're hot tonight, aren't you? You know, don't you, there's a time and place for everything.
There is?
Yes, and if you were in yours, you'd be still hotter. I knew that would be funny because I tried it on the MP who stopped me at the gate.
Oh, so the MP didn't want to let you in the camp?
No, he didn't. He just kept saying, over my dead body, over my dead body.
Well, that's too bad.
Oh, I don't know. After all, out of a great big camp like this, who's going to miss one little old MP?
I'll get it. Pardon me, Miss Vague. Hello?
Hello. Trouble. You know that $8,000 I took in selling war bonds? 3 men just took it away from me in an alley.
Oh, Colonna, that's terrible. Did you tell the nearest policeman?
Yes, but it's no use, Hope. He's losing, too.
Colonna, there's someone on this program who would like to buy a bond from you. Come here at once.
Okay.
Colonna, how'd you get here so quick?
Drank a highball at Garrigan's Cafe.
Professor, why don't you sell Miss Vague here a $25 war bond? It's only $18.75. She must have $18.75 on her.
I'll find out. Hope, say, Miss Vague.
Oh, yes, Professor.
Think of the year you were born. Got it?
Yes, I've got it.
Got it in cash?
Oh, bless you, fungus stage. You know, I used to think man was descended from apes, but after looking at you, I can see man hasn't quite made it yet. Oh, well, I can't get mad at you, Professor. You're so cute. You mind if I run my fingers through your mustache?
Okay, but don't disturb the rabbits.
Colonna, why did you put rabbits in your mustache?
Gophers got lonesome.
Oh, you're so quaint, Professor. Oh, let's you and I get married. Just picture it, the two of us living happily in a vine-covered cottage. You hurry home from work. You're coming up the walk. You see me standing in the doorway, and tenderly you say,
"Close the door. You're letting the flies." Miss Vague, I'll kiss you if it'll sell a bond.
Oh.
But I warn you, my kisses are electric.
Oh, well, my kisses are electric too, Professor. Kiss me.
All right.
Kelowna, what happened?
She was AC, I was DC.
Pepsodent and only Pepsodent contains Irium. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes film that makes teeth look dull.
The Marines are always assigned the toughest things to take, but tonight we've got something for you that's very easy to take, and here she is. One of Hollywood's top flight stars, currently starring in the Paramount picture Lady in the Dark, Miss Ginger Rogers.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, boys.
Well, welcome to the Pepsodent Show, Ginger. It's really a treat to meet the girl who was the Lady in the Dark.
Thanks, Bob, but you can unpucker. I'm not turning off any lights while you're around.
Well, I wasn't puckering. I just used starch in my Irium. Say, it was nice. It was nice of you to come down here tonight, Ginger. Did you have any trouble getting away?
Oh, I would have come anyhow, Bob. You know, I'm married to a Marine. These are my boys.
Well, these are your boys, but you're doing better than Crosby. Say, so you're married to a Marine, huh? Mm-hmm. How do you like that? Those guys take all the best adjectives. Say, is your husband here in the country, Ginger?
No, Bob. Right now, my husband's somewhere in the South Pacific.
Oh, well, tell me more about him. Was he a Marine when you married him?
Oh, yes. We got married on one of his leaves.
You mean he lost his liberty while he was on it, huh? You couldn't pick anybody better than a Marine to marry, Ginger.
Couldn't I?
No, they're honest and loyal and brave and... Boy, I sound like I'm getting the allotment. From Texas, don't you, Ginger?
Yes, I come from Texas, where men are men and women are women.
Yeah, nice arrangement, isn't it? You know, there were a couple of parts for Handsome Men and Lady in the Dark. I wonder why I wasn't in it.
It wasn't that dark. Did you see the picture, Bob?
I certainly did. What love scenes. They were the most exciting I ever took part in.
The love scenes were the most exciting you ever took part in. Why, Bob, you weren't even in the picture.
I know. That's what the usher said when he threw me out. But you have three leading men in Lady in the Dark, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Ray Milland, Warner Baxter, and John Hall.
Well, why don't you ever ask for me?
Bob, when you can have caviar, who wants to bother with K-rations?
Well, I had some for lunch, and it didn't bother me at all. Ho, ho, ho. Hey, but tell me, what's Lady in the Dark all about, Ginger?
Well, it's a story with a dream in it.
Yes, you certainly are. Yeah.
No, Bob, I mean it's got lots of dreams in it. Long, beautiful, pleasant dreams.
Long, beautiful, pleasant dreams. Who directed it, Ovaltine?
I'm a girl who has a mental complex, and I go to a psychiatrist.
A what-a-trist?
A psychiatrist.
Oh, a psyche, yes.
A psychiatrist is a student of human behavior.
Well, that's my hobby. I'm a student of human behavior.
Yes, but they look at men, too. Psychiatrists can even explain your dreams, Bob. You know, there's a reason for every dream.
Yeah, I know that. One of the Marines here kept dreaming all night that he was in Bermuda.
And what was it?
The guy in the bunk under him had onions for supper.
psychiatry, Ginger. You be the lady psychiatrist, and I'll be the Marine in the quandary. Okay, Stan, quandary music. Is that all right,
Okay,
Ginger?
let's have it.
Well, here's the office, psychiatrist. I like to get examined. It tickles.
Well, young man.
Are you the psychiatrist?
Yes, I'm Dr. Rogers, M.D.
M.D. My ditch. Well, I kind of like you.
Well, I don't affect you that much, do I?
No, I always wear my Adam's apple on the outside. Well, I'm here. I'm ready to have my head examined.
Okay, you want to wait, or will you call back for it? Here, let me look at your head. My. My, but it has a peculiar shape. And it's so flat.
Yeah, my head's the one in front. You're looking at my mess kit.
Well, come on now, let's get on with your case. Do you sleep nights?
Nope, can't sleep.
Long dreams?
Nope, short bunks.
Well, you really need psychoanalyzing, young man. Tell me, do you have a girlfriend?
No, I don't know.
But you like girls, don't you?
Well, let me see now.
You like them.
Yeah, but they don't like me.
Well, perhaps you're not romantic enough with a girl. Tell me, when the lights are low and there's soft music playing and you two are all alone in the room and all is still, what do you do?
Crack my knuckles. Nobody will crack them for me.
Well, we'd better get on with the examination. Now I'll test your reflexes. I'll tap your knee with this hammer. I think you've got too much iron in your system.
Well, say, do you really think I'm a mental case?
Yes, and I think I know what caused it. You've been training too hard.
Training too hard?
Yes, now you just go to your commanding officer, and I'm sure he'll give you a 30-day leave.
Yeah. Now who's nuts? And Ginger Rogers now does a request number for the boys. Shoo, shoo, baby. Take it, Stan Cat.
You've seen him up and down the avenue, and now he's wearing the navy blue. She had a tear in the corner of her eye as he said his last goodbye. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's off to the 70s. Don't cry, baby. Don't sigh, baby. Bye, 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 baby. When I come back, we'll live a life of ease. Seems kind of tough now to say goodbye this way. But Papa's gotta be rough now so that he can be sweet to you another day. Bye, 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 baby. So don't cry, baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Your Papa's off to the 70s. Seems kind of tough now to say goodbye this way. But Papa's gotta be rough now so that he can be sweet to you another day. Bye, 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 baby. Don't cry, baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Your Papa's off to the 70s. Bye-bye.
time, I just want to say thanks to Major General Joseph Fegan, Captain McCallan, Captain Ford, and Sergeant Moore. All these folks here at Camp Pendleton. And before brushing our teeth for the night, here's Ginger Rogers again. Say, Ginger, how about a hamburger and a Coke after the show?
No, Bob, thanks. I've got a date with a fountain pen. I'm writing my husband in the South Pacific.
Yeah, well, how about tomorrow night?
No, thanks. I'll be writing to my husband.
What are you doing after the war? Ginger, it's important to write to a man overseas, but you know, overseas there's something a lot more important than writing letters.
What's that?
Reading letters.
Bob, you're on the beam there. And all of us who can't get behind a Garand rifle should get behind a lead pencil and keep in constant touch with those APO and FPO numbers. You know, those Pacific jungles are a long way from Main Street, and the icy Aleutians a long way from the local skating rinks. Daydreaming of home so far away from home makes it seem even farther away, but a letter from home, well, brother, when you're overseas and you open that letter, you've got yourself a little chunk of home right there in your hand.
You're right, Ginger. And our best to the Marine Women's Reserve on their first anniversary, and Uncle Sam's Fighting Leathernecks, the best of the best to the best. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Didn't it stink, huh?
It's time for Fanny Brice's Baby Snooks with Daddy, Danny Thomas, and Carmen Dragon's orchestra. But now, Toby Reed set the scene.
Well, it's a bright, sunshiny day in Sycamore Terrace, and coming down the street towards the drugstore of that sour-faced Mr. Tremble is that gay young man in gray, Danny Thomas, in the role of Jerry Dingle, that daydreaming postman.
Hello, Mr. Tremble.
Hello, Jerry.
Oh, bright and cheery as usual. Hey, Mr. Tremble, I don't like to ask you a personal question, but why is your face always so green?
I don't like to ask you a personal question, Jerry, but why don't you mind your own business?
That's a personal question.
You know, Jerry, it's a lucky thing I hate people.
Why?
Well, I wouldn't want to make an exception of you.
You know, I'm glad you're a little confusing, Mr. Tremble. Otherwise, I don't think I'd like that remark.
Oh, hello, Mr. Tremble. Oh, say, Jerry, on your way back to the post office, would you hand this deed to Mr. Peroni at the City Hall?
Mr. Peroni? I don't remember him.
Oh, sure you do. He's got a great big smile for everyone.
Big smile?
Yeah, nice disposition.
Yeah?
And a wonderful personality.
A big smile, nice disposition, wonderful personality. Oh, I remember him now. What a rat he is.
If I had $1 million...
Daddy! Wait for me!
Snooks, I thought I told you to stay home and take care of Robespierre.
He's all right, Daddy. I left him out in front where the kids are playing baseball.
Well, what makes you think they'll watch after Robespierre when they're playing baseball?
He's home plate.
Well, just run back and see that he's all right.
No, I want to stay with you. Where are you going?
No place.
Are you going to play pinball machine at Trumbull?
No, and stop following me.
Are you looking for cigarette butts again?
Now, don't be ridiculous.
I just saw you pick one up.
All right, so I was lucky. Now go on home.
I don't wanna.
Well, if it'll make you any happier to know, I bought a house.
Why? We got one.
This is for investment purposes. I've made a partial payment, and I'm on my way to the bank right now to get the rest of the money.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing is going to be a surprise for Mummy.
Whose money are you going to get?
Mummy's money.
Is that the surprise?
If you must know, it's a joint account.
What's that?
It means both your Mummy and I can take money out of it.
You and me must have a joint account in my piggy bank.
Never mind that. Now run along home. I have business to take care of in the bank here.
What are you going to do?
You wouldn't understand.
Now, what are you going to do?
I'm going to take out all my resources and put them in escrow. Does that mean anything to you?
Uh-huh. You're going to take out all your horse races and put them in a scarecrow.
Well, that is the silliest thing.
Yeah. Ain't it silly, Daddy?
Come on. I want to tell that to the manager of the bank.
Yeah, let's tell him.
Oh, there he is now. Hey, Jim.
What's the joke, Deacon?
This'll kill you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Snooks. Tell him what I'm going to do.
You're going to take out all your resources and put them in escrow.
What's so funny about that?
What a dirty trick. I'll see you later, Jim.
All right, I'll be down the hall in my office.
Daddy, what are all those people standing in line for?
This is a bank.
Oh.
What do you think they're standing in line for?
The free peanuts to the monkeys in the cages.
They're not monkeys.
Are you sure?
I ought to be. I give them my salary every week.
Well,
Well, what?
that's peanuts.
I wish Mommy had stopped talking in front of you kids. Oh, here's a window that's free.
Are you going to get some money for nothing?
No.
No?
I mean, there's a teller here, and she isn't busy.
Gee, she's funny looking.
Teller might hear you.
The what?
Teller.
Gee, you're funny looking.
I'd like to make a withdrawal, please. I knew I shouldn't have let you come in.
Here you are, sir.
Oh, here, thank you. Well, come on, Snooks.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to go to Mr. Jackson's office.
Where is it?
Right down this hall.
Oh.
See, the names are written on the doors.
Mm-hmm.
You look on that side, and I'll look on this side. Bemelman,
Winkleman,
Consulman,
gentleman.
Jackson. Here it is. Escrow department.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Higgins. It's all ready for you to sign. Just sign here.
Oh, yes, thank you. There we are. Snooks, this is the start of the Higgins financial empire.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sell this house at a profit and buy another one. Then another and another. And that'll only be the beginning.
Just the beginning?
Yes. Do you know when I'll really get going?
Uh-huh. When Mommy finds out you took her money out of the bank.
Oh, don't be a wet blanket. Let's go out and look at our house.
You're always looking at houses.
And now let's listen to Carmen Dragon and the orchestra play his arrangement of Anything Goes.
a great number, Carmen.
Thanks, Jerry. Did you hear all of it?
Yeah, that business of making so much noise on anything goes is very good. You know, it stays in your mind.
Well, thank you.
Say, Carmen, what kind of an instrument did you use to make that shot?
Gun?
Oh, a gun? You mean if I go hunting, I got to join the musicians' union?
Well, no, Jerry, but I always try to get real effect in my orchestra.
Oh, that's the best way, Carmen. If you want to get fiddle music, there's nothing like a fiddle.
That's right, Jerry. The same goes for a trumpet.
Oh, I suppose so, but a bugle is just as good. Well, so long, Carmen.
Where are you going, Jerry?
Oh, I got to see Mr. Peroni down at the City Hall. Oh, dun, 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 anything goes, bang, bang. Oh, that's so good, you know. I like that.
And now let's pick up our postman as he enters the office of Mr. Peroni.
Hello, Peroni.
Hello, Mr. Peroni.
Oh, you don't have to call me mister. Besides, I'm not Peroni.
What do you want?
Mr. Higgins told me to give you this deed.
Oh, Mr. Higgins thinks I'm still the registrar, huh? He probably doesn't know that I'm now the district attorney.
You're the district attorney?
That's right.
Just like I always said, it's not what you know, it's who you know, you know?
Do you mean to insinuate that my position of prominence was obtained through political influence rather than personal merit?
Oh, I'd never say that. You probably had a friend who got you the job.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's right. You haven't got any friends.
You public servant, get out of here.
Yeah, what'll I do with this deed?
Get out!
Big shot district attorney. What is it, so tough to be a district attorney? All you have to do is go to college and get your DA. I could be a DA. I could be higher than that. I could be a DB. Wise guy calls me a public servant. I wish I was his servant. He'd have more respect for me. That guy always had an angle. I remember him during the Depression days when people were jumping through windows. He got a job fixing windows. Me, I got hit by a man. Mr. Peroni, he says to me. I should have said, you don't have to tell me. I deliver mail to your wife. I know you're not Mrs. Peroni. I should have said. That would have taken too long. He'd have thrown me out by then. So what? I didn't say anything. He threw me out anyway. What a day. I didn't have a fight. I walked out, didn't deliver the deed. No hits, no runs, no errands. Wow. You know, Dingle, I admire you. You're feeling miserable and you can still think of a joke. Sure, when I let a DA get me down, I could be much bigger than him. I could be a fighting DA. Sure, why not? It's a free country. I'm a citizen. Well, here comes a fighting DA.
Yes, here he comes now.
Looks mad.
Hi, DA.
Hi, DB.
Hi, DA.
Hi, DC.
Hi, DA.
Hi, DD. Hi, D. Hi, D. Hi. Now, listen, men. My record as the greatest DA is being threatened. Killer Peroni is still on the loose. The papers are cracking down on me, and those Sunday issues are getting heavier all the time.
Well, get him, DA. What's he done?
Plenty. Shot 85 men, 63 women, and 23 kids.
Well, what's he want it for?
Carrying a gun without a license. And then I'm offering a reward for him.
What's the reward, DA?
$500 dead, $1,000 alive. Bring him in half dead, he gets $750. And remember this, I don't care how you get him. Anything goes.
I must be dreaming.
Hey, DA, listen to this. A murder's just been committed out the baseball field. The body was found dead right outside the third baseline.
Looks like foul play. Hello, Mr. Dingle, attorney speaking.
Hello, DA. This is Special Operative 123 plus tax. We're trailing the Peroni mob.
The Peroni mob, that's wonderful.
We've been chasing them for 50 miles.
How you making out?
Great. We're getting 18 miles to the gallon.
I don't care about that. Are you catching them up?
Don't worry, we will. We made Glendale to Riverside in 30 minutes flat.
What are you doing now?
Fixing the flat.
Well, hurry up. If you don't catch them in the next 30 miles, come back.
Why?
We only got a B book. What's the matter? The Peroni mob shooting at you?
No, it's just my bubble gum. Bye.
Ben, we finally located the Peroni mob. Now's our chance. Ryan, you go with Nelson. Gordon, you go with Mayor. Jellison, can you play gin rummy?
Yes.
And you come with me.
I meant to ask you, Jelly. You were supposed to cover the First National Bank last night. Where were you?
Oh, I was at the Second National Bank.
That's the big idea.
That's where I keep my money.
Oh.
Calling all cars. Be on the lookout for Butch Peroni. He is wearing a dark blue coat and trousers, brass buttons, and police badge 4522. Also go to Third National Bank, pick up Officer Ryan. He is wearing a nightstick. That is all.
Holy smoke, let's get going. He's headed for the Fourth National Bank.
What are you so excited about, Dingle?
That's where I keep my money. All right, Peroni, I got you surrounded.
I ain't worried.
Why not?
I'm in here with Humphrey Bogart.
Humphrey Bogart?
Yeah.
Got a match? Hey, what am I doing here? Don't fool around with me. What are you guys doing in there?
We're robbing a bank.
What do you think you are, the board of directors? Come on, I'll give you 2 minutes to get out of there.
Chief, remember that's Peroni you're talking to? He's killed 23 DAs in a row.
Peroni, I'll give you 48 hours to come out.
Hey, you get away. I'm going to shoot through the door.
You shoot through the door and I'll shoot through your heart.
Who said that?
I said that. I shouldn't have said that.
You can't finish me, Peroni. You asked for it. Listen, Peroni. Listen. Don't defy my authority. Come out, and surrender to me. For if you force me to come in there, your fate will be worse than death in the chair. You fools! Don't you know you cannot win for? This is what you're letting yourselves in for. I'll be mad at you. Oh, no, not that. I'll be mad at you. Please bear it back. Now, you may not like to hear it, but you're very stubborn men. If you oppose my will, I'll never talk to you again. I'll be irked with you. Your anger's great. I'll be irked with you. Oh, cruel fate. Now you know how much I want you to come out. And you refuse? You're monkeying with dynamite, and you can only lose. If you guys don't give up, do you know what's in store for you? What? I'll hate you with all my might. I'll punish you. I'll put you in a room and lock the latch. A room that's filled with cigarettes and not a single match. I'll meet you in the street when there's a heat of 102. Then I'll blandly ask you, warm it up for you? When you buy some shirts on sale and think you were in luck, I'll ask you what you paid for them and tell you were stuck. I'll give my life to bring your lawless living to a close, but when you start with me, you'll find anything goes. Right, and they said that. Anything goes. What's going on here? Hey, which way did she go? I'll be sore at you. We're all so hurt. I'll be sore at you. Don't do a dirt. You know, crime doesn't pay, and as the DA, I hear my duty call. I warn you here and now, I won't show mercy if you stall. If you guys don't come out, I'll bang my head against the wall. Ow. I did, too. I'll hate you with all my might. We're coming. We're coming. And there's one thing we must say. I know it sounds and we'll sing it together. Crime doesn't
Carmen Dragon with his arrangement of I Know That You Know. Find Snooks and Daddy en route to the house that Daddy has bought with Mummy's money. Dusk is falling.
Oh, Daddy, I'm tired. When are we going to get there?
Now, don't be so impatient, Snooks. The real estate man said it was only 5 miles from town.
What town?
I wish I knew. Gosh, it got awfully dark fast, didn't it?
I don't think so. It took all day.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. Say, there's a signpost. I'll stop the car and we'll see where we are.
Oh, it's too high up, Daddy. I can't see a thing.
Oh, neither can I. Snooks, one of us will have to climb up there and read it.
One of us?
Yes.
Which one?
Well, what's the difference? I'll give you a boost. Up you go. Well, what does the sign say?
West Point.
West Point? Why, that's impossible. Get out of my way. I'd better climb up myself and read it.
Oh, Daddy, you better come down off the pole.
Why?
You were right. It isn't West Point.
What is it?
Wet paint.
Something wrong, folks?
Yeah. We're lost.
We're looking for number 5, Oak Tree Road.
Oh, you mean the old haunted house by the cemetery?
Do you know what, Daddy?
What?
I think we better stay lost.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Listen, mister, can you tell me how to get there?
Well, it takes 5 minutes.
To get there?
No, to tell you how. Now, get down the road a piece.
Gee, it's spooky in here, Daddy.
Oh, come on. You don't believe in spooks, do you?
Don't I?
Oh, that was just the door. I'll light a candle and show you around. It's really a lovely house. Snooks, hold the candle still. How can I light it when it's shaking so?
I ain't holding it.
You aren't?
No, you got it in your other hand.
Oh, yes. I bet you think I'm afraid.
I bet you're right.
Look at this beautiful room. What a buy I made. Why, these floors are solid oak.
What are all those little holes in the floor?
They're not holes.
They look like holes to me.
They are holes.
But you said they're not holes.
That's right.
What's right?
They're not holes.
Well, Daddy, are there holes or ain't they holes?
Yes, they are not holes. Now, do you understand?
Yes, I don't.
Now, stop picking on this house. There's not a flaw in it.
Not a floor in it?
No.
Then what are we standing on?
The floor.
But you said there was no floor.
I did not.
I don't like this house.
Snooks, don't be so contrary. This is a wonderful house and a swell investment. I can get a big resale out of it.
Why?
Because there's no ceiling on this house.
Here we go again.
Follow me and we'll look at the other rooms. Gosh, it's drafty in here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Close that window.
All right, Daddy.
Why, there's still a draft. Did you close that window?
I closed it around the edges. But it's still open in the middle.
Oh, broken. Well, what's a broken window as long as the rest of the house has a good sturdy... Well, don't just stand there. Help me out of this hole.
Gee, this floor is shaky.
You can say that again.
Gee, this floor is shaky.
Let's go into the dining room.
The door is closed. And it's stuck.
It is not. It just doesn't open that way.
It does now.
How do you like that? Broken doors, broken windows, broken floors. What'll I do when Mummy finds out I've been swindled?
Stuck.
This is nothing but an old deserted dump.
And besides, it's full of old, dirty old spooks.
Now, don't be silly. Hey, I thought I heard footsteps.
You thought?
Oh, I must be imagining things. Don't be frightened. Here, let me hold your hand.
Yeah.
Now, are you still afraid?
No, Daddy. Are you?
Of course not.
Then why are you biting my fingernail?
Oh, pardon me. Well, if there's somebody in the house, I'm going to find out. Hello.
Hello.
Just an echo.
Are you sure?
Certainly. Listen. Hello.
Hello.
I'm Lancelot Higgins.
So what?
Are you still sure?
Hey, Snooks, Mr. Higgins.
Oh, gee, Mr. Dingle, why's the echo?
Hello, Snooksy.
Hello.
Say, Mr. Higgins, I brought a man over. He wants to buy your house.
Wants to buy my... Oh, boy, this is my chance.
I'll wait outside. Oh, Mr. Taylor, here's the man you want to see.
How do you do, Higgins? I'm a man of action. How much do you want for this house?
Well, I must consider. It's a beautiful house. Wonderful location.
Yeah, and right next to the cemetery.
Well, you can't live forever. Out here in the country, you'll get plenty of sunshine.
Because there ain't no ceiling.
That's what I said. Plenty of sunshine.
And there's no floors, and the windows and the doors are broken.
Oh, what a child.
Mr. Higgins, I'll give you $2,000 cash. Dollar for dollar what you pay.
Why?
Never mind why. I'll take it, Mr. Taylor.
All right. Here's the money, and good day, sir.
Good day.
Hey, did you make a good deal, Mr. Higgins?
Wonderful, Jeff.
Yeah, he said he was prepared to pay $10,000 because the railroad's going to build through here.
Railroad? 10,000? Oh, I'm sick.
Don't worry, Daddy. We wouldn't like the house anyway.
We wouldn't? Why not?
We'd have to get up in the middle of the night to let the trains through.
That my hair isn't curly, and I know that my features are plain. I'm not very strong, I have lots of things wrong, but I have the perfect brain.
Don't you believe it?
Who said that? I'm the smartest man in the world. I can speak in any tongue. When I dine, I know just what the menu means. I can order Julienne crouton, La Benedict soufflé. Can I help it if it always turns out beans? I'm the smartest man in the world.
I can figure income tax, and it doesn't cause the slightest mental throb. I can add dependents to the gross times 30 million bucks. It'll come in handy if I find a job. I can figure out a gadget that'll run a plane large enough to hold a troop on. It'll fly 4 years on a gallon of gas. Can anyone spare a coupon? I'm the smartest man in the world. I'm a super genius plus. There is nothing that my brain cannot construe. I'll go down as the most brilliant man the country ever had since Columbus came in 1462. Or was it Roosevelt? I'm a self-reliant, mental giant, very zealous, Einstein jealous, the very smartest man in the world.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Bob Hope Show. With Francis Langford, Jerry Colonna, Vera Vague, and Skinny Ennis and his orchestra. And now here he is, the star of the show, Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from the Torney General Hospital in Palm Springs, Hope. Well, here we are at Palm Springs. Yes, sir, Palm Springs. That's a barbecue pit with a cover charge. But it's very healthy, and these patients think living in Palm Springs is the last word. The last word I could say on the air. This hospital is on the grounds of the famous El Mirador Hotel, and they're not used to these modern conveniences. One soldier just arrived here from the jungles of New Guinea, and they had a little trouble with him. He wouldn't check in until he spent the whole afternoon looking through the potted palms for snipers. You know, at the front lines, they really work fast fixing these guys up and shipping them back to these hospitals. They took a cast off a guy here the other day, and he still had 2 Japs by the throat. But this place is really ritzy here. The MPs here don't carry whistles. If you want to attract the private's attention, they walk up close and softly play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata on a clarinet. All the nurses here are officers. Yesterday, 18 privates sprained their wrists trying to salute and get their fingers in their mouth to whistle at the same time. And things are a little expensive in Palm Springs, a little expensive. That's a local term, meaning if we all pool our dough, one guy can have a date and tell us about her. Yes, sir. And it's really tough to get a room here. I stood in line so long waiting for mine that by the time I got to the desk, I owed 3 days' rent. Oh, it's really expensive around here. For $50, you can get a room with a shower. For $25, you can get a room with a wash basin. My room costs $5 every Saturday. Every Saturday night, a bellboy comes up and wipes my chin off with a damp sponge. What a broken-down joint. The manager said, please don't turn the fan off. It holds up the walls. I was very lucky I had a room with a shower. Well, it wasn't exactly a shower. The guy in the top layer had a leaky hot water bottle. Of course, I can always take a bath here at the hospital. These fellows have a swimming pool of their own. And this afternoon, one private sprung off the diving board, but he never got to reach the water. The second lieutenant yelled attention while he was still in midair. But these GIs here really enjoy swimming at Torney Hospital. In between plunges, they sit around, order drinks, and when the waiter brings the check, they just say, never mind how much it is, they just charge it. And the waiter smiles sweetly and says, "What's the matter, you crazy or something?" Yes, sir, the flash with the stash. Say, is this your first trip to Palm Springs, Professor?
Oh, no, indeed. I used to come courting in Palm Springs when I was young and cheeky.
Young girl?
And peaky.
How'd you know?
Peaky.
How'd you feel?
Sneaky.
Kelowna, this all sounds Greeky. Look, the joke was a leaky. Say, Kelowna, why don't you get yourself another idiot and go dancing tonight?
I know I'll hate myself in the morning, but get your hat.
But you really like to swim here, don't you?
Well, Hope, I learned when I was working on a whaling boat.
No kidding. What did you do on a whaling boat?
Well, you know the guy who stands up in front of the boat and yells, "Flashy blow"?
Yeah?
Well, I used to run for the Kleenex. But I had a lot of interesting experiences in that boat, Hope. I was once swallowed by a Cuban whale.
Kelowna, you were swallowed by a Cuban whale. How did you know it was a Cuban whale?
It spouted rum and Coca-Cola. But Hope, really, my specialty is high diving.
Oh, Professor, I don't think you're much of a diver.
Not a diver. Watch, I'll show you. The swimming pool's right out this window. I'll do a flip right into it.
You're going to do a flip?
Yes, here I go. Heads up, heads up, heads up. What do you know? Came up tails.
I dream of you more than you dream I do. How can I prove to you this love is real? You're mean to me more than you mean to be. You just can't seem to see the way I feel when I am close to you. The world is far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can't seem to say. I want you so, more than you'll ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you when I am close to you. The world is far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can't seem to say. I want you so, more than you ever know, more
enough. You're supposed to be convalescing, fellas. That was Francis Langford singing I Dream of You. Swell singing, Francis. Nice sort of relapse, ain't she, fellas, huh? Francis, how do you like it here at the Torney General Hospital?
Oh, wonderful. Tell me, Bob, do they blow reveille here, too?
Of course. This is a military establishment.
Gee, why don't they let the boys that are convalescing enjoy themselves in the morning?
Francis, there's no greater joy than to hear reveille and know you can stay in your nice warm bed while the bugler's out there freezing his ears off. Say, France, I've got a little surprise for you tonight. I want to present a fine guy who made the trip out here with us to entertain these boys, the Groner's nephew, Frank Sinatra. Haven't grabbed you yet, huh, man?
Thank you, fellas. Thank you, Robert.
Well, how's old Swoony?
Fine, old Goonie.
A little further for this way, Frank. You're in the shadow of the microphone. Look, Sorry you wore black. It's hard to tell you there. Look.
Say, Bob, you didn't know I was around here, did you?
Yeah, I knew. I noticed the buzzards flying overhead today. But honestly, Frank, I brought you here by special request to the hospital staff.
Special request to the hospital staff?
Yeah, they wanted these fellows to see how well off they are.
Well, I don't care what you say. I was glad I could make it.
Fine.
And sometime I'll have you on my program, Bob.
Oh, do you do high-class comedy?
Yeah, but don't worry. We'll explain the difference to you during rehearsal.
I'd make you eat those words if you ate. Frankie, your latest picture is Anchors Away, isn't it?
That's right, Bob. I play the part of a sailor.
You a sailor?
Yeah, what about it?
Nothing, only I knew sooner or later they'd find somebody who could fit those pants. But one thing I want to know, Frank, is this. How come the girls go so wild over you?
Oh, I don't know. I guess it's because I'm the caveman type. You know,
that's supposed to be a straight line, you know. You're the caveman type.
You know that I was out with a girl last night, and when she refused to dance, I just tossed her over my shoulder and forced her to dance?
Yeah, Margaret O'Brien told me all about it. Come on, Frank, give me the lowdown. Why is it every time you walk out on the stage, the girls all faint?
I can't understand it, Bob. It's a study in mass psychology, I guess.
Well, do you know what happens when I walk out on the stage?
That's a study in mess psychology.
You've got me confused with Crosby.
Say, you and Crosby are friends, aren't you, Dad?
Oh, Lard and I certainly are. There's nothing he wouldn't do for me, and I'd do the same thing if he was walking down a dark alley. But I don't know what you think, Frank, but Bing really likes you.
He does?
Sure, he thinks you're one of the greatest guys that almost lived.
What are you trying to do, Hope? Tear me down?
I'm afraid I'm a little too late for that. But you know, Frankie, I've often wondered, how come you wear bow ties so much?
Well, it isn't because I like them, Bob. It's just that when I wear a long tie, I fall on my face.
Hiya, men. Well, if it isn't nature's comedy, Skinny Ennis. Step in, sir. You're just in time, Skinny. Shake hands with another B2 complex.
Oh, man, who's that poor little undernourished, weak character you got with you here?
Boy, this is like GRABLE Gertie laughing at Mrs. Pruneface.
Listen, Ennis, what makes you think you're so tough?
I've been punching cows all week. You punched any cows?
No, but I stuck my tongue out at a rabbit.
Man, who revived you?
Who revived you? Listen, Jesse, there's only one way to settle this thing. Will you fight?
Yeah. Will you fight?
Yeah. Well, maybe we can think of some other way.
There goes that song again. We used to call it our serenade. We fell in love when we heard it play. Over and over and over and over again. I still remember when I sang the words and it made you mine. I'd steal a kiss and repeat each line. Over and over and over and then we drifted apart. You walked off with my heart. It's funny how one listens, starts me reminiscing. I'd soon forget that, yes. I told myself when you said so long, But I was wrong. There goes that song again. Forget that, yeah. I told myself when you said so long that I was wrong. When you said so long, there goes that song again.
Say, Frank, I have a girl I'd like you to meet.
Bob, that's the last thing I want to do.
The last thing? Well, if we hurry, maybe we can still make it. Here she is, Frank. Frances Langford. Come on, Frances.
Zoot.
Cute.
What about me?
Quiet, snoot.
Gee, Frankie. Gee.
Don't get so excited, Frances.
Well, he took my breath away.
Well, you can't blame him, Frances. He needs it.
Gee, Francis, you know, you're just my type.
Frank, that's no way to talk to a lady. How ridiculous to think that I need makeup. Just look at my face. Sucker. How do you like that? For Sinatra, they swoon. For me, they scream.
Well, Bob, Frankie's voice does something to a girl.
That's a lot of nonsense, Francis. Just a silly psychological reaction of the immature mind. I'll show you what I mean. Sing something, Frank.
All or nothing at all. All or nothing at all.
Well, don't stand there, Frank. Help me pick him up.
Okay. Frank, you're not one of the boys' favorites.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark that's a 4-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that I've found the stars in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused the spark that's a 4-alarm fire right now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the light.
Frank, assisted by Trudy Ewan and the boys. You find the Red Cross on the right, Frank.
I'm Archer Niles. And now we take you to the days of the Old West, when bandits and outlaws roamed the plains, and anything that howled had 4 legs. We find...
Wait for Prindle. Wait for Prindle now.
we find 2 Western desperados, Fearless Frankie and Drag-Along Hope, right in the ring.
Oh, give me land, lots of land under the starry skies above. I don't fancy me.
That's a mighty good singing, Slim.
Would have sounded even better, Tex, but I got a gopher in my throat.
You got a gopher? You mean a frog in your throat?
Nope, gopher. When we camp out, I got to learn to quit sleeping with my mouth open.
Yippee! Yahoo!
Hey, wait a minute. What are we hollering for, Tex?
I don't know about you, Slim, but I must have put my spurs on in the wrong place this morning. Say, how do you like your new 10-gallon hat, Slim?
Oh, it's a mighty swell hat, but it's a little snug around the shoulders.
Yeah, over you, it looks good. Say, I must be a pretty tough hombre. Look at that sign on the tree. Wanted, Tex Hope.
Yeah, look what it says on it. Also, 3,000 other Army nurses.
Draw your gun, Sonny. I shoot men for a lesson there. Well, draw. Do something. Save that egg with a shot. Well, just shot another sheriff. Guess I better put one of them markers on my shooting iron.
Not?
Natch. Say, Slim, you got the makings?
Sure have. Here it is.
Yeah, thanks for the Bull Durham. And thanks for the light. Say, partner, let's go rob a ranch.
Let's go rob a ranch.
Yeah, we'll steal a couple of heifers from the bar 3-3.
No, sir. They got better-looking ones in the bar Chi-Chi.
You sound so ambulatory. Here comes the stagecoach, Slim. Let's knock it off. Here they are. Stop those horses. Hands up. It's a hold-up. We're going to take off the gold bricks.
Gold bricks? What do you think I'm running here, a troop train?
Corona, you're the driver?
Yes, little beaver. I'm a real Western...
Little heaver or little beaver?
I'm a real Western stagecoach driver.
If you're a real Western stagecoach driver, where are your chaps?
Don't have any. Always use talcum.
All right, Colonna, reach.
Okay, I'm reaching.
Higher.
Down these victory shorts.
Colonna, we're desperados, and we're going to hold up your stagecoach.
Oh, no, you don't, Hope. You won't hold me up. I'm an honest, upright citizen. You and I don't speak the same language.
We don't, eh?
No, we just don't speak the same language. Oh, I see you brought along an interpreter.
Corona, how come there's only one horse pulling the stagecoach? Where's the other horse?
Passengers needed a fourth for bridge.
Colonna, a horse couldn't hold up the cars. That's ridiculous.
What's ridiculous about it? A jackass is holding up the whole stagecoach.
We'd like to go in cahoots with you.
What would you like to do?
We'd like to go into cahoots with you.
Okay, hop in. Fare $3.50 to Cahoots.
Cahoots, that's a suburb of Cathedral City. You can't stop me, Colonna. I'm going to take your stagecoach.
You can't take the stagecoach, Hope. I've got the fattest flower in the West in there.
Oh, Miss Vera Vague. What?
Mr. Hope, what do you think of me, the flower of the West?
Yes. You should have stayed in the sack.
Oh, you dear boy. You know, I have a wonderful rope trick I'd like to show you. If I could only find a tree.
Come on, Tex. We got to find that doe.
Well, why don't you search me?
Oh, we know you haven't got it.
Oh, well, it almost worked.
Listen, Mom, you shouldn't be so glad to see us. We're bad men.
Bad men? Who are you kidding? There's no such thing. Isn't it wonderful here? I just arrived from the East.
Well, welcome to the West, where men are men.
Oh, goodness, another tourist.
Come on, Tex. We'll kiss the women and shoot the men.
Just a minute. Did I hear you say you were going to kiss the women and shoot the men?
Yes, put on a blindfold and stand over there against the wall.
Oh, bless your heart. What a shame with that trigger mind. All you can shoot off is blank.
Well, come on, Miss Vague. We're taking you with us, and we're holding you for ransom.
You mean I'm going to be held prisoner in some mountain hideout with no one around me all day but you two men?
That's right. Get in the saddle.
Oh, don't bother. I don't want any horses slowing me down.
No, I'm a warning you. Don't try to escape from me, Miss Vague.
Me escape from you? He's new around here, isn't he?
Well, come on, Miss Vague. You can ride double with me.
If you don't mind, Mr. Hope, I prefer to ride double with Frankie. Come on, Frankie boy. I'll help you up on your horse. Now, here you go. Here. Oops, threw him clear over, didn't I?
Well, let's get going.
Oh, give me land, lots of land under starry skies above.
Whee! Quiet, Miss Vague. Well, here we are. Fearless, this cave is our hideout.
Hey, it's the sheriff. Yes, indeed. I'm all alone, and I've got your shack completely surrounded. Come out of there fast.
Fast?
Yes. I can't hold this position much longer. Okay, Hope. I got you covered.
And I've got you covered.
And I got you covered.
Well, fight it out, boys. And the one who lives gets to marry me.
The one who lives gets to marry you?
Yes.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Neat little mass suicide, wasn't it?
Evelina, ain't you ever gonna shine to that moon? Evelina, ain't you bothered by the Bobolik's tune? Tell me how long you're gonna keep delaying the day. Don't you reckon it's wrong, trifling with April this way? Evelina, won't you pay a little mind to me soon? Wake up, dear, this feathered fruit is fine. But what's the use of smelling watermelon, clinging to another fellow's vine? Evelina, won't you roll off that vine and be mine? Wake up, dear, this feathered fruit is fine. But what's the use of smelling watermelon, clinging to another fellow's vine? Evelina, won't you roll off that vine and be mine?
Thank you, Frank Sinatra, for your grand job with us tonight. Our best of the best to all you patients, you wonderful guys here at Tawny General Hospital. You know, folks, weather sort of fools away his time in the desert. There's snow on the mountains, but down below, the wildflowers are in bloom, and the desert air conditioning would feel mighty good in living rooms back east. But any man here would trade you all of Palm Springs for one remark from the doctor. Okay, son, you can go home now. It's the same way overseas. You meet guys who've seen the pyramids, Piccadilly, and Paris in the spring, but they trade the whole works for one little V-mail letter from home. Because to a homesick soldier, a letter from home is a real lifesaver like a pint of plasma to a wounded man. And speaking of V-mail, let's use more of it. It's ideal for those short, frequent, and cheerful notes the fellas love to get, and it doesn't take up vital shipping space. It leaves more room for bazookas and bullets to knock off the forces that took our boys away from home. So what do you say, folks? Give your serviceman at least one V-mail day a week from now until V-Day. Good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
not overdo it. You saw the man pull down the card. Get your gears squared away, boy. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from the Naval Training Station at Corpus Christi, Texas Hope. Well, here I am starting my 8th year for the same sponsor. I re-enlisted. But you know, I'm really thrilled tonight because they requested me to keep appearing before military audiences. What I didn't like about it, the request came from civilian audiences. But it's great to be back. Coming home is really something. When we flew over New York, I felt a real tug at my heart. My girdle had caught in the Bombay door. And I was Is it that good, really? And I was really glad to get back to Hollywood. I kissed my wife, I kissed my kids, then rushed out and kissed the street cleaner. He said, that's not necessary anymore. The cigarette shortage is over. Yesterday, I saw a big line in front of a guy at a cigarette counter. I asked one fella, trying to buy something? He said, no, just waiting for my turn to spit in his eyes. And the gasoline, one cop saw a car parked on the highway, so he went up and said, what's the idea? The gas shortage is over. And the sailor stuck his head out and said, who's out of gas, and mind your own business. But tonight we're doing our first broadcast of the season from Corpus Christi, Texas. Corpus Christi, that's an oven with tumbleweeds. I got them now. We're getting close to home now. And things are very confused here. Texas hasn't decided yet whether or not to accept the Japanese surrender. Oh, I'm getting into the solid stuff now. The people down here are unusual. Of course, you can tell a Texan anywhere, but not very much. Look up that writer again. And there are a lot of tourists down here. Tourists, that's the guy who thinks the Golden Triangle is a problem in geometry. That joke is only funny if you've been to Corpus Christi. And then nothing's funny. But But honestly, I'm just kidding. I was thrilled by the welcome these Texans gave me. I was walking on air. In fact, I'd still be walking on air if somebody hadn't come up and cut the rope down. But this is a great place here. I don't know if it gets hot here or not, but this is the only place I ever saw where they get in a crap game and try to lose their pants. And I know one Navy gunner who got discharged from the Navy, went back to his farm. When he started to milk the cow the first morning, she turned around and said, hey, take it easy. Those aren't triggers, you know. Hello?
Just a minute, Mr. Hope. Paris calling. Deposit $184, please. Will you please deposit $184? Hello, will you please deposit $184?
What's the matter? You crazy or something?
Well, it's Professor Corona. How are you, Gerard? Corona, where are you?
Well, Hope, you remember the time this summer when we ate in that little French restaurant in Paris and you couldn't pay the bill, so you left something for security?
Yes, what about it, Kelowna?
Well, come and get me out of here.
Kelowna, how do you manage to live with those holes in your head?
For piccolo lessons, what's your system?
Kelowna, are you really in that Parisian restaurant?
No, Hope, I'm on top of a high tower looking around the city.
Eiffel?
No, all the shades are down. Say, where are you now, Hope?
Oh, I'm out in Texas, the brush country.
Fine. Say hello to my relatives. Say, Hope, I was out with a French girl last night.
You were out with a French girl last night, Kelowna. What was her name?
Fifi.
Did you like her?
Oui, oui.
What happened?
Woo-woo.
Oh, Kelowna, you're trying.
That's no use. She has a husband.
one thing. Come here. What's wrong with you?
Well, I never told anyone this, Hope, but I was born 2 years too late.
You were born 2 years too late? How come?
Stork retired and took the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe.
Well, come on home. After all, what has Paris got to offer that you can't find in Corpus Christi?
What was that?
I said, what has Paris got to offer that you can't find in Corpus Christi?
Yeah, that Texas sun is really strong, isn't it?
All those folks down in Salisbury, North Carolina, searching for you, boy. You're right. If it ain't dark, it's light. If you ain't sure, you might. Gotta be this or that. And if it ain't sea, it's land. And if you ain't brave, you're past. If it ain't fresh, it's cash. Gotta be this or that. Who can it be if it ain't me? I know it's not your brother. Can't you see? It's gotta be one way or the other. Tell me what I must know. If you don't like, I'll go. If it ain't yes, it's no. Gotta be this or that. Gotta be this or that. Good, Jenny. Back on there. Steady on. Oh, yeah, that was Gotta Be This or That, sung by that famous screen star, Skinny Ennis, soon to be seen in his new picture, Along Came Bones.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
You can't kid me about my physique now. I put on a lot of beef this summer.
You did, huh?
Yeah, I just feel that muscle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look around. It's there somewhere.
Skinny, is that a muscle or is your Adam's apple out on the USO tour? But isn't this a great state, Texas skin?
Oh, it sure is. You know, Ann Sheridan, Linda Darnell, and Ginger Rogers all came from Texas.
Yeah, and it's such flat country, too, isn't it, huh?
Man, I really go for this cowboy country, Bob. The minute I got here, I bought myself a 10-gallon hat. Cost me $20.
$20 for a 10-gallon hat?
Yeah, $15 for the hat, $5 to have the armholes cut in it.
Well, look who's here, Francis Langford.
Hiya, Bob. Hello, Stan.
Yes, sir. Well, hello, Bamboo Blonde. How are you? Look at that. Francis, here we are back in the air again.
Yeah, that's right. Another year, another dollar.
Tell me, Francis, how did you like it down here? You know, this is Texas, where men are men and women are women.
I know, Bob, but if you get a haircut, nobody will say anything to you.
Francis, are you insinuating that I'm not a he-man?
Well, it isn't that, Bob. You just don't belong in this part of the country. You know, down here, they shoot from the hip.
So what? I can shoot from the hip?
I know, Bob, but the shooting would be all over by the time you reached way back there.
Watch your lines. Never mind. I guess there's enough guys out there doing it for you. Say, you know, Francis, this is wonderful grazing country down here.
I know it is, Bob, but gee, you make pretty good money. Why don't you eat in a restaurant?
Well, I need the calcium. Francis, let's forget jokes for a minute. I'd like to tell these folks about the great job you did this summer touring the hospital.
Thanks a lot, Bob.
Did you play any hospitals where there were Navy flyers?
Well, I wanted to, but gee, I bruise so easily. I was only kidding, Bob. I wouldn't forget the Navy. I played the San Diego Naval Hospital.
Oh, I've been there.
Yes, I know, and they were so disappointed when they found you weren't with me.
Oh, did they expect me?
Well, they must have. They had the place all sprayed with DDT.
DDT. Oh, I know. You mean Dream Dandy Talkum. Yeah.
But, Bob, I'm tired of talking about myself. Let's talk about your trip to Europe, it says here.
Well, there really isn't much to it. I could tell the whole thing in a few days. But all in all...
You played army camps in France, didn't you, Bob?
That's right, Vance. I even brought you a little something from Paris. Here.
Oh, Bob, this is wonderful, but you didn't have to do this.
Oh, it's nothing, Francis. Go on, open the bottle and smell it.
Okay. Real French dressing.
Gee, and I wonder where Professor Colonna. I wish he was here. I have a present for him, too.
Here I am, Hope.
Well, Professor Colonna, back from France. What took you so long?
Well, I flew back and I had to make 6 stops.
I don't understand it, Colonna. You could have flown it in one hop. Why did you make 6 stops?
My arms got tired.
Well, here's your present, Colonna.
Well, thank you, Hope, and I brought you a present, too. Nothing special, just an atom bomb.
Colonna, an atom bomb?
Nothing to worry about, Hope. It's only a miniature. It won't explode. Here, I'll drop it on the floor and show you. Oh, well, they were going to close Corpus Christi anyway.
Here comes Francis Langston.
The more I want you, somehow this feeling just grows and grows. With every sigh, I become more mad about you, more lost without you. And so it goes. And you imagine how much I'll love you. The more I see you, as years go by, I know the only one for me can only be you. My arms won't free you. My heart won't try. Can you imagine how much I love you? The more I see you, as years go by, I know the only one for me can only be you. My arms won't free you. My heart won't
Here's Jimmy Ennis.
Every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around. Every doggone time I try romance, I'm taking a chance on losing my mind. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. I'm gonna burn my bridges behind me. I'm gonna hide out in there. You can look, but you'll never find me. behind the 8 ball again. 'Cause every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every doggone time. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues that sweetie gave to me. I'm gonna burn my bridges behind me. I'm gonna hide out in there. You can look, but you'll never find me behind the 8 ball again. 'Cause every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every doggone time.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I at this point salute Hollywood for its wonderful contribution in helping bring about VJ Day. For many of its stars fought all over the world, this time not in the limelight, but just as a cog in a big war machine. Tonight we salute for his magnificent leadership and courage in the war, Commander Robert Montgomery.
Thank you, boys. Thank you, Bob.
Well, Robert, you can tell by that applause that these boys are all intensely interested in your Navy career. They're very eager to hear about it.
Well, I got in.
No, skip that. How'd you get out? But seriously, we're awfully proud of you, Bob. I guess you're the best-known Bob to ever come out of Hollywood.
Oh, I don't know, Bob. I don't know. Bob Burns did all right.
You sure you weren't an ensign? Say, did you have any trouble getting out of the Navy, Bob?
Oh, no, it was easy, and it's getting easier all the time.
It is?
Yeah, now they give you 10 points for each battleship you sink.
Well, anyway, Montgomery, you're looking grand. That Navy food must have agreed with you. Tell me, did they have menus?
Yes, but it's a little different in the Navy, Bob. You get the menus after you eat.
After you eat. What purpose would it serve then?
How else are you going to know what you've eaten?
Well, these fellas are in the Air Force here, Bob. You were in another branch, weren't you?
Yes, I was on a destroyer.
Oh, boy, that's what I love, the open sea.
Really, Bob?
Yeah, you should have seen me yesterday with the wind blowing in my face and the big guns blasting in my ears.
At sea, on a fighting ship?
No, I was standing in front of a theater where they were showing Anchors Away and the usher left the door open.
Frank Sinatra's in that, isn't he?
What's that?
I say Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, he's the only sailor that ever had to have his pants padded. Tell me, Bob, you still wear your uniform occasionally, don't you?
I should say not. You know, when a fella finally gets that uniform off, he just hangs it up in the closet and then sits around all day saying to the moths, eat it, eat it.
I had hoped you'd bring your commander's uniform along, Bob. I wanted to borrow it from you. I got a date with a wave tonight.
You've got a date with a wave? Why do you need a uniform?
Well, I want to pull rank on it when the waiter brings the check. At the seawall. That's the local sanitarium. Say,
Those boys will be glad to get back in civilian life, won't they, Bob?
Yeah, they certainly will, Bob. Let's show the folks that little scene, what happens on mustering out day. Think I can play a gob?
Well, it depends on what it's a gob of.
Well, let's do a little sketch for the fellas, showing a couple of sailors just getting ready to leave the boat for the last time. They're on their way to kiss the Admiral goodbye. Come on, let's go.
Attention. Attention. sailors in Barracks 3 line up at the paymaster's window. You're being mustered out.
You mean you don't want to be a civilian?
No. Spend all day making up your own mind, having someone else do your laundry, driving the same car all the time, worrying about what suit to wear.
You've been smoking those Mexican cigarettes again, I think. It looks like. Say, how about that little wave standing in line in front of you? Is she pretty?
Yeah, wait till she turns so I can see her face. Ooh, she's a corker.
Yeah, the rest of the bottle ain't bad either. Say, watch me give her some of my smooth scuttlebutt. I'll make her think I'm really big time. Hiya, babe.
Hello, high, dry, and stranded.
Hey, Wavy, how about you and me locking dog tags tonight, huh? All stateside talk. We'll go up to Kingsville and drop anchor in the local pub.
Tell me more.
Oh, you like my style?
No, but the steam curls my hair.
Let me try my luck, Bob. Say you're cute. I could go for you.
You better turn off that gleam in your eye, sailor. The blinkers on the SS Arkansas are answering you back.
Oh, Bob, why waste time here? We got dough coming. Come on, paymaster, hurry up. I'm going to re-enlist.
Ah, me too. I love the sea. Water to the left of me, water to the right of me, water in front of me, water in back of me.
Ah! What are you screaming at?
No ship.
Kelowna, are you the paymaster?
That's right, Hope. Old Rash with the cash, Kelowna. Conscientious custodian of coin bags and upright official of the Navy. Also tequila smuggled in from Mexico, cheap. All right, you guys. Come on to get your dough. Hope, here's your $300. And Montgomery, here's your $300. And here's my 300 pesos.
Well, Kelowna, why are you paying yourself off in pesos? You have no reason to go to Mexico.
Where do you count your money?
Kelowna, this is counterfeit money.
What makes you think so?
General Washington isn't wearing his uniform.
I know. I mustered him out 2 hours ago.
Kelowna, aren't you afraid with all this money around?
Of course not, Hope. I keep this rifle by me at all times, and I'm an expert shot.
An expert shot?
Yes. See the Admiral over there? Watch, I'll shoot the feather off his hat.
Shoot the feather off the Admiral's hat. Be careful, Kelowna.
He's home for a little while.
He's home for a little while. He's mine once again. No need to tell, but it feels simply swell when he's close to me, where he's supposed to be. He's home for a little while. I live for his kiss. I hit the sky when he looks in my eyes, and my knees grow weak with bliss. He's sort of changed. He's kind of different from the boy I used to know a while ago. Strange how much he says without a word, and when he holds my hand, I understand I'm his, but forevermore. He's mine, mine alone. We'll have to part, but he's close to my heart for the little while he's home. He's sort of changed. He's kind of different from the boy I used to know a while ago. Strange how much he says without a word, and when he holds my hand, I understand I'm his, but forevermore.
to memory. That's all of that. And thanks to Robert Montgomery for being with us tonight. I'm sure we'll all be looking forward to seeing you in Metro-Goldwyn Mayer's They Were Expendable. I also want to thank Admiral Clark and all you men of the U.S. Naval Air Training Station here at Corpus Christi for making this program possible. You've certainly been swell to us, and the amazing thing is that this is our first show of the season, and nobody threw anything at us. Yes, sir, all this meat and no tomatoes. And it was mighty generous of you, Bob, to drop in on us older civilians. After all, this was quite a letdown to you after winning the war. You did win it, didn't you, Robert?
Me? Heck no. I thought you and Kelowna won it on your last USO trip.
Win it? We couldn't even find where they kept it. But seriously, there's a lot of talk going on.
Well, of course, it's human nature, Bob. If you were in the Navy, you'd want to pin the orchid on the battle wagons, the subs, or the tin cans, and so on. On the other hand, if you were in the Army, you'd be tossing the victory bouquet to the Air Force or the Armor Division.
Or to Ernie Pyle's idol, a soldier on foot. Yeah, I know.
But the important thing isn't who won the fracas. It's who's going to keep it won. It doesn't take many people to start a war. The tough part is it takes so many to finish a war. We spent plenty of our buddies on this war, and they'd be pretty sore to hear people arguing about who won it. Marines, sailors, soldiers, or science.
You said it, Robert. Nobody would ever deny that we owe those men a great debt. And our first and biggest payment toward this debt and a prescription for veterans' readjustment ought to be American unity. Unity of purpose among labor and management and government. Peace with a purpose.
That's right. You know, folks, in this war they had guys whose only job was wrapping wristwatches and wallets of the men who got killed. And if we don't fight to keep the peace as well as they fought to get it, war will be open for business again, taking applications for that same old job. Good night, Bob.
Good night, Bob. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Every time, every doggone time, I fall in love. I get a shoving around. Every time, every doggone time I try romance. I'm taking a chance on losing my mind. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. I'm gonna burn my bridges behind me. I'm gonna hide out and dance. You can look, but you'll never find me behind the 8-ball again. 'Cause every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. This week, Pepsodent is proud to honor the men and women of our armed forces now in schools and colleges under the GI Bill of Rights. Tonight, Pepsodent brings to the student body of the University of Southern California the Pepsodent Show with Peggy Ryan and a surprise guest, and starring Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from the campus of the University of Southern California, Hope. Telling you students, don't be a sap, remove the cap, and use Pepsodent on your trap. And you'll never have a gap in your map that'll frighten a co-ed off your lap. Well, here I am at USC. USC, that's an abbreviation meaning stop looking over my shoulder. I don't know what I'm doing either. I've been playing Army camps, but my sponsor wanted me to appear at a college this week. He thought it'd be nice if I did a show from someplace I've never been. College, that's where you learn how to make money like Crosby after spending 4 years dressing like him.
But it's a thrill to be here. They elected a campus queen today, and I'd like to catch the guy who cast 10 ballots for me. I wanted these kids to think I was hep, so I pulled out my shirt tail, rolled up my pants, and whipped down to the campus in a hot rod. Just as I passed the corner, a co-ed hollered, "Hey, fella, UCLA is the other way." And when I arrived here, the faculty invited me over for tea. They were going to give me something a little stronger than tea, but the chemistry class didn't have it finished in time. Some of the students attending USC live with their folks. The rest write home for it. And they call the boys men of Troy after the ancient days when the Greeks crawled into a horse and took over Troy. Now 20 of them climb into a convertible and take over Santa Monica. I went to USC myself, the United School of Chiropody. Of course, we never had homecomings. Once a year, we just took off our shoes and wiggled our big toes. I started out as a freshman in college, and in 2 months I was a senior in high school. I was known as a very sharp student. Cutting classes was my specialty. Should have cut that joke. But I was a fraternity man for a while, then I decided it would be more fun to wear my own clothes. And while I was in school, things were always missing from the lockers. I wasn't exactly responsible. At the minute I went out with a girl, everybody started calling her Yolanda. I wasn't exactly responsible. At the minute I went out with a girl, everybody started calling. My school was coeducational. In fact, that's what I majored in. I like those co-ed type of sweaters. I noticed one on a girl, and it wasn't exactly big, but it's the first time I ever saw anybody wear a sweater in Los Angeles while her mother was still knitting it in Pomona. And Saturday, they're having the big game with UCLA here, and I won't say they're football crazy, but I bent over to tie my shoe on the campus this morning, and the next thing I knew, I was getting a bird's eye view of Los Angeles.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium, so she waited, poor thing, for the phone to ring.
Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh.
So folks don't be like Miriam, use Irium. Dear Miriam, now she's heard of Irium, so the telephone ring is the busy thing.
Hello.
Some number.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Some number.
Uh-oh.
So folks just be like Miriam, use Irium.
As a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as a puppet on a string. I'd say that I had suffering fever, but I know it isn't a safari. I am starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have a suffering fever when it isn't even a safari? I keep wishing I were someone else, walking down a strange nursery, hearing words that I have never heard from a girl I have yet to meet. Ah, there you are. Haven't I met you somewhere before? Tourist. I'm as busy as a spider spinning a daydream. I am as giddy as a baby on a swing. Whee, whee, whee. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing. Ah, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way when I know that it might as well be spring. I admire as well. It might as well be. It might as well be spring. It could be winter, summer, autumn, almost any other thing. So it might as well be a safari.
That was Jerry Colonna singing It Might As Well Be Spring. I don't know about the springs, but he's really got a mattress. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to meet a young lady who was with us 2 weeks ago and is back again tonight for a little postgraduate work. Universal's dainty dynamo, Miss Peggy Ryan, right here.
Thanks, Bob, and thank you, students. You know, Mr. Hope, I go for these college men. I was out with one last night, and I found out what that SC stands for.
Studious Collegians?
No, Smoochin' Charlies.
Well, you have these boys all wrong, Peggy. Why, they're no more interested in girls than I am. I can't understand it. It sounded right at rehearsal.
I'm going to have a lot of fun tonight, Bob. Some of the girls invited me to their sorority dance here.
Oh, it sounds exciting.
Good, because I wanted you to take me.
You're asking me to go to the dance with you?
Yeah, we had a talk and decided somebody had to bring a chaperone. Bob, you think you'll enjoy dancing with a shorty like me? I hardly come up to your lips.
That's all right, as long as you come up often enough.
And after the dance is over, I'll just stay at the sorority house, Bob.
Well, why don't you let me take you home? I'd love to.
Oh, really? I didn't know the streetcars ran that late.
Well, the motorman's my director out at Paramount during the day.
Hello, Peggy. Hello, Bob.
Well, Francis Langford, look at here.
Bob's taking me to a sorority dance tonight.
Oh, Bob, you're too old for these college girls.
What are you talking about, Francis? Why, every time I dance with a co-ed, she practically swoons.
Bob, they're not swooning. They're just punchy from sniffing that Sloan's liniment.
Maybe you're right, Francis. Maybe I would feel out of place at a college dance.
Yeah, it's really a shame you didn't go to college, Bob. It does an awful lot for a man. A freshman comes to USC green and crude, and 4 years later he leaves the college a worldly polished senior.
Well, let's show the folks the difference. First, I'll play the green freshman with Peggy as my girl. Some freshman music, Skin. Well, here I am, a freshman at USC. I think I'll ankle down to the Union Soda shop and see if I can get me a date with a sophomore. I sure go for them sophisticated women. Gee, I'm glad I shaved tonight. It's more fun than rinsing the soap off the regular way. But it's great being a freshman. The upperclassmen treat you with such respect. It's a pleasure to pay the tuition.
Get off the sidewalk, you bum.
Wonder if I can get a refund. This looks like the Union. I better go in. Oops. Gee, this college life is really rough. Even the revolving doors paddle you. Hey, there's a cute pigeon perched up at the counter. Looks like she might be flying in messages from Cupid. She's wearing one of those sloppy Joe sweaters, too. Hiya, Drag.
Hiya, Sag. Sit down. Tell me, are you a freshman?
That's up to you.
What's a stoop like you doing in college anyway?
Well, it ain't my fault. I didn't intend to go to college.
Well, what are you doing here then?
On my last birthday, somebody gave me a pipe. Say, how do you like my new pork pie hat?
Oh, I don't know. I think you left it in the oven too long.
I've been worried about my exams. They told me that no-dose would help me with my studies, but it isn't doing me any good.
Oh, well, no wonder you're supposed to swallow it, not rub it on the pages. Why don't you study the same thing you studied in high school?
I can't. She ain't here.
What do you say, pretzel puss? Want to buy me a Coke?
No, I'm too young to get engaged. I'm still thirsty. I think I'll get me a root beer this time. Hey, Crumb Bum, bring me a root beer and snap it up, you hear?
Okay, wise guy, here it is.
Oh! Keep combing, Robert. There's still some more ice in your hair.
And now, 4 years later, we find the same couple, polished seniors.
Gee, I can hardly believe it. Here I am a senior. I wonder if I should take another walk past the girls' dormitory. On second thought, maybe I'd better not. They make such a fuss over me. My reflexes are in a strange and turbulent mood tonight. I feel wild. I think I'll go over to the library and read the unabridged dictionary. No, that's too dashing. I think I'll go over to the Union for a snack. I hate to go in the Union. It's always full of such raucous characters. But I have my duty to SC. Here I go. Gad, someday I'm going to strike that thing back. Gracious, it's just as crowded as I expected.
Hey, Bud, here's a stool for you.
2, please. I'm a senior. Well, Francine, darling, I thought that delightful aroma was familiar. Tell me, what is it?
Chanel number 5. You have a definite smell about you. What is it?
Chemistry lab, number 1A. Oh, boy. 1 ice cream cone, please.
1 ice cream cone for the 2 of us?
We'll share it. You may eat from the big end.
Here's your cone.
One moment, my good man. You had your thumb in the ice cream.
Well, I can't stand here all night. Hurry up and finish licking it.
Is that strawberry or your nail polish? Excuse me, Francine. I think I'll move over to this other stool.
Goodness, Ronald, I wish you'd wear a smaller Phi Beta Kappa key.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. It saves me the bother of carrying a cane. By the way, old bean, how about marrying me?
You want me to marry you?
Yeah, should we give it a whirl?
Well, I don't want to hurt your feelings, Ronald, but I really consider you the ugliest, stupidest, most hopelessly half-witted...
I have 2 tickets to the Rose Bowl game.
You have?
I now pronounce you man and wife till death, or UCLA do you part.
I know what I like, and I liked what I saw, and I said to myself, that's for me. A lovely morning, I remarked, and you were quick to agree. You wanted to walk, and I nodded my head as I breathlessly said, that's for me. I left you standing under stars, the day's adventures are through. There's nothing for me but the dream in my heart, and the dream in my heart. the stars, the day's adventures are through. There's nothing for me but the dream in my heart, and the dream in my heart. That's for you. Oh, my darling. That's for you.
Thank you very much, Francis. And stick around till we hear from our surprise guest star. How about you, Mr. Niles? That's your name, Wendell Niles?
Yes, thank you very much.
Step in and sell it, Dad. Step right in. That's your racket. Sell it.
Despite years of faithful brushing, despite any other toothpaste you've tried, see if your teeth aren't noticeably brighter in just 1 week after you change to Pepsodent toothpaste. You see, Pepsodent toothpaste contains irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. Pepsodent toothpaste with irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. Brings new brilliance to your teeth. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see the difference in the brightness of your teeth, the sparkle of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains irium.
Dear Miriam, now she's heard of irium, so the telephone ring is a busy thing.
Hello.
Some number.
Right here. Hello.
Some number.
Uh-oh.
So folks just be like Miriam, use irium.
Excitement here on the Southern California campus is building to a tense peak as homecoming week and the football season race toward Saturday's climax. The excitement has spread to Bob. He has decided to join the Southern California squad. Upon hearing that Bob is to play football for Southern California, the president of the university is aghast. He says,
Extractum gast, expellum, or in English, get that spook out of here.
When Frances Langford was asked to comment on Bob playing football for USC, she said,
I'm very proud. After all, why shouldn't I be? He borrowed my bloomers.
We now take you to the USC locker room where the coach, Rufus von Cravath Colonna, is giving the team a pep talk before the game. The coach is speaking.
All right, men. Quiet. Quiet. Quiet! Who's the jackass doing all that braying? Silly me. Quite an echo in here, isn't there? Attention, men. We're going out there to play football today. We're going to play hard. We're going to play for all we're worth. But above all, we're going to play fair. Oh, no. Don't applaud. Don't applaud. Give that cement a chance to harden around your brass knuckles.
Kelowna, are you the football coach here?
That's right, Hope. J. Crossbar Kelowna. Football coach, lover of clean sport, and champion of fair play. Also answers to all examinations, so cheat.
Professor, you're non-compass metis.
I know, they just pledged me yesterday. Well, that's all, men. Now get in there and win for dear old UCLA.
UCLA, Kelowna, this is USC.
It is?
Of course.
Oh, silly bee. Must have gone on the wrong bus this morning. All right, now, men, get dressed. It's almost game time.
Okay, Coach.
Bob, give me a hand with my uniform.
Yeah, say, Skin, look at you. The last time I saw you undressed, you were just skin and bone.
Was I?
Yeah, what happened to the skin?
Stop kibitzing, Bob. I got to strap on this chest protector.
Where? Skinny Ennis wearing a chest protector. That's funny.
Hey, what's so funny about it? You wear a helmet.
You got the band writing material for you now.
All right, men, we're about to go on the field. Now, here are my final plans. Niles, you play left tackle. Ennis, you play center. And Hope, you stay in the car and keep the motor running. Wrong plans.
We're ready, Coach.
Fine. Remember, men, I've got it all fixed. No matter what you do to the referee won't stop the play.
The referee won't stop the play. How come?
I just stole the bean out of his whistle. I've got my final surprise. I've got a new player here for the backfield.
New player?
Yeah. Say something, Flash.
Bologna, a cow? You're going to put a cow in our backfield?
Sure. Think how confused I'll get trying to figure out whether she's carrying the ball or not.
Look, Coach, could we kind of hurry out on the field? I might have a chance to speak to my girl, Frances.
Oh, is she here?
Yeah, I gave her a couple of tickets so she could bring her little nephew, Junior, otherwise known as Red Skelton.
Junior, hurry up. Wasn't it nice of Bob to give us the tickets?
I don't know, Aunt Frances. Goodness, this is awful high up, isn't it? I can't stand the heights. I'm getting dizzy. I think I'm going to black out or something.
Now, Junior, we aren't that high up.
We ain't, huh? A P-38 just passed, underneath.
Well, there's the team coming out on the field. There's Bob. Gee, he must have the most important player on the team. He's the only one that's got a bucket.
Which one is he? Which one is he?
He's the one I'm pointing at.
Oh, what a cute little face. Handy, too. He can point without using his fingers. Hey, Hope, put on a nose guard. Without it, you offside.
Junior. Oh, Robert. Yoo-hoo.
Wait, let me whistle at him. I'll whistle at him know he's here. Well, there goes the last of me baby teeth. Gee, now I won't have no use for that tube of Pepsodent he promised me, will I?
Here he comes. Up here, Robert.
Oh, hello, Frances. Say, your face looks very pretty today.
Yeah, ain't she pretty? You'd never know her face was warmed over from last night, would you?
How are you, Bob? Oh, Bob, this is my little nephew, Junior. I had to bring him along to the game with me.
Oh, what's the matter? Haven't you got a deep freeze locker? Well, hello.
Ah, shut up.
Junior, now say hello to Robert Hope.
I don't want to.
I said say hello.
You let me ignore him or I will bang my head against a cement wall.
Stop banging your head on that wall. Do you want to chip the cement? Come here. I want to talk to you. I'd like to dunk you in DDT. Come here a second. Come here.
You let me go. Let
Come
me
here,
go
come
my
here,
arm.
come
Let
here.
go my arm. Let go.
Robert, stop pulling his arm.
I'm not pulling his arm. I'm just holding on. He's doing the pulling.
Now, don't you hold me. Don't you hit me.
I'm not going to hit you. I think you're very cute, and I want you to pat you on the back for it. That's all.
No. Oh, you hit me. You broke me with a bat. You hit me, broke me back.
I didn't touch your back. I tapped you on the shoulder blades.
You didn't cut yourself, did you?
Hey, hurry up. Get out on the field. The game is about to start.
Hey, I want to play football, too. Huh? You mean play football, too? I want to play.
All right. Say, Hope. Pacify this pest. Let him kick the ball.
All right. Here, Junior. Now, I'll hold the ball and you kick it.
Trusting old soul, ain't you, huh? Okay, you ready? Here I come.
Little nearsighted, ain't you, kid? For the memory of USC, our host, known from coast to coast, Scholastic Famer College Game, your deeds deserve a toast. And we thank you so much. Thank you very much, Peggy Ryan. And we want to thank Red Skelton, who played the part of Junior, for being with us tonight. I'll drop in on your show next week, Red. You know, Red Skelton has just finished serving a hitch in Uncle Sam's Hospital Ships Company, and we want to wish you every success when you start back in the air next Tuesday.
with your own show for Raleigh Cigarettes. And thanks a lot. And thanks to President Rufus B. von Kleinsmith, Arnold Eddy, and Bill Chapman, and all you students for a swell evening here at the University of Southern California. You know, folks, a lot of guys who were out digging foxholes not long ago are here at USC under the GI Bill of Rights, digging for an education that got nipped when the nips went berserk in 41. These are the kids who pulled us out when we were bogged down to the axle. Now it's our turn to pull them for a while. And if we're loaded with bonds, we're pulling. But if the maws flew back in our wallets on VJ Day, we're not only taking a free ride, we're dragging our feet. The GI Bill of Rights is America's promise to the serviceman, a promise to make up a little of that time and opportunity he lost when he fought to keep this the land of opportunity. Victory bonds are the teeth in that promise, but to give it a full set of teeth, everybody has to buy bonds. You know, there's a song that goes, good, 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 that's you, that's you. When the U.S. government makes a promise, it expects 140 million of us to make it good. Because the U.S. government, mister, that's you, that's you. Good night.
Tonight, Pepsodent has presented Bob Hope broadcasting from the campus of the University of Southern California. This is Wendell Niles reminding you to always use Pepsodent, the product that's number one with the men and women in the service.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.